I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Wenma spoke hurriedly, his face full of apologies. Today was already bad enough. He had lost his wallet, and to make matters worse, he had encountered the same gang from last time. He had barely escaped a beating by running fast enough. The reason he had pulled Lin Ling along with him was because he was aware of that gang's criminal history. They would definitely target a beautiful girl if given the chance. So, he ran, taking her with him. I'm fine, Lin Ling reassured him. Can I see your hand? She shook her head slightly, then focused on his hand, an artifact of sorts. Lin Ling had once fantasized about possessing the ability to hold such a hand. Though its owner suffered from bad luck, the combined influence of a protagonist's aura and her own was more than enough to offset that flaw. There's nothing special to see, despite his words, when Ma hesitantly extended his hand. Now that he had a moment to look at Lin Ling properly, he felt his heart race. In his 16 years of life, this was the first time he had seen someone so breathtakingly beautiful. A strange impulse surged within him, a desire to protect and cherish her. Lin Ling, however, paid no mind to his gaze. She carefully examined his hand, pinching it lightly to sense its energy and structure. Unfortunately, she didn't gain much insight. However, upon contact, she confirmed that her abilities were nullified. As a demon fairy, she had an existence far beyond mortal limits, yet his hand could suppress even her powers. Even if it didn't fully neutralize them, it was impressive. No wonder he had managed to defeat the infamous Accelerator with this hand. It was likely that even if Accelerator transcended into godhood, he wouldn't be able to counteract Wenma's unique ability. Is everything okay? Wenma asked after a long silence. Lin Ling let go of his hand and smiled. The sight of her smile left Wenma momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Ling had already analyzed the situation through her system. Wenma's ability wasn't magic or a supernatural power, it was a rule. A fragment of a supreme rule had attached itself to his hand, granting him immense power. This fragment was at the very top of the hierarchy among all reality-breaking rules. Normally, only immortal-level beings could even begin to comprehend such things. The fact that a mere human had received such a blessing meant that Wenma had exhausted a lifetime's worth of luck. Unfortunately, this discovery meant little to Lin Ling. This rule belonged to this world and served as the protagonist's personal cheat. Outside of this dimension, it was utterly useless. Even attempting to extract it would be an unnecessary hassle. In short, to Lin Ling, it was a complete waste of time. A sudden voice broke the moment. Found you. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking directly at Wenma. He was still lost in thought, staring at Lin Ling, and had no time to react. The speed of lightning was merciless. Even if the attacker had held back, the impact would be severe. At the last moment, water materialized above Wenma's head, forming a protective barrier that absorbed the lightning strike. Pure water, being non-conductive, neutralized the attack effortlessly. The spectacle of it immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Just as Lin Ling had expected, there was only one person in Academy City capable of manipulating electricity with such precision: Misaka Mikoto, the railgun herself. A water-based esper? Mikoto observed as she descended the steps. You extracted pure water from the atmosphere. Your level must be quite high. As she scrutinized Lin Ling, her expression shifted slightly. She had never seen this girl before, yet her beauty was so ethereal it felt almost unreal. Before she could inquire further, Lin Ling spoke first, smiling playfully. You can call me Lin, an unknown traveler. She had already considered both Mikoto and Wenma as potential targets for her plans. Establishing good relationships with them would certainly have its benefits. You're not from Academy City? Mikoto asked suspiciously. Espers are usually enrolled here as soon as they're discovered. Even newborns with potential are closely monitored. Free agents like you are rare. Well, it's a long story. Lin Ling waved a hand dismissively. But that's enough for today. I'd like to enjoy my first visit here properly. With a slight smile, she vanished into thin air. Teleportation? Mikoto exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Dual ability espers were exceptionally rare, even in Academy City. However, Lin Ling was already gone, leaving Mikoto's questions unanswered. She turned to Wenma, who was attempting to sneak away. Oh no, you don't. With a flick of her wrist, another lightning bolt shot toward him. Their battle had yet to be decided, and Mikoto wasn't about to let him off so easily. Meanwhile, Lin Ling soared through the sky, quickly exiting Academy City's perimeter. The entire city was filled with nanobots that ensured constant surveillance. The upside-down man had likely noticed her presence, but she wasn't concerned. As long as he didn't provoke her, she had no reason to interfere in his affairs. For now, her priority was finding a place to stay and keeping an eye out for new opportunities. Not long after, she arrived in a coastal city near Academy City and secured an apartment with ease. Money wasn't an issue for her. She contacted the landlord, dropped a 1,000,000 yen bill, and rented a cozy 2-bedroom unit on the second floor. It was a fully furnished, move-in ready space, perfect for a temporary base. After settling in, she stretched lazily and took a refreshing shower. Stepping out onto the balcony, she observed the bustling streets below. Groups of students walked home from school, office workers returned from their jobs, a completely ordinary scene, yet somehow nostalgic. Then her gaze caught something, or rather someone, of interest. A stunning girl entered her field of vision, and if luck was on Lin Ling's side, this person might just be living in the same apartment complex. Just as she was contemplating this, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Curious, she opened the door, expecting the landlord. Instead, she found a young man, seemingly an ordinary office worker, standing there with a small box in hand. He smiled politely and lifted the package. "Hello, I'm your neighbor. I brought some Ichigo Daifuku as a welcoming gift." Lin Ling blinked, momentarily caught off guard. She had read about the Japanese custom of greeting new neighbors with gifts, but experiencing it firsthand was a different matter. "Thank you," she accepted the sweets, momentarily lost in thought. Just as she was considering an appropriate return gift, she noticed the man still standing there, staring at her in a daze. "Is something wrong?" she asked, waving a hand in front of his face. The man snapped out of his trance and quickly bowed. "Ah, sorry. That was rude of me." Embarrassed, he hurried back to his apartment. Just then, the beautiful girl Lin Ling had noticed earlier arrived and entered the same apartment. Her voice carried through the walls. "Brother, I'm home. What's for dinner?" Lin Ling froze. That voice. It sounded familiar. Scratching her head, she tried to recall where she had heard it before. Recognition dawned on Lin Ling. The girl was none other than Doma Umaru, the seemingly perfect honor student who transformed into a lazy shut-in at home. Fate really had a funny way of bringing people together. As a return gift, let's use my specially made, super invincible iron plate pizza. Lin Ling held the freshly baked pizza in her hands, radiating confidence in her culinary skills. After all, as a chef, her food had to be of the highest quality. However, before she could even react, a small portal appeared in midair. A delicate, pale hand shot out like lightning and snatched the entire pizza away. Staring at the now empty plate, Lin Ling sighed in frustration. She immediately grabbed at the opening, pulling it wider with both hands. Glaring into the portal, she found Yakumo Z happily munching on the stolen pizza. "You little thief cat. Give that back. This was supposed to be a gift for my neighbor." Lin Ling fumed. "I saw you sneaking around, and I got curious. But to think you're just living a quiet, domestic life? Lin Ling, you're wasting your potential." Yakumo Z licked her fingers, savoring the last bite. The portal expanded further, and she gracefully stepped through, the gap behind her sealing shut. "Cut the nonsense. Why are you here, lurking around like some idle yokai?" Lin Ling huffed as she pulled out ingredients to prepare a simple potato stew. Since Yakumo Z had devoured the pizza, she had to make something else as a replacement. "I'm just here to visit my dear friend. It's sad that you don't trust me." Yakumo Z exaggeratedly wiped at non-existent tears, dramatically squatting in the corner. "Your acting is terrible, 0 points. Get to the point already," Lin Ling said, unimpressed. She knew Yakumo Z well enough to realize she never showed up without some ulterior motive. "All right, fine. I honestly didn't have much of a reason this time. I just wanted to check on you. Oh, and by the way," a mischievous glint sparkled in Yakumo Z's eyes. "Is it true that you're a lily maniac?" Lin Ling's expression darkened. Rumors had spread all over Gensokyo, claiming she was a lustful demon obsessed with women. The source of these baseless accusations? None other than the tabloid writer, Shimimaru Aya. And thanks to Raimu's notoriously undisciplined nature, she had probably sold Lin Ling out for a few coins. Lin Ling had already expected something like this, but it was still irritating. When she returned to Gensokyo, she would have to teach a certain Tengu a lesson she wouldn't soon forget. Meanwhile, far away, Aya shivered, recalling a past humiliation that made her curl up under her blankets in fear. "What do you think?" Lin Ling crossed her arms. "We've been friends for years, and now you suddenly believe these rumors?" Yakumo Z feigned a sigh and reached for the simmering stew, only for Lin Ling to slap her hand away. "To be honest, I knew you were a glutton, but stealing my stew after eating my pizza? Have some shame, Lin Ling said, exasperated. She hurriedly packed the stew, needing to deliver it as a return gift. This was part of her initial plan to get closer to her target, and she couldn't afford any mishaps. She glanced back at Yakumo Z, who, for once, seemed content to sit quietly. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ling stepped outside and knocked on the door of the neighboring apartment. Soon, the door opened to reveal a familiar young man, Tomatsu Taiping, the one who had gifted her strawberries earlier. Seeing her, Taiping seemed flustered, his words coming out in a stammer. Why you? Hello. Can I help you? This is a small return gift. My name is Lin Ling, and I'll be your neighbor from now on. Let's get along. She smiled warmly, offering him the stew. Blushing, Taiping accepted it. Thank you. You're really kind. Would you like to come in for a bit? No, I still have some unpacking to do. Maybe next time, Lin Ling declined politely before turning to leave. Watching her go, Taiping sighed dreamily. She's so beautiful and kind. Could someone like me ever have a chance? Back in her room, Lin Ling was greeted by a frustrating sight. Yakumo Z sprawled lazily on the floor, helping herself to Lin Ling's strawberry daifuku and sipping on the drink she had poured for herself. She was even watching a comedy show, laughing and making commentary as if she owned the place. Lin Ling's expectations of Yakumo Z shattered instantly. Yo, you're back. Now, answer me properly, are you a lily? Yakumo Z sat up, determined to get an answer. Lin Ling smirked darkly, stepping closer. Why don't you find out for yourself? Sensing danger, Yakumo Z quickly opened a portal to escape. But Lin Ling was faster. Just as Yakumo Z was halfway through, Lin Ling grabbed her ankle and yanked her back, pinning her down and sitting on her waist. She was expecting to see a panicked or embarrassed expression. Instead, Yakumo Z turned her head to the side, blushing faintly. It's my first time. Please be gentle. Lin Ling froze. Wait. Are you serious? Her moment of hesitation was all Yakumo Z needed. The gap beneath her widened, swallowing her up entirely. The next second she was gone, and Lin Ling was left kneeling on the floor scowling. Bye-bye, Lin Ling. I'll visit again soon. Yakumo Z's teasing voice echoed as the gap closed. Fuming, Lin Ling clenched her fists. Next time if you dare to show up again, I'll drag you back myself. But there was nothing she could do now. Frustrated, she stomped into the bathroom for a cold shower. One day, she would get Yakumo Z back and make her understand the meaning of true cruelty. First though, she needed a way to counteract that troublesome portal ability. The next time Yakumo Z showed up, Lin Ling would make sure she had no means of escape. And when that day came, she'd make Yakumo Z truly regret her mischief.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Hey, did you hear about it? There's a super beautiful woman living in that apartment next to the park nearby. I've heard about it, and it's said that everyone I've seen it has been fascinated. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Stupid, it's true. One of my classmates is said to have met once, and now he doesn't think about other people's tea, and he even giggles in class. This time I came here to see how beautiful the other party is. In the room, listening to the words on the street outside, Lin Ling felt very strange. She started to wear a veil yesterday, but I don't know what's going on. My fame has even spread out. Many people come to see themselves, and even provoked a lot of scouts, looking for themselves to be idols or something. These 2 days I am about to become a legend of the city. Really superficial, stupid mortals, but think about it. No matter what the world is, it is a world of faces, and the exceptions are only a few after all, so try to avoid it. Open the enchantment. Lin Ling flew out of the room. Directly go to the Academy City to find Sister Canon to play well. Enhance your feelings. Strive to take it down in the shortest possible time. That's right. And that Lori sister in Tix a snack should be easier to deceive. It can be included in the scope of short-term goals. And teacher Xiaomeng is also very good. Standard legal Lori. It's just that the task is only for the male and female protagonists. It is estimated that teacher Xiaomeng can't be included in the scope of the task, but it's pretty good to be a side dish. Push Lori or something is still very loving. Everyone dedicates some love. The world will become a better place soon. When I came to the Academy City, the precautions here didn't play the slightest role for Lin Ling. I broke through easily. I didn't rush to find Sister Canon. Lin Ling was going to go to Dangma's house first. Intix had already moved in. If not, I could rob people first. If I had already moved in, then I would snatch it directly. Anyway, one more mouth would be a big burden on Dangma, and Intix's follow-up troubles would be a lot, and I would do a good job to reduce the pressure on Dangma. But the trouble is that he doesn't seem to know where the Ma family is. He already knew that he should ask the address first, but now it will take a lot of effort. Stagnant in midair, directly opened his perception. Lin Ling's perception instantly covered the entire city. When Ma's breath has been memorized, within a few seconds, he found the location of Dangma, left the place, and quickly rushed towards the point where the breath was. In the next second, on a balcony, Lin Ling saw the nun girl hanging on the balcony, and the two of Dangma who were holding the quilt and looking at the situation in front of them dumbfounded. Are you Lin Ling? Is this girl your acquaintance? When Ma pointed to Intix, he just wanted to dry a quilt, and as soon as he came out, he was scared to see someone hanging on the balcony. Sort of. Just take a look at your situation by the way, and get killed by that LV5 electromagnetic cannon. Congratulations. Lin Ling said with a smile. By the way. And why am I always so sarcastic about you? When the corners of the mouth twitched, forget about the death of the wallet, thanks to the lightning attack of the Bilibili, which led to a power outage, so that all the ingredients in the refrigerator were killed, and the quilt was in trouble, and bad luck was repeated. If you weren't used to this situation, the mentality of ordinary people would collapse. Okay, don't be sad, it's only for you anyway, and I still have some money to lend you here. Lin Ling took out a stack of banknotes from her arms and said, No, I can't ask for it. Shaking his head, when Ma refused, although he was very touched by Lin Ling's help. It's okay, it's not too late when you have money, I'll take someone away first. Carrying Intix, who had been screaming hungry, Lin Ling didn't give Dangma time to continue talking. Lin Ling directly took Intix to flash people. Really, in a hurry, by the way? Tutoring, glanced at the time, when Ma hurriedly went out, because of the grades, although it was summer vacation, he still had to go to school to tutor, the sadness of poor students. At this time, downstairs in the Ma family, the red-haired man with a cigarette took out his mobile phone and broadcast the call. The target was taken away by a strange girl and went to the southeast. It should be a flying ability. Got it, I'll shoot it down. A cold word came from the phone and hung up. At this time, in the sky, Lin Ling was in a good mood and flew towards the outside of the city with Intix, and Intix in her arms was very obedient holding a piece of barbecue and biting, because she was hungry, so she ate very happily, and she had already gnawed off 2 pieces of this short road. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a system in stock, and Intix would not cause any burden to Lin Ling if she ate and drank every day, compared to these little things. After going back, whether to take a Mandarin duck bath or directly to a uniform play, it is a little difficult to choose, but this time the time is very sufficient, and it is good to change a set of tricks every day. Anyway, people can't run in their own hands. Huh. A fierce wind struck, the target reached Lin Ling, but it was blocked by Lin Ling casually. The attack was from below. This is a few hundred meters in the air, and it seems that it is not simple. Looking down, Lin Ling immediately saw who launched the attack. On the top of a building more than 10 stories high, the royal sister god Splitfire was looking at herself with fierce eyes. The attack just now was undoubtedly sent by her. Seeing that the blow missed, she swung out several attacks again, but this was in vain, and it didn't cause any damage to Lin Ling at all. Blocking the attack, Lin Ling directly sped up and flew out of the academy city with Intix. The royal sister of the divine cracking fire blazing is also quite good, and it can be included in the hunting menu, but at this time, I won't have too much contact with her first. The main dish now is Intix. As for the divine cracking flame, sooner or later it will shine over. For the sake of Intix, I can wait for the rabbit to come to the door. Back home, put down Intix, looked at Intix who touched her little belly with a satisfied face. Lin Ling poured her a glass of water, and then happily began to rummage through the items in the mall. As long as the clothes in the system are not special abilities and the like, they are basically all supplied for free. A dazzling variety of clothes. Lin Ling felt a little difficult to choose, and looked at Intix's current nun clothes. It seems to be good. Just this original set first, and then slowly change to other flavors. Thank you for your kindness. My name is Intix. Thank you for keeping me fed. With a pious expression, Intix was full of gratitude, but gratitude was grateful, and what made Intix curious was that Lin Ling's next move was very strange. Well, perfect. The setting of Sister Rabbit is not bad, and my name is Lin Ling. You can call me Lin Ling. The earmuffs were worn on top of Intix's head, and Lin Ling commented with satisfaction, adding a rabbit tail to the back should be more effective. That's Lin Ling, what is this going to do? Curiously touched the thing on her head. Intix really didn't understand anything at all, but she didn't understand anything, so people had the fun of bullying. Looking at Intix, who had an ignorant expression, Lin Ling showed a dark smile, and said step by step, Hey, Intix, I'm your benefactor, right? Well, Lin Ling, you gave me food and saved me from starving to death, so you are my savior. Nodding, Intix's affirmation. So, as a benefactor, I have some needs that I want to get your help with. Intix, you should be happy to help, right? Sitting next to Intix, Lin Ling continued. Well, of course, I'd love to, but what can I do for you? Asked Intix, tilting her head. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me. Grabbing Intix's shoulder, Lin Ling reached out and began to unbutton Intix's clothes. Although she was very puzzled by Lin Ling's actions, since she was doing her benefactor a favor, Intix was still very well behaved and didn't ask much, and let Lin Ling take off her nun clothes. Although this nun clothes were her only protection and dependence, but Lin Ling was a good person and would not harm herself. Lin Ling. It's so shy. What the hell are you going to do? Subconsciously shrunk herself. Although they were all girls, Intex still felt a little awkward and shy. Well, don't worry, it's just a simple game, and Intix, I need something from you. Please bear with me, okay? Picking up Intix directly and sitting in his arms, Lin Ling took out the collector and prepared to collect the operation. It didn't last too long, less than 10 minutes, it was over, and Lin Ling then put away the bottle with satisfaction. The 3 goals were achieved, and there were 17 more. According to this progress, it is estimated that the task will be completed in the next year. Carefully put it away, Lin Ling picked up Intix and walked towards the bathroom. Although the person is small but the amount is acceptable, but Lin Ling likes it very much, so it is more interesting to play. Quickly put away the warm water, sat in the bathtub with Intix, looked at Intix, who seemed to be sleepy, soaked for nearly an hour. Lin Ling walked out with Intix, who was completely asleep, put it in her own bed, turned on the air conditioner, turned around and walked out to the corridor, looking at the tall figure coming up at the staircase. The speed is really fast enough, and the location that I found in such a short time should have relied on some special method or the relationship between the intelligence ability of the magic association behind it. Steel Magnus, although I want to introduce myself by my real name, let's use Fortis 931 here. Fortis means strong, but the etymology is not important. This is a magic name. I don't know if you are used to hearing it. Standing less than 2 meters in front of Lin Ling, Steel spit out a puff of smoke rings. The whole person had already entered the battle state. He knew very well that the beautiful girl in front of him was not an ordinary person, although he didn't know what the strength of the other party was, but it was safer to go all out just in case. Lin Ling, a person on a journey. I don't know why the magician came here. Lin Ling asked knowingly. Asking for flowers 0. Traveler, what about the liar? If you can, I don't want to have a conflict with you. Please hand over Intix. The 103,000 magic books she has must not fall into the hands of outsiders. I am going to carry out the recovery work now. I hope your excellency can cooperate with you to avoid a meaningless battle between us. Steel went straight to the topic. If it was an ordinary person, he would have used it a long time ago, and he would still stand here and talk so much nonsense. I'm sorry, Intex is already my belongings. I won't hand them over. You better go back. I'm busy. I don't have time to spend here with you. Waving her hand, Lin Ling smiled. 0. Then there is no way. Flames. Sighing, Steel threw the cigarette butt in his hand out of the corridor, and in an instant, a raging fire suddenly erupted from the cigarette butt, quickly forming and condensing on Steel's palm, which looked really powerful and gave people a kind of rush. It's too weak. If it's only this level, don't be ashamed. Get out of here. With a grin, Lin Ling snapped his fingers simply, and a water dragon more than 10 meters large instantly condensed in the air outside the floor, which appeared vividly, opened his mouth and let out a roar, and devoured it at Steel with a shocked face, and the flame was directly vaporized in the dragon's mouth, and then the water dragon turned into a torrent, directly washing Steel down from the upper floor. I've shown mercy to you, for the sake of being a friend of Intix. Look at the time, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and in 2 hours it's dinner time. This point should be out of school, and typing should get off work after a while. This pair of brothers and sisters and neighbors should find a time to get it done. Typing should be easier. After all, I can see that I have a good impression of myself, and the difficulty of small burial will be a little higher, but it's just a little bit. After all, 2 ordinary people, it's a big deal to use a little bit of strength. Underscore this well always feels a little familiar. I'll go down and have a look. After looking at the well, Lin Ling jumped lightly and jumped directly from the well. It's useless, it's all ordinary well water. No. Yakumo Zi didn't finish speaking. His face changed instantly. He hurriedly ran to the well, and looked towards the well, but he didn't find the slightest trace of Lin Ling, and he disappeared out of thin air. At this time, on the other side, after Lin Ling jumped into the well, she found out why this well was a little familiar to herself. Wasn't it the bone-eating well in Inuyasha? Is this a game that wants to let herself play a girl who travels through time and space? What kind of world does the system bring yourself to? Soon his feet stepped on the thick ground, and he looked at the well, but it was completely different. There was no well water in the well, but there were many white bones. These bones were obviously not human, but monsters. According to this situation, he should have relied on this well to cross, and came to the era of 500 years ago. Crawling out of the hole, Lin Ling saw at first glance that the sacred tree that was sacrificed at a certain moment was erected not far from the mouth of the well. Although it was a tree, it already had spirituality, and there was a powerful energy condensed on the tree. It should be the so-called power of faith, so that Lin Ling, as a monster, felt a little disgusted. This was an instinctive feeling, and walked directly towards the forest. Lin Ling wanted to confirm the current time or the starting point of the plot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden side quest, the first ring mission. Become a well-known big man in the world, dominate one side, develop your own power, complete the reward of 1,000 pleasure points and open the second ring quest, within 1 year. That essay, can I still go back to the system? Compared to the task, what Lin Ling cares about is whether she can travel back. There are still a few targets in modern times that have not been tasted, especially the dragon girl Thor. Lin Ling wants to try the bathing method of licking each other, and Thor has it. Will a certain Lori Dragon Connor be far away? The host can travel through the bone-eating well at any time, but if the side quest is not completed within the time limit, the quest will be completely cancelled. Double. Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. The first ring is 1000 points, the second ring is 2000 points, and the third ring is 4000 points. Although I don't know how many rings there are, but as long as it reaches more than 10 rings, what a rich reward it will be after completion. It is immeasurable. No matter what, this task must be done. I am sorry for myself if I don't do it, but Lin Ling wants to know how the time on these two sides is calculated. If it is a day and a day here, it will be troublesome, and it must be planned well. Ding! The passage of time between ancient and modern times is 10:1. 10 days in ancient times is equal to 1 day in modern times. If you are concerned about the flow rate of modern time, the host can use pleasure to purchase. Every 10,000 pleasures the passage of modern time pauses for a month, and the time flow rate returns to 10:1 after a month, which can be adjusted in this way for ancient times. It's so expensive. It's all there, but 1 year is equal to 10 years in modern times, and it should be enough, so I'll go back here once a week, and that's it for the time being. Let Lin Ling feel pain. Let's plan like this first and see the situation. Having said that, I don't know what age it is, and I didn't see a certain dog demon male protagonist who was shot on a tree and fell asleep all over the forest. Lin Ling directly set up the demon wind and flew into the sky, checked the environment in the surrounding area, but saw a small village a few kilometers away from Shenmue. Changed into an ancient samurai costume, Lin Ling tied a simple single ponytail, used witchcraft to make some ugly treatment on her face, looked at the figure in the mirror condensed with ice. It looked like a handsome and heroic beautiful young samurai, nodded with satisfaction. Lin Ling came to the outside of the village, pinned a katana to her waist for decoration, and entered the village. This is a small village, scattered with houses made of thatch and wood for 2 or 3 times. It is estimated that the population is less than 100 at most. Walking on some muddy dirt roads, I met several villagers who looked at him with awe, but he didn't dare to take a step closer to him, and when he almost wanted to ask something, these villagers didn't give him a chance to turn around and ran away, which made Lin Ling a little depressed. But there are still people in a village. Lin Ling found the village chief, but in vain. These villagers have basically not been to the outside world, and they don't know what era it is. They just live by guarding their own acres and 3 points of land, and the biggest person they have come into contact with is only the tax collector sent by the Lord. The only useful news is that there are monsters in this era, and they are blatantly appearing, and most of them will attack humans, and there are also spiritual abilities in humans who will retreat from the monsters, but overall, this era is the world of monsters, and humans can only barely protect themselves in the mouths of monsters. Did not accept the village chief's kind invitation to stay for dinner and give women and other courtesies. Lin Ling left the village directly, but the well of eating bones is here. For the sake of convenience, if you want to establish a force, it is undoubtedly better to choose to establish it in this area. As for the news, it is better to go to those big cities to inquire. But the ancient neon men really look like uncivilized monkeys. They generally look crooked melons and cracked dates. Not to mention, the height has hardly ever seen more than 1 meter 5. More than 1 meter 5 are rare. Lin Ling's own height of more than 1 meter 6 is at the level of giants. It is estimated that the modern casual sling silk in the ancient Li's generation are tall and beautiful men, and the girl is still so-so, although the height is also a hard injury, but the small one is also good to use as lorry. Fighting, robbing. Just as Lin Ling walked through a path, a group of thieves suddenly popped out of the bushes on both sides, and the best weapon in their hands was just a rusty kitchen knife, and the others were holding sharpened bamboo and other things, and surrounded Lin Ling with a fierce face. If it weren't for the fact that these guys had yellow skin and no sharp ears, Lin Ling thought that she had encountered a group of disgusting goblins, but it seems that these people are not much different from goblins. I seem to understand why there are titles like 100 or even 1000 people. Pulling out the katana at her waist, Lin Ling felt a little funny. This group of garbage can fight 10 at a time even if she didn't have any ability at the beginning, let alone now. The Kamakura period. There is a time lag of about 700 years from modern society, and there are still more than 100 years to go before the famous Warring States period enters the 21st century, but the 1000 years before entering the modern era of the 21st century are also an era of monsters rampant and endless. Looking at the falling cherry blossoms, Lin Ling took a sip of tea. Her whole face wrinkled. It was too hard to drink. There was no fried tea in this era, and a lot of messy things were added to the tea, and it was hard to drink. But the average person couldn't afford tea. Only the aristocracy and the rich drank it. But for Lin Ling, this kind of tea is not as good as a glass of water. But I don't know if it's an illusion. I always feel that everything I see all the way makes me feel very familiar. Now Lin Ling's location is only more than 20 kilometers away from the villages near Shenmue, and it is also the only city within 100 miles around, although it is similar to the small county town in later generations, but it is already a prosperous metropolis for the ancient people, and the city lord of this city is the owner of the surrounding generation of territory, and also the lord of all the nearby villages. He has been in this era for 2 days, except for the background of the 540 generations. Lin Ling has nothing to gain at all, and I really don't understand why he came to this era. Miss, wait for the slave. Don't. It's hard to come out once. Don't follow me. On the street not far away, a girl in a gorgeous costume ran in front with an excited face, and several maids behind were hurriedly chasing after her. Definitely the princess of a noble family ran out to play. After all, compared with the ordinary people around who were mostly wearing sackcloth, their combination was too conspicuous. Check out. Putting down a few copper coins, Lin Ling got up and shouted to the store, "Idle is also idle. It is better to go back to Hyundai first and collect Long Mei and the neighbor next door first." Aller, Mr. Samurai, a face I've never seen before, and they're so good looking and tall, if only my future husband were like that. The cute lorry girl looked at Lin Ling who came out of the small shop and said with fantasy, but she didn't know that her thoughts had completely come out of her mouth. "Go back quickly, Your Highness the Princess, the Lord of the city will be angry if he finds out." After all, although they are in the city, if there is any accident or danger, they will definitely be executed. After all, in ancient times, men were inferior to women, and human life was like grass for rulers, and it was common to execute servants. Ignoring the maid's request, the maiden raised her head and said, "Now, this samurai, is you going to be a retainer of my family?" "Oh, miss, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person?" Looking at Lori in front of her with a smile, Lin Linky said, "I can see you're not a bad person." In response to Lin Ling's words, the girl stood up straight and said confidently, "Why?" Looking at the girl, "Lin Ling is here. What a funny girl. Lin Ling doesn't mind spending some time playing with her. Because you are very handsome and tall, according to the script, such characters are famous heroes." The girl replied with a natural face. She is completely a second girl who has read a lot of storybooks, a daughter who does not know the world. According to her, good-looking and tall are good people, and it is estimated that when the time comes, they will be sold and give money to the people. Little sister, don't trust others too much. Good-looking people are not necessarily good people, and ugly, people are not necessarily bad people. Go back quickly, don't let your family worry. Squatting down and touching Lori's head, Lin Ling smiled. When she was still a dick, she hoped to have a good skin, but now Lin Ling misses her ordinary appearance and ordinary life. Although she was leaned over by the system, the beauty bubbled, and the life she experienced was also colorful, but it was not as comfortable as the ordinary little life at the beginning. At the city gate, the gong used to alert and transmit information was sounded, and it was generally knocked in the event of a major accident or enemy attack, and immediately the whole city began to enter a state of readiness, and the city gate was also rapidly closed, and the pedestrians on the street also found a place to hide for the first time, and in the blink of an eye, the street that was still lively was cleared, and not far away, a column of Ashigaru soldiers was quickly rushing towards the city gate. "Your Highness, please come back with us, it's too dangerous here." Seeing this sudden situation, a servant girl said urgently. Well, after all, she is still a little girl. In the face of this sudden change, she is still a little afraid, and she is surrounded by maidservants and walks towards the ox cart not far away, and then before getting into the car, the girl shouted to Lin Ling, who was still standing on the side of the road and did not move, "Samurai, come with me, let you be my retainer, how about it?" Didn't speak, waved his hand, Lin Ling walked towards the city gate. He and this little princess are not all the way, after all, he is just a passerby in the other party's life. What makes Lin Ling curious is the situation outside the city, although he didn't see it, but he can feel that the two powerful monsters outside the city are definitely the breath of the big monsters that are more than 1,000 years old. Lin Ling has encountered miscellaneous monsters in the past 2 days, like this kind of 1,000-year-old monster ordinary people may not be able to see it once in a lifetime. It is estimated that even if you have seen it, you can't recognize it. After all, basically a monster with a little strength can make simple changes, and ordinary people can't recognize it even if they see it. When Lin Ling arrived at the city gate, a group of soldiers were on guard. Everyone's face was a look of fear, and the hands holding weapons were shaking. It was estimated that it was not the military order or the relationship between their own homeland behind them. These soldiers were all about to escape. The battle of the two behemoths in the distance, just the aftermath made the entire city tremble. If it was attacked, it was estimated that this small city would become history in a few minutes. Covering his breath, Lin Ling curiously poked her head out and looked carefully at the two sides of the battle. A huge white-haired dog demon and a gray-haired wolf demon no less than the dog demon were fighting fiercely, although the momentum was earth-shattering, and the fight was also very powerful, but Lin Ling always felt a little funny when she looked at it. Is this a dog-eat-dog hair? At present, it seems that the two sides are evenly matched, but as time goes by, the dog demon is slowly gaining the upper hand, strength, and combat experience. The dog demon is obviously a little higher than the wolf demon, but the difference in this point between the big monsters is enough to determine the victory or defeat. I've won this battle, how about it? The dog demon grinned and pressed the wolf demon's head and said, they are not mortal enemies, they only have such a battle for a bet. I lost to the dogs, and I disgraced the wolf clan. With an unwilling expression, the wolf demon shrank rapidly, and soon changed into a human form. Hey, is it a dog demon? It's not a dog. The dog demon who also changed into a human form complained dissatisfiedly, although this is the case, but it always feels awkward to be called a dog, and it makes it seem like a human domestic animal, and the dog demon is much better. Okay, I'm willing to lose the bet. I'm not a monster who can't afford to lose. I have joined your Western Kingdom on behalf of the Demon Wolf clan. Although it is an unruly face, the wolf demon is still very talking the way of credit. Well, as the Lord of the Western Kingdom, you are welcome to join, Wolf Tooth. By the way, your name is really ordinary. How domineering it is to call me to the Fighting Tooth King. Patted the wolf's shoulder, the king of the fighting teeth smiled heartily. The wolf's teeth were itchy. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat it, it had become a relationship between the monarch and the minister, and the wolf fang wanted to punch at the handsome face of the king of the fighting teeth. Then again, after watching it for so long, you can come out, friend. Ignoring the unhappy wolf fang, the fighting tooth king looked in the direction of the city gate and shouted, although it was far away, and ordinary people couldn't hear what was shouted, but Lin Ling heard the words of the fighting tooth king very clearly, and even heard the words just after watching the battle to the end. Flying down directly from the city wall, at this time, because the Duya King and the Wolf Tooth have become humanoid, so the soldiers at the city gate thought that the monster had left, and they were relieved, and the city gate was reopened, and they went back to their respective posts, and in these few seconds, Lin Ling has come to the front of the two demons, worthy of being the king of fighting teeth. He is indeed very handsome and handsome, no wonder the two sons are handsome pots. This gene is also a great innate advantage. As for the other wolf tooth, although it is not bad, but it is much more ordinary than the king of fighting teeth, there is really no harm if there is no comparison. Someone is really peeping. I thought it was my delusion. Touching his head and smirking, the fighting tooth king said in surprise. He just shouted tentatively, but he didn't expect that someone would really hide from watching them fight. Hey, what kind of eyes are you? The wolf fang on the side yelled at Lin Ling very unpleasantly. That look seemed to be sympathetic and mixed with pity, which made people very uncomfortable. It was already unhappy to lose to the king of fighting teeth, and it was looked at like this, and directly ignited the temper of wolf teeth. It is estimated that Lin Ling will not say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wolf teeth must have done a show with Lin Ling. Alright, wolf fang. Looking at this situation, the king of fighting teeth came out to be a peacemaker. For the king of fighting teeth, the wolf teeth still have to give some face, and then the king of fighting teeth looked at Lin Ling. Friend, it's not an ordinary person. Can you report your name? Lin Ling, just a nameless little demon. Shrugged, Lin Ling. Laughing at it, if you don't mind, I'll do it. How about you go have a drink with me? The fighting tooth king smiled and sent out an invitation to become the Lord of the West to create a foundation. Although the fighting tooth king has a hearty personality, but he is not stupid. He can feel it from the breath alone, although he can't feel the breath on Lin Ling's body. But this is enough to attract the attention of the fighting tooth king, either a super strong person or a person with special abilities. Gladly. Lin Ling is not polite. There is no loss to him by befriending the Lord of the Western Kingdom, and the first task is to establish his own power and spread his fame, which should be able to bring a lot of help to himself. The three of them walked together, directly set up the demon wind and went towards the western country. Since they want to drink naturally, they have to drink well, not to mention that they have made a strong friend. Today is a good day for the king of fighting teeth, and naturally they have to celebrate. The western country is far away from this side for ordinary people, but for the three big monsters, it is only a moment of kung fu to arrive. Everywhere I passed, the popularity of the Fighting Tooth King was very high. All the monsters looked at the Fighting Tooth King very respectfully, and many of the girl monsters looked at the Fighting Tooth King with a nymphomaniac face. And when the three of them came to the castle, an elegantly dressed and beautiful royal sister greeted them. It was Ling Yu Xianji, the wife of the Fighting Tooth King, the mother of Sesshomaru. Asking for flowers 0. Sitting down in the hall, they reintroduced. The Doughtooth King directly issued an order to celebrating the joining of the Wolf Tooth and the Demon Wolf clan, and making a new friend to Lin Ling. A very simple order, so that the Wolf Tooth is quite useful. The perception of the Fighting Tooth King is rubbing, but a very simple method can get a lot of benefits. The Fighting Tooth King's routine has been used very skillfully. If Lin Ling is a local monster, it is estimated that he will also be impressed by the personality, charm and means of the Fighting Tooth King. It's very simple to eat and drink, and then it's chatting and farting. The banquet between monsters is actually not much different from that of humans, and so on after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors, until late at night, the banquet dispersed. Lin Ling followed the servant to the guest room arranged for himself. When passing by the corridor, he saw an interesting scene in the courtyard. A silver-haired teenager was wearing a tight-fitting practice uniform to practice against a huge rock. Each attack can leave a scratch or indentation on the rock. It is the eldest son of the Fighting Tooth King, but the current killing pill looks very young. It is estimated that the human age is about 15 or 16 years old, and there is still a little baby fat on his face, plus the appearance of the 3NOS is quite cute of course. Based on the age of the monster, killing pill is now estimated to be about 200 or 300 years old, although the strength is still very weak, probably at the point of initially stepping into the intermediate monster, but it's already a rare genius at this age to have such strength. Many monsters don't necessarily reach the level of middle-level monsters after thousands of years of cultivation. 0. Seemed to feel Lin Ling's gaze, exhaled slightly. Sesshomaru stopped his movements, looked up at the corridor upstairs, and happened to meet Lin Ling's gaze. In this regard, Lin Ling smiled slightly and said hello, but Sesshomaru didn't appreciate it at all, ignoring Lin Ling and turning his head to continue to concentrate on practicing against the rocks. What a spoiled bear child. The Fighting Tooth King has failed a bit in terms of education. Lin Ling shook her head and entered the guest room, put the rest of the things first, and get a good night's sleep. Lin Ling, are you up? How was your rest last night? In the courtyard, King Duya greeted Lin Ling who walked out of the door, standing next to Sesshomaru still with that cool facial paralysis look. Watching his father greet the strange woman in front of him, he suddenly frowned. It seemed that Sesshomaru hated Lin Ling a little. Well's rested, Fighting Tooth King, are you training your son? Lin Ling floated down from the upper floor and walked over. Yes, this is my son Sesshomaru. His personality is a little cold, but his qualifications are very good. The Fighting Tooth King smiled, with a sense of pride. After all, the performance of the killing pill in all aspects made his father very satisfied, and his strength improved very quickly. The only thing that made the Fighting Tooth King hurt was that the killing pill personality was too indifferent, except for the cold appearance of the family who didn't care about anyone, and some of the 540 in the pursuit of power, so the Fighting Tooth King was very worried about the future situation of the killing pill, and he didn't know if he could inherit his position and continue to lead the Western Kingdom. I can see it, but the personality still needs to be changed, and he looks so cute and handsome, he should smile more. Lin Ling quipped. You don't have to worry about it. It seemed that he really hated Lin Ling, and Sesshomaru opened his mouth unhappily. Sesshomaru, how do you talk to the elders? Quickly apologize. King Duya scolded with a cold face, and then said to Lin Ling apologetically, I'm sorry, Lin Ling, Sesshomaru is like this, don't take it to heart. It's okay, after all, I'm still a child, so it's okay to be straightforward. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, don't look at the killing pill is hundreds of years old, according to the age of human beings. It is also a teenager who has just entered the rebellious period, and it is normal to be ignorant. I don't think of this kind of woman as an elder, I don't have anything else to practice, father. Sesshomaru said dissatisfied, turned around and left. Seeing this, the Fighting Tooth King is also a little helpless. It's not the first time that the killing pill is like this, although the monster respects the strength, but it doesn't mean that the strength represents everything, just caring about the pursuit of power, and in the end it can only fall to the point of being alone, and even the end of the betrayal of the family. The Fighting Tooth King has already seen too much of this situation in the past 1,000 years. As a father, the Fighting Tooth King doesn't want the killing pill to continue like this, but unfortunately because the killing pill was born, he has been busy building the Western Kingdom to deal with foreign enemies, and he has almost no time to deal with various things with the killing pill, resulting in the fact that the character of the killing pill is almost stereotyped now, and it is really difficult to change it. Don't worry too much, children and grandchildren have their own grandchildren, as long as you guide them well, there should be no problem. Looking at the helpless and worried face of the Fighting Tooth King, Lin Ling comforted her. I borrowed your auspicious words. Lin Ling has a matter of request. I hope you will be the teacher of the killing pill, teach him the knowledge of how to behave in the world, and guide his cultivation by the way. Wang said with a sincere face, the Lord of the Dignified One, the world's well-known big monster. The King of the Fighting Teeth bowed to Lin Ling without any shelf, and the monsters were probably flattered in the face of the King of the Fighting Teeth and agreed directly, but Lin Ling did not have the time to be a teacher for the killing pill, and his time was also very tight. Fighting Tooth King, I'm sorry, it's time. Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling said bluntly, it's okay, as long as Lin Ling can occasionally take some time to give some guidance. It seemed that he expected Lin Ling's words, and the King of Fighting Teeth retreated to the next thing. Looking at such a low-profile Fighting Tooth King, Lin Ling was also convinced, but it was not easy to have a seizure. After all, people asked him to be a teacher with such a low profile and a smile, as long as he occasionally took some time to teach the killing pill. Lin Ling was not refusing, nodding his head was to agree to the Fighting Tooth King's request, and then rejected the Fighting Tooth King's proposal to hold an apprenticeship banquet or something. Lin Ling found an excuse to leave. And after a few days of leisure, it was time to work. Lin Ling was ready to establish the prototype of his own power with Shenmue as the center, and then carry out the next step of construction to make his reputation famous. Looking at the departing Lin Ling, the Fighting Tooth King did not stop him. He did everything that should be done, and then let it be. But the Fighting Tooth King still let the news of Killing Pill becoming Lin Ling's disciple spread out for the first time, although most people felt strange about the Fighting Tooth King's order, but under the unparalleled prestige of the Fighting Tooth King, this matter still spread quickly throughout the Western Kingdom, and in order not to offend Lin Ling by some unsightly monsters, the Fighting Tooth King also specially asked people to draw a portrait of Lin Ling and distribute it together, and immediately Lin Ling, who was the teacher of the son of the Lord of the Western Kingdom, Killing Pill, inexplicably had a great reputation among the monsters. After all, not all monsters can be the teacher of the Killing Pill to be so valued by the King of Fighting Teeth and let him serve as the teacher of the Killing Pill. Its strength is definitely close to the top monster of the big monster. Even if it's not a big monster, a little bit of a brain won't underestimate Lin Ling, a monster who was unknown in the past. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Lin Ling returned to the Shenmue. The surroundings are still the same. I don't know if it is too remote or something else. The scope of this area. Lin Ling really hasn't seen the existence of other monsters. Even the kind of miscellaneous monsters have never seen it. Both hands hit the seal. Lin Ling directly unfolded the fox girl form. The 9 tails behind her waved. The huge demonic power surged, and the surrounding terrain quickly changed under Lin Ling's thoughts. With the talent of the 5 elements, coupled with the strength of the immortal level, in an hour's time, around the Shenmue as the center, a circle of 20 meters high around the ground similar to the Great Wall of the city wall rises from the ground, and then on the ground in the city, a branch breaks out from the ground, rapid growth and deformation, a quaint and delicate wooden house emerges, the ground in the center wraps the bone-eating well directly establishes a castle tower that is not less than the height of the city wall, and directly creates a palace complex around the 2.0 castle tower, and the vacant ground in front of the palace leaves a square, and a fountain pool of gushing spring water is made, and the road surface is paved with all the marble made. Looking at the city that belongs to him with satisfaction, the next thing is not popular. After all, the city that no one lives in is just a dead city after all, and then he should think about how to completely revitalize the city, whether he will gather humans to be a lord or collect monsters to be a demon king. Lin Ling is a little hesitant. People and demons in this era cannot coexist. There are only a very few, and finally Lin Ling thought about it, or it is better to collect monsters. After all, strength is the first choice. Of course, it is not all monsters, otherwise it will be troublesome to engage in a miasma, and now it is just a preliminary idea, how to actually look at the situation. I'm Hu Hansen back again. Drilling out of the bone-eating well, Lin Ling shouted happily, but the next moment his head was short of a fist, and Yakumo's eye was looking at himself angrily. You finally came out. What the hell is going on? Don't you explain? Yakumo's eye asked. You must know that Lin Ling disappeared in the well for a long time. She was very worried, so she waited here for a long time, or forced to wait for sleepiness. Usually she was almost asleep. If it wasn't for the mutation or other major events, she wouldn't have come out of the bed easily at all. Well, it's a long story. Lin Ling touched her head and said, after all, this matter is a little difficult to say, but it is not something that cannot be said. In this regard, Lin Ling organized the language and came with Yayun's eye. Of course, it is only about the things that this well can cross, and the other details are too lazy to say. Just let Yayun's eye know about it. Nodding, after listening to Lin Ling's narration, Yayun's eye looked at Lin Ling playfully and said, I see, it's really a wonderful well, but Lin Ling, what are you going to do? This change should have nothing to do with you. After you went in, I found that the amount of resentment has decreased a little, although it is only 1 or 27 points, but it has indeed decreased. Do you know what's going on? I don't really know. Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling said that she was very innocent. This was obviously a pot made by the system, but she had to carry it herself, and Lin Ling also felt that she was very painful. Forget it. Anyway, this mutation will all be left to you to deal with. According to the current situation, the enchantment can last for about 3 years through repair blessings, and you have to get the mutation done within this time limit, otherwise Gensokyo will no longer exist. Yakumo's eye said in a worried tone. There was nothing to be done about this unexplained change, but to look at Lin Ling. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Purple, you have to believe me. Meng Mengdo looked at Yayun's eye, and Lin Ling reassured. Okay, I'll go back. I'll inform you about this. With an expression of believing that you have a ghost, Yakumo's eye opened the gap and left. Now that Lin Ling has been put on the danger list, Yakumo's eye is not at ease after staying with Lin Ling for a long time. Looked at the wellhead that was still bubbling black gas. In fact, this resentful thing is still easy to solve. There are a lot of things in the system mall that can be temporarily sealed, but the pleasure value is not low. This cost can be saved. Anyway, there are still 3 years. It's time. It's really not too late to exchange it. Now, let's go taste the delicious 2 girls at home. Of course, before that, there are 2 little girls who need to be re-educated, so that they understand what is called the cruel reality of society. Get up and go directly to the Boli Shrine. Ryemo is easy to find, but the shooting pill is estimated to be a little difficult. The shooting pill is running around all day. It is a little difficult to find her, but it's not the help of heaven. I am still the other party's bad luck. Lin Ling just arrived at the position at the entrance of the Boli Shrine, and saw the shooting pill Wen sitting together to make tea and drink with a distressed face. But soon, the shooting pill Wen had no time to worry about. Looking at Lin Ling flying in the distance, he suddenly let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost, turned around and ran immediately. It was not too late. The meat in the mouth. How could Lin Ling let her run away so easily? Within 3 seconds, he grabbed the shooting pill Wen with a pale face and returned to the shrine. Compared with the sad urging of the shooting pill Wen, it is still the same, and even for Lin Ling's arrival, she is still very diligent in making tea and massage. For Raymond, this is a rich man, and some money can make her a sum of money. As for being like this by Lin Ling, it is just a trivial matter, and it is not put on Ryema at all. He is quite comfortable. If Lin Ling is willing to donate money every day, Ryema is ready to serve Lin Ling for the rest of her life. Although Lin Ling didn't know about Raymond's thoughts, she could guess some, and she always felt that she had led Ryemo astray and awakened some strange thoughts, but Lin Ling didn't bother to care so much. Looking at the trembling shooting pill Wen and the look of anticipation Raymond, Lin Ling closed the door with a smile and started her own instructive education course. 2 hours later, he walked out of the room with his pants in his hand. Lin Ling left the shrine under Ryuma's respect, and as Lin Ling left, Raymond's eyes were shining with gold and pounced on the pile of banknotes on the table, completely ignoring that he was still naked. As for the side curled up in the corner to draw circles, the psychological shadow was obviously more serious. Shotmaru Wen was directly ignored. In Raymond's opinion, he hoped that Lin Ling could come more often, so that she would not be troubled by poverty anymore. Leaving Jinsukyo, Lin Ling went straight to the apartment, and when Lin Ling arrived at the park near the apartment, a wonderful energy was unfolding around, or it would be more appropriate to describe it as an enchantment. But this energy is harmless to people. It only plays a suggestive role, making people subconsciously avoid the location in this area, but it naturally does not work for people with some strength. In the next second, when Lin Ling fell from the sky, the open space in the park saw that the newly acquired dragon girl Thor was passively resisting the opponent's attack, and the enemy was chasing Intex to find the divine crack flame. In the position behind the divine crack, Steel was watching the battle and did not interfere. When Lin Ling appeared, the battle between the two immediately stopped. After all, the goal of the two was Lin Ling, the culprit, but I didn't expect 540 Lin Ling to have such a powerful maid as a helper, which made the originally confident divine crack and Steel feel a little lacking. Lord Lin Ling, you're back. The tail of the dragon behind him wagged, and Thor looked at Lin Ling cutely, with the expression of a pet dog begging for praise and praise. Good job, Thor, you're doing a great job. Funny touched Thor's head. How can such a dragon girl not be spoiled? And then Lin Ling looked at the waiting god Crackfire and said, you are here to find me. Are you here to take Intix? That's right. I hope your excellency will hand over Intix to us, before I give my name to magic. Divine Crack is tough. As one of the saints, Divine Crack has this confidence, but obviously Divine Crack still underestimates Lin Ling too much. Lin Ling didn't mind the attitude of the split. After all, the other party didn't understand him, and it was normal to have limitations, but Thor on the side was not happy. Thor, who had already regarded Lin Ling as a benefactor and lover, opened his mouth to come and take a dragon breath to eliminate these two nasty guys, and the reason why he was passive in the battle just now was also because of modern common sense that Thor understood that he couldn't come nonsense, otherwise he didn't need Lin Ling to come over at all. Thor would have killed the two of them a long time ago, and there was still time for them to talk nonsense here. It's not good to fight and kill. Wouldn't it be nice to sit down and have a cup of tea peacefully? Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling had the expression of a pacifist. I'll ask one last time, hand over Intix, and we'll go at once, or I'll be named magician. Shen Crack is very faceless. His hand has already grasped the long knife on his waist, and he will do it immediately at any time. Sighing, Lin Ling knew that this battle was inevitable, so let Shen Crack understand how big the gap between her and herself was. Hooked her fingers, Lin Ling said, then let's use force to speak, but before that, how about we make a bet? I win, you have to promise me 3 things. I lose, Intix, you take it. I will not stop it. Hey, that's not fair, isn't it? Intix is our man, so it's not worth it. Steel spoke up. Then what do you say? Lin Ling asked rhetorically. It's very simple, we win Intix, and you give it back to us, and you have to leave us at our disposal and join us. Steel said with a smile. He was very confident in the strength of the divine split. As long as he won and brought back Intix, he could also get a subordinate who was not weak and obedient, no matter how it was calculated. Steel, this doesn't follow the rules. Does it require the Archbishop's approval? It's okay, God split. It's good to report it when the time comes. Presumably the Archbishop won't refuse such a good thing. Steel laughed. Seeing this, Shen Ling didn't say much. He agreed to this bet. Anyway, as long as he could bring back Intix, other small things, Shen Crack didn't care, looked at Lin Ling and seemed to be asking Lin Ling if he accepted the new conditions. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally nodded and agreed. Anyway, no matter what kind of conditions the other party proposed, he won. What is there to be afraid of? The strength is there. It's not that Lin Ling underestimates Shen Crack. That's the case. There is no way. God splitting fire. Magic name Salver 000. As my opponent, please report your name. The divine crack is a very formal way. Lin Ling, an unknown person, according to popular saying, I am a monster. Lin Ling said with a smile. It's really demonic in a way, Steel muttered on the side. After all, Lin Ling looks really a little demonic, and her strength is so strong. She is a perfect woman in a way. As for the so-called monster's remarks, it was directly regarded as a joke, and the same is true for God Split. Although this world has magic and superpowers, but monsters, or something, it still can't be believed. Don't you do it? Lin Ling maintaining the posture of drawing the knife, she asked. Since she has reported the name of magic, then once she makes a move, it will be a very serious way to attack, an accidental but crippled end, coupled with a strong confidence in her own strength. Shen Crack wants Lin Ling to come out first. Are you sure? Shen Crack himself may not have discovered it yet, but Lin Ling understands very well where Shen Crack's own shortcomings are. But even if he completely overcomes his shortcomings, Shen Crack is still not an opponent. This is an absolute gap in strength. In contrast to the misfortune of Kamijo Danma, Kamatsu is a person who was quite lucky at birth, a female pope who was designated as an Amakusa-style cross-cult before birth, and has the talent to succeed even if she doesn't have to work hard. She can be favored at the center of the masses without doing anything. Surprises happen every day that even she doesn't expect. Even if she is assassinated, she can survive. The bullet will miss for no reason, and even if the bomb explodes nearby, she can miraculously be unscathed. However, God Crack can't forgive himself for this lucky life that brings misfortune to his surroundings. Because he was afraid that his strong power would involve his Amakusa-style partners, he once chose to leave Amakusa-style, and in order to protect the people around him, God Crack could only suppress the feeling of wanting to be with them, and he chose to be alone. Because she was afraid that her Amakusa companions would be hurt by her side, she left the Amakusa-style cross-sect. But these tragedies were not caused by their fragility, and the culprit of all the tragedies was the god who regarded his companions as weak and did not believe in their strength. Somewhere in his heart he looked down on them, and he couldn't deliver himself to them. He left behind his close strength and continued to fight alone with his unskilled martial arts, and as a result, the enemy had a chance to take advantage of it. It is this arrogance, and the superiority of "I will protect you," that is the culprit of all these tragedies. In the duel with the strongest enemy in history, the water in the rear, she realized her own weakness and overcame this weakness. She began to trust her companions, gave herself to them, and maximized each other's strength. And after the battle with the water in the rear, she returned to the Amakusa style and became a female pope again. At this time, the divine crack is undoubtedly still deeply trapped in its own shortcomings. For Lin Ling's big expression, the divine crack thinks that he has given the other party a chance, since he doesn't know how to cherish it. Then he can't blame himself. He pulled out the knife and collected the knife within a few tenths of a second, and several cracks spread towards Lin Ling as fast as lightning from the feet of the divine crack. This kind of attack is not to mention ordinary people. Even those with a little strength will be caught off guard, but it is too slow for Lin Ling, and the tightrope that crossed is clearly visible. This is one of the most commonly used moves of the divine split. 7 flashes, although it seems very simple, but the simple tricks are also the most difficult to crack moves. Of course, this is very effective in dealing with opponents with little difference in strength or opponents who are weaker than themselves, and it is also the kind of effect that dials the group. Just when the divine crack thought that Lin Ling, who had no action, was about to be defeated under his own blow, Lin Ling stretched out his palm and put it in front of him. "Are you crazy? Want to resist with your physical body?" said Steele in surprise. The cigarette fell out of his mouth, and even if he was cracked, he had a disappointed look, thinking that Lin Ling was a knee-jerk reaction in a panic. "Don't play this little trick, give you another chance, use your strength, otherwise you won't have a chance to do it again." "Easily grab the wire," Lin Ling said unscathed, and pulled the wire in her hand and broke it directly. Frowning, Shen Crack didn't speak. This simple attack can see the gap between the two. Shen Crack completely put away his contempt, and regarded Lin Ling as the strongest enemy he had ever met. After all, it was the first time in his life that Shen Crack saw someone easily take over his 7 flashes with his hands so simply. It was definitely a monster-level existence. Even if he still had whole cards and killing moves, Shen Crack had no confidence to win Lin Ling. Then the next attack would be her last chance, and she had to go all out. "Hey, Godcrack, are you okay?" knocked on the door. Steele was worried, since he came back in the morning. Godcrack left a word that Intex was fine, and locked himself in the room and didn't come out. Now it's almost noon and there is no movement. The only thing that makes Steele puzzle is Godcrack's headless words and Godcrack's extremely pale face. Just when Steele was about to leave, the door opened, and Godcrack changed back to the original revealing outfit. His face was still so ugly, but it was better than staying in the room all the time to make people worry about it. Without waiting for Steele to care about the situation of Godcrack, Steele was directly pulled out of the hotel by Godcrack, and when Steele came back to his senses, Godcrack and handed over a taxi to signal Steele to hurry up and get in the car. "What the hell is going on?" Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he threw the cigarette butt away, and landed it in the trash can, and Steele sat in the back seat and asked the Godcrack in the seat on the other side. "Intix, it's okay." Lin Ling's hand. "What's going on with this 540 on the way? I'll tell you slowly. Let's go to the airport to buy a ticket right now, and go back to church immediately." Shen Crack said coldly, although being tossed by Lin Ling for a night made Shen Crack a little unacceptable, but Intix was still very happy to be rescued. The biggest blow was actually the church's hands and feet on Intix. "This time I went back." Divine Crack just wanted to ask Intix what was going on. Knock knock. At noon, Lin Ling specially asked Thordo to make some dishes, and personally came to the door of the neighbor and knocked on the door. "Today is the weekend. Xiao Berry should be at home. As for his brother's absence, I don't know, but let's take a look at the situation first. The number of female protagonists has reached 5, and when Xiao Berry is taken, there will be 6, and it's almost time to attack the male owner's side. But the only male protagonist I have met so far is the king of fighting teeth, when Ma and typing are 3. According to their own progress, it is estimated that they will be able to complete the task in a few months, and it is possible that they will exceed the standard. But after waiting for a few minutes, there was no reaction inside, and I directly expanded my perception to observe the situation in the room, and there was no one inside. "Did you go out?" It seems that this dish is made for nothing. Take it and feed it to Intix. It's better not to waste the food. Anyway, Intix's extra-dimensional stomach can eat anything. Hey, you, break up with Mistress Thor at once. Just as Linling was about to go back, a lowly sound sounded behind her. Turning around, looking at the cute lorry with baby fat in front of her, Linling smiled, although she took a few steps in vain, but the harvest was still very big, and finally waited for the little lorry Kungana in front of her to be sent to the door. But on the surface, her face was still looking at each other calmly. Linling squatted down and said, "What's wrong, kid? Are you lost? Don't pretend, I know, you lied to her. Big nymphomaniac." Connor said as he squeezed. Why don't you want to come to my house? Thor is there, too." Linling changed the subject, although Connor's words were all right in some ways. Returning to the room with Connor, who had temporarily stopped, closing the door, Linling called Thor, since Connor appeared. Then it can basically be taken down safely. With Thor here, he can mix up and assist again, and it is completely easy to leave this lorry dragon happily, thinking that he can play bath games with Connor in the future. Life is still very good. Just when Linling was in YY, Thor exchanged a few words. Connor looked at Linling viciously, because Thor refused to leave. The culprit was undoubtedly Linling. Yes, Connor was very dissatisfied, and decided to eradicate this human who took away his Lord Thor. Waving his small hand directly at Linling is attack with 1 or 3 punches, but unfortunately because the power in this world cannot be replenished, Connor is soft and useless, let alone killing. Chickens are probably not good. More than 10 minutes later, looking at Connor who finally confessed, Linling forgave Connor for her rudeness very much, and sincerely invited Connor to live, just raising 1 more lorry, and completing the undertaking by herself, let alone 1, it's no problem to come to a dozen. Anyway, the room is quite big, plus Connor can still live in a total of 4, of course, it is almost time to consider changing to a larger room. Unconsciously, he seems to be opening 100, maybe there will be new members to join in the future. It's probably all because of Lori. After a while Intex and Connor got acquainted, the two Lori began to play games together. Looking at this very loving scene, Linling is also relieved. Idol is also idle. Linling is going to go to the Academy City for a walk. Characters who can be included in the category of protagonists, there are still a lot of them in the Academy City. This can be regarded as the order of the system to open the road to the harem. Are you going out? Thor, who was doing housework, looked at Linlingdeo, who got up. Well, I'm sorry for you, by the way, Thor, and teach Connor some modern common sense. Linling put on her boots and walked out. Be careful all the way. After waving his hand and watching Linling leave, Thor glanced at the two loli who were still playing games. Let's put aside the teaching of common sense for the time being, and it is not too late to teach when I finish my housework. College City. On the road, Linling is a little troubled. After all, it is a metropolis with a population of more than 2 million. The whole city covers a large area. I didn't think much about it at first. I ran over. The question is what to do next. Although I know the plot, I know the main characters and the content of the plot, and I don't know the details at all. Or is it aimless wandering, trying my luck? Linling doesn't think that her luck is so against the sky. She can meet the target person if she walks around. But just when Linling was entangled, the next second she was slapped in the face by the speed of light. In the restaurant on the side of the street, through the glass window, Linling saw Mikan sitting together and the perverted Sunspot who was crazy about her sister, and the next second, although she couldn't hear what was said, the Sunspot suddenly jumped into Mitran's arms, and then the result was predictable, and she was directly punished by Mitran's education. Just a few meters in front of him, 2 girls wearing uniforms from different colleges than Mitran were also stupidly looking at the situation in the window, and Mikoto, who had taught Kuriko, naturally found out about the situation outside, which was very embarrassing, but this was also a norm in her life, and she quickly recovered, and took Kuriko out of the store with her, and came to the street outside the door. See you again, Mitran. Linling stepped forward and took the initiative to say hello. Do you know me? What's your name? Mikan asked. She was very impressed by Linling. She resisted her attack lightly, and her ability was definitely not weak. At least she was also a person with LV4 grade ability. Sister, who is she? Hiza rushed to Linling with a sense of crisis, looked at Linling carefully, and was soon amazed by Linling's stunning appearance. But the only favorite in Hiza's heart is undoubtedly Mikan. Even if Linling is beautiful, she is also her rival, and she will never compromise. My name is Linling, just a traveler. Don't you introduce the 2 friends over there compared to my business. Linling smiled and pointed to the 2 girls who were ignored on the side. I'm sorry, I'll introduce it first. Kuriko said with a bad 2.0 meaning, pointing to the quiet girl with a wreath and introducing. This is the first year of the first grade of Szechuan Middle School. At the beginning, the first time we met, I was Hatsuharu Ori. Chu-chun was a little shy, and, hello, I'm Chu-chun's classmate Ziu Ocean Tears, and I came with me unconsciously, and by the way, I'm incapable. Compared with the early spring, the Tears are much more extroverted, and he introduced himself generously. Hatsuharu-san and Seiden-san, right? My name is Mikoto Misaka, please take care of me. There is no frame, Mitran said very casually. In this way, even if everyone knows each other, as the third-ranked super electromagnetic cannon, Mitron's close performance without a frame has made the two relax a lot, because they agreed to play together. Kuroko's plan was undoubtedly directly vetoed by Mitron, and took the initiative to propose to go to the game center to play first, and by the way, I also asked Lin Ling if she wanted to come together. Anyway, they all know each other, and it is fun and lively to play together. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally will not refuse. Anyway, she is also free. Wow, there are a lot of people. Why are there so many children? The rest time is an hour, please don't go far. Just when everyone sighed at the crowd, a bus guide on the side was shouting around. It seems that the reason why there are so many people here is because of this. People who come to sightseeing and tourism gather here. This kind of thing is common throughout the year. After all, the college city technology is ahead of the outside world for more than 20 or 30 years, and it is still a prestigious superpower city. It's a coincidence. Chu Chun said with a smile. This long dragon is estimated to take a lot of time to wait. I'll go take a spot. Kuroko suggested. Then I'll go with you. Chu Chun turned to the tiers who were first in line and shouted, Satan-san, please for our share. The money will be paid to you later. Kuroko answered. Lin Ling's words were already sitting on the bench, and there were only 2 tiers and Mikan left in the queue. Just let them bring the crepes. There is no need for everyone to huddle together and wait. Compared to this, Lin Ling was paying attention to the bank that was not open with the roller shutter door not far away, and she didn't think about it just now, but after seeing it, she remembered that there was a bank robbery in the plot, and it should be here. It didn't take long for Mitron to come over with everyone's share, and the last one was too hung in hand, although it was sent with tears, but it was beyond the love of Kwatai. Mitron's happy appearance couldn't stop at all, and on the whole it was still a very happy daily life. But the next moment, with a big explosion, the bank's roller shutter door was blasted open, which immediately attracted everyone's attention, and then 3 masked bandits rushed out with their bags and headed towards the car not far away. Hashan, contact the guards and confirm that the wounded will be handed over to you. Please hurry up. Well, okay, Kuroko. That's not good. Sister, maintaining the law and order of the school city is the job of our discipline commissioner. Please don't interfere this time. Kuroko said very handsomely, but the highest robber on the opposite side is the ability of LV3, with the strength of Kuroko LV4 and the ability of the space department. Generally speaking, subduing this group of robbers is not a problem at all. It's amazing, looked at Kuroko, who easily knocked down a robber on the stage, and said with a hint of surprise and envy in his tears. It's really a sunspot. Mikoto is quite proud, but Kuroko's ability to catch the prisoner unscathed, if Mitron does it, it is impossible for this group of robbers not to suffer a little. At this moment, Chu Chun on the side had an argument with the female tour guide, because a little boy went back to the bus to get something, and left here, and the bus stopped on the road opposite the bank, in the area where the robbers and sunspots were fighting, but Lin Ling had already left first, and found the boy in the grass. After all, this is also a big advantage of being familiar with the plot. Just as Hisa had just solved the first offender with superpowers, another prisoner took the opportunity to run to the car, and Lin Ling and the little boy were here in the car. Without accident, the robbers took the 2 as hostages and wanted to come over to catch the 2 to help them get out, and just when the robbers grabbed Lin Ling, a water ball formed out of thin air, enveloping the robbers, and they drowned in a coma. It ended perfectly. A snap of his fingers lifted control. Looking at the fallen robber, Lin Ling looked at the tears that were standing not far away in a daze, and suddenly a good idea came to mind. In the evening, looking at the robbers who were sent to the police car, it was almost over. Mitron went back with Kuroko, everyone left their numbers, and waited for the next time they had time to play together. Chuchun and Tears also left together. The combination of 5 people left Lin Ling alone, took out her mobile phone, edited a text message. Lin Ling sent out the tears. A few seconds later, there was a reply immediately. Looking at the content of the text message, Lin Ling smiled and edited a message again, turned off the phone, and turned to leave. What's wrong? At the intersection, Chu Chun looked at the tears looking at the phone and asked. The tears were a little weird at the beginning. It's okay, goodbye then, early spring, I've arrived. Closing the phone, with a tearful smile, he trotted away. Seeing this, although Chu Chun was puzzled, he didn't care, shook his head and left. Back home, Lin Ling glanced at the shoes in the hallway, walked in. In the hall, Intix and Connor were teasing a brown and white kitten together. On the balcony, Steel was smoking, and Thor was cooking in the kitchen. A very harmonious scene, but I always felt that there was trouble coming to the door. You're back, dinner will be ready soon. Thor walked out and said to Lin Ling. Well, what's going on with this cat? Lin Ling sat down on the sofa. What Intaxis and Connor picked up this afternoon while they were playing in the park seems to be an abandoned cat, and Intax brought it back because she wanted to keep it. Can't you? It's okay, anyway, there is no shortage of this cat food. By the way, Thor, contact the property tomorrow and change to a big room. The current home is too small. Lin Ling commanded. Okay, Lord Lin Ling nodding. Thor was already fully familiar with modern life during this time, and this little thing was completely fine. Hey, I'm a big living person here, don't you wonder what I'm doing here? Extinguishing the cigarette butt and throwing it away, Steel walked in. I'm not curious, it's better to say that as soon as I see you, I know that trouble is coming to the door, and I should say something quickly. Lin Ling shrugged her shoulders with an attitude that you were not welcome to come. Really? Reaching out and taking out a document from his arms, Steele said, you know where a girl was imprisoned in the Misawajuka school, and now Misawajuka seems to have become a new religion with science worship as the main axis, not to mention the teachings of this religion. This Misawajuka has been occupied by someone. He is a real magician who is like a fake. No, it should be an alchemist of the Zurich school to be precise. So what? It's my business. You didn't come to me to talk about this matter, did you? Or do you want to ask me for help? Lin Ling said with an unhappy face. Well, to put it bluntly, you need to go with me about this matter. I will tell you the specific situation on the way. After all, the above means that if you don't listen to our command and help, then in Tex we will take over again. This is our policy. Steele said in a threatening tone. Even if Lin Ling easily defeated the Saint Divine Split, the strength and heritage of the church were not just a saint. Hehe, then you can give it a try. Lin Ling laughed angrily, unless the other party called God out. In this world, Lin Ling didn't think anyone could threaten her. Of course, the choice is up to you. If you refuse, I can only report it truthfully. I don't know the consequences of going to the door at that time. If you go with me on a mission, we're to gather at the overpass at 7 o'clock in the evening. I will wait for you for an hour. Steele had a nonchalant look on his face. He was just an errand herald anyway. Then, Steele left, looking at Lin Ling's cold expression. Intix opened her mouth a little worriedly, but she didn't know whether to say it. Seeing this, Lin Ling touched Intix's head and said, don't worry, as long as you don't want to, no one can take you away from me. If the other party dares to be unrelievable, I don't mind letting that group of gods experience it well, not an existence that anyone can provoke casually. Bastard, are you really letting me go with my pigeons? Steele broke in, looking at Lin Ling, who was eating hot pot with everyone, and roared. He went over to wait for Lin Ling at 5 o'clock, and didn't see Lin Ling coming until 7 o'clock, and ran directly to the apartment. Oh, Steele, would you like to eat a little together? Lin Ling swallowed a mouthful of meat. Eating some hot pot on a hot day has a different taste, especially when the air conditioner is turned on. Really, do you understand the seriousness of the matter? If you don't come, the church will have to take action, and I won't be able to help you then. If it weren't for Intix, do you think I'd be willing to let you help? Said Steele helplessly, and sat down very unceremoniously. Anyway, the table was big enough, and it would not be crowded with a few people crowded together. No, if you can snatch Intix, I'll lose. Lin Ling said disdainfully. There are 2 dragons in Thor, Connor, and Lin Ling really doesn't see that force in this world that can easily take away Intix, not to mention that Thor is still a dragon who has fought with God, not an ordinary existence. I'm begging you, okay? What kind of meat is this? It's delicious, and it tastes very strange. Sandwiched between a piece of meat that looked a little strange, Steele felt that his magic had improved somewhat, although it wasn't much, but it was obvious that it was a rare treasure for their magicians, but it was made into a hot pot to eat. It was really a waste. If it was made into a potion or something, it would definitely be able to get a greater boost. That's the dragon's tail meat, cut off from Thor's body, Lin Ling explained. Humph, it's delicious, thank you Dade, ordinary people can't eat it. Thor was also proud to stand up his giant R. Really, don't be kidding, Lin Ling, what about your reply? Steele asked again. In fact, it is not a last resort. The church will definitely not make a big move. After all, one is the magic side and the other is the science side. If it is casually messed around, it will provoke a war between the 2 forces. It is not worth it and it is not cost effective. Even if the church wants to take action, at most it will send a few powerful people over, and it is at the level of God split. Can you take Intex from Lin Ling's hands? Steele said that there is not much hope at all. No, the trouble is dead. Lin Ling refused without hesitation. She was very busy, and she didn't have time to accompany Steele to perform any tasks, and it was almost time to go back to the Warring States tomorrow to see the situation. Intix, please? This is my life's request. Help me persuade Lin Ling. You don't want Lin Ling to get into so much trouble, right? And if you want to be an enemy of the church, you should know very well what kind of results will lead to. Immediately changing the subject, Steele said earnestly to Intix, and began to take a roundabout route. That's Lin Ling. Stopping the chopsticks, Intix looked at Lin Ling. Steele's words, Intix naturally understood in her heart, although she didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence and reliance could protect herself. But Intix didn't want Lin Ling to do anything because of her friendship with the church. Huh. You'll have 5 minutes to tell me the main thing. You said yes. 10 minutes later, looking at Steele, who quickly explained the ins and outs of the calculation, Lin Ling put down the dishes and chopsticks and said, in other words, as long as you arrest that alchemist, the guy named Oreos, and then rescue the girl who was imprisoned by him, the girl named Ji Shen in this photo, right? That's right, wait for me for a few minutes. Getting up directly, Lin Ling flew out of the window directly, and according to the location provided by Steele, within a few seconds, she arrived at Misawajuko, a twin building. At this time, in the room at the top of the building, Oreos, who was drinking tea with Ji Shen Kiasha, looked at Lin Ling who fell from the sky and broke the glass in surprise, and was knocked unconscious by Lin Ling one by one before he could react, and then simply lifted the collars of the 2. Lin Ling took off again and returned to the apartment. The 2 people you asked for brought back for you. Leaving the 2 on the floor, Lin Ling reseated, picked up the bowl and continued to eat hot pot. Thank you. Looking at Lin Ling with a smile, Steel felt a little frightened. Although he had overestimated Lin Ling, he still felt a lot underestimated. It took less than a few minutes to go out and come back, and he brought the target, not to mention the god Ji, who is known as a vampire killer. With the strength of Oreos, Steel understands the horror of his ability, but it is really shocking that he was brought over so easily. By the way, I'll take Oreos with me. As for this girl, can you trouble Lin Ling to take care of it for a few days before making arrangements, said Steel as he grabbed Oreos. Well, that's fine, just leave it to me. I looked at Ji Shen. I was in a hurry just now and didn't pay attention. Now it seems that she is a cute girl, and she is still a giant R. Lin Ling doesn't mind letting her stay. Then I'll trouble you. I'll report the specific situation. Steel left with Oreos. This time the task is surprisingly simple. As for Oreos' handling, it depends on the orders of the above, but according to Oreos' situation, it is estimated that he will probably be imprisoned by the church. Thor, give her a shower later, explain the situation when you wake up, and remember to contact the property tomorrow. Stretching and eating almost, Lin Ling walked outside. Lord Lin Ling, are you going out again at this time? Thor said with some unease. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, don't worry. Lin Ling waved her hand. Idle is idle, let's go to the warring states early. Time conversion. 4 or 5 days have passed on the warring states side. The time limit of the task is calculated according to the time of the warring states period. 1 year over there, equal to more than a month in modern society. I don't have so much free to waste. Anyway, just establish my own forces, find a few cats and dogs to recruit in, and then establish the forces with a preliminary framework. It's very simple. Coming to Gensokyo, the forest at night is also quite beautiful. There are almost no fireflies and wild animals outside, but there are a lot of here. Back to his thatched house, Lin Ling jumped directly into the well. The wonderful energy resurfaced. When Lin Ling stepped on the bottom of the well has completed the crossing. Flying out, this side is still the appearance of the day, but unexpectedly, from the city he established, Lin Ling found a lot of strange demonic energy, but these demonic Chi are very weak. It is estimated that it is not a powerful monster. Go and see it first. Maybe these will be the first residents of their own city. So, you just passed by, saw this empty city, and then moved in. Raising his eyebrows and looking at the 3 little monsters kneeling in front of him, Lin Ling understood what was going on. Yes, my lord, the little demon knows that he is wrong. Please spare his life. The 3 demons knelt down and bowed together, and it seemed that this action was not once twice and it was not once or twice. I'm too lazy to ask for your life. Anyway, from today onwards, the 3 of you will be my subordinates, okay? Lin Ling pointed to the 3 demons and said, now you report my names one by one, and tell me what kind of monsters you belong to. Below is the Nato monk, the one on my left is a rabbit demon, and the one on the right is a bean ghost. As for the name, we don't have it. That adult, are you really willing to accept us as your subordinates? The little demon who exuded the smell of Nato all over his body said cautiously, you must know that they are waste material monsters. Basically they can only survive. They belong to the lowest level of cannon fodder. Basically there will be no monster forces willing to accept monsters like them, and human beings also reject their existence, and the probability of becoming cannon fodder is very high. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, I'll take you in, and from now on, the 3 of you will clean up here for me, and everything else is free. Lin Ling clapped his hands and said, the only one who can see the only one among the 3 monsters is the rabbit demon, although there is no combat power, but only cute rabbit lori. You can use it as a maid, find a time to give them a name, save the trouble when calling people. Obey the order, Lord. The 3 demons kowtowed happily. At least there is no need to hide in Tibet. It is better to have a place to live in peace than anything else, especially in this era of troubled times. After getting the 3 demons, Lin Ling and the 3 demons learned about the various mountains in this period, that is, the division of the various monster forces. After all, these 3 demons have been mixed for so many years, and they must know a lot of information, but if they don't listen to it, they will be shocked when they hear it, not only in modern times, but also in ancient times, not only the big monsters such as the Fighting Tooth King, the Leopard Elvis King, and the Dragon Bone Spirit, but also the Nalion group. There are monsters like the Feathered Fox Entrenched, and there are legendary interstitial demons and the like. Anyway, almost all the famous monsters Lin Ling knows, but there are also many things that Lin Ling has never heard of, and they are chaotic. In this regard, Lin Ling can only say that it is really annoying. Let it be, as long as he completes the task well. When he came to the city gate, Lin Ling wiped the position at the top of the door, and 3 traditional Chinese characters appeared at the gate. 10,000 Demon City. Although this name is a bit cliché, but it sounds domineering. Anyway, no one knows at this time. This name is the first user, and no one can find fault with it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first ring side quest, rewarding 1000 pleasure points, and the second ring quest is opened, correcting the plot where deviations occur. The main character, the King of Fighting Teeth. Within 10 years, the completion reward pleasure value is 2000. What the hell? The first ring is confused, and the second ring, what does this unclear mean? Lin Ling said a little confusedly, but the first ring is completed, but there is nothing, or the second ring is what it means. However, since the hint is to take over those idle monster forces with the Fighting Tooth King now, a lot of information from the little monk of Nato is still very useful. Although there are many big forces divided by monsters, there are also many idle small forces. As long as Lin Ling can gather a few waves of small forces, he can immediately create a medium force out. Straightforward, but there are many shortcomings. After all, this will be a mixed bag, but Lin Ling is still very confident in his own management methods. It is the hopelessly stupid kind, and he can definitely play his due role in his own hands. More than a month of time passed in a flash, during which Lin Ling took the time to return to modern society twice, and the 10,000 Demon City has a large scale under Lin Ling's efforts, subduing a large number of small forces around it, killing a lot of brainless monsters with iron and blood, and then rewarding the meritorious subordinates, the big stick and sweet dates, and then a few main rules to restrain it. The entire 10,000 Demon City is managed by Lin Ling only, and the vast majority of monsters are obedient to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's fame has gradually spread and become the overlord of this region. And what surprised Lin Ling was the news from the outside world. Lin Ling became the teacher of the young master of the Western Kingdom, but it was much louder than her name as the lord of the 10,000 Demon City, and she didn't know what was going on with the inexplicable completion of her first task. I really didn't expect that the name of a teacher would be equivalent to completing the goal of the big man mentioned in the task, which made Lin Ling feel like she couldn't cry or laugh. Asking for flowers 0. Report to the king. There is a guest visiting outside the door. In the 10,000 Demon Palace, Lin Ling's entire group of subordinates had a daily banquet, and a little demon rushed in and said, for this line, Lin Ling almost subconsciously shouted that I was the queen, but fortunately she reacted quickly, and said majestically, please come in immediately. Yes. After listening to the announcement, Lin Ling immediately sensed who the person who came, and after a while, as expected, the Fighting Tooth King walked in with the killing pill, and said to Lin Ling with a smile, I haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Ling, you have become the master of one party. It is really gratifying. This is a congratulatory gift. 0. King Dofang, you didn't just come to me to say that. Immediately let people at a place next to him. Let the Fighting Tooth King sit down. Lin Ling didn't think that the Fighting Tooth King would be idle and had nothing to do to run to his side, although he had been staying in his own 1/3 of an acre during this time. But the news from the outside world, Lin Ling was still paying attention to it all the time. The contradiction between the Fighting Tooth King's Dog Demon Clan and the Ōtsutsuki Clan had become more and more intense, and there could be a war at any time. As the lord of a country, the Fighting Tooth King always had to guard against the Ōtsutsuki Clan, and during this tense period, he even took the time to bring the killing pill over, which was absolutely nothing good. Haha, you really saw through it. It's like this, our grievances with the Ōtsutsuki Clan. I guess you know a little bit about Lin Ling. This time I came here to hope that Lin Ling and your 10,000 Demon City can send troops to help me. Of course, Inuko Sesshomaru will stay here for a few days. I hope that during this period, Lin Ling can teach dogs more. The King of Fighting Teeth did not hide it, and directly stated his purpose. Okay, I agreed to your request. As for Sesshomaru's teachings, I will try my best to guide him. As for how much I can learn, it depends on his own creation. Lin Ling glanced at the silent killing pill Deo who was sitting beside the Fighting Tooth King with an arrogant face. The war with the Ōtsutsuki Clan, Lin Ling actually wouldn't mind if he didn't participate in the Fighting Tooth King, but thanks to the Fighting Tooth King helping him complete the first ring task, he was kind to himself, and he also had a good sense of the Fighting Tooth King Lin Ling, helping him to engage in the Ōtsutsuki Clan. Lin Ling didn't mind. By the way, he could also practice and train soldiers, and the province had been dealing with some garbage monsters, and he didn't have any growth strength. Today is really a good day, leisurely drinking tea, looking at where the killing pill in the courtyard is standing and walking, with the 2,000 pounds of weight bag that he redeemed tied to his body. Obviously he is already crumbling and can't hold it anymore, and he refuses to say anything and falls down stubbornly. It is really pleasant. Since the first day when the Fighting Tooth King sent the killing pill over, the killing pill has directly and boldly provoked Lin Ling, but with the strength of the killing pill, there is no doubt that he has been abused by Lin Ling over and over again. The strong of the Demon Clan are respected. Lin Ling is stronger than the killing pill, and he is the teacher appointed by the King of Fighting Teeth. Although the convinced killing pill is willing to follow Lin Ling's guidance, but in the face of Lin Ling's endless education methods, he has been physically and mentally exhausted in the past few days, but it is still quite surprising for Lin Ling to be able to resist hard. After all, this kind of exercise is beyond the tolerance range of his strength and age, but there are also advantages to doing so, breaking through the limit again and again, making the killing pill grow very quickly, and there has been a big improvement in a short period of time, and the control of demon power has become more skilled, and the breath has also condensed a lot. Looking at the hard-working killing pills, Lin Ling felt a little sorry for this kid. After all, most of his abilities were directly given by the system. How to teach his disciples to know nothing at all, or it was the first time to contact him, so the methods used were all hearsay combined with modern fitness methods. Just wanted to be perfunctory, but the unexpected effective results were unexpected. Okay, when the time comes, Sesshomaru can rest for 10 minutes. Looking at the burned incense, Lin Ling spoke. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Sesshomaru immediately stood up straight, slowed down, and then slowly walked over, sat on the floor, and poured down the prepared water. Lin Ling's way is too tormenting. If it weren't for the obvious effect, Sesshomaru would never choose this masochistic way to cultivate, but out of his dedication to strength, as long as he can improve his strength, Sesshomaru will be able to endure any hardships without changing his face. It's almost time. Tomorrow will be the day of the big war, so have a good rest today. Putting down the teacup, Lin Ling got up and said, "Teacher, do you mean you can take me with you?" Sesshomaru looked at Lin Ling with a wistful look. The war with the Ōtsutsuki Clan has become a monster that is well known, as a monster rarely uses any conspiracy and tricks. Most of them are hard to fight and face a wave, who wins and who is the boss, but the same kind of war is very dangerous and cruel, even if it is as strong as the big monster involved in the duel between these two monster forces. It is difficult to guarantee that it will not fall. Therefore, for the killing pill, although the Fighting Tooth King is willing to let him exercise and contact some small wars, but he will never let him participate in this kind of high-intensity war. If it is not good to hang up, the Fighting Tooth King has no place to cry, unless the killing pill can reach the point of the top monster or even the big monster. The Fighting Tooth King will let go, but the current strength of the Sesshomaru is naturally far from enough. Therefore, Lin Ling has the intention of taking him along, and the Sesshomaru will be so excited. "I'll say to your father, I'm here, I'm okay. After all, as a young master, sooner or later you will have to take on the heavy responsibility of the Western Kingdom. As long as you are safe and secure, there is absolutely no problem," Lin Ling said with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that the Dog Demon Clan and the Fighting Tooth King were the protagonists at this station, and Lin Ling didn't want to steal the limelight from the Fighting Tooth King, with Lin Ling's personal strength, he would be able to sweep the Ōtsutsuki Clan. The big monster is still the category of the monster after all, although he is a demon, but he has reached the level of an immortal. Just like the difference between mortals and immortals, there is no way to compare with the good fight. If Lin Ling is willing, it is not a problem to be able to sink the entire island country with full strength, and the big monster can't do things of this level. Therefore, in this war, Lin Ling's positioning is very clear, at most to be a military advisor and bodyguard, and by the way, let his subordinates get some exercise to get rid of some of the garbage. "Thank you, teacher." Sesshomaru is sincere. Compared to the cold and indifferent character in the future, the current Sesshomaru actually still has some flavors, but after the Fighting Tooth King hung up, Sesshomaru's temperament completely cooled down. Soon, the time of the day passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the decisive battle came. In the western border area, dark clouds shrouded, the demon wind was rising. A large number of monsters gathered here. The western army led by the Dog Demon Clan and the army led by the Ōtsutsuki Clan held each other. The number of both sides is still converging. The monsters present soon broke through the 100,000 mark before slowly stabilizing. Everyone knows that the next war will be an earth-shattering war, and what can influence this war is the top combat power of both sides. The strength and power of the two sides have always been similar. The small war continues but has not been able to see. Now both sides are going all out. The winner has everything. The loser's fate is self-evident, but compared to the ferocious Ōtsutsuki Clan, the power of the Duyoking's side is much faster than the Ōtsutsuki Clan, and it is more demonic, and it seems to be more united and cohesive. The Ōtsutsuki Clan is like a group of rabble. Just looking at the surface, the Duyoking's side has already won. "Lin Ling, why did you bring the killing pill? It's very dangerous here." King Doya was worried as a father at this time, and immediately wanted to let someone take the killing pill down, but was stopped by Lin Ling. "With me, I won't let Sesshomaru have anything to do, and it's not a bad thing to let Sesshomaru experience it more," Lin Ling said confidently. Seeing that Lin Ling was assured, the Fighting Tooth King thought about it. After all, Lin Ling's strength was not inferior to him or even stronger. With her taking care of the killing pill, it would indeed not be too dangerous, so he nodded and agreed. And just when the Fighting Tooth King wanted to say a few words, the other party's Camp Ōtsutsuki Lord came out of the army and shouted right on this side. As the Lord of the Western Kingdom, the Fighting Tooth King naturally couldn't fall into his own prestige, and personally walked out with his own right-hand man. "Sesshomaru, let's go over too. What you can learn from this battle is up to you. Unless you are in a desperate situation, I won't make a move. Let's experience it." Looking at the killing pill that was eager to try, Lin Ling commanded. "Well, I understand." Nodding, Sesshomaru walked out of the camp gate quickly. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, the Fighting Tooth King and the Ōtsutsuki Lord stood opposite each other, talking something, but the two of them obviously did not talk for more than half a sentence, and with the orders of the leaders of the two sides, this battle directly kicked off. Compared with the war of humans, the war of monsters is more bloody and cruel. The moment the battle starts, all kinds of demons blast out against the enemy camp. Various types of monsters and abilities are flying around the battlefield. There are monsters fighting in the sky and on the ground and even underground. The Ōtsutsuki Lord and his subordinates directly revealed their bodies, and rushed directly towards the side of the Fighting Tooth King. In this regard, the Fighting Tooth King also directly used the main body. The huge dog demon and the ocelot collided together in the air, and the other big monsters also picked their opponents to fight together, and their combat range directly became a forbidden area for other monsters. After all, the aftermath of the battle of the big monster alone is not something that ordinary monsters can bear, and the two sides have tacitly divided the war zone to start the war, and a large number of monsters die every minute and every second, and the battle on the side of the big monster is difficult to distinguish the winner for a while, and this battle is estimated to last a lot of time. Looking at the battlefield where the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dark, Lin Ling yawned. Although the strength of the killing pill can only be regarded as the upper middle level in the entire battlefield, but it is not a top monster shot, the killing pill can still deal with it, but there is no need for Lin Ling to worry too much. However, there is nothing wrong with the killing pill side, but something happened to the Fighting Tooth King's side. It stands to reason that the strength of the Fighting Tooth King is higher than that of the Ocelotic Lord, but I don't know what's going on. The Leopard Cat Lord has eaten hormones and suppressed the Fighting Tooth King, and there have been several wounds on the huge body, dripping with blood. On the other hand, although the Ocelot Lord is also not lightly injured, but it seems that there is a tendency to become more and more courageous, which makes the Fighting Tooth King a little dangerous. The sun is fine, Lao Tzu is going to have an accident. Lin Ling has some impulse to wipe the cold sweat for the Fighting Tooth King, but what surprised Lin Ling happened. In the Legion battle, the Dog Demon Clan has the upper hand, but in the battle of the big monsters, it is the Ocelot Clan that has the advantage. Lin Ling almost didn't react. The Duya King was shot down from the sky by the Ocelot Lord. It seems that the injury is not light, and the impact of this situation is very large, directly reducing their morale to the minimum, and soon the army of the Ocelot clan began to counterattack, beating their own side and retreating. This rhythm seems to be a little wrong, the situation seems to be a little upside down. At this point, Lin Ling couldn't continue to sit idly by, and flew out directly, appearing in front of the Ocelot Lord who was about to make the final blow to the Fighting Tooth King. The 9 fox tails opened, and easily lowered the Ocelot Lord's claws, and then the tail waved violently, knocking the Ocelot Lord who had not yet reacted to this sudden change into the air, and fell directly to the ground, plowing out a long ravine, and couldn't get up for a while. And Lin Ling's debut immediately became the focus of the audience. The Leopard Cat Lord was knocked away so easily, but also let the morale of the Dog Demon side lift up again. This time it was the turn of the Leopard Cat Clan army. Morale began to collapse, compared to the cohesion of the Dog Demon side. The Leopard Cat side undoubtedly could not fight against the wind at all. As soon as it fell into an absolute disadvantage, deserters immediately began to appear, and then gradually evolved into a rout. Seeing this, several subordinates of the Leopard Cat Lord immediately abandoned the opponent, pulled up the Leopard Cat Lord and issued a retreat order, quickly retreated to the rear, because there was not too much pursuit on the western side, and soon the enemy army ran clean. However, this battle also caused heavy losses to the other party, and it is estimated that it will not be able to recover every 10 years, and the western country will temporarily restore stability. Hey, you're not dead yet, are you? Picking up the Fighting Tooth King who had changed back into a human form, Lin Ling teased. I'm sorry to let you see me so embarrassed. Smiling, the Fighting Tooth King said with some embarrassment. Speechless, he looked at this goods. Although the war is over, but it is not completely over. The Ocelot clan has temporarily failed, but it will definitely make a comeback. Compared to this, Lin Ling is puzzled by the situation of the Duya King. The realm and strength should be why the Duya King Xiang can't beat the Ocelot Lord, which makes Lin Ling a little puzzled. And after the Duya King rewarded the 3 armies and rewarded him for his merits, he took out 3 weapons and explained to Lin Ling understood the reason. The 3 weapons in the hands of the Fighting Tooth King are naturally the natural fangs that will be handed over to the Killing Pill in the future, the iron broken teeth of Inuyasha and the sealed Kong Yun Fang. Some time ago, the Fighting Tooth King used his own essence blood to carry out a recasting and strengthening, so it led to his own strength not being able to fully exert himself, and he didn't even use the second stage of transformation, which was also a bit careless, and he didn't calculate that the strength of the Ocelot Lord's side had been greatly improved during this time, which would cause the situation just now. Lin Ling didn't know what to say. Maybe this was also caused by the chaos of the plot as the system said, and it could also be the relationship of his own butterfly effect. In short, it's good that the Fighting Tooth King is not hanging. But it didn't hang. But the Fighting Tooth King was not lightly injured this time, plus the lack of essence and blood has not been made up, and it is even more injured and injured. If it is not handled well, the life loss is light, and the injury is severe and worse. I'm afraid it is not impossible to hang up. It is really a shame that the Fighting Tooth King can still smile all day long and chat and fart and drink as usual, pretending to be like a nobody. If it weren't for the fact that Inuyasha had not been born yet, there were other big monster events behind him, plus the Fighting Tooth King was the key point of his task, and he hung up. Lin Ling was too lazy to care about it so much. Sighed. After watching the banquet end, Do suppressed his injuries and returned to his camp. Lin Ling exchanged some elixirs to treat injuries, and personally sent them to the Fighting Tooth King. Since the Fighting Tooth King pretended to be fine, then he must have taken into account the situation in many aspects, and he helped him with so much care, but the reward for the first ring task was lost. This is. In the tent, the Doughtooth King, whose face turned pale, looked at the bottle handed over by Lin Ling in surprise. Healing medicine, don't hold on if you can't do it, you guy won't die, right? Lin Ling poured a cup of tea and sat down. Thank you. The Fighting Tooth King didn't say anything. He directly took out the pill and took it. His pale face immediately appeared a touch of ruddy, and it seemed to be much better, but Lin Ling frowned. Although the speed of the external injury was restored with the naked eye, the internal injury was not improved. System, what's going on? Sinking down, Lin Ling asked directly. This is the first time this situation has been encountered, and everything produced by the general system can be effective immediately. This time the 1000 pleasure value of the elixir is a boutique medicine that can treat internal and external injuries. It shouldn't be the only effect. Ding! The monster essence blood cannot be replenished by external objects, and it must be cultivated by oneself every 100 or even 1,000 years to condense a drop, and the original Fighting Tooth King has a lot of dark injuries that have not been well treated, and they have accumulated for thousands of years, and they have all erupted at this moment, and ordinary medicines cannot work. The system replied indifferently. Nima, why didn't you say it earlier? Wasted the old lady's 1000 pleasure points in vain. Lin Ling had the urge to drop the cup. You didn't ask, the system said as a matter of course, making it clear that it was a wave of Lin Ling. If you are ruthless, then exchange it for me a medicine that can completely heal the Fighting Tooth King's injuries. Lin Ling held back the anger in her heart and said, although she is used to being pitted by the system, the pleasure value of being cheated in this way is still very infuriating. The healing elixir, curing all diseases and having the effect of quickly replenishing essence and blood, the price is 50,000 points. Are you sure to redeem it? I don't know if it is Lin Ling's illusion. The tone of the system has become a little dark, and there is a gloomy taste. 50,000? Why don't you rob it? Lin Ling almost jumped up. 50,000 pleasure points. How much time do you have to spend on tasks to survive? I've solved 540 with the host in advance. The monster essence blood can't be replenished by foreign objects. The holy medicine sold in this system is one of the few drugs with this function, and it's the lowest price. If the host is reluctant, you can overown your own essence blood to the Fighting Tooth King to supplement. The system replied with a hint of disdain. Will I have an impact then? Lin Ling said with some hesitation. The host has already achieved the body of an immortal, and the essence blood does not have much impact on the host, and it can be replenished by itself in a few years at most, so there is no need to worry. Okay, then how to replenish my essence blood to the Fighting Tooth King? Listening to the system's words, Lin Ling was relieved, but how to replenish the essence blood to the other party, Lin Ling didn't know. She still had to ask. The host can mobilize the essence and blood through the connection site and pour it into the other party's body through the connection site, which can be replenished. Why do I feel that my heart has suddenly calmed down? Are you used to it? Is there no other way to supplement it? A black line looked at the Fighting Tooth King who was lying down to rest. Lin Ling had a feeling that she was really going to be a dog, although the other party was a dog demon, and the human form was still very handsome, but the body was indeed a dog. Essence blood can be mobilized out of the body, but it can't have the desired effect. At most it can only be used for other monster cultivation or casting weapons. If you want to replenish it, you must carry out double cultivation. The words of the system completely interrupted Lin Ling's last luck. Choose one of the two. One is to sacrifice herself. The other is to use 50,000 pleasure points. There is no doubt that Lin Ling chose to sell her body without any discipline. Anyway, she is used to it. As for using a large amount of pleasure value, it is impossible. Lin Ling at this time, her mentality is similar to Ling Meng. As long as you have money, you can discuss anything. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Don't pick up your pants. It won't affect you well. In the tent, the King of Fighting Teeth grabbed his trouser belt and said hurriedly, just now it was fine, and suddenly Lin Ling pounced on him and picked up his pants, which scared the King of Fighting Teeth. Isn't it clear to you what else to do? If you don't replenish your essence and blood, you won't have a good life for a few years. Lin Ling continued to work with white eyes, and with the strength of the Fighting Tooth King and now the injured Lin Ling, who resisted there, was quickly stripped away. Slightly stunned, the Fighting Tooth King said with emotion and shame, I am very grateful to Lin Ling for your intentions, but I can't do this, it will cause you a great loss. Lest be honest. Lin Ling is angry now. If he doesn't achieve the immortal body, replenishing the essence blood to the Fighting Tooth King will indeed have a great impact on the sacrificial side, and may stop at the existing realm for the rest of his life and never be able to improve. But Lin Ling is different. The weakness will be made up for after a few years, if it is not for the distressed pleasure value. Lin Ling doesn't want to use this way, but unfortunately the Fighting Tooth King is a character who must exist. At least he can't hang up until the Fighting Tooth King completes a series of events and reverses the plot back, so he should complete the collection task by the way. Anyway, the Fighting Tooth King is a proper protagonist of the Mandate of Heaven in this period. Don't. Can Lin Ling stop being so rude? I'm sorry, I'm acting in a more rude and straightforward style, just lie down for me, don't BB. Didn't give the Fighting Tooth King a chance to continue BB, Lin Ling went directly, and soon, the two were connected together motionlessly. The Fighting Tooth King's breath was gradually recovering and there was a further trend. His face became more and more healthy and ruddy, and his expression was also calm and comfortable. On the other hand, Lin Ling's face became a little pale, full of pain, and a crumbling and weak posture. The whole process lasted for more than half an hour. Lin Ling struggled to get up and collapsed to the side and fell into a coma. I'll take care of it. Feeling that the recovery period of the body was even stronger, the Fighting Tooth King looked at the unconscious Lin Ling with a somewhat complicated face, and took the initiative to clean up Lin Ling's body, then covered it, sorted out his clothes and walked out of the camp. Lin Ling not only sacrificed his body, but also saved his life, and he also had the grace of teaching the killing pill. Even if Lin Ling wanted to take away his life, the Fighting Tooth King would not hesitate, and he had already made a new decision in the Fighting Tooth King. At the door of the camp tent, a large group of high-level officials from the Western Kingdom have gathered, all of whom are the right-hand men of the Fighting Tooth King, and the killing pill is also among them. After all, the camp tent was set up after Lin Ling entered, and no one could enter it, but they were worried about it. After all, they were not afraid of 10,000, but they were afraid of what happened, and now looking at the Fighting Tooth King's spirits, the demons were really relieved. And they all stepped forward to care about the situation of the Fighting Tooth King, and made sure that the Fighting Tooth King was safe and sound. Everyone, be quiet, now I have something to announce. Looking around, looking at the demons who immediately quieted down, the Fighting Tooth King continued in a loud voice, I, the Fighting Tooth King, will marry Lin Ling, the Lord of the 10,000 Demon City, in 7 days. The words of the Fighting Tooth King instantly detonated the audience like a bomb. Everyone knew that the only wife of the Fighting Tooth King was only Ling Yuxianji. The two of them had been respectful of each other for hundreds of years, and they had never seen the Fighting Tooth King have other meanings to other banshees, and now he wanted to take a new wife. It really stunned all the monsters. Among them, Sesshomaru was the most unacceptable of this situation, and the father he admired actually hooked up with the most beloved teacher. What's going on? When I go back to the city for the celebration banquet, I will tell you in detail. Now pull out the camp and return to the city. King Duya ordered. This decision is not a decision made by King Duya, but also after considering all aspects of the situation and his own character of gratitude, he made such a decision. As for Ling Yuxianji and Killing Pill, King Duya also took it into account and will make a detailed explanation. I believe that the two of them will understand their intentions. After all, it is a monster, and the sorting speed is very fast, and the entire huge camp has been gathered up in less than a few minutes, setting up a demon wind, and the monster army has returned to the west under the leadership of the Li Tooth King. As for Lin Ling, who is still in a coma, he was naturally held in his arms by the Fighting Tooth King himself, which can be regarded as showing that the attitude of the Fighting Tooth King and the decision just now is not a joke, presumably. After today, the result of this battle and the news of the upcoming wedding of the Fighting Tooth King will spread throughout the demon world. Of course, the prestige of the Fighting Tooth King will also go to a higher level, and the rule of the Western Kingdom will also be completely consolidated, even if the Ōtsutsuki Clan makes a comeback again in the future. At that time, with the strength of the Fighting Tooth King and the advantage of development, as long as there is no accident or the Fighting Tooth King is suddenly brain broken or hung up, it is estimated that the Ōtsutsuki Clan will not have that chance to overthrow the rule of the Fighting Tooth King. When Lin Ling woke up, the person was already in a luxurious room. He struggled to get up. He felt no strength all over. The mobilization of demon power became much slower. The whole person was weak, and his strength was at least 40% weaker than in his heyday. I don't know how many years this situation will last. The system said it too generally. Shaking his head that was still a little dizzy, Lin Ling got up and put on his clothes and walked out of the room, and at first glance he saw the father and son who seemed to be arguing in the courtyard. Lin Ling, you're awake. Discovering Lin Ling's breath, the Fighting Tooth King walked over with a smile. After the healing, Lin Ling had been in a coma for 3 days. Ling Yuxianji explained that the Fighting Tooth King had explained, although she was unwilling, but Ling Yuxianji still agreed with her husband's decision very reasonably. But she was a big house after all, and Lin Ling was at most a flat wife when she came in. And the situation in the outside world, the king of Duya also issued an edict to explain, because Lin Ling has the grace of saving his life, and the grace of teaching the killing pill, plus the merits of forcing back the Ōtsutsuki Clan on the battlefield with his own strength, so he decided to marry Lin Ling. This situation not only made the king of the Fighting Teeth get the reputation of knowing the grace, but also made the relationship between the two be praised as a good story. In short, the form is a great good. The only thing that makes it difficult for the king of the Fighting Teeth to do is the killing pill. A 540 directly disagrees with the decision of the king of the Fighting Teeth. Even if the mother agrees, he refuses to let go, and the father and son will quarrel almost when they meet in the past 3 days. Although she was in a coma for 3 days and didn't know what was happening, Lin Ling always felt that it had something to do with her, so she sat down in the pavilion in the courtyard and asked the suffocating Sesshomaru and the smirkling Duya King, what the hell is going on? Actually, here's the thing. King Duya sat down a little embarrassed, and began to talk to Lin Ling about the situation in the past 3 days and his decision. After all, he made such a decision without asking Lin Ling's consent, which made King Duya a little weak-hearted, but he still told Lin Ling everything in detail. Half an hour later, knowing the details of everything, Lin Ling looked at the smiling Tooth King and the killing pill with an unhappy face and a complicated face, sighed and said, "This matter, let's invalidate. I didn't save you for these things. I have my own reasons. You don't have to care. Now I will leave for the 10,000 Demon City." Lin Ling. Alright, that's the end of this matter. Let's keep the original normal relationship. Chka, stopped the Fighting Tooth King, who still wanted to say something. Lin Ling got up and left. As for the impact of this incident and the aftermath, just leave it to the Fighting Tooth King to solve it himself. After all, it is his own matter, deal with it himself. After a while, Lin Ling had already come to the station where he settled his demon army. Looking at a group of monster subordinates who were still carnival, he directly gave the order to return to the city. In the face of Lin Ling's power and means, naturally no one had any opinions, and immediately began to pull out the camp and follow Lin Ling to leave the western country with the demon wind and return to the 10,000 demon city. Sitting on his main seat again, Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It was still the most comfortable to stay in her own territory. After rewarding the monsters who performed well in this war, and then gave the order to let the whole carnival for 3 days, Lin Ling returned to her bedroom and opened the system interface. The second task has been marked as completed. It is estimated that she is unconscious, so she did not hear the prompt, and the task of the third ring has also come out, but looking at the content of the mission of the third ring, Lin Ling's face was suddenly embarrassed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second, getting a reward of 2,000 points of pleasure value, and opening the third ring task, giving birth to the protagonist Inuyasha for more than 10 years, completing the reward of 4,000, a special gift box, no time limit. What should I use at this time? Helplessly turned off the panel, Lin Ling touched her little belly. TM was pregnant once. It was definitely a system of hands and feet, whether it was a monster or a human or other plants and trees. The higher the realm of cultivation, the more difficult it was to conceive a descendant. Like Lin Ling, the immortal level and the big monster level like the Fighting Tooth King, the probability of pregnancy is simply lower than the probability of winning the jackpot with a bet. It is not a great luck or relying on other foreign objects to increase the probability of pregnancy. It is almost impossible to conceive at one time. Suddenly felt a little tired and didn't love, called a pair of twin ghost sisters. It was the first to follow Lin Ling's henchmen. Lin Ling ordered himself to go into retreat for 10 years. If it wasn't a big event, don't disturb his orders, and gave the two sisters a talisman for contact. Lin Ling entered the bone-eating well and returned to modern times. Anyway, the time of conception is calculated according to ancient times, and it is enough to be pregnant for a year when she goes to modern condensation. Lin Ling doesn't want to be pregnant for 10 years. Lin Ling, who has given birth to a few times, understands how hard it is to conceive a child, not to mention that this time it is still a monster child, or the protagonist Inuyasha in the future, and there will be a toss when the time comes. Back to the apartment, Lin Ling took out her mobile phone and looked at the message that Thor sent to herself. It was the new address, and she was also in this apartment, and entered the room on the top floor. A large house of more than 200 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Lin Ling didn't see the 3 of Thor. It was estimated that she was going out. After all, she stayed for more than a month in ancient times, which is almost equal to more than 3 days in modern times. And she was idle. Lin Ling went downstairs to the original room, and expanded her perception to explore the situation next door. There is no breath of Xiao buried, only Taiping's breath is in the room, and the demon power is launched through the wall. Taiping is lying on the floor asleep, looking at the calendar hanging on the wall. Today is his day off. No wonder he will be at home at this point in time. Now it is estimated that he is idle and bored and asleep, but no matter what the situation is, in short, collect the second essence first, and spit out a mouthful of pink demon wind at the sleeping Taiping, which directly made him fall into a deep sleep. Lin Ling pulled up her sleeves and started to work. In the end she was still innocent. It is estimated that she had not usually stroked it. Within a few minutes, Lin Ling successfully let Taiping take out the first bullet, and among the good income collectors, Lin Ling was satisfied to see the number of tasks to achieve the second point, and quietly left Taiping's room. Soon, when I came to my new home, I was tired of lying on the sofa. This feeling of weakness was really uncomfortable. I don't know if it was because I was pregnant. I especially wanted to eat something sour. I opened the refrigerator with demon power, and I didn't find anything to eat. No wonder, 2 lorry foodies at home are here. It's strange to be able to save something to eat. Take out my mobile phone and call Thor. Ask her to buy herself some sour snacks to eat, and then come back early to cook. My stomach is hungry for a long time, or the kid inside is hungry and urging myself to eat. Lin Ling can clearly feel that although the little guy in the belly has only been pregnant for so many days, it already has the prototype of a baby. What breed will the fox and dog's child be? Lin Ling is very curious. Will this kid be the original Inuyasha after he is born? Lin Ling said that she had some expectations. It's finally fed. Touching her little belly, Lin Ling looked at a large pile of food on the table speechlessly. She doesn't need to eat at her level. She usually eats to satisfy her appetite, but at most she can eat 2 or 3 servings, which table like this is enough to set up a banquet. Lord Lin Ling, I have a good appetite today. Wagging her tail, Thor smiled. She added most of the tail meat to this banquet, and she ate it cleanly, and she always felt that she seemed to have a sense of flesh and blood connection with Lord Lin Ling, whom she loved. Ignoring Thor who was in a delusion, Lin Ling glanced at Connor who was holding her new school bag. Because she had a lot of contact, Connor decided to go to school to make friends. In this regard, Lin Ling didn't care, and directly asked Thor to enroll Connor in the primary school of the Academy City, just hoping that Connor could be as well behaved as in the original book, and I also hope that no one will provoke Connor, although Connor is still a minor dragon, but her strength is also beyond the level of LV5 terrifying existence. If it makes a fuss, the entire Academy City is estimated to be destroyed by half. As for the other foodie nun, she is still either at home or running out to hang out, because Lin Ling is very rich, so Intex has a fetish, that is, she goes out shopping, buys what she sees delicious, and buys it for fun. Almost every day Thor has to clean up the garbage piled up at home, but compared to Intex, what makes Lin Ling speechless is the new resident Ji Shen. Her room has been completely transformed into a shrine style, and she really doesn't spend money as money, although she is indeed rich, but I don't know why. I always feel that something will happen if I let these girls spend money indiscriminately. Lin Ling, that's a gun, right? I've seen pictures on the internet. It seems to be a magic prop in this world, right? Oh, that's a Barrett sniper rifle. I'm going. Looking in the direction pointed by Thor, Lin Ling almost choked on her own saliva. At the top of the building, a Cannon sister or Misaka's sister was lying on the roof of the building like the same professional killer, holding a sniper rifle motionless and seemingly aiming at something. In the next second, the trigger was pulled, but at the same moment, the sniper rifle exploded directly and scattered all over the ground, and Sister Misaka also fell directly to the ground, and the right half of the body that pulled the trigger was almost stained red with blood, and ordinary people didn't know what was going on, but Lin Ling saw it very clearly. The moment the bullet was fired, it was immediately rebounded back, and it entered the muzzle along the original trajectory before it led to the appearance of the explosion. However, compared to this situation, what surprised Lin Ling was that her home was in a city on the outskirts of the Academy City. Why did Sister Misaka and Fang Tong appear in this city? Even if the person who wants to carry out LV6 absolute ability has planned it a long time ago, it should not be carried out outside the Academy City. While Lin Ling was thinking, Sister Misaka had already stood up again, and quickly escaped downstairs. Thor, I'll go out and accompany Connor to go through the enrollment procedures in the afternoon, as well as Intex and Ji Shen. I'm going to have the pocket money of the two of you. Don't spend money indiscriminately. Ignoring the three girls with different faces, Lin Ling flew out directly from the window. No matter what, go and see the situation first. At this time, on a street, the party carrying the bag frowned on the roof of the building in the distance. At this time he was on the way back to the Academy City, because there was a little private matter to come to a trip. I didn't expect the plan made in advance to start so soon. I felt a little irritable, but the matter has come to this. It's not bad to play. With this mentality, one side passed into the alley, and disappeared in place in an instant, relying on the ability of vector control. Not only can it bounce any attack, but also play a lot of beneficial effects on itself, such as the current acceleration. It can be reached in a few seconds. Just when Sister Misaka ran downstairs, one side of the passage arrived in one step, blocking the way, but faster than the side of the pass. Lin Ling had already been waiting downstairs, looking at the bloodstained Sister Misaka who was still in action, and directly gave it a simple treatment, and the injury, which was very serious for ordinary people, recovered quickly in the surprised eyes of Sister Misaka. Hey, who are you? Fang Tong walked over. It was really rare to be able to meet other superpowers outside the Academy City. Looking at Lin Ling, who easily cured Sister Misaka, Fang Tong felt particularly interesting, at least much more interesting than Sister Misaka, who was at most LV3 level. It's just a passerby. Such a delicious girl has a hand. It's really inhumane. It stands to reason that Lori should be used for love. Create more Lori. Lin Ling sighed with a violent expression. Asking for flowers 0. No kidding, bastard. I felt that I had been tricked, and there was some fire on one side, and I raised my foot to the trash can on the side, and in an instant, the trash can suddenly blasted towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. It seems like a good thing if I could take my sister in, but I need to buy a luxury villa that covers a large enough area and have them work in all kinds of uniforms. Easily resisted the trash can. Lin Ling smiled with interest. What is the 3,000 beauties in the harem? Take all the sisters, and directly the 20,000 people in the harem. Thinking about the scene at that time is so beautiful, it makes people have the urge to try. Interesting, really funny. You want to save these dolls, don't you? Then knock me down first. I don't know if I was laughed at or what. One side of the passage stumped on the ground, several stones flew up, and was directly bombarded by a few kicks kicked by one side. 0. It's really not good to learn, you're too weak. The so-called LV5 ranked first party passes. With a wave of his hand, all the stones were wiped out invisibly. Lin Ling turned around and looked at Fang Tong, who disappeared in place in an instant, appeared in front of Fang Tong, and smashed a punch into Fang Tong's face. Humph, although I don't know how you know me, don't underestimate people, bastard, sneered and watched the fist get closer and closer. Fang Tong directly used his ability, waiting for the power of the rebound to leave his hand. Fang Tong has seen this situation a lot, sensible to now. No one has ever been able to hurt himself. Without exception, he will suffer from his own ability to counterattack and cause himself to be injured, and the woman in front of him is not the first and will never be the last. Bang! A solid punch landed on the face, and Fang Tong fell down with a look of surprise and confusion and pain, lost consciousness, and fell into a coma. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant. I hope this will make you remember it for a long time. With a shake of her hand, Lin Ling walked towards the stunned sister Misaka, and directly carried the stunned sister Misaka into the air and flew towards the Academy City. This matter can not only accommodate 20,000 sisters, but also greatly brush up on a wave of sister cannon's favor ability. But you can't miss it. As for the so-called absolute ability plan, sister number 6666, then again, you can be lucky with such a number 6, just happen to meet me to make a move, otherwise you will die. Lost a bottle of drink to Sister Misaka, Lin Ling sat down next to Sister Misaka. This plan has started a long time ago, and there are more than 6,000 sisters who died at the hands of one party. I thought that this plan had just started, but it was a pity. Thank you very much, but Misaka is just a copy of the pilot plan, although it is rude to say this, but Lin Ling, you are a little nosy, Misaka said cautiously. Is it, then, better than dying in an experiment than living like this? If that's what you think, then I've saved you in vain. Lin Ling looked at the expressionless sister Misaka and said, I originally wanted to go straight to Huanglong and directly rob all my sisters and then destroy the laboratory to make a big fuss, but this is just a palliative thing. After all, LV6's absolute ability experiment is too tempting. As long as you control Makoto's cell genes in your hands, the other party can continue this experiment, and you must fundamentally cut it off to completely terminate the experiment. For example, when Ma defeats one side as an incapable person is one of the good ways. Of course, this method is only useful for Dangma. Glancing at Sister Misaka, who was silent, Lin Ling felt 27 a little headache. Thinking about it, the way of being hemp is not suitable for herself, and it is useless to go to a flat one-sided pass. As for destroying the laboratory or something, it is estimated that Makoto should have acted. It has no effect. You can guess it without thinking about it. After all, isn't there a saying that says, scientists are all crazy people, and they will never stop until they achieve their goal. So to ban this experiment, Lin Ling can only think of 2 points. The first is to take away the genes of Mitrin in the hands of those crazy people, so that they can't clone and replicate their sister, so naturally they don't continue the experiment. And the second point is to talk to the hanging man. Compared to the first, the second is more efficient. Just when Lin Ling was about to go to the upside-down man to communicate about the construction of a harmonious and beautiful modern society, a figure walked in front of Lin Ling. The breeze was blowing, and the white shorts under the short skirt came into view. I ran into it by chance. Lin Ling replied simply, sure enough, it is better to look at her sister. She will not wear this kind of shorts under her skirt, but blue and white stripes, which are extraordinarily sheep's eyes. I'm sorry, this is my sister, I'm taking her away. Without saying a word, Maikoran directly pulled up Sister Misaka and said, and walked away directly with the person. Looking at the 2 people who were far away, Lin Ling didn't care. It was not too early. She went to get this matter done, and she had to go back to dinner, and directly began to perceive, although she didn't know the location of the upside-down man, but with her own strength, even if she was in a weak period, it was enough to perceive the entire Academy City. Ordinary people directly excluded, superpowered people excluded, and then locked. In the entire Academy City, the most unique breath is undoubtedly the upside-down hanging man. Set up the demon wind and take off, and soon, Lin arrived in front of a completely enclosed cylindrical tower, and the upside-down hanging man of Ersta was here, remembering that he originally brought people in through the air, but there must be other entrances and exits. Of course, these are not difficult for Lin Ling. Directly a small spell will be transformed, and then pass through the wall, and easily enter the internal space. You're still here, a magnetic and quite nice word sounded, and in the center, Lin Ling saw Ersta. It seems that you already know, so now that you know what I mean, you should know what to do. Lin Ling was not surprised. It was normal for the other party to be able to predict him. After all, the entire Academy City was under his control. Lin Ling's actions and part of the strength he showed, the tower should be clear. Compared to this Lin Ling, it was surprising that Yairista had not taken the initiative to contact him for so long, and he had allowed himself to travel in the Academy City. He always felt a little strange, or could not understand. I can terminate this plan, but what good will I get? Ersta asked with a smile. In fact, he also had the idea of taking the initiative to contact Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling can be said to be the biggest variable in the Academy City. The ability is unknown but very powerful, immeasurable, even if he has never seen such a character in his thousands of years of life. As long as Lin Ling does not have too much impact on his plan, before there is a certain certainty, Ersta really doesn't want to have too much contact with Lin Ling. I'm in control of the initiative now, and if I want to, I can make you disappear from this world now. Lin Ling said with a smile, not to mention Ersta's current hanging appearance. Even if he was suitable for his heyday, he was not the opponent of his demon immortal, and if he did not reach the level of an immortal, he was just a mortal after all. Even if he had a long lifespan and strange abilities, he was just an ant, just like the difference between gods and humans, and it was not a dimensional level at all. That's true, I can agree to your request, and those sisters will make proper arrangements to send them out of the Academy City, and this plan will be terminated. Ersta said with a very helpless expression. This acting skill is definitely at the level of an actor. For Ersta, Lin Ling didn't demolish him. Anyway, his purpose was very clear to him, but unfortunately, it was impossible to succeed. Looking at Ersta, Lin Ling smiled very darkly, and continued to put forward conditions. It's okay to hand over all the sisters of Misaka to me, I can place them, and all the genetic samples of Mikoto will be handed over to me, that's it, and the rest will be nothing to worry about you. About this, opening his mouth, Ersta suddenly felt that there was nothing to say, part of Sister Misaka's own plan. You can't just let Lin Ling take it away. The original LV6 absolute ability plan is a disguise, an illusion created to achieve her true purpose. Sister Misaka is a key link. Originally Lin Ling said that Yele 540 STA wanted to borrow a donkey to send her sister away, and then also sent Lin Ling in the way, but now it's all disrupted. Have an opinion? Lin Ling raised her eyebrows, and then said in a threatening tone, do as I say, and give up your messy ideas. I can still let you continue to breathe. Otherwise the young chairman of the academy will still operate as usual, right? Ming. Understood. Looking at Lin Ling with a look of pain mixed with shock, Ersta agreed without hesitation. The information usually collected by the machine could not actually understand the current situation. After facing Lin Ling's coercion, Ersta found that he still far underestimated the anomaly in front of him. Although it was only for a few seconds, Ersta almost felt like he was going to die, and he couldn't even mention a trace of resistance. What a terrifying monster this is, I'm afraid. That the legendary LV6 that arrived in the god's domain is nothing more than that. Well, I'm going to see what I want tonight. You should know where I live now, and people can go there and find me. Nodding, Lin Ling left a sentence that shocked Ersta before leaving. LV6 is still just garbage to her. How terrifying the information revealed by this sentence will be. It can be said that Lin Ling is willing to easily erase this city, under this absolute strength admonition, even if Ersta is still a little skeptical, but he doesn't dare to make any small moves. _AHH the summer vacation has passed, and my belly is getting bigger, which is a bit fast. Lying on the beach chair, Lin Ling touched her bulging little belly, and her appetite has been getting bigger and bigger recently, but the biggest gain during this time is this small island, all of which were purchased by Lin Ling and built a large villa complex, and more than 10,000 sisters were all sent over, in order to restore the physique and life expectancy of the sisters to the same level as ordinary people, but the hemorrhage was a pleasure value, and 5,000 points were gone. Lord Lin Ling, let's have some dessert. Thor was dressed as a maid as always, came to Lin Ling's side with a tray, staring at Lin Ling's stomach with his eyes. After knowing that Lin Ling was pregnant at first, Thor made a big fuss, and it took Lin Ling a lot of effort to calm down. It is estimated that if Thor knows who the culprit is, it is estimated that he will find the other party desperately without saying a word, although I don't know if Thor has the ability to travel to the warring states, but since he can travel back and forth between the other world and the modern world, there must be a means in this regard. Thor, has Connor been arranged? Sighing, Lin Ling asked. After enrolling, Connor lives in the Academy City, and generally only comes back on weekends and holidays. Anyway, this is just a rule. With Connor's strength, it doesn't matter if she wants to come back, and Ji Shen also sent Lin Ling to school. After all, she is still a high school student, and she always stays at home and makes some messy things, so it is better to learn to make some friends and experience the life of ordinary people. Well, I've heard Connor say you've made friends, so let me ask if you can bring your friends over for the weekend. Thor nodded, as if he was happy for Connor to be able to make friends in this world. Of course, no problem, I'm a little tired, let's sleep. Closing her eyes, Lin Ling quickly fell asleep. It has been nearly 3 months since she was pregnant. In addition to the amount of food, she has become more and more sleepy, but there is no other discomfort. The kid in her belly has grown very strong. 10,035, please take care of some Lord Lin Ling, Thor admonished Sister Misaka, who was dressed in dead water. Understood, Misaka said with a look of reassurance. I don't know how long it has been. When Lin Ling woke up, she had already returned to her bedroom, stretched her waist and got up, looked at the time. She had slept for 2 days, walked out of the room, and looked at the figure of Misaka's sister everywhere in the villa. Lin Ling felt quite relieved. This island can be said to have become a veritable daughter country under its own establishment, but then again, there is one less than 10,000 Misaka sisters. Lori Misaka, the last work. I didn't expect the upside down man to keep a hand, but he didn't do nothing. Bell bell bell. Hey, Tears, how's it going? Took out her phone, Lin Ling glanced at the name marked on it. Sister Lin Ling, I have already discovered the last work. What should I do if I am with one party? Tears were a little nervous and the words came. Since Tears made up his mind to find Lin Ling last month, he got the ability seed from Lin Ling, the ability to control the wind, and now there is a LV3 level. As for why the wind, because the updraft or something routine is very suitable for Tears' usual actions, so I chose the wind ability to Tears. As for the price is very simple, just help yourself complete 3 things. Anyway, 1,000 pleasure points in exchange for something. For Lin Ling, it is also worth it. Of course, there is also a little bit of the idea of wanting to help a group of Tears. I see, it's none of your business, Tears. Hang up. Ling flew towards the academy city, although it was just in case, but I really didn't expect the last work to run out, but I still ran to Fang Loricon's end. I thought I would find my side. After all, it was only a matter of a few days to move the island by myself, and Lin Ling deliberately lived in the academy city for a while during the whole summer vacation, saying that it was a pity. Hey. In the park, a roundhouse kick smashed on the drink machine, and Lin Ling saw the white shorts for the first time in a long time. Mitrin, can't you change to a normal fat one? And you're mass-produced, right? It's these white shorts every day. Lin Ling's helpless expression fell. Long-winded, I want you to take care of it. After opening the jar and drinking it in one gulp, Mitrin still inevitably blushed a little. After all, she is a girl, and she still cares a lot about other people's opinions, especially in this kind of girl's situation. Didn't you see the sunspots? Did you go to work? Lin Ling sat down on the chair. Well, then again, how are the sisters? Coming to Lin Ling's side, Mei-chin asked. The termination of the plan, the transfer of the younger sisters, most of this series of changes Mei-chin already knows, and now the only thing she is worried about is the placement of her sisters and the future situation. Don't worry, they're doing well, and after a while, I'll arrange for them to have more contact with the outside society, so that they can grow up well. Lin Ling said with a smile. That's good, I have one more thing to tell you about today. Mei-chin nodded and sat down next to Lin Ling, staring at Lin Ling's stomach. What's wrong? Feeling Mei-chin's gaze, Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, it seemed that she hadn't told anyone else that she was pregnant except for a few people in the family and her sisters. Is your belly fat? Said Mitrin with a snickering expression covering her mouth. It's impossible for me to gain weight, you don't have to worry about that, it's pregnant. Lin Ling said indifferently. With a dumbfounded expression, Mei-chin looked at Lin Ling in shock. After all, Lin Ling looked a little bit better than her. It should belong to the category of minors, at most 15 or 16 years old, although it is already the age when Neon is 16 years old to legally get married, but it is still very rare to get pregnant or something. Sighing, Lin Ling didn't know what Mei-chin was thinking now, so she sighed and said, don't look at me young, you can call me grandma according to your age. Liar, then again, whose child is it? Mei-chin had a gossipy expression, and then her face changed. Could it be that hedgehog head? Looking at Mei-chin who was full of electric currents and had a look on her face that I had already guessed, Lin Ling was a little speechless. The first time she found out that Mei-chin's brain hole was not small, it is estimated that in her impression, she was more familiar with herself, Li Mao, and said it as a hemp, and directly explained that it was not a hemp, so that Mei-chin should not speculate nonsense. After all, there is something to find yourself before you ask yourself out. It is better to hurry up and get down to business. This is for you, it's a thank you gift. Thank you for saving my sisters, and helping me settle them properly. That's it. I'll contact you next time I'm free. I'll go first. It was still a small gift box. Mei-chin was a little shy and stuffed it into Lin Ling's hand, and ran away in a hurry. Inexplicably looking at Mitrin's distant figure, Lin Ling opened the palm-sized box, and a quack figure came into view. It was really a precious gift. With Mei-chin's character of loving Kwatai so much, it was really rare to be able to give this kind of more delicate figure as a thank you gift, but compared to this thing, Lin Ling hoped to have a super friendship with Mitrin. At this moment, a talisman in Lin Ling's arms floated out. It was a talisman that he left in the Warring States. Which was an accident. Your Majesty, you're finally back. The little monk of Nato cried bitterly and pounced, and was directly kicked away by Lin Ling. Tell me what's going on. If you don't satisfy me, I'll roast you. Lin Ling sat down on his throne and said, 10,000 Demon City is still the same, but Lin Ling found that there is a lot less demonic energy, or most of the backbone and high-level monsters are gone, leaving only a bunch of garbage monsters still in the city. That's the case, the king. You have been in retreat for almost 3 years, and it was okay at first, but then gradually everyone went to the western kingdom of the Duya King, because you are the wife of the Duya King. So everyone thinks that joining the command of the Duya King is not a rebellion or something. Looking at Lin Ling, whose face turned cold, the little monk of Nato immediately did not dare to continue. Anyway, the matter is very simple. This is the case. Okay, I see, you can go about your business. Clenched her fist and let go, Lin Ling waved her hand weakly, and actually dug into the corner of her wall. She couldn't say it. The King of Fighting Teeth can do it. He obviously said that he didn't want this title. This is not the same as in the table, one set on the surface and one behind the other. You must educate and educate the King of Fighting Teeth. This matter can't be counted like this, although I don't mind the power of 540, but if it's not happy, it's not happy. Directly set up the demon wind, Lin Ling flew quickly towards the western country. All the way through, into Lin Ling's eyes is the scene of the demonic atmosphere all over the mountains. The western country has expanded rapidly in recent years. 10,000 demons gathered under the command of the King of Fighting Teeth. The entire western country can be said to be demonic, and you can see the scene of the capital from a distance. But even so, the management of the King of Fighting Teeth is very good. The villages and towns passing by are very harmonious, and there is almost no monster eating people or fighting or anything like that. Captain, there is a big monster invading. Why is there no one to warn you? Asked a little demon who trembled when he felt the earth-shattering pressure. He was a member of the patrol team, and he was responsible for security issues in the territory, which was also one of the routines learned by the 10,000 Demon City. Stupid, that's the second lady, you newcomer don't know, let me tell you, at the beginning. When Linling came to the palace that had become a palace group unimpeded, King Duya walked out with a smile on his face, opened his arms to Linling and said, Linling, are you out of the customs? I want to kill you in the past 3 years. Don't pretend to be garlic, okay, King Duya, take advantage of my absence to dig the corner of the old lady's wall. Unceremoniously grabbed the ear of the Fighting Tooth King, Linling said extremely irritably, looking at the smiling handsome face of the Fighting Tooth King. Ouch, you dissipate your breath, don't be angry, you're still pregnant. Linling's strength can make a top monster like the Fighting Tooth King feel painful, it's all pretended. Quickly hold Linling's little belly, and stick it with a dead face, I can't get rid of it. Looking at this cock-like Fighting Tooth King, Linling feels that she has seen a fake Fighting Tooth King. Okay, what do you like? I don't have anything to do. Sighing, Linling didn't see the figure of Sesshomaru. That kid will come back as soon as he hears that you are coming, and he is probably still haunted. The Fighting Tooth King also looked helpless. Well, I'm here today to tell you something in addition to what I just did. Nodding, Linling sat down in the pavilion, and the King of Fighting Teeth sat in the position facing him, and the dog's eyes were still staring at his stomach, as if he could see the flowers. Say, I'm listening. Now that the matter has come to this, I don't care about the rest. First, this child will follow me in the future. Second, I have my own life, we will live our own lives. And third, I don't want to make trouble for me. Why? Isn't it good to be with me? I'll be good to you? And children need fathers too, right? Not good. As for the child, you can choose the name, you can also take the time to see him. As for the rest, don't talk about it. Linling also patted the table and said for Tat, no matter whether this child is the so-called protagonist in the future, since he was born by himself, then Linling will never allow this child to suffer a little grievance. If the child stays with the Fighting Tooth King, there is no guarantee that the Fighting Tooth King can fully take care of the child, and, CHCA, cannot guarantee that no one will bully him. Okay, I agreed, the child will stay with you, but the 10,000 demon city will be merged into the Western Kingdom, and I will send someone to take care of the guards, and after the child is born, I must also have the right to inquire about things like education in the future. The Fighting Tooth King took a step back. I'll go? You think it's a bargain at the market? Don't kick me in the face, believe it or not, I'll slap you against the wall. Don't forget that I'm better than you. Linling suddenly became angry. You, the Fighting Tooth King opened his mouth, and was suddenly a little speechless, but he couldn't beat him, and suddenly felt so aggrieved. Obviously he was his own person, he was so amorous and soft and lovely when he first did it, and now he is still so beautiful, but he is not cute at all, and he feels so sad. Alright, arrange a room for me, I'm going to get some sleep, I'm sleepy. With a yawn, Linling sat down and looked at the decadent appearance of the Duya King and said, he is about to become the second of Yayunzi Eye, and he basically has to sleep for more than 12 hours a day, otherwise he will have no energy. Your room is still there, I'll take you there. His eyes lit up, and seeing that Linling had the intention of staying, King Duya hurriedly said. After a while, he sent the Fighting Tooth King, lying comfortably in the bed. He was pregnant twice, not as special as this time. It is worthy of being the crystallization of demons and immortals. It is really tormenting. Linling quickly fell asleep after thinking about it, and fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, it's time for dinner. King Doyan listened to the maid's report, and looked at Ling Yu's ing and killing pill on the table embarrassedly. He was still sleeping for most of the day, and he originally wanted to have a meal together as a family to improve the relationship, but he had no choice but to let Linling continue to sleep, and killing pill had quickly cleaned up his dinner and left, not giving King Fighting Tooth any face. Ling Yu's ing was still the same, but the smiling black expression made King Fighting Tooth's scalp numb, and the banquet was simply over. King Fighting Tooth quickly found a reason to deal with government affairs and left the palace immediately. I don't know what's going on, it suddenly became this situation, which made the Fighting Tooth King feel very incomprehensible. Polygamy is a very normal thing for both humans and demons. How did it change to himself? Think about it carefully, these two wives are people with unique personalities. Maybe the reason is here, plus the opinion of the son of Sesshomaru is very big. Maybe separation is the most suitable way, and thinking about it, unconsciously, the Fighting Tooth King found himself at the door of Linling's room. Still sleeping, looked at the two maids who saluted him, and the King of Fighting Teeth said softly, "Yes, King." One of the maids replied immediately, "Well, stand down." Nodding, King Duya waved his hand, softly pushed open the door and walked in. I haven't seen you for 3 years. King Duya wants to see more of this mother and son. After all, after Linling leaves, I am afraid it will be more difficult for me to meet. It is not easy to manage a country. There are many things, and I have to take into account the mother and son of Ling Yu's ing. It is not easy to take time out in the future. Underscore didn't wake up like this, pinched Linling's face. The Fighting Tooth King suddenly became interested, and poked Linling's bun again. There was no reaction, it was really dead asleep, but it was normal to think about it. I remember that Ling Yu Immortal G was almost like this when she was pregnant with the killing pill. She was more sleepy, and sometimes she really couldn't wake up when she fell asleep. Smelling the natural body fragrance, King Duya felt a little intoxicated, climbed into the quilt and hugged Lin Ling, soft and comfortable. Looking at Lin Ling's sleeping face, it was much more pitiful than when he was awake, and when he thought of it, he would not have much opportunity to get close to Lin Ling in the future, and King Duya felt extremely uncomfortable. I don't know why. In short, there is such a feeling. When it comes to the big demon in his realm, these feelings are still more effective than. So after learning the hard way, the Fighting Tooth King decided that he had to do something, otherwise he would be so sorry for Lin Ling, and he would have to work hard to bring the baby in the future. Anyway, in the eyes of the Fighting Tooth King, Lin Ling is sleeping so deeply now, he won't know what he has done, and he doesn't have to worry about settling accounts or something after the autumn, and between husband and wife, this kind of thing is also normal. After finding enough reasons for himself, the Fighting Tooth King looked at Lin Ling, who was still asleep, and started to do it directly. At this time, in her sleep, Lin Ling rarely had a dream, and the white-haired dog was shaking his head and tail at him very well behaved, but in the next second, a person pounced directly without paying attention, and to Lin Ling's surprise, he was suppressed without any resistance, and he took off his clothes in 3 or 5 strokes, and began to do embarrassing things. A spirit. When Lin Ling woke up from this strange nightmare, he found that a strong sense of stimulation came to his head, and he couldn't help but start humming in his mouth. Rubbing his eyes, feeling the hotness in his body and the continuous impact, Lin Ling turned his head to look at the Fighting Tooth King, who was lying on his back in the posture of walking through the back door with a comfortable face, and closed his eyes, and was about to slap this guy when a large amount of heat broke in, and then the whole person fell softly on himself like a deflated ball. Is it cool? Clenched her fists, Lin Ling asked gloomily. Cool. Subconsciously replied. The Fighting Tooth King was stunned, and looked at the smiling Lin Ling and swallowed his saliva suddenly. More than an hour later, Lin Ling walked out of the room refreshed, flew away, and in the room, the Duya King looked haggard and fell weakly, and his original handsome face became blue and swollen like a pig's head, and he couldn't see the original appearance. When he returned to the 10,000 Demon City, Lin Ling announced the retreat again, and returned to the modern era. It was really not at all restless, and the needs of that aspect during pregnancy became much stronger, and he would not squeeze the Fighting Tooth King dry and flatten it again, if it was in the previous situation, but directly flattened and left. Just as Lin Ling returned to the island at the entrance and exit of homesickness, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from behind, and pressed on his belly. Sure enough, I'm pregnant. Who is this? Yakumozi's words rang out and walked out of the gap behind him. Secret. Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling had an expression of no comment. Very strong vitality, and this innate strong demonic power, not only because of your mother, but also because of this guy's father. He is probably also a terrible guy. Opening and folding half of his face, Yakumozi narrowed his eyes and said, I originally thought that Lin Ling was a lily girl, but I didn't expect to be married to a certain male. Yes, I wasn't sure at first, but now I completely confirmed it after touching Lin Ling's belly myself. Compared to this, what are you doing when you sleep? Got out again. Lin Ling said a little impatiently. Now I don't know why I have a particularly angry temper, and I especially want to find a place to rest, and then time can pass faster, give birth to the child early, and save myself from tossing all the time. It's nothing, it's just that the mutation is getting smaller. Come and take a look. Yakumozi stared at Lin Ling's stomach meaninglessly, and he didn't know what the hell was going on in his heart. Okay, you've seen it, I'm leaving. With a wave of her hand, Lin Ling left Gensokyo directly, always feeling that Yakumozi would pit herself in the future. From the moment they met, she had this feeling, and she had to be on guard. Asking for flowers 0. Back on the island, Lin Ling went directly back to her bedroom to sleep. She hadn't slept enough, she was very sleepy, so people didn't bother herself. She set up a protective barrier. Lin Ling began to sleep comfortably and comfortably. This time it is estimated that she will sleep for a long time. I don't know why, there is such a feeling. A month is fleeting. Lin Ling's belly is a little bigger, because it is already an immortal who will automatically absorb the energy supplement from the outside world, so the nutrition of the baby in the belly can be maintained by absorbing the mother's energy to maintain and supplement the growth and development, and the second month has passed quickly. The belly is a little bigger, and Lin Ling's self-supplement is a little unable to keep up with the baby's absorption. In sleep, unconsciously a half a year has passed. If someone can see Lin Ling's current appearance, they will be surprised. The original human form can no longer be maintained, transformed into a fox girl form. 9 tails wrapped around the belly that already looks very large. A large amount of energy is being supplied to the baby in the belly to absorb, and Lin Ling's face has become a little haggard and pale. The overall strength has fallen to the earth immortal. If it continues, I am afraid that even the realm of the immortal will not be maintained. 0. A few days later, when Lin Ling finally woke up, she was woken up by a strong labor pain. The first time, Lin Ling could feel that the baby in her body was about to be born, and she didn't care about how to wake up and give birth. At this moment, the wind and sunny sky outside began to change abruptly. The dark clouds were dense, and the sea currents around the island began to appear strange scenes. A large amount of energy in the air was stripped out, and the essence was almost visible to the naked eye, and it was surging towards the room where Lin Ling was, and Thor, who had been waiting for more than half a year, was the first to discover this abnormal situation, and also felt the breath of Lin Ling's side, dropped the broom in his hand and hurried towards the upstairs room. I'm going, this is going to give birth to a demon. Seeing the huge energy entering his stomach, Lin Ling was also surprised. The child had begun to move outward. Lin Ling began to exert force. Such a vision, this son must be extraordinary. Suddenly I feel like being a man. Belch. It should be said that being a demon is a failure. What breed of dog is this? Holding the orc son in the form of a baby in his arms, Lin Ling always felt a little awkward there. The combination of the two species, the nine-tailed tengu? This joke is not very funny, but forget it. After all, it is his own flesh and blood. There is nothing to say. It looks not bad. It is worthy of his own species, and he will definitely be stronger than his idiot father in the future, and he will be popular among thousands of girls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the protagonist Inuyasha, completing the third ring task, rewarding 4,000 points of pleasure value, a small gift box, and opening the fourth ring task, bring Inuyasha back to ancient breeding. Modern plane time will stop, and within 500 years, Inuyasha will be cultivated into a Topukai, and you can get 8,000 points of pleasure value and a large gift box after completion. Little monsters, intermediate monsters, high-level monsters, top monsters, and the bigwigs after the 540. Each level is divided into 4 stages. Inuyasha was born with the top demon power of the little monster, but it is still a baby who can only exert the strength of the intermediate level of the little monster at most. Even if Inuyasha is talented and has the aura of the protagonist, it will take at least a few decades or so to break through a large class, so that you should be able to become a Topukai in 300 or 400 years. After carefully calculating, Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction, looked at Inuyasha who opened his eyes and smiled, but the next moment Lin Ling couldn't laugh. This kid seemed to be very smart. He stretched out his paws and grabbed his big bun as soon as possible, and his mouth that had not yet grown teeth bit the beans and sucked wildly. This is definitely a foodie, and there will be fun in the future. But when Lin Ling came back to his senses, the person had already returned to the dormitory of the ancient 10,000 demon city. There is no doubt that it is a good thing done by the system, and it is really fast enough. I asked the system, can I bring Thor and Connor over to accompany me? With 2 women as companions, it will not be too lonely, and it will also be very safe. But looking at the price offered by the system of slamming the door, Lin Ling can only grit her teeth and redeem it, and the 8,000 pleasure value that has not yet been covered is directly gone, and in front of Lin Ling, Thor, and Connor, who are confused, appeared. Simply explained the general situation to the 2 girls. Lin Ling handed over the Inuyasha who seemed to be full to Thor to hold. He just gave birth, tired, he had to rest well. Although the physical fitness of the monster is strong, but the child born is not an ordinary thing, and his strength is now declining seriously. Fortunately, the realm is still there. It takes 100 or 200 years to cultivate back, just by the way to do the task. Anyway, the lifespan of the monster is very long. It can be said that as long as there are no accidents or other things, the strength will go up, the lifespan will be longer and longer, and at the very least, it will live for tens of thousands of years, and the relative growth rate will be very slow. Waiting for Inuyasha to grow to the age of human teenagers, it is estimated that it will be impossible to have more than 100 years. In short, these trivial things are thrown aside in advance, and then talk about sleeping enough. Of course, before resting, let Thor prepare some nutritious food made of spiritual materials for himself first. This time, Lin Ling slept peacefully enough, but did not sleep for too long, and was called by Thor at night, and the evening meal was ready, of course. A certain little ghost also woke up, so Lin Ling spent the mealtime while feeding the child while eating. Although talented, but ordinary children should not be angry at all. From the morning to the night, sleep and wake up cannot let people rest. A few days down, Lin Ling was fortunate to bring over, in addition to feeding, basically can be brought by Thor to help bring. Connor has been making a fuss outside. The first time I saw goo and monsters and all kinds of wild animals. From time to time catch some game back to improve the food, including some animal essence of the strange tears pitiful whiz. Caught back and then released by Lin Ling. Boom. The roar of shaking the mountains resounded throughout the city, and Lin Ling, who was breastfeeding the child, looked at Inuyasha as if she was frightened, and looked at Year with an unhappy face. I'll take a look. Nodding, Thor walked out immediately. There was no one else who could make such a big noise except Connor. Of course, Connor would not mess around in the city at will. She must have met some opponent to start fighting in the city. Then didn't let Lin Ling wait for a long time. Thor walked in helplessly with a look of Connor with a look of my mistake, followed by a handsome pot with a smile on his face. It was the King of Fighting Teeth. You don't have to think much to guess what was going on. It is estimated that the King of Fighting Teeth heard that he had given birth to a child, and immediately ran over, and then bumped into Connor. The two fought inexplicably, and then Thor came forward to understand the situation, and then they came in together. As for why the King of Fighting Teeth came back, you don't have to think about it to know that there must be a monster ventilating the news, although he has only been away for about 7 or 8 months, but for the King of Fighting Teeth, more than 7 years have passed. The next situation was as Lin Ling expected. Thor explained that most of the situation was the same as Lin Ling's guess, looking at the Fighting Tooth King who was standing in front of him with a bewildered face, looking like he wanted to hug the child but didn't dare to move. Lin Ling felt a little funny, coaxed the child, and took the initiative to hand it over, signaling that he could hug the child. That's Lin Ling, the child's name. Carefully picking up Inuyasha, the Fighting Tooth King asked softly, I haven't picked it up yet. Lying down and looking at the father and son, Lin Ling replied. Then let's call it Inuyasha, I've thought about it a long time ago. With a happy face, the Fighting Tooth King sometimes behaves really naive, like a child who hasn't grown up, and it is estimated that part of Inuyasha's character in the future will inherit the character of the Fighting Tooth King. Lin Ling naturally had no opinion on the name of the Fighting Tooth King, and then the Fighting Tooth King did not stay here for too long, teased Inuyasha for a while, and said some sensual love words to Lin Ling and left. After all, there are many things, there are still wives and children at home, and they can't stay outside for a long time. Proper tracheitis is typical. It may not be a big deal in modern times, but in ancient times, he was already a good man of the Gu family. The next 2.0 days are very stable. 3 years have been spent very ordinary. The city of 10,000 demons has become a bazaar-like existence of monsters. Inuyasha has also grown very fast. There are already humans about 5 or 6 years old, but then the growth rate began to slow down. But under Lin Ling's strong education and the company of Thor and Connor, the strength has grown very fast, and it has reached the top strength of the little monster, and the move of the 3 soul iron claws has also been developed. Of course, there is a long fox tail as hard as a divine weapon, as a means of attack and protection. During the period the Fighting Tooth King also came a few times, but they all came in a hurry. The Ōtsutsuki Clan is back, and the war is about to start again, and there are other big monsters in the western country to plague the living beings. As the lord of the country, the Duya King is very busy, and he hasn't been to the 10,000 demon city for almost a year. It's so laid back. You say yes, Thor. In the courtyard, Lin Ling said with a teacup in her hand. Yes, it's so laid back, Lord Lin Ling. Thor, who was also holding a teacup, sighed. In the yard, it was the height of summer, and the little Inuyasha was playing with Connor catching insects, but looking at the name of catching insects, basically Connor found something and gnawed it off directly, and the one-man show and caterpillars became snacks in Connor's mouth, and this result led to Inuyasha doing the same, but obviously compared to Connor's appetite for nothing, Inuyasha, who was accustomed to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas under Lin Ling's pampering, was directly defeated by the special taste of insects, and ran to the side and vomited with a disgusting face. Looking at the two little cuties and noisy appearance, it really looks like a brother and sister, although the days are leisurely and ordinary, but it doesn't make people bored, it feels good. 27. Of course if there is no big white dog monster with a shy face running over to the door, it may be better. At first it was honest, and it didn't take a few minutes to start moving your hands and feet. King Fighting Teeth, can you live in peace? Looking at a dog that was very intimate and hugged his waist and leaned on his shoulder, Lin Ling sighed and said, I don't know if it's the inertia of the plot. The Fighting Tooth King seems to be still the same at this time, but a lot of injuries have accumulated in the body, and the losses are serious, in addition to the pressure and trivial matters in all aspects. Most of them are caused by the competition with those big monsters, moth demons, death ghosts. The Dragon Bone Essence is a relatively famous big monster, all for various reasons, and the Fighting Tooth King was defeated or eliminated or sealed by the Fighting Tooth King, and there are more monsters that were exterminated by the Fighting Tooth King. In just 100 years, frequent battles and injuries have led to the current situation of the Fighting Tooth King. If you can live in peace for more than 100 years, you can slowly recover. If you continue to maintain this kind of life, I am afraid that you will die as early as before. It should be said that thanks to Lin Ling's treatment of his previous injuries when he replenished his essence and blood, he can continue to live for so long. Otherwise Inuyasha is estimated to have hung up before he was born. Lin Ling persuaded him once. It's a pity that he was treated as a deaf ear, or he couldn't let it go, so he could only do this, since life and death were put aside. Then Lin Ling had nothing to say. It's all old husbands and wives, what are you afraid of? The King of Fighting Teeth said with a dead face. You can find your wife, Senji. Rolling her eyes, Lin Ling complained. The rain and dew are all wet. The Fighting Tooth King smiled. In the past 100 years, from being beaten at the beginning to the current indifference, it has been a very big improvement for the Fighting Tooth King. Looking at Lin Ling, who was silent, he directly picked up Lin Ling and went to the inner room. Thor on the side looked at the Tooth King murderously, gritting his teeth, and the humanoid face was almost unable to maintain, although this situation is no longer strange, but it just makes people know, when they think that they are already Lin Ling's husband and have Inuyasha, Thor can only endure it with an irritable heart, and he is not happy with the fighting teeth, but for Inuyasha, Thor still loves it very much. In Thor's opinion, if there is the existence of the king, this is called the end of life. In the evening, looking at the Fighting Tooth King who got up, Lin Ling leaned lazily on the couch, looked at the Fighting Tooth King with the black pearl in his hand and said, "This is the inheritance you gave Inuyasha. Well, don't say it's so ugly, I'll live." The Fighting Tooth King smiled and said, "This black pearl is sealed with iron broken teeth, which is reserved for Inuyasha. This time he is going to fight again. The ground, there are many monsters, and there are naturally more troublemakers, and there are naturally a lot of big monsters peeking into the west, but this time the situation is different. The main thing is that the Dragon Bone Spirit is going to break free from the seal, and the battle with the Dragon Bone Spirit can be said to be a lose-lose. The Fighting Tooth King just barely sealed the other party, but it will be broken in less than 100 years. For the sake of the future, the Fighting Tooth King can only continue to clean up this mess. Really, isn't it good to live a chic life? Why do you keep carrying all this? It's really not too tired to panic." Putting away the black pearl, Lin Ling stretched out, turned over and continued to sleep. I'm sorry, but when Sesshomaru inherits the position in the future, I'll retire and spend a leisurely life with you. The Fighting Tooth King smiled apologetically, walked out of the room and flew away from the 10,000 Demon City. After lying down for a while, Lin Ling got up and walked out of the room. After all, after 100 years of relationship, watching the Fighting Tooth King hang up, Lin Ling was really reluctant, and gave him a talisman in the hope that it could start to work. Now it was almost time for dinner, and when he came to the restaurant, Inuyasha and Kana were already sitting together, and Thor happened to come over with a pot of stew. Mom, hurry up, hurry up. Looking at Lin Ling who entered the door, Inuyasha hurriedly urged, 100 years old is still a child, less than 10 years old, but the strength has been greatly improved, reaching the point of the intermediate monster high level. The average monster millennium cultivation is estimated not to be as strong as Inuyasha is now, and it is estimated that many monsters will be angry to death if they are released. Got it, little glutton. Nodding Inuyasha's nose, Lin Ling sat down in the main seat, which was a small square table, where 4 people sat down, and the table was already full of sumptuous food. While eating, he looked at Inuyasha. Lin Ling was almost thinking about Inuyasha's future development. Although it was good to have been sheltered under his wing, he could not get the maximum growth. After all, no matter how talented he was, no matter how strong his learning was, there were many things that he also needed to learn and understand after personal experience. The age of more than 100 years old can only be regarded as a childhood among yokai, but it is enough to protect himself outside with Inuyasha's strength, and it is almost time for 540 to let him go out and experience the experience by himself. After dinner, Lin Ling looked at Inuyasha who had fallen asleep for a while, and took Thor and Connor to the council hall. Because they were mostly small monsters, so as the patriarch, the Nato monk and the rabbit demon became the stewards of the 10,000 demon city. Although the strength was low, but under the protection of Lin Ling, no demon dared to provoke, at least in this 10,000 demon city. The demons had to give the 2 of them some face. Lord Lin Ling, do you really want to do this? Thor had a worried expression. Don't worry, Thor, after all, there are some things that you need to experience yourself, and this is also to make Inuyasha have better development and progress. Lin Ling said with a smile. She had already started the arrangement a year ago, and now the time was ripe. In this regard, Thor didn't say more, and then, facing the waiting Nato monk and rabbit demon, Lin Ling gave an order. Starting today, the 10,000 demon city will be managed in a closed manner, and the concealment array will also be activated, and the entire 10,000 demon city will be wrapped in the formation, completely hidden, that is, the state of entering the subspace, although it still exists in the real world, but it can't be seen or touched, and while Inuyasha was asleep. After the formation was activated, Lin Ling threw Inuyasha into the wild, and then left a simple letter and the fine fire rat robe exchanged by the system and left it alone, and the next journey was left by Inuyasha himself. Still worried about Inuyasha? In the bath, Lin Ling looked at Tordeo, who was a little absent-minded. Well, it's a little. Everything that should be taught has already been taught, and he walks the rest of the way by himself, and we can't be with him for the rest of our lives. Looking at Connor swimming in the bath, Lin Ling sighed. She missed her children in the previous worlds, and she didn't know when her journey would end. Sometimes she would feel very lonely if she lived too long, mainly because she felt very empty in her soul, but because of the system, she couldn't see the end of her journey. Even if she died, it was just a new beginning. After taking a bath, going to bed early, there were not many entertainment activities in ancient times. There was no internet and no entertainment venues, and nothing to do can be said to be very boring. Early the next morning, Lin Ling left the 10,000 demon city with Thor and Connor, and handed them over to a few subordinates to take care of. The world is so big, I want to go out and see. After all, being idle is also idle. Before Inuyasha reaches the strength specified in the task, he can have a good rest during this time, and play how he wants. For Lin Ling's approach, Thor and Connor naturally will not have any opinions. For them, being able to be with Lin Ling, going there is the same. Nah. Lord Lin Ling, where are we going? Asked Thor as he walked down the road. Kyoto. Answer directly. Lin Ling wants to see the big cities of human beings in this era, and there is some information on the intelligence. Lin Ling wants to confirm it. Maybe she will find some good fun to play. Lin Ling, look, look. Connor shouted as she pointed to a village not far away, because she was walking on foot. This was the first human village they had discovered. Luck is not bad. After all, this era is in a period of war, not to mention the chaos, and the population is sparse, a bit of a vast and sparsely populated taste. To be able to see a village so quickly, for people on the journey, it is not a bad situation. With 2 dragon girls into the village, as expected, it is a very ordinary village. The entire scale can be seen as the same. There are only about a dozen families in total. The appearance of Lin Ling's 3 daughters has made the whole village a sensation. After all, the appearance of the dress is completely different from them ordinary people. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Ling directly put on a veil and changed into an ordinary samurai outfit. Walk all the way to enjoy the ancient scenery. Picnic on the grass, it is a brute thing. A day later, leaving the scope of the western country, the chaos that gradually comes into view is hidden. The scene of war and monsters is almost common. Of course, I also saw the existence of many witches and monks, and I also knew a lot of useful information. Sitting in the tea house, just when Lin Ling already had something, the long-lost system prompt sounded in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host for opening a new side quest, isn't it boring? Then let's educate and guide. The only permanent side quest is released. Make good use of your talents, and go to XXO to capture the male essence. According to the strength you can get the corresponding pleasure value. Isn't it a surprise? Isn't it a surprise? It's all for the pleasure value. Good luck. Is this the rhythm that made me directly RBQ? Looking at the so-called new branch line speechlessly, or a permanent task, Lin Ling swallowed her saliva, although there is no clear reward and punishment, but the fact that you can get the corresponding pleasure value by virtue of the strength of the other party is enough to tempt, which makes Lin Ling's heart moved. It seems that she is almost an RBQ, and there are many men on it, and it doesn't seem to make much difference if you do it hundreds of times or thousands of times, and as long as you get enough pleasure points, you can be completely liberated. Say goodbye to this dog's system. It seems that it is okay to think about it like this. Lord Lin Ling, what are you smirking at? Thor said as he looked at Lin Ling, who was distracted, and waved his hand. It's nothing. It's not early. Let's move on. Got up directly and said. Lin Ling began to think about the era in which this world lives. There are those powerful men. Ordinary people don't have to think about it. They know that there must not be much pleasure to take. Time-consuming and laborious, thankless. If you want to find a strong guy, you must find a strong guy to do. The one-time income is definitely more than ordinary people, and it saves a lot of trouble. But unfortunately, I don't know much about the situation in this era, and it is really difficult to find a target to try first for a while. When a sound of the Zen staff shaking came from not far away, which immediately attracted Lin Ling's attention. Of course, it was not attracted by the sound, but that the other party had a strong spiritual power. Of course, it was still a very low level for Lin Ling, but if it was divided, it was almost at a level close to the top level of intermediate monsters, and it was already a very powerful person among humans, and it could deal with most of the monsters, after all, even if it was a monster. The level above the top level was very rare, not the cats and puppies that could be seen everywhere. The two levels of intermediate monsters and low-level monsters were the mainstream levels. Monk. Thor said curiously. He had seen a few dressed like this along the way, but most of them were liars, and those who were capable were also very rubbish, and this monk was the most powerful of the psychic people he had ever seen. At this moment, the monk stopped in front of Ling and the others, pulled up the hat he was wearing with one hand, revealing a somewhat handsome face, looked at the masked but unconcealed beauty Lin Ling and smiled kindly. Can the three girls stay for a while? Is there something wrong with the monk? Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, looking at the face of the guy in front of her, she always felt a little familiar, thinking back to the character in Inuyasha. This guy has 7 images with that lecherous mage Methreya. Could it be Methreya's grandfather or something? No, I'm not a monk here, it's just a wandering mage, and I happened to see 3 of them, and I found that you seem to be haunted by evil spirits, so I took the liberty to disturb you. The mage stared straight at Lin Lingdao. In this case, then please ask the master to solve my doubts. Nodding, Lin Ling immediately understood that this guy was abducted and tricked, although he has real skills, but this point is probably the so-called genetics. Lin Ling wants to see what kind of flowers this guy can play. It's not a good thing to run to someone else's boudoir in the middle of the night. Leaning against the window, Lin Ling looked at the uninvited guy and smiled. Didn't I come at the invitation of you? Hooking Lin Ling's chin, the slippery scoop approached and looked directly into Lin Ling's eyes and said, the young slippery scoop can be very dashing. Of course, the demand in this area is also very restrained, although the performance is a little uninhibited, but the brain is still very rational. Otherwise I want to have more banshees with the slippery spring breeze, and the snow girls in the group will not forget the slippery lady. I'm a vixen. With a grin, Lin Ling looked at the stunned slider and continued, why is it 5:40? No. Just a little surprised. Slippery Scoop sneered a little, and said that the fox reminded him of the feathered fox, the biggest opponent who became the lord of the ghostly spirit, has been reincarnated I don't know how many times, but every time he is reincarnated, he is a stunning beauty, with a bewitching aura that cannot be concealed, but compared with Lin Ling in front of him, it is slightly worse. For the feathered fox, although the person is beautiful, the Slippery Scoop is still quite disgusted, in comparison. Lin Ling's breath is very comfortable, there is a feeling of wanting to be close. Why are you in a daze? Aren't you here to play with me? Lin Ling said meaninglessly. Yes, I'm here to play with you, although this is the second time we've met, but for some reason I feel like you're interesting and want to get close to you. Slippery Scoop laughed. Oh, love at first sight. Well, it shouldn't be, how to say it, it's just that you have an unconsciously want to get close. I always have a feeling that it will be planted in your hands. Slippery Scoop sighed and said, this feeling is very strange. It's not a feeling like love or something, but it's like an animal instinct to be attracted to the past, although I know it's not good to do this. After all, most of the beautiful banshees are thorny, and if you're not careful, you'll be pierced all over your body, but people can't help but want to get closer. You're right, I'm dangerous. Lin Ling said half-jokingly, and directly held the face of the Slippery Scoop and continued, I'm so dangerous, so do you still want to give it a try? Well, even so, as a man, the more dangerous it is, the more you can't back down. Grinning, resuming his usual swinging posture, the slippery scoop grabbed Lin Ling's waist with his backhand. No one knows what will happen if he doesn't try anything once, right? And retreating is not his style. Anyway, it's not the first time for him to do this kind of thing. Who suffers is not necessarily. Then let me see you. Lin Ling laughed a little angrily. If she is serious about this aspect of things, no one or demon can fight alone, and her natural ability is enough to make most opponents drink a pot. No matter how much you earn, this night must definitely make you slippery. Sleepless all night, fighting until the next day, Lin Ling looked at the prompt of 50,000 pleasure points and was a little surprised. I didn't expect the reward of the big monster realm to be so rich, but the slippery scoop was also down, but it was still defeated. Looking at the tired and not light slippery scoop that was about to be sucked dry and pretended to be fine, Lin Ling felt funny. Yes, do you want to continue? Sweetening the remaining Nutrition Express line on her fingers, Lin Ling showed a bright smile. Of course, some of it was bluffing. It had been 10 hours of hard fighting all night, and the combat power of the slippery scoop was not weak, and he was actually almost at the limit. Haha. Excuse me, it's not too early, I have to go back, otherwise disappearing as a general will cause chaos in the group. Quickly made an excuse, got dressed in a slippery manner, and left Lin Ling's room directly. Tisk tisk, men are reckless creatures. For a moment, the slippery scoop almost fell from the window with a weak leg, but Lin Ling saw it clearly, and cleaned up the battlefield a little. Lin Ling fell down comfortably and fell asleep. Although the big monster in Kyoto has a feathered fox in addition to the slippery scoop, but the person is a banshee, and he can't get the reward, and the level above the big monster is still too few. Their own pleasure value has a trend of breaking 1 million, but it is far from the value of 10 billion, according to a big monster 50,000 to calculate. He has to go up to at least 2,000 big monster level to store full pleasure value. One a day will take about 6.5 years, 2,000 big monsters, not to mention that the entire island country has more than 102. It is estimated that the whole world adds up to almost this number, plus you have to let the other party be willing to do it with yourself. At least it is estimated that it will take more than 100 years or even longer. I always feel that I have been deceived by the system again, and I am tired and don't love it. In the afternoon, Lin Ling was woken up by Thor, and after a simple lunch, Lin Ling decided to go back to the 10,000 Demon City. According to Lin Ling, she was not in the mood for Lin Ling's fickle attitude. Thor naturally had no opinion, not to mention Connor. She immediately set off to return. This time it was not a walk, directly let Thor turn back to his body, and sat on Thor's back and returned to the 10,000 Demon City. Nearby, Lin Ling felt the breath of Inuyasha, and was still wandering around, but before Inuyasha didn't meet the top monster required by the task, Lin Ling was determined not to meet him, enter the 10,000 Demon City, and hand over things to Thor to take care of. Lin Ling went to sleep. Anyway, there is no limit to the basic lifespan after becoming an immortal, and it belongs to the category of eternal life. Lin Ling can sleep for hundreds or thousands of years as long as she is willing to sleep, and wait quietly for the prompt sound of the task to be completed. In addition to what happens during this period, Lin Ling is too lazy to care. Anyway, there are Thor and Connor, two people in the town, and the 10,000 Demon City will not have an accident. After falling asleep, there was no concept of time. I don't know how long it had been. In my sleep, Lin Ling finally waited for the system's prompt sound, but what surprised Lin Ling was that along with the prompt sound of Inuyasha's success in reaching the reward for completing the task of the top yokai, there were several prompt tones that successfully obtained 100,000 pleasure points, and when she opened her eyes, Lin Ling was dumbfounded and looked at the Dotooth King who was lying on her body. Yo, Lin Ling, are you awake? With a somewhat embarrassed smile, the Fighting Tooth King sped up, and he couldn't shrink at this critical moment. How long have I been asleep? Asked with a chirp. Lin Ling rubbed her eyes and said, it's been more than 100 years. Gritting his teeth, the Fighting Tooth King suddenly stopped, trembled all over, and then turned over and lay down to the side. You brought Ling Yu Immortal G over from 2.0. Feeling the changes in the lower city, Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, well, I'll live in seclusion with you in the future. I've completely handed over the Western Kingdom to Killing Pill, and there are a few old ministers to assist him, so I think it will be more prosperous in the future. The Fighting Tooth King had a relaxed expression, and finally let go of all his burdens and could rest well, but it was a pity that Lin Ling woke up too quickly. He only moved here 50 years ago, and he had a good time while Lin Ling was asleep, but there was Ling Yu's ing, so the number of times he came to steal was relatively small. Rubbing her head helplessly, Lin Ling felt that she needed to understand what the situation was now. Now that the 4th ring task has been completed, the 5th ring task has been opened. Unexpectedly, the 5th ring task is to change more than 5 plot points, and you can get 50,000 pleasure points when you achieve it, and 10,000 pleasure points for each additional change, and the time limit is within 100 years. This is the last ring task. Really, I ran out again, Lord Lin Ling, I didn't take me this time, it's hate biting the handkerchief. Thor had an unwilling expression. Don't be sad, Lord Thor, this is for you, it's delicious. Kong Na took out a piece of pastry and said, this is made by Ling Yu's ing. Don't look at the family is a noble lady, but the craftsmanship is not bad, at least Kong Na thinks it is very delicious. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already left the 10,000 demon city, was walking on the country road in a comfortable mood. Since more than 100 years have passed, then now Inuyasha should have grown to about 15 or 16 years old, and he has inherited his own genes, and he is definitely much more handsome than the original one. But the problem is that the Well of Eating Bones is in the 10,000 demon city. How can the next plot start? This made Linling very puzzled, but soon, this doubt was answered by the scene in front of him. There is an identical well not far from Shenmue. Where is it? There are a few abandoned wooden barrels next to it. Not far from the well is a small village standing here, although I don't know how there is a bone-eating well, but this well is estimated to be dug by the villagers in order to draw water, and then it was abandoned when it dried up, and came to the well to look at the bottom of the well. Compared to the well in the city, this well is more humid, and there are some monster corpses left in it. In addition, the style is relatively simple. After observing for a while, I didn't find anything special about this well. Linling looked at the sacred tree not far away. This sacred tree was full of spirituality. Soon, Linling was not interested, and walked towards the forest. As expected, on a big tree on the periphery of the forest, Linling saw the long-lost Inuyasha, which was nailed to the trunk of the tree as before. Compared to the cute appearance of the stupid and cute when he was a child, the current Inuyasha has grown up, and looks very handsome, compared with the appearance of the original book. In addition to a little more sharp temperament, the face is also much softer. For example, the original Inuyasha is at most a handsome guy, and the current Inuyasha is a beautiful boy. With a smile, he stepped forward and grabbed Inuyasha's ears. It still felt so good. Enough fun. Linling turned around and left, and then waited for the plot to open. After all, it was his own son. In order not to let him leave regrets, Kagome and Kaguya had been taken away in the two previous and past lives, and the province would be entangled in this and that. As for whether the two daughters were willing to serve a husband together, it depended on Inuyasha's ability, and he would at most assist on the side. Someone is coming. Feeling a faint but powerful aura approaching, Linling jumped lightly, got on the top of a big tree and sat down. Soon, among the bushes, a girl in a modern uniform walked out. It was the future Inuyasha's daughter-in-law Kagome. The plot opened. Linling was a little surprised that the plot came so quickly. Watching Kagome climb the root of the tree to come to Inuyasha, reached out and touched Inuyasha's ears like herself. No matter how many times Linling watched this scene, she wanted to laugh, but Inuyasha's ears were really fun. Linling expressed her understanding. A few minutes later, looking at Kagome, who was captured by the villagers who came, Linling got off the tree, and when she wanted to go over and continue looking, Inuyasha woke up by being nailed to the trunk, and after being sealed for 50 years, she opened her eyes again, and saw Linling at first sight. The familiar taste and posture, Inuyasha can be recognized when she turns to ashes, the old mother who suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Mother. Just as he was trying to move, Inuyasha remembered his current situation, almost forgetting that he had been sealed. If he didn't pull out this arrow in his heart, he wouldn't be able to move even if he woke up. Obviously he had a lot to say in his heart, and he wanted to ask why he had thrown himself into the wild and disappeared for 100 years, and a series of questions Inuyasha wanted to get the answer from Linling's mouth. Sighed, turned her head, and when Linling was about to say something, she saw that Inuyasha had already started crying, and the bean-sized tears kept falling one by one. Looking at herself silently, the pitiful posture like an abandoned puppy completely made Linling speechless. After all, her starting point was for Inuyasha's good, and it was also for the plot to go smoothly, but this did make Inuyasha suffer a lot and experience a lot of dangers. Linling directly raised his hand and shook it gently. The arrow in Inuyasha's heart automatically dissipated for the lingzi. The seal was lifted, and he moved his stiff body slightly. After all, he had been sealed for 50 years, and he still needed to get used to it again. And after almost that, Inuyasha pounced directly towards Linling, buried in Linling's arms like a child, and cried. After more than 100 years, he had never shed tears after encountering so many things, and he was only released at this moment. More than an hour later, Linling silently listened to Inuyasha tell about his experience in the past 100 years, as well as the inseparable love. Of course, he also asked why he suddenly abandoned him. Linling naturally answered Inuyasha's doubts one by one, and it was estimated that there would be problems with his personality if others were abandoned for no reason, and Inuyasha still maintained trust in his relatives. Looking at the relieved Inuyasha, Linling felt that he had a sense of guilt in his heart. It's been 50 years. Kaguya has become an old woman. With an exclamating expression, Inuyasha looked up at the sky. Kaguya's words are dead. Linling said bluntly. What? Looked at Linling in surprise, and the next moment, Inuyasha smiled gloatingly, but the bitterness in his eyes couldn't hide from Linling's eyes, and this misunderstanding was deep. Do you want to go back with me? Smiling, Linling asked. Well, but before that, Mother, I want to take away the Jade of the Four Souls. My original purpose is this. As long as I get the Jade of the Four Souls, it is not impossible for me to enter the realm of the great monster in one fell swoop, and when the time comes, I will also dominate one side like the old man and be the lord of a country. Inuyasha said confidently. Only by establishing the goal by himself can he have a sense of accomplishment. Do what you want. Linling encouraged, but could Inuyasha really get his wish? I'll go back as soon as I go. Standing up, Inuyasha smiled, and suddenly jumped quickly towards the village. At first Inuyasha's purpose was to go home, and then met Kaguya because he wanted to stay with his beloved woman, but the creation made people, and now Inuyasha's only purpose is to retake the Jade of the Four Souls, and then build a huge demon kingdom with his mother, reigning over the world, and this village that he has guarded for so many years, since the beloved is no longer there, then take away the Jade of the Four Souls and destroy it together. Inuyasha? It's Inuyasha. How could it be? What about Granny Kaed? Looking at the panicked villagers, as the only witch in the village, Kaed now also feels very strange. It stands to reason that Inuyasha, who was sealed by his sister Kaguya's arrow, should never wake up, but now that he has woken up, he has even unsealed the seal and run to the village. It is really strange. For Inuyasha, Kaed knows very well how strong his strength is. Even the deceased sister Kaguya does not dare to say that it can necessarily beat Inuyasha, and the successful sealing of Inuyasha still relies on a sneak attack to succeed, and now in the face of Inuyasha who has unlocked the seal, the whole village can be said to be uncontrollable. Inuyasha's rage. I don't want to kill people for the time being. Obediently hand over the Jade of the Four Souls. Maybe I can bypass your life when I'm happy. Don't care about the appearance of the surrounding villagers. Inuyasha walked in generously. These are ordinary people after all. Ordinary low-level yokai can't beat it. Not to mention facing him, the top yokai. If you want, Inuyasha can slaughter this village in an hour. Inuyasha, the Jade of the Four Souls is gone, and it was cremated along with Sister Kaguya. You give up. Feng walked out. Someone must stand up at this time. I just hope that the other party can leave on their own knowing that the Jade of the Four Souls has disappeared. Who are you? Old woman. Inuyasha frowned, feeling a little familiar, but he just couldn't remember who this person was. Have you forgotten about me, Inuyasha? I'm Kaed, Kaguya's sister. Kaed replied. Oh, it was the little ghost at the beginning, and now it's an old woman. You say the Jade of the Four Souls is gone, but the strange thing is that I seem to smell the smell of that stinky woman, and I will never forget this smell for the rest of my life. Inuyasha sneered, and at a glance saw Kagome not far behind Kaed. It was the smell of bellflowers, and it looked the same, although I heard my mother say that Kaguya was dead, and Kaed also said that Kaguya had been cremated with the Jade of the Four Souls, but the girl in front of her was definitely related to Kaguya. Oh no, Kagome? Hurry up. Looking at Inuyasha's gaze, Kaed immediately understood the other party's intentions, and immediately shouted at Kagome, who was still in a daze behind her, but it was too late. In an instant, Inuyasha had already flown out, and the reaction of ordinary people couldn't keep up with this speed at all, and was easily crossed by Inuyasha and came to Kagome, reaching out and jamming Kagome's neck. Inuyasha carefully looked at the face in front of him, although it was 8 points similar to Kaguya, but it was not Kaguya, but this exactly the same smell couldn't be faked. It was really weird. Ahem. Let go of me. Woman, come with me. Looking at the struggling Kagome, although Inuyasha didn't understand, maybe the mother knew something. Anyway, bring it back first, and the most important thing is that from this girl, Inuyasha felt the breath of the Jade of the Four Souls. These decades, in addition to being accompanied by the bellflower day and night, Inuyasha remembered the most profound breath was the Jade of the Four Souls. Grabbing the girl, it made him have a reaction of demonic power growth. This is the power of the Jade of the Four Souls. There will be absolutely no mistake. Let her go, Inuyasha. Kaed shot an arrow at Inuyasha, but Kaed, who didn't have much spiritual power at all, could only deal with some garbage monsters at most, and the arrows shot were easily blown away by Inuyasha's claws, and they couldn't cause any damage at all. The Jade of the Four Souls is mine. At this moment, another voice came from the sky, and then the sky darkened, and a huge human centipede-tailed yokai rushed over, pointing directly at Inuyasha, or at Kagome, and this happened in such an instant. 100-legged demon woman, you dare to? This kind of garbage monster also dared to stand up in front of him. Inuyasha let go of Kagome, stretched out his claws and slashed directly at the huge body of the 100-legged witch, and directly cut it off the spot. But the separated upper body still came to Kagome, and the sharp fangs cut Kagome's waist in one bite, and suddenly, a bead that exuded a bright but not dazzling light fell out of Kagome's wound, which was the Jade of the Four Souls. My, Four-Soul Jade, ha ha ha. Struggling to grab the Jade of the Four Souls, swallowing it in one bite, the lower half of the 100-legged demon woman's severed body was immediately reconnected, and at the same time, the demon chi was also soaring, and she instantly entered the realm of intermediate monsters, and she continued to improve. Damn, you are so bold, Inuyasha said angrily. However, for the top yokai like Inuyasha, the 100-legged demon woman didn't dare to continue to stay, and immediately flew away to escape. After all, the Jade of the Four Souls has not been fully digested, and when it is all digested, the 100-legged demon woman is confident that she can also become a big monster that dominates the party, and there is no need to be afraid of the grudge of the top yokai like Inuyasha, but it is obvious that the 100-footed demon woman does not have the luck of the protagonist's aura, even if she has become an intermediate yokai, but in the face of the top yokai who is 2 large levels behind, the 100-legged demon woman has not had time to run far before she is caught up by the Inuyasha behind. Scattered Soul Iron Claw, 3 blood-colored energy traces several meters long burst out of the claws, and the body of the 100-legged demon woman was directly torn into countless pieces in the air, falling like rain, and the Jade of the Four Souls that fell was held in Inuyasha's hand for the first time. I can't help myself. Looking at the 100-legged demon woman whose corpse dissipated with disdain, Inuyasha looked at the jade of the 4 souls in his hand, what he had been longing for decades. He finally got it at this moment, but I don't know why. It was not as happy as I imagined, but it was a little empty, which really made people feel upset. Are you okay? Simply reached out and wiped Kagam's waist. Lin Ling watched a good show. Well, thank you. Looking at his back as before, if it weren't for the broken parts, Kagam thought that she was dazzled and had just been injured. Inuyasha, you have also obtained the jade of the 4 souls, leave this village immediately. Seeing that things had come to this point, Kaed couldn't reverse it, so he could only sternly look at Inuyasha who was slowly walking back. Even if you don't say it, I'm too lazy to stay in this place. Inuyasha said sarcastically, then looked at Lin Ling beside Kagam and said, Mother, why did you come with me? Mother. Kagam looked at the two of them in surprise. Lin Ling's face looked a little older than her, and she was so beautiful and temperamental, it could be the mother of this fierce monster? Of course, in addition to Kagam, the other villagers also had a shocked expression. After all, Inuyasha also had a mother, and they were also the first time to know about it. Of course, the most shocking thing was that Inuyasha's mother was so young and beautiful, but when I thought it was because of the monster, I was also relieved. Well, because there's something I think I need to make you understand. Find a place for us to sit down and talk. Lin Ling sold a pass for the time being. The reason why she chased it was because she was rewarded, and liberating Inuyasha in advance was actually considered to be a completion of a task. In this case, for the sake of pleasure, Lin Ling felt that there were still many places that could be modified, such as solving Inuyasha's misunderstanding of Kikyo. The second one, it's really easy and pleasant. It's not enough to wait for the plot to change beyond recognition. I guess I don't have to brush it. Looking at the indicators in the taskbar, Lin Ling sighed, picked up the teacup and took a sip of boiled water. After all, there is no so-called tea here and there is water here. It is good. As for Inuyasha who is squatting in the corner and drawing circles in circles, and Kagam, who is at a loss, let them slow down first. After all, they have experienced so much today, and they still need to digest and digest it well. Then again, why is this jade that can make monsters stronger in my body? Looking at the jade of the 4 souls in Lin Ling's hand, Kagam found a topic and asked. It seemed that everything was caused by this jade of the 4 souls, and Kagam was also curious about the situation. That's because you're the reincarnation of Kikyo, so even if Kikyo is cremated with the jade of the 4 souls, the jade of the 4 souls still follows you and comes here again. As for why this happened, I don't know very well. Lin Ling said with a smile, and the filth stained by the jade of the 4 souls in her hand was purified in an instant, revealing a dazzling light. How is it possible? It's obviously a monster. Why can you purify the jade of the 4 souls? Feng Man, who was cooking on the side, looked at the change of the jade of the 4 souls in shock. Compared to this, is it true that what you said, Mother, is she the reincarnation of Kikyo? Inuyasha, who immediately came from the corner, said with a look of surprise, and after the misunderstanding was solved, Inuyasha suddenly lost his hatred for Kikyo, and some were full of guilt and love, and his eyes when he looked at Kagam were completely changed, and Kagam was very uncomfortable with that fiery gaze. Of course it's true, but this jade should be kept by Kagam, since it is the reincarnation of Kikyo and has such a huge and pure spiritual power on his body, it would be too wasteful to use it well. Lin Ling said and threw the jade directly to Kagam. Mother. Okay, Inuyasha, don't forget how I taught you at the beginning, the power obtained by relying on external objects is false after all, unstable, not your own power. What if you rely on the jade of the 4 souls, you will become a big monster. Looking at Lin Ling, who reprimanded himself with a straight face, Inuyasha was very distempered and stopped silent. The higher the strength, the more Inuyasha could appreciate his mother's strength. He couldn't feel it when he was a child, but now he has become a top monster. In the face of Lin Ling, Inuyasha still feels very empty, not to mention the breath. He can't smell the smell at all. Inuyasha understands very well that this is caused by the big difference in strength between the two. Inuyasha doesn't want to be taught a lesson by his mother because of this little thing. Looking at the reprimanded obedient Inuyasha, Kagam couldn't help but turn around and snicker. After all, at the beginning, she also used her power to get rid of the 100-legged demon woman who treated the villagers as nothing. This kind of deflated situation is the first time I've seen it. This sudden contrast is really funny. Of course, the most important thing, Kagam still wants to find a way to return to the modern era. After all, this is the Warring States period, not her own era, and her home is in the modern era, and there are family and friends. As for the reincarnation of Kikyo and the jade of the 4 souls and other things, Kagam doesn't want to get involved at all. She just wants to be an ordinary high school student. An Anshin just wants to live. By the way, Kagam, since you are the reincarnation of Kikyo and Inuyasha's misunderstanding has been solved, why don't you continue your relationship? Looking at the breath-holding Inuyasha and the gloating Kagam, Lin Ling smiled darkly and suddenly proposed. Don't be so surprised, Inuyasha, what do you think? Waved his hand, looking at the surprised attitude of the two, Lin Ling asked. Mother. Opening his mouth, Inuyasha looked at Kagam with some complications, although Kagam is the reincarnation of Kikyo, but he understands very well that Kagam is not Kikyo, but the breath and face are so similar. If Kagam can be together, Inuyasha will not be repulsed in his heart, but he still has some concerns. Wait. Looking at the conversation between the mother and son, Kagome quickly interjected and said, I don't agree. I'm Kagome, not Kikyo. Don't say I'm meeting this guy for the first time today, and this guy's personality is too bad, and he's a monster, and he's so rude. I don't want to marry him or anything. I must go back to modern times. Oh, but do you know how to go back? Covering her mouth and smiling, Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, anyway, there must be a way, and even if you can't go back, you don't necessarily have to marry this guy. Choked by Lin Ling, Kagome suddenly lowered her head and muttered, if she can't go back, she will definitely stay in this era and live forever. Unless she is single all the time, she will definitely get married, which is indeed a big problem. Well, what the hell is going on? You guys think slowly, I'll go back first. Looking at the two people with different faces, Lin Ling got up and said, mother, Inuyasha, you figure out what you think in your heart before you make a decision. Since the Jade of the Four Souls has re-emerged, then trouble will naturally follow. If you don't stay, then with Kagome still not controlling his power, he will definitely not be able to protect the Jade of the Four Souls. If you are willing to watch this village fall apart and Kagome is killed by Yukai, you can leave with me. Listening to Lin Ling's words, Inuyasha was suddenly entangled. After all, this is the case. In the end, he still can't let go of this land and this person. Inuyasha remained silent, obviously preparing to stay temporarily, and when he completely figured it out, let's talk about it. Of course, this time, Lin Ling left a talisman for Inuyasha to contact himself. If he encounters any problems or dangers, he can contact himself. Even if he wants to come back, he can use this talisman to come back. Saying goodbye to Inuyasha and Kagome for the time being, Lin Ling returned to the place where the forest god tree was located for the first time, and came to the bone-eating well that Kagome had crossed over to use. When Kagome had not passed through, Lin Ling did not find anything strange, but this time, this well has changed a lot. The energy of the tomb is connected with this well, and in addition to this, there is a mysterious and unknown power that appears at the bottom of the well. If you don't feel it carefully, you can't detect it at all. This mysterious power is a bit like the spatial power when the system allows you to carry out mission teleportation, but it is different. In short, this is probably the reason why Kagome can travel back and forth between modern and ancient times. Sure enough, it doesn't work. I tried to use this well to cross like Kagome, but obviously the energy of this well didn't work on me, so I couldn't do anything about it. Helplessly out of the well, Lin Ling was thinking about whether his next step was to get Inuyasha's weapon out in advance, when an obscure demonic aura entered the scope of his perception. This demonic aura was very heavy, but it was very weak, and there was no lifeless breath, which immediately reminded Lin Ling of things like puppets and clones. Disappearing in an instant, Lin Ling found the target in the grass outside the village. An unknown figure in a baboon skin was observing the situation in the village, and under a large tree not far from here with all its leaves, Kagome and Inuyasha were sitting together, with a basket of fruits and white radishes beside them. Naruto. Appearing next to the other party, Lin Ling was quite surprised. She didn't expect to meet this guy's doppelganger here. Oh, do you know what's next? Turning to look at Lin Ling, Naruto was even more surprised than Lin Ling, and the look of shock in his tone was unconcealable. After all, he had only been a monster for 50 years, and he had no fame outside at all, and the other party actually knew about his existence, which really made Naruto a little uneasy. Don't worry, you're still safe for the time being, if you're not a clone here, of course. Lin Ling grinned, and easily wiped out his clone on the spot with a wave of his hand. Click, in the castle tower of a castle somewhere, with the death of the doppelganger, the puppet placed in the center of the wooden board also directly shattered and turned into ashes. With such a strong strength, at least it's a top-notch monster. It seems that it's eyeing me. It's troublesome. You have to check the details of the other party first. Inside the curtain, a figure swayed, then calmed down again. After getting Naruto's doppelganger, Lin Ling returned directly to the 10,000 Demon City, and at first glance, he saw that the Duyaking and Ling Yuzianji were enjoying the flowers in the courtyard. Because of the enchantment set by Lin Ling, the flowers in the courtyard were in full bloom, and the same was true of the transplanted cherry blossom trees, which were extraordinarily beautiful under the 100 flowers, and the cherry blossom rain in the sky looked extraordinarily beautiful like a fairyland on earth. Lord Lin Ling, you're finally back? As soon as possible, Thor flew out of the house and greeted Lin Ling. It can be said that Thor is the only one who is the most sensitive to Lin Ling's breath, and he was detected the first time he came in. Of course, it is also related to Lin Ling's lack of hiding, otherwise Thor would not be able to detect Lin Ling's return. I'm sorry, Thor. Looking at the tearful Thor with some embarrassment, Lin Ling descended and came to the pavilion. Yo, my sister is back. How comfortable are you playing outside these days? Ling Yuzianji was the first to greet with a smile, but it always gave people a sarcastic taste. It's okay, then again, the two of you are so yaxing, you eat me and use mine to live in mine, as a guest is a little inauthentic. Lin Ling said for tat, although she understood Ling Yuzianji's mood, understanding didn't mean that she had to swallow her anger. That's Lin Ling just came back, she should be tired, let's go rest first. Don't you like to drink tea, Zianji? The tea is almost cold. Looking at the two women with a headache, the king of fighting teeth hurriedly played around and said, "It can be said that he is the most difficult to do now. Sandwiched between the two of them is not a person, although it is true that it is not a person, but it is also very difficult to be not. After all, they are all their lovers." "Shut up," the two said in unison. In the final analysis, the main thing is to blame the Fighting Tooth King, although polygamy is normal in this era, but who makes the two lovers of the Fighting Tooth King are relatively strong and like to be single-minded. However, as soon as the Fighting Tooth King stirred up like this, Lin Ling and Ling Yu's ing were not in the mood to continue arguing. Lin Ling went back to the room directly, and Ling Yu's ing continued to sit and enjoy the flowers by herself. Only the Fighting Tooth King looked left and right and didn't know whether to go or stay, and stood in place very embarrassed, and finally sat down honestly. At noon the next day, after Lin Ling got up comfortably, Thor had already prepared a meal. Mai Mei had a meal with Thor and Connor, and when she was about to go out for a walk, in the sky, a ray of light passed through the sky, like a meteor shower was extremely beautiful, but the fluctuations and breath that emitted were undoubtedly the jade of the Four Souls, and sure enough, as he expected, the jade was still broken after all, and because of the shattering of the jade of the Four Souls, the whole story was about to start completely. This scene is exactly what Lin Ling wants to see. After all, if you don't let the jade of the Four Souls be shattered, and let Inuyasha and Kagome embark on a journey, there won't be so many interesting things happening as before, and how can you brush the task if you want to brush it when the time comes? In this way, it is naturally much simpler. As long as you shoot at the critical moment, you can easily complete the task, and a large amount of pleasure value can naturally be easily credited to the account. Otherwise, the jade of the Four Souls will not be broken, and what unpredictable circumstances will happen when the time comes? How can I interfere in the plot, and then change the plot, and properly ask for the rhythm of mission failure? So Lin Ling has already seen that the last ring system still sets such a trap. Fortunately, I was smart enough to see it, but fortunately, the jade of the Four Souls still broke according to the original trajectory, and I was actually a little worried in my heart. After all, Inuyasha has become so powerful, but now it is enough to see this result. Damn, now it's a big problem. Inuyasha frowned at the situation in front of him, but soon thought that this seemed to have nothing to do with him. Anyway, he didn't need the jade of the Four Souls anymore, and if it was broken, it would be broken, and it would have no effect on him. Compared to Inuyasha, who immediately calmed down, Kagome felt a little guilty, but he didn't know the seriousness of this matter, so he didn't care too much. But after the two returned to the village, under the explanation of Granny Kaed, Kagome understood what kind of serious consequences he had caused. Even the fragments have not weak power, and if they are obtained by powerful monsters, they can also cause very serious consequences, and all the fragments must be collected back. But it is naturally impossible to rely on Kagome alone. After all, she can't even use spiritual power, and as for Inuyasha, it's a high-hanging attitude that doesn't matter to herself, and it's obviously not enough to expect the two to partner up, so Kaed decided to take some strong measures, which is also the last resort left by Kikyo for her. What's going on? The system is big. For Mao, I'm back here again? Looking at the space in front of her in surprise, Lin Ling remembered that she had just taken a nap, and when she was about to go to brush the task, she woke up and found that she was back. Looking at the situation in front of her, for some reason, Lin Ling always had an ominous premonition. Every time this feeling appeared, it was realized one by one. In short, there was absolutely nothing good. The host task has failed and has begun to enter punishment mode. Please prepare the host. The system's mechanical words rang out. How? You haven't told me why you failed? I've brought the plot back to normal. Lin Ling looked puzzled, but soon remembered the content of the last ring task. Lin Ling's face stiffened. The last ring task is to change. I understand that in order to change the plot, but it seems that I guessed wrong. The so-called change may not be to change the plot of the original book. After all, the fact that Inuyasha was born by himself at the beginning has already changed the original trajectory. So forcibly returning the plot to the original track is equivalent to going against the theme of the mission, so it will be judged to fail. Looking at the system silently, Lin Ling had a sentence in her heart that MMP didn't know whether to talk about it or not. I thought I had seen through the trap set by the system, but I didn't expect that I was smart but was accidentally stepped on the trap by being smart. At this time Lin Ling's heart was broken, and the posture was like this, but it didn't give Lin Ling time to be depressed, and the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! This punishment mode is the rebirth mode. The background is set to the Mixed Leaf Fan world, the location is the Neon province of the modern Chinese dynasty, and the character building begins. In order to reflect the punishment effect, temporarily deprive the host of the world memory experienced by the system, and all abilities are temporarily sealed. Retain the memory of the original boy. Everything is re-experienced, and rebirth begins. After listening to the system's prompts, her eyes widened in horror, and Lin Ling lost consciousness before she could say anything. 21st century Neon country. When Lin Ling opened her eyes, what came into her eyes was an ordinary girl's room. Came to the mirror, looked at the cute Lori in the mirror. Lin Ling felt that her heart was going to melt, although there was a side effect of transformation after getting the system, but the flaws are not hidden. I have the system in the world, and it is definitely not a problem to go to the peak of life after using the system well, but I don't know why. I always feel that I seem to have forgotten something important. Shaking his head, he couldn't think of it and didn't bother to think about it. Lin Ling began to receive the memories implanted in the system, no father and no mother but a fairly rich inheritance. This house is his own, but because he is still young, Lin Ling has a guardian, who is his father's sworn brother, that is, his uncle takes care of himself. Of course, these are set by the system, but it is very convenient, and the task is also out, because he wants to become a winner in life and live a chic and happy life, so Lin Ling hopes that the system can realize this wish. Even if you become a girl, you don't hesitate. Ding! Main quest, winner in life, live a new life in a chic and happy way. Begin to release the first task as a 12-year-old. Lori academics are important. Becoming a top student is the first step to success. This month's midterm exam achieved the top 3 results in the whole grade. Success rewards memorable skills. Start the second task. I'll go, I'm in my 20s, and I still have to go to school, and I want to be a school bully. It's always a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, the question of elementary school students shouldn't be a problem for me, right? Is there no punishment? System. This system is a life win-lose home system designed for the host. There is no punishment for failure. Warm reminder, the host's body is carefully created by this system. No matter how it is used, it can develop in the most perfect posture, without worrying about getting fat, growing beans or other situations that make people feel bad. Oh, that's good. Nodding, Lin Ling is very satisfied, so there is really no pressure, but I don't forget this skill is very good. Lin Ling wants it very much. Try to see it. When the time comes, it's not too late to give up if you can't stand it, and there will be no punishment anyway. Looked at the people in the mirror again. It's really too cute and cute. It's a pity that it's herself. Lin Ling is only a little dissatisfied with this, but forget it. It's a big deal to make Lilis in the future. Anyway, when you become a winner in life, what kind of beauty do you want? And judging from your own appearance, it's still very convenient to get along with girls. Maybe you can eat tofu and take a shower or something. It's a little exciting to think about it. At this time, just next door to Lin Ling's house, as the guardian's uncle, an old man in his 30s who has not yet started a family finally came out of the house. He is an cartoonist and illustrator, the tepid kind, but a person is still quite moisturizing, occasionally receiving illustration lists to make some extra money. In addition to this, it is a complete dead house, generally as long as the reserves are sufficient, and then there is no power outage. You can go out of the house for 365 days a year. But since becoming the guardian of a niece almost every day, Liang Tai has to come to Lin Ling's house after all, as an uncle take care of the niece's situation in general, plus the niece is a cute Lori girl. It's even more important to care, although as a house it seems to be very good to have a wonderful relationship with a Lori girl, but Liang Tai thinks he's a person with a very moral bottom line. Since you're a guardian, you have to take responsibility. It's definitely not going to do anything about Lori, although the recent comic themes are all drawn with reference to the niece, and the response was very good, but Ryota promised that he was just thinking about it and would never put it into action. Take out the key, open the door. Liang Tai closed the door smoothly, walked in with a familiar car, come to the kitchen and start cooking. Accustomed to living alone, these life skills have naturally been max in a few days. He will send Lin Ling to school as a parent. Half an hour later, breakfast. Liang Tai walked upstairs. It's time to call my niece up. Every morning you can see Lori's cute sleeping posture and the cute every move after getting up is one of the few funs that Liang Tai has now. Can't miss it. At this time, in the room, Lin Ling was only wearing a blue and white striped fat man standing in front of the wardrobe with a serious face. There were a variety of dresses in Ling, not even a slightly neutral dress. Standing here, Lin Ling had been struggling for more than half an hour, but thinking about it, it was inevitable that she would still wear women's clothes in the future, and finally sighed and stretched out her hand to grab a dress that looked relatively simple and conservative. Lin Ling, it's time to eat. Ryota knocked on the door and pushed the door in, but this time, what he saw was not his niece's cute sleeping position, but a beautiful Lori who was only wearing fat clothes, looking at himself dumbfounded with a confused expression. A few seconds later, a high decibel scream resounded through the entire house. 5 minutes later, at the table downstairs, Lin Ling was eating breakfast with a ruddy face, and Liang Tai on the other side touched the remaining slap marks on his face, and looked at Lin Ling, who was still angry, with an innocent expression and said, I'm sorry, Lin Ling, I didn't mean to, but I didn't expect you to get up so early today. I didn't pay attention, and I definitely won't next time. Hey, can you forgive your uncle? How about making your favorite hamburger meat at noon? Looking at Lin Ling's cute appearance with a puffed face, Ryota smiled and said flatteringly. Listening to the other party's words, thinking of the wonderful taste of hamburger meat, Lin Ling subconsciously swallowed her saliva, thinking that the other party really didn't mean it, and suddenly said with a very generous face, I forgive you. The hamburger meat at noon is not allowed to break its promise. Yes, my highness the princess. It's finally settled. Liang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Being hated by Lori or something, it's not a good thing, and the days to come are still long, although it's my own delusion, but maybe I'll have the opportunity to get my niece's favor in the future. Uncle and niece's forbidden love or something. It's exciting to think about it, and after all, it's nominally not related by blood. I'm close to the water and get the moon first. It's not without a chance to think like this. By the way, I made an appointment with a friend to play with me today, and I went out. After breakfast, Lin Ling got up and said, I don't know if the situation just now is an illusion. I always feel that I seem to be becoming more and more feminine, and I don't have any of my original masculinity. Walk slowly, be careful to come back early, don't forget lunch, hamburger meat. Ryota laughed. Got it. Looking at Lin Ling, who was jumping and leaving, Liangta raised her eyes. It's already more than 9 o'clock, and it's time for me to work. The editor has been urging me recently. I have to work harder and harder. Following the story of the previous article, I already have a trend of fire, and the last point of the story of my lovely niece this time will end with pajamas play. If you can become a god with this, it will be perfect. Slow, Lin Ling, you're late. At the entrance of the park, one of the 3 little loli raised the watch on his wrist to Lin Ling, who was late. I'm sorry, forgive me. Sticking out her tongue, Lin Ling sold a cute way. The better it is, the more you gathered here at 9:30, and now it is almost 40 points. Forget it, school is going to start the day after tomorrow, and I heard that there is a new homeroom teacher in our class, so I don't know what kind of person it will be. With long orange hair that almost reaches the knees and a double ponytail, Rin is very interested in saying that she is the most lively and outgoing of the 3. Humph, I'm probably a bald old man like the last head teacher, boring. The other only had long black hair draped behind him, and Jinghei said disdainfully, except for a few of their friends, they all had a proud and poisonous attitude towards everyone else. Let's go to the secret base first. The last one, Maimei said loudly. Compared to the other 3, Maimei is a giant arlori, with long hair similar to Rin, the same double ponytail, but she is a braided style, more introverted, easy to be shy type, or a glasses girl. The 4 of them gathered together and the Manglori Heavenly Group was assembled. Then the 4 of them came to the so-called secret base together. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's under a big tree in the nearby grove. There's a small wooden house on the thick branches up and down with a wooden ladder, although I don't know who got it, but now it's the territory of the 4. Then a very harmonious scene appeared. I thought it was going to play a game or something, but Lin Ling thought too much. The 4 of them gathered together to write homework, and the holiday homework was lost in this cabin, and I was not afraid of being stolen. The day after tomorrow was the time for school, and the homework had to be rushed. There is no doubt that as the most well-behaved child among the 4, Maimei had already finished it, and she was the best learner, guiding the 3 of them to do their homework. Although this is a very normal situation, but for some reason, Lin Ling always felt a little disappointed. Looking at the simple questions in the homework book, there is no difficulty at all, but as a case where the academic performance can only be regarded as average in the class, Lin Ling can only hide it, and spend a morning in the homework until noon and go home. Boring on the road, kicking the stones, Lin Ling wanted to grow up quickly. When she was a child, she obviously felt that childhood was such a nostalgic and happy thing, but now it has become a little boring. Walking around a corner, thinking about the hamburger meat for lunch, Lin Ling was in a much better mood, and trotted up, and at this moment, a man wearing a mask came to him, and at the moment when Lin Ling ran by, one hand grabbed Lin Ling's arm, and the other hand suddenly took out a handkerchief to cover Lin Ling's mouth and nose. He dragged it towards the alley on the side. System, I'm in danger, help me. Smelling the pungent smell, Lin Ling felt that her consciousness was becoming blurred, and hurriedly asked for help from the system. Ding! This system is a life winner system. There is no function in this regard. Please host self-help. The cold words of the system directly cut off Lin Ling's only hope. Soon, the man picked up Lin Ling, who had been completely unconscious, and got into a van, pulled down the mask and said to the driver, "It's successful, hurry up. Lunan, we won't have trouble doing this, right?" Starting the van and driving towards the mountain not far away, the fat driver was a little afraid. "Humph, Kongmu, you fat man, didn't you propose this? Now regretted it? Look at this lorry's face and this skin, are you willing to do it?" Lunan raised Lin Ling's face and said, and couldn't help but bow his head and kiss Lin Ling's face twice. Looking at Lin Ling through the rearview mirror, Kongmu swallowed his saliva and stopped talking. The 2 of them are dead friends and dead houses. They haven't had a girlfriend in their 20s. The first time they saw Lin Ling was on the street just now. At that time, the 2 of them couldn't forget, and after enduring it for a few months, they couldn't help their restless hearts, so they planned this kidnapping incident. Of course, they weren't going to do anything too much, and they would let people go when they were cool enough. Of course, in order to avoid situations like Lin Ling calling the police at that time, they had to leave some handle when it was over when you want it. You can also threaten this delicious lorry to serve them its best to be able to cultivate it into their own possessions. What's the matter? It's already time to come back yet. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the wall clock on the wall, Liangtai shook her legs a little anxiously, and finally couldn't help but take out her mobile phone to broadcast Lin Ling's number. After all, Lin Ling is now alone. As a guardian, Liangtai can't always pay attention to Lin Ling's situation, but what makes Liangtai anxious is that the broadcast phone was hung up immediately the moment it was turned on, and then it was turned off when it was broadcast again. At this time, on the remote path in the mountains and forests on the other side, the van stopped here, and the fat man Kong Mule looked at the turned-off mobile phone and said in a panic, "What should I do?" "Lunan, it's the family's phone. I'm afraid I've found out that the child is missing. Do you think you will call the police? Or let's get them back." "You idiot," directly slapped Kong Mu's head. Lunan hated the iron and said, "The other party doesn't know the current situation. Who can know what happened if he threw people on the street after playing? Do you want to run for nothing and come back empty-handed? I'm very sorry." "Then Lunan, can we start right away?" Touching his head, Kongmu swallowed his saliva, looking at Linling, who was still in a coma. The pants under him had already swollen a large piece. Look at you, but I'll come first, you wait a while. Lunan said that he was already a little impatient, because he had already said it in advance, so it was the first time he belonged to him, and directly took off the dress on Linling's body. Looking at the white and flawless body revealed in his eyes, Lunan directly pulled up Linling's leg hungrily, and buried his whole face on the fat time, and Kongmu on the side was envious. At this time, Liangtai took the mobile phone and called the homes of several friends who Linling wanted. Without exception, they all said that Linling had gone home, if she wanted to call the police, but she didn't receive a call from the kidnapper, and Linling's disappearance has been less than half a day. It may not be that something happened. Some Liangtai who has no master can only call Linling's mobile phone over and over again, and then run outside to find the place where Linling often goes. At this time, Lunan in the car had already happily taken off Linling's fatness, then sniffed it and put it in his pocket, and said to Kongmu who was watching dryly, "Don't look stupid, let's play together." "How?" Shigeki asked with a puzzled expression, and was immediately slapped again. "Are you stupid or not? You can touch this body, you can kiss it. How did Laozi make a friend like you?" Lunan scolded with a helpless expression. Smirking and touching his head, Kongmu pounced eagerly, hugged Linling's waist and kissed and touched the white and tender skin, and Lunan was not idle, almost served the main course, holding Linling's legs, facing Kongmu, and rubbing it directly from the back a few times after feeling that it was okay. He attacked the main city in one go. "It's worthy of Lori, it's cool. Hurry up, Lunan, I can't stand it. Wait, nerd." 10 minutes later, Lunan let go of Linling comfortably, gave it to Kongmu, took out a paper towel and began to clean up the remaining blood stains and water stains. This time the effect of the medicine is really good. I want to buy more in the future, and then looked at the time, came to the outside of the car, and casually found a place to start to relieve myself. After Lunan came back, Kongmu was already lying where he was resting. It was only a few minutes, it was really useless, but while it was still early, Lunan continued to pick up the gun and get on the horse. The two took turns, whoever is better will change whom, and the other is to take advantage of this time to rest and recover, unconsciously. When both of them are exhausted, more than 3 hours have passed. Took out his mobile phone, Lunan took several photos of Linling, who was now in a miserable situation, and then took out Linling's mobile phone and wrote down the number after turning it on, and asked Kongmu to drive and regret it. It's time to send people back. It's a long time to come, with a handle in hand, and then coerce and lure. The little Lori at this age doesn't want to surrender to herself obediently. More than 10 minutes later, the van came to the park near Linling's house, and saw that there was no one around. Lunan hugged Linling, who was dressed, and put it on the seesaw in the park, and then quickly ran back to the van, and the two immediately left here and escaped quickly, but they didn't find that Liangtai, who was not far away, wrote down their license plates very clearly, and also saw them carrying Linling down. Looking at the van in the distance, Liangtai didn't care much, hurriedly came to the park, and looked at Linling lying on the seesaw and hurriedly hugged it into his arms, but the subsequent scene made Liangtai completely red-eyed, only to see that Linling's skirt was gone, and there was also a constant overflow of nutrition express. Looking at this situation, Liangtai didn't know what kind of inhumane thing happened to Linling, and took Linling back home with pity. Liangtai's heart was filled with anger, and he took out his mobile phone and sent a message, with the license plate number of the van. The scum who hurt Linling must die, even if he returns to the darkness. At this time, in an abandoned factory, a large number of mobs gathered here. Tonight is their monthly rampaging event. The blonde young man who was about to speak to everyone listened to the sudden ringing of the mobile phone, stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, opened the mobile phone and browsed the text messages inside, and then showed a bloodthirsty smile, closed the phone. "Boss AG, is there anything good? Look at how happy you are," a plain chief asked. "Well, the legend is back. Little ones, the event has been postponed, and now everyone will find me a white van with license plate XXXXXX, and notify me as soon as I find it. Rewards?" AG stood on a pile of steel pipes, condescendingly watched the crowd and ordered loudly. Oh, no matter what the reason was, since it was the boss's order and reward, all the mobs were excited, and immediately the motorcycles roared, and the hundreds of mobs present drove the motor vehicles out of the factory quickly and scattered. At this time, in the bathroom of Linling's house, Liangtai was carefully cleaning up Linling's body. Looking at the remaining traces on the white body, the teeth creaked. Liangtai couldn't wait to immediately find the scum who hurt Linling, and break it into thousands of pieces. When he was young, Liangtai and Linling's father were also members of the Rampaging Clan, in Nihon province. Because of the special relationship, it is legal to mix black, but it must be reported to the government. And there will be many additional restrictions to regulate them. Of course, these are all bright things. What should I do in secret? Anyway, as long as I don't get found out and caught, it's fine. And Liangtai and Linling's father are the bosses of the previous Rampaging Clan, collectively known as the Rampaging Duo, which sounds a little dirty now, but at that time it was a legendary level existence on the side of the Megatron. After Linling's parents got married, the two withdrew, but now Liangtai has to use this long-lost relationship. As for finding the police, Liangtai doesn't want the other party to go to jail. It's too comfortable to live like that, and he will let the other party know what real cruelty is. Huh? This is, opening her eyes, Lin Ling rubbed her eyes, only to notice that it was in her room, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She should have been saved, just when she remembered it. Lin Ling frowned, and the strange appearance and uncomfortable feeling that came up made Lin Ling immediately understand what was going on. She had never eaten pork and watched pigs run. Lin Ling didn't know what kind of situation she had experienced. Suddenly I felt very uncomfortable in my heart. I don't know why I was sad to die, obviously under the thinking of men, although it is a pity that this kind of thing happened, but it stands to reason that I don't care too much, but tears can't stop slipping from the eye sockets, which is probably the reason why women's thinking is at work. Squeak. The door was opened, and Ryota walked in with the food, looking at Lin Ling, who had woken up and was crying. She was startled, put down the food and hurriedly came to Lin Ling's side and said softly, "What's wrong?" "Lin Ling is fine, don't cry, if you cry again, it will become ugly." "Uncle. Am I already?" Pear Blossom looked at Liangtai with rain, and Lin Ling said with a crying voice. "What, that, this, you're just here for the eldest aunt." Ryota found a reason to say, "Are today's children so precocious?" "Nonsense, I remember that I was kidnapped, and then I woke up and that's it. Don't treat me like a child," shouted angrily. Lin Ling got up and was about to run out, but suddenly got up and ran and immediately tripped up, and subconsciously let out an exclamation, but the quick-eyed Ryota reached out to catch it, otherwise there would be another hardship to suffer. "Don't get excited, Lin Ling, it's okay, it's really okay, it's all over." Hugging Lin Ling tightly, who still wanted to struggle, Liangtai said in a reassuring tone, "After all, this blow is too heavy for a 12-year-old girl, and if you don't get it right, it will leave a shadow in her heart, and it will affect her for a lifetime at that time." "Thanks, I'm fine, calmed down." Lin Ling raised his head and said, "There is no way to do it. After all, life still has to be lived." But Lin Ling hates why the system has no protection mechanism. If the system has the ability to protect, she will not suffer this kind of treatment. "That's good." After looking at Lin Ling and making sure that there was no problem, Liangtai relaxed a little, and then looked at Lin Ling, who had not yet put on her pants. Her face turned red, and she said in a little panic, "By the way, Lin Ling, you are also hungry. I brought you food, and remember to put on your clothes, you will catch a cold." Her face immediately turned red. Lin Ling noticed her current situation, and when she wanted to get her clothes, because the mat was relatively soft and there was still some pain, Lin Ling was unstable and pounced directly on Liangtai, who was facing away from her. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lin Ling was fine, there was a meat pad, and Liangtai was fine, but it hurt a little bit, but there was no injury or anything, which was a blessing in misfortune. "Is this?" Hurriedly wanted to get up, Lin Ling felt the thing she grabbed subconsciously in a panic and frowned. Lin Ling. Ryota had a tearless expression on her face. This situation was really embarrassing. "I'm sorry, uncle." Retracting her hand, Lin Ling sat on the floor in the same way as a duck, and fell into her own thoughts with a low voice. Now looking at her uncle who cared about her, Lin Ling said to Liangtai, who was a little embarrassed and brought the food to herself, "Uncle, can you promise me one thing after I finish eating?" "What's the matter?" "Uncle promised you if he could do it. Let's eat first, it's getting cold." Looking at Lin Ling with a smile, Liangtai said very gently. Nodding, Lin Ling is indeed hungry. It is almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and he hasn't eaten since breakfast. Looking at the hamburger meat on the plate, Lin Ling was a little moved, and gobbled up the meal in a few minutes, during which it was useless for Liangtai to let himself slow down. "I'll clean up, you can rest first." Picked up the empty plate, and Ryota was about to leave, but Lin Ling pulled the corner of his clothes. "What's wrong? Lin Ling, is there anything else?" Liangtai turned to look at Lin Ling, who was silent, in surprise. "That's, uncle, can you sleep with me tonight?" "I'm afraid," opening her mouth, Lin Ling said with a shy and flustered expression. "Okay." Smiling, Liangtai touched Lin Ling's head very understandingly, and went down with the empty plate. In less than half an hour, Ryota came back, looking at Lin Ling, who had been lying in the quilt first. Ryota took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was a message from Yingji just now. "The van has been found, and now the identity of the owner is being checked. It is estimated that there will be a result soon. Immediately edit the text message and send it." Liangtai turned off the light in the room, took off her coat and came to Lin Ling to lie down, hugged her into her arms, patted Lin Ling's back gently, and coaxed the child to let Lin Ling sleep with peace of mind. For Liangtai's clumsy performance, Lin Ling wanted to laugh a little, but she still snuggled in the other party's arms very cooperatively, closed her eyes and pretended to fall asleep. She slept for so long during the day, she could still sleep there. Her thoughts flew wildly in her head, and after a while, she felt that the movements on her back stopped, and Liangtai's slight snoring sounded, and Lin Ling started her own small movements. "Good morning, Rin, Mirror Black, and Mimi." At the intersection, Lin Ling was in a good mood and greeted the three friends. "Hurry up, I don't want to be late for the first day of school," Kagaguro urged. "All right, let's go." Looking at Lin Ling who came over, Rin said, "Four cute lorry walking together. It is definitely a good landscape, especially for some people who like lorry. It is simply a spiritual healing storm." 10 minutes away, the four arrived at the school, fortunately not late, to the class. The classmates have arrived. The four of them also hurried to take their seats. Just the class bell also rang, but while the teacher has not come, the classroom still maintains the sound of discussion. After all, it is the day after the start of the school on the second day of the official class, and it is inevitable that the new teacher will come. What kind of person will the new teacher be? I'm looking forward to it. It would be nice if it was handsome, and the kind of dirt bun with the same color of tie and suit would be fine. Very boring lying on the desk, looking at everyone's discussions. Lin Ling was speechless. The current children are really precocious, although they are also children now, but the psychology is already an adult. This physical education class is better to find a corner to stay and rest. Thinking like this, Lin Ling took out the sports clothes to be changed from the bag, and the physical education class is to change clothes. There are a lot of rules on the neon side. Boys and girls take turns to change, and then gather in the playground. At this moment, the door of the classroom was opened, and a young man in a suit and tie greeted loudly, "Everyone?" For the first time, the voice stopped abruptly, looking at a group of loli who were changing clothes. Accompanied by the angry scolding of the loli, the young man immediately closed the door of the classroom, and he encountered this incident on the first day, and he was heartbroken Lao Tai, and he was embarrassed to death at this time. A small episode simply passed. After all, it was a child who didn't care too much about these, but the impression of the new head teacher must be very bad. After changing clothes, go to the playground together, start physical education class, and the head teacher's class is in the next section. The boys have already been there first, and then the girls gathered. The physical education teacher who was talking and laughing at the boys, and a muscular man who looked very enthusiastic also began to officially start class. In the principal's office of the teaching building, the white-haired old headmaster was looking at the students on the playground with a smile, and next to him was a relative of his, who came in through the back door, with a sharp beak and monkey cheeks, and he didn't look like a good person, but he could speak and do things well, and after the retirement of the previous teaching director, he became the new teaching director. "Headmaster, do you think that student needs guidance? Let me help you deal with it." With a dog-legged face, the teaching director said with a smile. "Well, Sansuke-sensei, for the sake of the physical and mental health of students, you have to do your best as a teacher. This is the latest education list. Think about how to do it." Smiled and nodded, the principal patted the shoulder of the teaching director Sansuke and said, "Do a good job. I am very optimistic about you. Don't worry, headmaster, I'll leave everything to you." Nodding, Yamasuke picked up the list on the table. Names and photos and admission information are listed. The two of them are embarrassed. Both like to play with the perverts of elementary school students. The goal is to pick the 6th grade student who is going to graduate. The second selection is pretty and cute. In addition, you have to understand the family situation in all aspects before you start. After all, I don't want to get into any trouble. The two of them have succeeded many times in the past 2 years, and they also handled the follow-up situation very well. It hasn't been exposed yet. Walked out of the principal's room. Yamasuke looked at the 3 photos on the information with a smile. They are 9 times Rin, belong to a single-parent family. There's no background strength at all, although the personality is more lively and outgoing, but even if something happens, it's easier to solve. Lin Ling is also among them. The reason is similar to Rin. Finally, it's Maime, a giant Arlori family. Background is ordinary, but the personality is more cowardly. This type is the best to handle. As for why there's no mirror black, of course, it's a daughter with a deep background. After the physical education class did the routine exercises, the physical education teacher let everyone move freely, leisurely spend this class. The next session is the turn of the class teacher. For the beginning of the class, Lin Ling also listened carefully, but after the knowledge she knew, Lin Ling was too lazy to continue listening, lying on her stomach and began to sleep. The first Swiba task should not be difficult to complete. After all, how to say that he is also a college graduate? If this kind of primary school student can't pass the midterm exam, then it will really be in vain to read so many years of books. Wu, tired. The teacher's office, sitting in his place, was unexpectedly difficult on the first day of class, and Aoki thought it would be easy to teach elementary school students at first, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. "Here, good work, Mr. Aoki." A glass of water was put aside, and a female teacher with a proud bun said kindly, "Thank you, Mr. Baiyuan." Aoki said politely, after all, he is a newcomer, and it is always right to be modest and polite. "You're welcome. By the way, can I take up a little bit of your time?" Baiyuan lowered his voice. "Yes." Slightly stunned, Aoki followed the treasure house out of the office and came to the location of the staircase on the side. After looking around and making sure that there was no one else, Baiyuan secretly said to Aoki, "There is something, Aoki-sensei. You just came here and didn't know, but please pay more attention to the girls in the class." I don't understand what you mean. Can you tell me more about it?" Frowning, Aoki asked. "You've met both the dean of students and the headmaster, haven't you?" "Well, yes. Actually," Baiyuan then told Aoki the inside story of the school. In fact, most teachers understand the dirty behavior of the director of education and the principal, but for their own work and some other reasons, plus there is no evidence to prove it, although they know but can't do anything. The only thing they can do is to pay more attention to the situation and try to keep the students from falling into the hands of each other, but the effect is limited. Many of them can't bear to resign. And some teachers go to denounce but fail. Instead, he was beaten upside down and trapped. Now Baiyuan told Aoki that it was also a place for Aoki to understand that this college was not a very good place, and at the same time pay more attention to the situation of the girls in the next class. And after listening to Baiyuan's story, Aoki almost lost his blood, but was pulled by Baiyuan in time. Because there is no evidence, Aoki can only immediately lose his job when he does this, and there is only so much that Baiyuan can do. I'm back. When I came home from school, Lin Ling opened the door, but it was still empty. I don't know if it was an illusion. In the past few days, I always feel that someone is following me. From the time I go to school to the time I go home after school. I thought it was an illusion at first, but in the past few days, Lin Ling is sure that someone is following her. Although she has been kidnapped once, it is a bit psychological, but the other party has not moved for so many days, which really makes Lin Ling feel very strange. Is it just a stalker who loves to play stalking? Then this interest is really special enough, but maybe when it will become a kidnapping with it, it's better to be careful. Enter the house, close the door well. Lin Ling threw away the school bag casually, relaxed on the sofa, and watched TV, for anime is one of Lin Ling's biggest hobbies. There are many good quality anime in this world. Lin Ling naturally doesn't want to miss it. Chasing dramas every day has become one of the daily things for 27. The door opposite Lin Ling's house opened, and Liangtai walked out, yawning and waving his hand at the little brother in front of him who routinely reported today's situation to him, indicating that he knew. The people who followed Lin Ling every day were sent by Liangtai, and each little brother took turns on duty. As for the two scum who hurt Lin Ling, they had been thrown into the sea. There were so many missing people, and two less would not cause any reaction, not to mention two ordinary people with no background and strength. Came to the door skillfully took out the key to open the door. Ryota walked in. Preparing meals for Lin Ling every day has also become one of Ryota's daily routines. Looking at the magical girl anime playing on TV intently, Ryota couldn't help but fantasize about Lin Ling wearing a magical girl uniform and coquettishly looking at herself. There are such and such beautiful scenes. Suddenly the soul in his heart began to search. The inspiration for comics came to mind endlessly. But think about it, the most important thing at the moment is to prepare dinner, so that the lovely niece is full of food, and then she can start her own work. And when Lin Ling is almost done, Liangtai is also busy in the kitchen, and called Lin Ling to eat. Liangtai took off her apron and cleaned up the kitchen a little, and then put the food on the table, sat next to Lin Ling, and the two began to eat. Looking at Lin Ling, who was eating happily, Liangtai also felt a great appetite, and when Lin Ling finished eating, Liangtai still had a small half of the problem. She was holding her mobile phone and looking at something, touching her well-fed stomach. Lin Ling leaned over curiously, but she was noticed by Liangtai, and the phone was directly covered. But at that moment, Lin Ling still saw a little bit. She was browsing worthy of being an painter. The old driver is the old driver, and she didn't forget to supplement the writing materials when she ate. Ahem, Lin Ling, have you done your homework? Liang said with a serious look. After all, this kind of thing is not something that children should be exposed to, although they have already done that thing. But as a generation, in order for Lin Ling to grow up healthily, it is better not to contact these things too early. Huh? I can do my homework in 10 minutes anyway, uncle. You were just looking at right? Lin Ling said with a teasing smile, looking at Liangtai, who looked embarrassed after being exposed by herself, and was about to say something. Lin Ling continued very darkly, don't lie to people. You see that your little scripture betrayed you. Lin Ling can't. Clamping Lin Ling's legs, Liangtai restrained and said, although I really want to, but I can't make a mistake again. Why, uncle, haven't you already done it? It's a 12-year-old Lori in front of you. You can think one T Lori. And I haven't been here yet. Don't worry, Lori. It's no problem at all. Don't I want to hear that again? Lin Ling said in a tone full of temptation, looking at Liangtai, who endured very hard and refused to move. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I want to see what kind of interesting appearance Liangtai will look like after a complete outburst. Lin Ling has more thoughts than longing to actually be weird, but soon Lin Ling understands what it means to die if you don't die. 540 Ah! Liangtai screamed suddenly, which immediately startled Lin Ling, and then felt that the world was spinning, and for some reason, Lin Ling found that she was lying on Liangtai's lap. Bad boys need to be educated. Ryota's playful tone sounded from the top of her head, and then Lin Ling felt a chill in her ass, and then with a crisp sound, a slight pain passed up from the butt flesh, and she was beaten and taught like a disobedient child. Uncle hurts. Stop fighting. No, are you still obedient? Still disobedient? Woo, Lin Ling is obedient, don't fight. 10 minutes later, Lin Ling finally felt that Liangtai had stopped, choked, and covered her little ass, absolutely red. Although she felt that Liangtai didn't work too hard, but the pain was still there. Being taught like this, her heart was full of shame, and her tears couldn't stop staying. She was too squeamish. There will be a quiz in today's class. Everyone prepares. Walking in with a stack of papers, Aoki ignored the group of elementary school students with a bitter face. After all, I have been teaching everyone for almost half a month, and as a teacher, I have to know how the students are in specific situations. This kind of quiz is undoubtedly the most suitable way. Bored looking at the test papers sent to her hand, Lin Ling yawned, sleepy to death, but the results were good. Liang Tai, that guy, estimated that he was still lying in bed at this time. It was really 1,000 enemies and 800. As the exam began, the classroom soon quieted down. Only the rustle of the pen writing on the paper. Squinting, Lin Ling casually answered some of the questions and went straight to sleep. Just a quiz, just get it casually. There is no need to pay attention to it, as long as your goal is to be in the top 3 in the midterm exam. At this time, in the office on the other side, Yamasuk was looking at the bottle full of purple potion in his hand with a smile. This is a potion that he bought from a professor who specializes in hormones in high school. It has always been tried and tested to use, if it is possible. Yamasuk does not want to use this trick, but there is no way. Who let Lin Ling not know how to lift? Released 27 pigeons in a row, and the principal has already begun to urge, for the sake of his career and future, no matter what, he must do it as soon as possible. Smack. It hurts. Covering her head, Lin Ling woke up from her sleep, looked at the serious admiration standing in front of her, pouted, picked up the pen and started the exam. After a while, Lin Ling fell asleep again. In this regard, Aoki, who was paying attention to everyone on the podium, sighed helplessly and did not mean to continue. Soon the time came. The bell rang after class, handed in the test papers. Aoki left the classroom with a stack of test papers, but Rin also followed. This scene has almost become a routine these days. As a good friend, Kagaguro has eaten a lot of jealousy, obviously likes Rin so much, and Rin likes this kind of class teacher who is still virgin and useless. But looking for this kind of look, Lin Ling estimates that not only Rin, but also Mirror Black and Maimei are going to fall in. I really can't imagine it. Aoki is so popular with little Lori, so that Lin Ling is a little envious and jealous, and soon, the time to study flies by in a flash. Basically Lin Ling spends her sleep in her sleep. This is already the norm. As for the teacher, she can't control Lin Ling anymore. After all, Lin Ling understands this knowledge and topic. Even if she asks Lin Ling to get up and answer the question, it can't help Lin Ling, and she can only let it go. Lin Ling, let's go home together. Jing He came to Lin Ling and said, this is the first time Jing He has taken the initiative to be so active. Maimei and Rin on the side have already sorted out their school bags, just waiting for Lin Ling to be alone. Ahem, stretching. Lin Ling was about to get up. A cough sound that deliberately attracted the attention of others sounded at the door of the classroom. It was the guy from Sansuk, who took the initiative to come over as soon as he got out of school, and everyone with a little brain knew that this guy definitely had some kind of idea. Hello Sansuk-sensei. Looking at the frowning Ling took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Well, classmate Lin Ling, come to my office. I have heard a lot of teachers say that you have no discipline in class and you are not good at listening to class. Yamasuk is a serious way, and this is just an excuse, without which Yamasuk can find other reasons. You guys go back first. Contained, Lin Ling walked towards Rin and followed the other party towards the office. Watching the two leave, Maimei said a little anxiously, why is Ling okay? I've heard that the dean of students is very strict. Let's go along and have a look. Rin thought about it and proposed. Compared to the simple beauty of much more, Rin knows a lot. Yamasuk's guy is a dead lowly control pervert. Rin doesn't think Yamasuk will have anything good to find Lin Ling. It's okay if it's just criticism or something. If it's something else, it's troublesome. There is no doubt that Rin is the backbone of this small group. Rin said so. Maimei and Kagami had no opinion, and the three of them followed secretly, because Yamasuk was the director of teaching and had his own independent office, and when he entered the office, Yamasuk closed the door casually, and the three of Rin could only lie on the window and secretly look inside. Lin Ling, 2 days ago, the teacher said that he wanted to help you study. Why didn't you come? And I won't ask. This time, can you explain why you don't listen to the class well, but sleep in class every day? Do you know how much of an impact you can have on other students by doing this? And what are the consequences for yourself in the future? As soon as he sat down, Yamasuk started to spray. This is all an old routine. Exaggerate the words, and the consequences are more serious. These little girls are not scared by themselves and tremble and honestly let themselves be at their mercy, but it is obvious that Yamasuk's abacus is wrong. Let Yamasuk talk about it. Lin Ling is basically the rhythm of the left ear in and out of the right ear, and the perfunctory response is a few times, in school, and it is just after school. Lin Ling is not afraid of what kind of moth this guy Yamasuk will do, but in the same way, Lin Ling also thought too simply. After seeing that his preaching had no effect on Lin Ling, Yamasuk did not waste his saliva, and his tone changed and began to become gentle. Lin Ling, I won't say more. All in all, you have a bad impact on this matter, and you will be punished with a demerit. This is a stain that will accompany you for the rest of your life. As a teacher, although you are very reluctant to see students with such a stain on their backs, but if you have no repentance, then the teacher can only harden his heart. Yamasuk said matter-of-factly, and then pretended to open the drawer to find something, as if he was taking Lin Ling's file sheet. At this point 540, the average little girl was already scared and cried, and began to plead with herself and admit her mistake. But what made Sansuk helpless was that Lin Ling still maintained the expressionless expression when she came in, and her eyes were blurred and obviously in a fugue, and she didn't listen to his nonsense at all. For Lin Ling, it didn't matter what was included in the punishment on the file. Lin Ling didn't eat this set at all. Then Sansuke-sensei, if there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first, yawned. Lin Ling looked like she was going back, which suddenly made Sansuke's face turn red, like a monkey's ass, funny tight. Flutter. With a bang, completely giving up the way of using language to attack Lin Ling, Sansuke directly took out the potion in the drawer and sprayed it at Lin Ling, and a faint purple mist flashed in the air. Caught off guard, Lin Ling inhaled a faint aroma that couldn't tell what it was, shook her head, and looked at Sansuke in front of her in confusion, thinking about this guy. When she sprayed herself with perfume in a hurry, in less than a few seconds, Lin Ling felt a little difficult to breathe. The whole person began to get hotter, her body became weak, her legs fell to the ground with a weak leg, and the familiar feeling surged from the bottom to the top. At this point, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on, glared at Sansuke who was walking towards her with a smile, and wanted to do something but found that she couldn't do anything. Lin Ling's appearance is so weird, and Sansuke's old man looks like he's going to do something bad. What should I do? Kagura was anxious and asked Rin beside him. After all, the three of them were still children, and they didn't know how to deal with this situation at all. Maime went to find Aoki-sensei, and Kagura came with me. Rin thought for a while, and kicked directly on the door of the office. Because it was closed, the door was naturally not kicked open, but there was a loud noise, which immediately startled Sansuke inside, and temporarily stopped his action against Lin Ling. Quick! Rin lowered her voice and urged the two who were stunned. Immediately Maime ran to the teacher's office to find Aoki. This is just a short time after school, the general teacher will still be there. Kagura immediately understood Rin's meaning. After all, we've been together for so many years, but Kagami Hei's means are more ruthless. Directly picked up a stone in the flower garden on the side and threw it directly to the window. Bang! Directly broke a piece of glass. Listening to Sansuke's roar from inside, the two of them slipped away directly, with a tacit understanding. The next moment, the door opened, and Yamasuk walked out, trying to find the culprit, but there was still a figure in the corridor, standing in place in a hurry, not going back, not standing. For a while, Yamasuk was a little confused. To be honest, he just started directly because he was too angry, and it was a little too hasty, but Yamasuk didn't expect to be discovered. After all, most of the students had already left school at this point in time, and most of the teachers were either off work or stayed in the office, and they wouldn't come to their side at will. No matter what, it's come to this point, Yamasuk won't just stop. It's okay to let go of these little things like the window. First explain the principal's side and then talk about it, and immediately return to his office. Yamasuk grabbed Lin Ling, who had fallen to the ground and had become confused, and at this moment, Yamasuk didn't notice the two small figures that appeared behind him. It was Kagura and Rin who slipped back. The two of them held brooms in their hands, and smashed down, together with a tacit understanding of the defenseless Yamasuk. Poof! With a bang, Sansuke fell down in a daze. Looking at this situation, Kagura was a little worried. Rin, will we beat him to death? It's okay, I just fainted. Hurry up and take Lin Ling away. Rin waved his hand. This is a smash covering the neck and head, and slashing at the side of the neck can knock people unconscious, but in order to be safe, he also came to the head, but it seems that it is still very smooth. The two hurriedly helped Lin Ling out of the office, and at this time, Maime also brought Aoki over, which saved Rin and Kagami-guro a lot. Lin Ling just let Aoki carry it away. For what happened here, Rin said it briefly along the way. Aoki naturally immediately thought of the words that the teacher of the Treasure Academy said to him last time, but this matter can't make a fuss. After all, there is no evidence. Kagaguro and Rin did this kind of thing again. It's really hard to deal with. Let's just assume it hasn't happened for the time being. The only thing that is fortunate is that Lin Ling has not been poisoned. Seeing that Lin Ling's current state does not seem to be right, Aoki asked Rin to go back first, and he took Lin Ling to the health room, but the doctor in the health room was there. Aoki temporarily put Lin Ling on the bed in the health room, took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the contact number of the health room student. After all, Lin Ling is not in a wrong situation. He is not a medical student, and he doesn't understand what's going on, so let's find a professional to see. It's so hot. The next second, a scene that made Aoki almost spurt blood appeared. On the bed, Lin Ling began to pull the clothes on her body by herself, and a large area of skin was exposed. Even if she was a virgin, Aoki also understood what state Lin Ling was in now. It was estimated that she had been drugged. This was the state where the effect of the medicine began to be complete. Damn. Silently thinking that he was not Lolita, Aoki thought of some earthwork, picked up Lin Ling, who had taken off only her underwear and continued to take it off, entered the bathroom in the health room, let Lin Ling sit on a stool against the wall, open the unkempt and flush Lin Ling's body with cold water. But the effect is not very good. It seems that there is a tendency to get worse and worse. I don't care about anything else. Aoki touched Lin Ling's body, and it became very hot, like a fever. I'm afraid something is really going to happen if it goes on like this, or not. It's a problem. The identity of the student and the teacher, the age gap and the result after the fact. The brain is spinning rapidly. Aoki is in a dilemma. Time is running out. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. Maybe you will be fine after a while, but the most afraid is what if. In less than 20 minutes, Aoki walked out with Lin Ling, who had fallen asleep and had no problem, but he didn't expect his virginity to be taken away by a little girl, and he was still his own student, although he also took away the student's virginity. It was really a dramatic scene to think about, but what made Aoki couldn't help but reminisce was the tight touch and the happiness that could not be described in words, and directly let himself lose his armor and collapse into an army, as a man. His strength in this area is really enough to fail. The only problem to face now is that when Linling wakes up, how should she face her? As a teacher, she will attack the students, even if it is to save people. Looking at Linling's face, Aoki fell into deep thought. If Linling is willing, it is a big deal to take responsibility for herself and wait for Linling for a few years, and get married when she reaches a moderate age. Waiting is the most torturous time, but it didn't make Aoki wait too long. In an hour, Linling woke up. At this time the sky outside had entered the evening. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Linling sat up comfortably, and soon found a very haggard look looking at her Aoki. Although I don't remember it clearly, but Linling knew that she was saved, although it was inevitable to be up, but it was better to give Aoki than to that Sansuk. That's Linling, I have something to tell you. You listen to me well, and then answer me well, you know? Looking at Linling seriously, Aoki spoke in a heavy tone. What's wrong, teacher? Grinning, Linling pretended to have an innocent face. Actually, it's like this, briefly explained what happened, and then Aoki put forward the words to be responsible, and then looked at Linling nervously and waited for Linling's verdict. Can you get me to go back and think about it for a while? Looking at Aoki, Linling didn't know how to say it, not to mention the rest. She even thought that she was a virgin. Was she really worthy of virginity? But in addition to the film, my body is no different from the original after all. In this regard, the system will always be the most perfect adjustment and repair, generally speaking. It's the kind that can't be broken no matter how you play. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Nodding, Aoki himself breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he also needed time to think about it. Did you hear that? That Sansuk was fired. Well, it's still a relative of the principal, although I don't know what's going on, but it's really exciting. SHHHH. It's been almost a month since the incident. Although Aoki was very happy to hear that Sansuk was fired, but he was also a little apprehensive in his heart. Linling was normal as usual, but he always avoided answering some of his hints and inquiries, which made Aoki feel particularly tormented, and wanted to pass it like this, when it didn't happen, but his inner sense of morality and bottom line made him unable to escape, and after listening to the headmaster's lecture from the office, Aoki began to sort out his own information. The next class is his class, and the midterm exam is not far away, so he has to speed up his learning progress. There are a lot of students in the class who are biased, plus a few Rin who like to make trouble. He is quite tired of being a homeroom teacher. Sitting in the classroom, Linling naturally heard about Yamasuk's dismissal. After all, it was the position of the director of education that was opened, which is indeed a big deal for the school. In fact, since this month, Yamasuk has also attacked himself several times, but it didn't succeed. After returning home that day, Linling told Liangta about it for the first time, and it was then that Linling knew that Liangta had an underworld background, and Linling felt that someone was following her and the little brother sent by Liangta to protect herself from school. With the protection of Ryata's people, Linling only needs to pay attention in school. 540 plus Aoki's maintenance. This guy Shansuk has nothing to take advantage of, let alone after school, during which Shansuk also wanted to come here to force his move. The result can be imagined. He was beaten up by two bad people. It can be said that he caused Shansuk to be fired, and he also has a share of credit. But who made Shansuk so brainless to keep going of himself? It is also self-inflicted. Everyone, it's class, go back to your seats. Aoki walked in, just as the class bell had already rang. Stand up. Hello teacher. Hello students. Sit down. The day's study time flies quickly, of course. For Linling, it is a matter of sleep, and she has been named a sleep god in school. But there is no way. Linling's grades are a mess, and the general topics are not difficult for Linling at all, and the teachers can only turn a blind eye. As long as Linling does not disturb the classroom discipline and make things out, she will not care about Linling's sleeping behavior. Linling, stay after school. The teacher has something to tell you. After packing up his things, Aoki said to Linling by name. CHCA, teacher, I want it too, is it okay? Rin raised his hand and shouted. Aoki has been paying special attention to Linling recently, which has made Rin a little surprised. Me too. Seeing that Rin was staying, the mirror black also jumped out, and although Maimei squeaked and didn't speak, the meaning was already quite obvious. Looking at the trio with a headache, although he has gradually gotten used to it, Aoki still seriously asked the three of them to go home early after school. After all, he is looking for Linling to have something to do. No, there must be a result, otherwise he will feel uneasy, like a kitten every day to make himself irritable. Puffed out his mouth, Rin packed up his school bag, and walked out of the room with Jinghei and Maimei, while Linling followed Aoki to the staircase outside. There was no one here. Linling was looking at Aoki with a tangled face and waiting for Aoki to speak, and although Aoki called Linling over to be alone, he didn't know how to speak, and for a while the two fell into a silent situation, which made people look a little anxious. Rin, what do you say Aoki-sensei will say to Linling? Mai asked curiously, because the location is not very good. The three of Rin are on the next floor of the stairs. After all, they will be found if they are too close. I don't know, since the last time I saved Linling at the hands of the old man Sansuk, Aoki-sensei has become very strange. Rin subconsciously said with a jealous taste, probably the girl's usual intuition. Rin always felt that there was something unspeakable between Linling and Aoki, hiding it from them. I don't feel good, so let's go back. Kagami-guro proposed, always feeling that if he continued to let Rin continue like this, he would fall deeper and deeper, and when he thought of the picture of Rin and Aoki together, Kaguro had an urge to blacken and slash people. Even though she knew that she might not be able to hear her, Rin still wanted to know what the two were talking about. At this time, Aoki had already calmed down, and asked Linling about the last question. What was it? It depends on what Linling thought. For Aoki's question, in fact, Linling was quite surprised. He didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect Aoki to keep it in his heart, but thinking about it, Linling said that he could still understand Aoki's mood. Didn't answer immediately, but beckoned to Aoki, motioning for Aoki to lean over, and Aoki also squatted down very cooperatively, leaned his head over, and then poof, Linling kissed Aoki's face directly. Looking at Aoki with a look of surprise, Linling smiled and said, "This is my answer. As for how you understand, think about it yourself, Mr. Aoki." Huh. Looking at Linling who was bouncing away, Aoki touched the remaining traces on his face. This is the same as not answering. Playing himself? Or did you agree to your own proposal? What the hell is going on? It's getting more and more entangled, and death has to make people die more happily. How can there be such a thing? Coming downstairs, Linling saw the three girls huddled together at first sight. It seemed that she didn't know what was going on. Watching Linling come down, Rin reacted quickly, saying that she was waiting for Linling to go together as a friend, and Jinghei nodded very cooperatively. Mai was a little sluggish, but for this scene, Linling didn't want to poke it. She didn't mean anything else for Aoki Linling, just pure teasing. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Not to mention that even if it is a good wife, Linling doesn't have the idea of going with him. Play and play, ideas are ideas, not to be mixed up. Gradually, Linling also found that she had begun to get used to her current life. XXOO and ordinary life have been looked down on, although I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. In short, it's not bad for yourself, although it seems to be a bit cheap. But in life, you naturally have to be happy, otherwise what is the meaning of life? Not to mention that this life is still a rare opportunity for a new life, and it is natural to live a colorful life. I really saw big news. In a corner not far away, a good-looking boy grinned, looked at the photo taken on his mobile phone, although it was a little blurry, but he could still see who it was, put away his mobile phone, and left with his school bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the goal of being in the top 3 grades in the midterm examination, rewarding unforgettable skills, opening the second ring task, and entering the top 3 colleges in the province with the first grade in the final exam, and successfully rewarding a surprise gift box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting out of the novice period, giving away 10 exchange points, opening the branch bar and the first floor of the mall, and completing daily tasks can get the corresponding exchange value, which can be used to exchange items in the mall. Listening to the prompts of the system, Linling didn't care about Aoki, who was praising his results on the podium, and hurriedly opened the mall, but what disappointed Linling was that the things in it were some school supplies and related skills, as well as various life skills and ordinary self-defense techniques and other things. There was no exchange beyond common sense, but this is the first layer, so there should be a second and third layers behind. I don't know what good things will be. Really looking forward to. Glancing at the exchange value of his only 10 points, Linling flipped through the things in the mall, and finally clicked on the primary dance fighting technique, which is a kind of fighting technique born from dance, although I don't know who is idle and has nothing to do to create, but according to the introduction of the system, reaching the advanced level, Linling can easily single-handedly take on a dozen big men, and this kind of fighting skill is additional to enhance his own physique. A moment of kung fu, Linling feels that he is much more energetic, and his strength is greater. Slowly get through the morning class, Linling changed into sports clothes. The first class in the afternoon is physical education class. Linling can't wait to try how strong her physique is now, under the leadership of the physical education teacher, jogging a lap, followed by free activities. Originally Linling ran a lap down although not tired but will sweat a little, now it is not feeling at all, found a corner for a speed and strength test. After a class, although there is no obvious data, Linling feels that her physique is about twice as strong as before, especially the speed has increased the most, and her reaction ability and flexibility have also improved a lot. When I came home from school and walked past a bookstore on the commercial street, Linling saw Liangtai who was sneaking out like a thief. There seemed to be something hidden in her hand, wrapped in a black cloth, although she didn't know what she was doing. But this look was even more eye-catching, too suspicious, and quietly followed. Linling looked at Liangtai who smirked from time to time and observed the surrounding Liangtai from time to time, and came to the position behind Liangtai with an arrow, and reached out to grab the thing that Liangtai was holding in his hand. Huh? Linling? Turning around in surprise, Ryota looked at Linling, who quickly opened the black cloth, and was a little at a loss to snatch it back but didn't dare to mess around, and finally froze in place with a tangled look. I see, it's serialized, it's set. Looking at the comic book in the 1st to 5th episodes in his hand, Lin Ling quickly flipped through it, and the benefits of unforgettable it appeared. It was a hasty browsing, but the content was all memorized in my mind. A very old-fashioned story, about an ordinary little magic creature and then became a magical girl, who fought with tentacle monsters. But what makes Lin Ling speechless is that in addition to scenes such as fighting and transformation, other daily scenes are all ordinary pictures of herself and Liangtai, and what makes Lin Ling most embarrassed is that the image of Liangtai in daily life is very positive. It is simply a handsome 3 good men with high fortune. On the contrary, the female protagonist is a usually weak and introverted Lori. Under the education of the male protagonist, all kinds of daily play emerge endlessly. Except for the H scene and dialogue, Lin Ling can't see that it's good. This is purely Liangtai's YY work. I don't understand that this can be published, and it's okay to change it myself. Lin Ling looked at Liangtai with a little depression and could only look at herself with a smirk, threw this set of comics back, and returned to her home. And then Liangtai hurriedly wrapped this set of comics and went back with Lin Ling. Throwing the school bag on the sofa, Lin Ling turned on the TV for the first time, and then began to browse the side tasks in the taskbar. If you want to earn exchange value, you need to complete the task. You must pay attention to it. As for Liangtai, after putting her things away, she cooked for Lin Ling, and she has completely become Lin Ling's exclusive nanny. By the way, Lin Ling, if you graduate, what junior high school are you going to go to? While cooking, Ryota suddenly asked. Well, it's definitely the best choice. What's wrong? Lin Ling replied casually. No, it's just to give you a reference opinion. It mainly depends on how you choose. I have a friend who is a shareholder of 80 Symbiosis College. It is a famous girls' school, although it has now become a coeducational school, but both the resources and teachers are very good, and they are ranked first in the province. Do you considering? Ryota wiped her hands and walked out, and her cautious appearance always made people feel ill-intentioned. And what made Lin Ling frown was that this Loveland Symbiosis Academy seemed to have heard of it there. Ignoring Ryota, Lin Ling took out her mobile phone and checked it, looking at the profile and evaluation of this school on the search, and immediately Lin Ling understood what kind of school this was. I didn't expect this school to have it, which really surprised Lin Ling, but it was not so surprising to think that this was a parallel world. Of course, the biggest surprise was that Liangtai would have a shareholder friend of this school. Although this is a private college, the middle of the country and the high school are together. You can go up in a row, and the ranking is also in the 3rd high range in the province. If it is not because of its own special school rules and different from the education policy of other colleges, the evaluation of the college has been lowered. Maybe you can also fight for the 1st place, but it is in line with Lin Ling's choice direction after graduation, and compared with other ordinary high schools, this high school is much more interesting, and it must not be too boring after entering. In short, there is no better choice before. For the time being, this school will be included in my preferred school. Lin Ling, stop playing, come to dinner. After getting dinner, Liangtai urged Lin Ling. In fact, let Lin Ling go to this school. Liangtai is also a little selfish. Of course, everything else is absolutely okay, no problem. Otherwise Liangtai will definitely not recommend Lin Ling to go. The most important thing is because of his sister. I hope that if Lin Ling chooses this college, it can bring some changes to his troublesome sister. As a girl, don't fight and kill all day long to dominate. There is no future. It's not easy to finally graduate. Lin Ling sat comfortably on the sofa and sighed. She is already 13 years old. During this time, Lin Ling has been saving exchange value, and the daily tasks are very limited, and there are only 10 to 20 points of quota when you do them all, and the tasks are all kinds of strange tasks, and you have to pick and do them yourself. Not to mention, so far the current position has finally saved 500 points. Without hesitation, all of them are used to upgrade the dance fighting technique. 500 points are emptied at one time, and the continuous breakthrough of the middle and high level directly reaches the master level. In an instant, Lin Ling has all the understanding. According to the level of martial arts people, he has reached the level of dark energy at one time, and others may not be able to achieve the realm of learning for more than 10 or 20 years, and he has it all of a sudden. It is really an indescribable feeling. To make an analogy, it is a feeling of rebirth. Because I don't forget this skill, Lin Ling is a complete academic tyrant. Coupled with the special 540 nature of the Symbiosis Academy, force is what Lin Ling needs the most. Of course, because she has been kidnapped, it really makes Lin Ling feel insecure, especially in this year. She has slowly grown up, more and more beautiful. Although it looks pleasing to the eye, it also brings a lot of trouble, and the recent return rate is quite high, and I have encountered a lot of perverts during the period, and I don't have any strength and no insurance. Although I don't know how my current strength is, after all, there is no comparison, but Lin Ling feels that it is not a problem for her to fight dozens of rabbles at all, but as a girl, she also has to use some weapons or something, and some regrets are all used to upgrade her dance fighting skills. You can leave a little exchange value for the whip mastery. There is no way to exchange just 2 combat things in the mall. After all, there are still too few items, and there are not many choices. So you have to quickly open the second layer of the mall. Ling Ling, looking at the mobile phone that vibrate, Lin Ling lay on the sofa with her feet crossed, took the mobile phone and opened the email. It was sent by Rin, a photo with Aoki. It looks like a good relationship, and there is a sentence below Aoki teacher and a declaration that he promised to be my boyfriend, which made Lin Ling feel a little crying and laughing. Is this a demonstration or a declaration of sovereignty? On the side of the photo, the mirror is black and bulging with a bun face, looking like it is about to explode. Maimei is looking at them with an embarrassed expression, and Aoki also has a very helpless look on his face, but although he has graduated, this friendship is still there, no matter what the future holds. Lin Ling can only send the most sincere blessings to these three girlfriends, hoping that they can live happily in the future. But how do you spend the next 2 months of vacation? It's not interesting to stay at home all the time, just find something to do, otherwise what's the difference between wasting this rare good time and being yourself? It's good to ask Ryota to go out with him, the world is so big, I always want to go to some fun and shopping. Anyway, the family is not short of this little travel money. But then again, it's rare to see Liang Ben come up to cook a meal for himself and leave in recent months, or just call directly to let yourself order takeout to eat. I don't know what I'm busy with. My own door. Lin Ling came to the door of Liangtai in a sandal, and glanced at the surname on the door number. Lin Ling directly pushed open the door. There was no lock at all, and I was not afraid of being stolen in. But unexpectedly, at the location of the entrance, I saw a pair of women's boots, which was definitely a shocking discovery, and there were girls in the single dog's house. Listening to the movement downstairs, Lin Ling stole up, came to Liang Tai's room, and was about to lean on the door to eavesdrop on the situation inside, when a cold current went directly from the tail vertebrae to the upper head door. Lin Ling subconsciously turned sideways, snapped sound. The wooden door was directly poked out of a hole by a white and tender hand. If he hadn't reflected it just now, there would definitely be more holes in his body. It would make people shudder to think about it. Who? The door opened, and a tall black straight and heroic beauty stood in front of her, looking at her condescendingly. Who are you? Why at Ryota's house? Lin Ling said vigilantly. This woman is definitely a practitioner. Facing the opposite side makes Lin Ling feel very dangerous, standing in front of her as if she is not a human but a fierce beast that chooses people and devours them. Don't mess around. This is my house. Liang Tai walked over with a big face. This is his own sister, Tianyu Chop, the person who admired himself the most before, because of his own retreat. Chop but mixed into the black, became the head of the bad boy, suppressed all disobedient people under the powerful force. From the beginning of elementary school to the current junior high school graduation, almost all the Chop is sitting in the position of the boss of the college, 10,000 years unwavering. This time she is going to the Symbiosis College of Love. In addition to the system of this college attracts her, it is also because of the relationship between the good lady in it, and for the first 2 months of school, Chop will live with him. Oh, you're the niece my brother said I was talking about? Call sister to listen. Smiled at Lin Ling disappreciatively. According to seniority, I should call you auntie, right? Lin Ling teased. If you want to take advantage of yourself, how can it be so easy? It's not cute. Squinted his eyes, although he was a little more boyish, and most of them were men's clothes from childhood to adulthood, and the form and speech were boy-oriented, but after all, she was a girl, and it was always a little uncomfortable to be called like this. Really, can't you save me snacks? Liang Tai helplessly looked at the scene of his sister and niece's flirtat. To be honest, if it weren't for his brother's name, Liang Tai couldn't suppress the beheading at all. This sister is really better than the blue. Kung Fu and means are stronger than his brother. Liang Tai's only fortunate beheading still respects his brother. Of course, this is also what the effect is what the cause, and the beheading is also his responsibility to become like this. Bored, I'll go back. Lin Ling pursed her lips and said, turned around and left. The impression of the first meeting this time was really bad. Lin Ling didn't have that good mood. It was better to go back and watch the movie by herself. Looking at Lin Ling, who was leaving, he looked at Liang Tai, who was helplessly sitting back in his place and continuing to paint, and said, brother, didn't you find out? This little niece of yours is not easy. I know, so what? Anyway, it's Lin Ling who I know. Why do you care so much? Liang Tai didn't raise his head. It seems that the future of college life will not be too boring. With a smile, he put on the men's jacket on the chair, put on a white beret and tied up his long hair, and walked out. Moonlit night, let's take a bath together. 1 month after entering school, Lin Ling was completely familiar with this cute white-haired Lori. Although the other party was older than herself, it stands to reason that she should be called a senior sister. But the Moonlit Night didn't care about these small problems, and Lin Ling was happy to hit the snake and stick it. No, I can do it myself. Yui refused without hesitation. After getting along for a month, after getting acquainted, every time she stayed with Lin Ling, she would be teased, which made Yui feel very faceless. But no matter how Yui blew up, Lin Ling still enjoyed herself, so that Yui had no way at all. You're welcome, come, I'll help you. Lin Ling smiled and pulled the Moonlit Night into the bathroom together. How can you miss this kind of fun bath show every day? Lin Ling is a little glad that she is now a female 540 birth. The women's locker room and the women's bathhouse come and go at will. It feels great to enjoy the flowers and leaves without sticking to your body, and there is also a chance to eat a lot of tofu. It is really enjoyable. Really, don't mess around. No, Moonlit Knight can only choose to compromise in the end. Got it, don't worry. Lin Ling said without hesitation, of course it is impossible not to mess around. The girl's bath is slow, and because Lin Ling loves to toss, the bath took more than 2 hours to finish. Smiling and holding the cute red-faced Moonlit Knight, Lin Ling took the initiative to take a towel to wipe the hair of the Moonlit Knight, and then used a hairdryer to dry the work. The days of the college were unexpectedly more ordinary, and what made Lin Ling a little funny was that she didn't get the title of martial arts, but she got the title of Swiba first, and was called the Flower of Literature. By the way, on a Moonlit Night, it's said that another transfer student is coming in, isn't it? Lin Ling opened a topic at random. Most of the male students in this academy are students who are bad or have made some mistakes in ordinary colleges and have been expelled, and they all have to be corrected after entering this academy, so it is not uncommon for there to be transfer students. Well, what's wrong? Asked this suddenly. Moonlit Knight Strange Deo, this kind of thing is managed by 5 swords. Generally speaking, there will be a chief ghost tile will to deal with and correct, unless it is very tricky, 2 or more 5 swords will be dispatched. Of course, so far, since their 5 swords reigned, except for the Empress, there is no student who needs to dispatch 2 5 swords. If the 2 5 swords can't be solved, then the convenience will be treated specially, such as the Empress beheading is such a situation. As long as you don't deliberately make trouble and violate the discipline of the academy and other bad incidents, most things can be treated with 1 eye and 1 eye, that is, become a privileged class other than the 5 swords. Of course, Lin Ling also belongs to this category, and if the academic performance reaches the level of Lin Ling, the same situation and the decline in academic performance can also be treated specially. It's nothing, it's just a little curious. Doesn't the academy have an armed tradition? I haven't seen the so-called correction in the month of enrollment, I'm just curious. Lin Ling said with a smile. Girl, in addition to receiving ordinary things such as uniforms and textbooks, Lin Ling also got armed supplies, a throwing stick. This thing is also ready to bring, but Lin Ling is more special and can be at will. It's nothing to look at, it's just a way of education. Moonlit Knight said perfunctorily. Oh, since Ui didn't want to talk about it, Lin Ling didn't say much, and after helping Ui dry her hair, she began to take care of her hair. Girls are these places, and it takes a lot of effort to get in. Sort out the situation on her side, fell asleep early on a moonlit night, dropped the fluorescent lamp. Lin Ling turned on the lamp. I don't know if it's because the school spirit is more force-oriented. The course is very easy. After playing with the mobile phone for a while, Lin Ling turned off the desk lamp, climbed into the quilt on a moonlit night very skillfully, and fell asleep comfortably with a moonlit night. Early the next morning, feeling the abnormal movement in her arms, Lin Ling opened her eyes. The moonlit night had already gotten up, glanced at the alarm clock on the cabinet. It was less than 7 o'clock, closed her eyes again and prepared to continue to sleep for a while, and at this time, the words of the moonlit night sounded. The first class of the day is the class meeting. Don't be late. Oh, wake up so early. Is moonlit night sauce going to a meeting? Lin Ling asked. Well, I'm out of the house. As the words fell, the moonlit night left the room. After more than half an hour, Lin Ling got up, sorted out her hair casually, put on her uniform, went out with her bag, and walked towards the classroom after breakfast in the cafeteria. But at the school gate not far away, Lin Ling saw a teenager walk in. It was a newcomer. It should be a transfer student. After all the boys in this college are wearing makeup, and you can tell at a glance whether the other party is a newcomer or whether she has been corrected, and the show is about to start. Oh, I thought it was who? It turned out to be my aunt. What are you doing standing here stupidly? At the staircase of the teaching building, looking at the slash coming down from above, Lin Ling couldn't help but mock. No way, the two have become a pure hostile relationship now, and they don't like each other. Humph. Ignoring Lin Ling, Chop left directly. Today is a special day for her. I haven't seen her for 3 months, and finally here. Compared to being angry with Lin Ling, Chop pays more attention to the situation of transfer students, although the mood is a little complicated, but it's not bad. Sure enough, when a woman is in love, she becomes stupid. With a sigh, Lin Ling glanced at the transfer students who were walking towards the teaching building, and came directly to her class. There are still a few minutes left before class. The classroom is still the same as usual 2.0. Lin Ling is sitting in her place. The moonlit night is not there. It is estimated that she is still in a meeting and has not come back. Now Lin Ling has become a classmate with the moonlit night. The situation is very simple, because Lin Ling applied for a grade skip, and after passing the exam, it was approved. After all, Lin Ling didn't want to stay in the academy for too long. It was purely a waste of time. If there was fun, it would be another matter. Not long after, as the class bell rang, the moonlit night also returned. After the teacher came in, this class officially began, because it was a class meeting, so it was all about topics that were not nutritious. Lin Ling didn't bother to listen at all, but always paid attention to the situation outside the window. This point, almost the correction should start, and then the interesting life will kick off. Mamazu Torino-san, can you help me open the window? Yes, it's a little hot. It would be better to let the wind blow in. No, I don't want the wind to blow in, I want the sound to come in. Looking at the conversation between Moonlit Knight and Torino, Lin Ling understood that the show had begun, but Moonlit Knight's ears were really sensitive enough. It seemed that as long as she wanted, most of the academy could hear it. Of course, her hearing was good, and her ears were also a keen point. Thinking that every time she played with Moonlit Knight, her ears would appear that cute and cute, Lin Ling wanted to bully more Moonlit Knight. No way, it was great. She couldn't control the power of the wilderness in her body. Oh my god, Sister Lone is fighting with someone? Torino looked at the two figures on the lawn outside the window and exclaimed, got up and ran out of the classroom, and the class meeting was not opened. It's over. Looking at the battle that lasted for more than 10 minutes outside, Lin Ling smiled. The time was up. It just so happened that the bell rang after class, and the ghost tile wheel behind him was also knocked down, and the transfer student won, but the bird that came out of the back sent a god 27 assists, and a stick came down, directly letting the transfer student take away the first kiss of the ghost tile wheel, which is really a kind of happy comedy of the opening of the college life. Walking out of the classroom, Lin Ling has the urge to transfer students for a while, the kind of attack that defeats the ghost tile wheel. It is very like a dark force, but the other party's tricks seem to be unable to be used continuously, and the speed of the move is a little slower and there is a moment of force time. There are too many flaws. I really don't understand how the girl likes this guy, and judging from the current trend, the ghost tile wheel is also going to fall under the other party's genes, and it is good to be the male protagonist, and the harem takes the initiative to send it to the door. The day's class is over very simply. Of course, Lin Ling chose to leave early. Anyway, she understands that it doesn't matter if she goes to class or not, and the teacher can't help it. This is a situation specially approved by the principal, and the turmoil caused by the transfer students has also spread throughout the college. After all, the ghost tile wheel of the Chief of the Five Swords was defeated and took away the first kiss, but it was rumored, thanks to this blessing, the name of the transfer student is also famous in the entire college, and it is listed as a super dangerous person by all the girls. Lin Ling, what are you doing? In the dormitory, looking at Lin Ling, who was changing into civilian clothes on a moonlit night in the morning, she was curious. Well, I'm going to borrow the kitchen of the lower academy and make something to visit the ghost tile. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Oh, so you weren't going to class this morning? UI thinks this is not good, but I don't know how to persuade it better. After more than a month, there have been several quizzes. Lin Ling's grades have been firmly occupying the first throne. Let her go to class. UI really doesn't know how to say it. After all, learning is mainly to look at the grades. Every subject is perfect and invincible. Going to class doesn't seem to have any eggs. It's really tangled. UI feels that Lin Ling has no problem even if she applies for graduation. It depends. I'm out of the house. He smiled and walked out of the room, where the 3-section knife was wrapped in cloth and pinned to his waist in a bag for a stick. For more than an hour, the cafeteria of the college was gone, the chefs and masters began to clean up, and the students all went to class, and Lin Ling also walked out with the prepared Tianqiao-style pizza in a food box, but coincidentally, at the staircase, Lin Ling saw the chop again, although he was also a truant king, but Lin Ling's situation was completely different from the chop. One was a good student and the other was a bad student, at a glance, but they all had special treatment. Na-kun doesn't say, that transfer student, you said that if I put, what will happen? Looking at the slash that turned around and was about to leave without saying a word, Lin Ling said maliciously. Immediately, after a pause, Chop turned around and looked at Lin Ling's calm appearance of controlling everything for the first time in the eyes of others, revealing a bit of dark anger. It seemed that Lin Ling's words just poked the most unpleasant point of Chop, and he could feel that at the moment when he said the name Na-kun Budeo, the strong murderous intent and cold aura that erupted from Chop's body. Angry? It's a rarity. Lin Ling, that man is not so easy to defeat, but if you want to provoke me, you have succeeded, and it is boring to be idle. Let me try how much you have improved during this time. Chop walked towards Lin Ling. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Lin Ling had already noticed the fine lines on Chop's hands, as if they were wrapped in a layer of scale armor, giving people a hard and sharp feeling. Interesting, I want to see how much I've improved. Lin Ling said for Tat, put down the snack box in his hand, and didn't dare to be careless when dealing with slashing. His strongest kung fu now is dancing and fighting, and using swordsmanship to deal with slashing is completely deadly, and in the narrow terrain of the corridor, it is difficult to use the big sword. The two have known each other for more than 3 months, and they have faced each other several times during the summer vacation, and they almost know each other well. Lin Ling did not hesitate, and directly preemptively struck, seemingly slow but actually extremely fast in front of the slash, both hands out. The light and fluttering fist seems to be similar to tickling in ordinary people, but the strength contained in it can be broken with a punch even if it is a hard stone, and it is still broken from the inside. It's another trick. Don't you have a new trick? Slash directly retreated 2 parts to avoid a leg raised to Lin Ling's front door, although her defense is amazing, but the inside is not like the skin on the outside can be invulnerable. Lin Ling's dark energy play is the most restraining her hard Qigong type of Kung Fu, even if the dark energy of the breakthrough can be partially offset by the outer layer of protection, but it can't be completely offset. Once or twice fortunately, if you accumulate more, 540 will all burst out, and then it will be defeated. It's okay to be effective. What new tricks do you want? And it's not a trick. While a short body avoided it, Lin Ling continued to rush to the side of Slash unforgivingly, and slapped a palm on Slash's chest, secretly vigorous. This is a position close to the heart, even if it cancelled out part of the strength. Slash was still beaten back several steps, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. I've become stronger, and I've gained a lot of combat experience. Slash wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled, both defeated. This is still her geographical advantage. At the moment of being hit, the automatic counterattack also cut Lin Ling's shoulder. If it weren't for the terrain restrictions, Lin Ling could not make a complete avoidance. She could only use her shoulder instead of her neck to be hit. This fight, and Slash would definitely suffer a big loss. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm just a little skin injury. You are an internal injury. The situation is in my favor. You still haven't made any progress. Slash. Lin Ling put away her posture and said, a little uninterested in fighting. Looking at Lin Ling's attitude, Chop didn't do it again. Needless to say, Chop understands Lin Ling's current thoughts and mentality, although he is unwilling. But this simple fight, Chop understands that Lin Ling's strength has surpassed himself. The other party has been improving, and he is standing still. This situation is normal. For so many years, Chop understands that for the first time, he has the idea of wanting to become strong again. You're Lin Ling, right? I know you, the genius of the Academia girl, known as the genius of the invincible literary girl in the liberal arts. The girl with short cherry hair looked at Lin Ling and shouted in surprise. Her attitude was as if she had seen an alien, which made Lin Ling feel very subtle. You're 100 tongues, right? I'm here to visit Sister Ghostway. Lin Ling lifted the gift in her hand and gestured. Ah, I see, come with me. It just so happens that I'm also going to visit Sister Lun, and then Lin Ling's classmate can call me Nai Nai. Nano said with a kind smile, holding a tray in his hand and carrying something, probably porridge or something. Someone led the way. Lin Ling was naturally happy, but the time was really fast enough. It was a lunch break, and the snacks made in the morning were estimated to be cold, but forget it. It was the same if it was hot anyway. It was the same if it was hot, and besides, it was not so slow that I deliberately came. After a fight with Chop, Lin Ling took a big turn in the girls' dormitory to find the dormitory building where the ghost tile wheel lived. The place was really big, and everyone went to class, and no one asked for directions, so it was so hard to get to the present. Oh. At the door of the ghost tile wheel, a male voice full of surprise came from inside. This is it. Even if it's a return gift from you who came to visit me, it's enough. I've made a lot of money. Let me compensate for the lack with a kiss. Opened the door, although he was puzzled by the movement in the room, but Nai Nai still said very politely, I'm Nai Nai, sister. I asked the dormitory aunt to make a patient meal. Ho ho, it's an amazing scene. Walking out from behind Nana, Lin Ling whistled, only to see Ghost Walun lying on the ground with a sick look, and the position of the collar was grabbed by Na-kun Budeo, revealing most of the ball. No matter how you look at it, it looks like Na-kun Buletindeo secretly broke into the girls' dormitory and had bad intentions towards Ghost Walun. The tray in his hand fell directly to the ground, and the porridge was scattered on the ground. Nai Nai completely fell into a state of blackening, and the mouth was an unspeakable scolding, and then frantically smashed the alarm, and in an instant, the entire dormitory sounded the alarm bell, and what was surprising was that the iron doors and windows began to fall everywhere in the dormitory. Not to mention, all kinds of organs were staged one by one against the Nakan Budeo who immediately began to escape. It was as dangerous as the ninja room, and it would definitely make people burp if they were not careful. These organs were all real, guys. You misunderstood. Listen to me explain. Stop. Looking at the two people who chased and fled, Lin Ling looked at the ghost tile wheel that was still on the ground. The good man did it to the end, helped the body of the wheel and put it on the shop, but looking at the exposed ball, it was unexpectedly very material, stretched out his claws and grabbed it. The feel was great. It was regarded as his own reward. While the wheel was still in a coma, Lin Ling was too addicted, and after a few minutes, he felt almost over, and then covered the quilt for the wheel. Lin Ling left the girls' dormitory and headed towards the teaching building. I see. Looking at the two people who were entangled, he said with ease, in the final analysis, the whip is just a tool for torture in the criminal law, and it is not suitable as a weapon, and it is not suitable for use in situations where there are many obstacles. Coupled with the incompatibility of the attack rhythm, not only does it become meaningless to use two enemies and one enemy, but it is effective. A magic bullet on Nai's waist. The impact of the explosion directly knocked Nai and Yu collided together. The two were directly entangled by the whip, and fell on the grass in a shameful posture under Nai's and Yu butterflies. Looking at the two, Budeo walked up with a smile like a big villain, and was about to say something, when he suddenly stopped, and looked at Lin Ling in surprise, who had come to his back position at some point. I'm sorry, I'll say hello first. Nakan doesn't say, I'm Lin Ling, this year's freshman, but I like it quite a bit. I can't sit idly by and ignore being bullied by you like this. Lin Ling exerted her strength slightly, and the big knife in her hand didn't fall down, because there was no blade, so it was nothing if it was just stabbed and hurt. What a warm way to greet him, with a sword in his hand. I don't know if it's the one with the 5 swords. Buletindeo looked at Lin Ling in surprise and then set his eyes on the big sword. After all, there are only 5 female students in the academy who are allowed to carry knives, are called 5 swords, which is also the biggest feature that distinguishes 5 swords from other students. I'm sorry, I'm not a 5-sword, I just prefer to use a sword than the slinger issued by the academy, the weapon comes with it, and if I count it seriously, I'm also violating discipline. Lin Ling replied with a smile. If the unspeakable performance surprised the academy forces that paid attention to him from all sides, then Lin Ling's appearance was directly shocking. After all, in everyone's impression, Lin Ling was just a scholar known for his studies, and no one knew about martial arts except for slashing, or there was another person who knew but didn't say or ask. That was Lin Ling's roommate Moon Knight. Really? Does it mean to avenge a friend? Since that's the case, then I'll have to accept this challenge well. Buledin Deo said with a flirtatious smile, but he took Lin Ling very seriously, and took out the gloves he used to deal with the ghost tile wheel and put them on. It's very affectionate, yes, it's a good thing to have a brother like you. 10 tricks, if you can survive it, forget it. Lin Ling compared her fingers and said, to put it bluntly, she just wanted to try her strength. Yes, you can see it, right? It's really touching that a beautiful woman finally sees the good in me. In the face of this kind of long weapon, it will be difficult to deal with it, and although the other party stands casually, he can't tell what kind of swordsmanship it is, but the momentum exuded from his body makes Budeo feel very stressed, just like when he faced that guy Tianyu, or even heavier. It's too slow. In the eyes of ordinary people, the speed of lightning is as fast as a turtle in Lin Ling's eyes, and at the moment of preemptive strike, Lin Ling came first, and the big knife in his hand slashed at Budeo's shoulder. Lees, like nothing, accompanied by the painful cry of dealing with it. Lin Ling did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but took a step back to let Budeo have a time alter to reinvigorate. It's terrible. I can barely see the trajectory of the knife just now. Covering his shoulders and getting up, although he was not opened, he was definitely swollen, but his untaoist temperament was very stubborn. He rubbed and adjusted his state and smiled at Lin Ling. Come seriously, classmate Lin Ling, I am very shameless to release water like this. Humph. I can't even take a knife. If I don't release the water, you would have been lying down by now, and you can still talk. Lin Ling retorted, looking at Fufu's speechless appearance. She couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth slightly. It's so cute. Smile more, classmate Lin Ling. Has anyone ever said that you smile beautifully? Without saying that, he rushed up again. There's too much nonsense. Lin Ling slashed down with a knife again, but the next scene made Nakan Budeo make Lin Ling feel quite surprised. Caught. It's really thanks to your sword not being sharpened, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to do this. In this case, unless Lin Ling abandons the sword or wants to let Na-kun let go, otherwise he will be close to him. For the swordsman, most of his skills rely on the sword, and without the sword is equivalent to complete defeat. In the opinion of Budeo, Lin Ling at this time has fallen into a desperate situation. Of course, not only Budeo thought so, but other people who were paying attention to this battle also thought so, except for the two of them, such as the Slash who watched the battle at the window for the first time and the Moonlit Knight who had been sitting in the classroom listening to the sound. And in the face of Budeo's evil expression after the test, Lin Ling directly let go, and his strength was strengthened much more than the average person, but compared to the indifference of a martial artist, it was a little smaller, and his biggest strength was the attack of dark strength and the speed of incomparably fast. Abandon the sword? So decisive. I looked at the sword in my hand blankly, but I can't react a little. For a swordsman, the sword is life, a very important existence. Generally speaking, I will not abandon the sword at the last moment. This situation is a little wrong. Why don't you follow the routine? Sure enough, my swordsmanship is still a little worse. 540. I'll let you go this time. Lin Ling shrugged her shoulders and looked like she was not fighting. It was another heavy blow, so that Budeo almost fell. I thought that Lin Ling should fight even if he abandoned the sword, but Budeo was about to tease Lin Ling and then use magic bullets to educate and guide him, and suddenly they all held back, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. If you don't play like this, it's like when you're playing, and suddenly it's over, and you're left alone stupid and still playing, which instantly makes people confused. Looking at Budeo's incomparably tangled bitter-gourd face, Lin Ling reminded, by the way, it is estimated that it won't be long before other 5 swords will attack you, so stick to it. Why? Budeo asked stupidly. Because you shot at you, she is the sister of a certain Wujian. Do you think your sister will sit idly by and ignore your sister? After answering with an expression of you are an idiot, Lin Ling took her own knife and left. This is just an aftershow, but the current strength can't raise your interest at all, and if your curiosity is gone, you will feel bored. It is better to let Budeo continue to make trouble in the school, courtyard, so that there will be fun and excitement to watch. Looking at Lin Ling, who was leaving, he scratched his head. He was confused by being messed with like this, but the only thing he knew was that he was going to meet the trouble again, and the new 5 swords were to find fault, and he had thought of being more stable and free, but it was constant trouble. It was really helpless, and he looked at the 2 people who were still entangled, but he turned around and walked away, and the matter could only go with the flow at this point. After all, this is also a thing, and when the time comes, the soldiers will block the water and cover the earth. What's wrong? Don't worry about the person you like, so you ran over? The Slash at the door of the teaching building teased. You're really bad enough, not cute at all, little niece. Slash for tat. Wow, you have a sour smell of love, don't lean over auntie, I'm afraid of infection. Lin Ling said with a smile. This level of ridicule is simply drizzle, useless to herself. If you quarrel, Lin Ling has never lost the slash, probably because she was invincible in the past and was more inclined to speak by force. Looked at Lin Ling speechlessly. Chop had a sense of powerlessness, and quarreling with Lin Ling could only be his own loss, since it was okay here. Chop didn't bother to continue to stay with Lin Ling, turned around and left. This is the only way to deal with Lin Ling now, but this trick does have some effect, and the situation of leaving without saying a word makes Lin Ling feel a little breathless, but the lunch break is almost over, and I don't want to go to class in the afternoon. Lin Ling went back to the dormitory directly to finish the game. Probably because of the accommodation in the college, the tasks during this time are all simple tasks related to learning and hygiene, and the rewards are very small, so that Lin Ling has no motivation to do it. The first time every day is to watch the refresh of the taskbar, but it is an unchanged task every day, which is really disgusting. Time flies, several days of stable time have passed, Budao's fame is getting bigger and bigger in the academy. Of course, most of it is negative fame, but it has no impact on Budao at all. As long as he can live a stable and free life, he will be satisfied, and Lin Ling, who is not going to class as usual, received a long-lost prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts title, Demon Sword Queen, which can reduce the enemy's strength by 1% and increase the swordsmanship power of your body by 10% when facing enemies who know this title. It doesn't seem to be of much use, and why is it a demon sword? I don't feel like I am. Lin Ling frowned. The first thing that Lin Ling thought of was the SSR god demon sword G, but she was very beautiful, very strong, but unfortunately she was an African player who had abandoned the pit and couldn't get rid of it, and the past was unbearable. There are also several titles for the host to choose from. The title of Demon Sword G is the title that has been selected by the system and is the highest recognition of the academy. In addition to the Big Sword G, Draw the Sword G, Cultural Relics, and other titles, the host can choose from the list if you want to change. Once changed, it will be permanently fixed. Forget it, it's still a demon knife girl. A few of the systems listed are pretty good, the titles behind are really unsightly, it's better not to, but for Lin Ling, the attribute bonus brought by this title doesn't seem to be of much use, and it's a chicken rib skill, but this title can be upgraded. This makes Lin Ling quite interested. According to the urine that can be upgraded, the higher the level of the attribute should become, the more powerful it should become, and it may not be chicken ribs at that time. And the only way to upgrade the title is popularity, so that more people know the title of Demon Sword G can quickly improve the title level, and it is still the most rudimentary. Put this thing aside for the time being. Play for a few days, panic, and want to go to class to sleep. In the corridor, Lin Ling saw the moonlit night, and left early in the morning on the moonlit night, but I didn't expect to be still standing in the dormitory corridor, although it hasn't reached the point of class yet, but if you stay any longer, you will be late. Just when Lin Ling wanted to say something, the moonlit night turned around and made a shushing gesture to herself, and whispered, "The duel between Mary and Nakan has begun. Today is your duty, Moonlit Night." Lin Ling helps clean the classroom together, and sometimes it is quite interesting to do some small things in life. Compared to this, the winner has been decided, which is really a surprising situation. After patting the board, the Moonlit Knight picked up the broom and began to sweep the floor. It seems that the second 5 swords, Mary of Turtle and Crane City, was also defeated by the hands of Nakan. This protagonist mode is open. Collect the harem while brushing the boss. It's really hard to complain, but speaking of which, there aren't many normal people in the academy. At least none of the people Lin Ling knows are normal, and there are girls of any attribute. It's really a natural harem college if you want to count it. It's much more normal for the male protagonist to be in the village. Following Mary's defeat, a week has passed. In this calm day, occasionally go to school to see if you don't have a so-called corrective life under the supervision of the Wheel and Mary, while carrying out their own network serialization. Knock down the last word, although it's an interest, but the results are not bad. Wait for this serial novel to end. Try to contribute to see it if it can be published. It's also a small dream of your own. If not, it won't cause any loss to yourself. Lin Ling, the principal is looking for you. Let's go to the chairman's office. The door opened, and Moonlit Knight walked in. Headmaster? What's wrong? So suddenly? Lin Linky said, except for the 3 no principal, except for the day of admission, Lin Ling has never seen her again, and she always feels that there is nothing good. I don't know, anyway, I'm just here to inform you. Really, I'm going back to class. The Moonlit Knight is broken and red. As soon as I open the chatterbox, there is a tendency to stop. Even if I talk to myself, I can say a lot. Don't look at the Moonlit Knight is usually quiet. In fact, there is a chatter attribute. Closing the computer, since the principal is looking for himself, Lin Ling can only go once, walked out of the dormitory, entered the teaching building. Lin Ling opened the system interface. These days finally saved enough points. The master dance fighting technique was upgraded again, 1,000 points directly emptied. It was really back before the liberation, but in an instant, Lin Ling felt that he was several times stronger again, under the master level intermediate dance fighting technique. Lin Ling felt that he had reached a bottleneck. The dark energy was complete, and the half step turned into strength. Knock knock. Knocked on the door of the chairman's room, and after getting the permission of the principal inside, Lin Ling walked in. You're here, Lin Ling. Sitting in the exclusive chair, the headmaster's seemingly cute expression changed slightly, and he was surprised, but he quickly returned to his original face. The principal and teacher are looking for me. Lin Ling came to the table and stood still. Compared to the strong pressure she felt when she first saw the principal, now Lin Ling can fully feel the strength of the principal, very strong. But it is also only the level of the dark energy high level close to the consummation. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. Lin Ling is confident that he can take it down within 10 moves. According to the information obtained by the system, the highest level in this world is the level of the consummation of the strength, and they are all a handful of old monsters. Generally reaching the initial strength is enough to dominate the party. School Fixiang Chang Xiang has already branded Lin Ling as a demon in his heart, but he still has to say something, and he said directly to Lin Ling, "That's the case. There are 2 weeks left to be the National Olympiad. I hope that Lin Ling, you can represent our college to participate, of course, except for the awards of the competition." Oh, I was a little disappointed that this kind of thing happened, but Lin Ling also understood, after all, who made herself a genius student, as a special symbiosis college, but the liberal arts are still more important. Not many people can learn in the past, but now with Lin Ling, it is naturally here, and reputation is not too much for a school, no matter how many it is. Walked out of the teaching building with a large stack of materials. It doesn't matter if this thing is for me or not. I just browsed it and remembered it all, and threw it into the trash can on the side. But to Lin Ling's surprise, there was some commotion on the playground. Looking from a distance, under the flagpole, a fat boy was tied to a wooden cross, and after calculating the time, Lin Ling noticed that this point was almost the time when the flower wine that traveled to Hawaii came back. So this is the third Wujian to shoot, the blonde Sundara, but judging from the current development it's estimated that I'll end up bowing down to the halo of the protagonist. Shook her head helplessly, too lazy to watch this farce, and when she continued to walk towards her dormitory, Lin Ling saw Chop again. But what surprised Lin Ling was who Chop was talking to. Driven by curiosity, Lin Ling slowly moved over. It turned out to be this guy Liangtai. The brother and sister seemed to be a little unhappy, and soon the Chop fell, leaving Liangtai standing in place with a helpless expression and grabbing his head. Asking for flowers 0. Yo, Lin Ling, I've come to see you. Are you surprised? Because Lin Ling didn't hide, Liangta quickly found Lin Ling, and ran over directly with a smile, directly opening his hands to give a long-lost hug, but was directly dodged by Lin Ling. Why did you come here all of a sudden and don't say a word to me? Holding his forehead and looking at his good wife with a smirk, Lin Ling asked. 0. Haha. I miss you so much. I'll come here, but it's really good, this academy. If I'm a teenager, I have to come here to go to school. Ryota said with a haha, obviously hiding something, and his expression was too obvious. Really? I'll go back if there's nothing to do, so you should go back early. Lin Ling didn't bother to get to the bottom of it, so she turned around and left. Wait, Lin Ling, are you just like this to me after a long-lost reunion? I'm here to tell you something. Ryota followed with a resentful look. 10 minutes later, in the reception room of the dormitory, Lin Ling made a glass of boiled water and sat down in front of Liangtai, and said bluntly, "What's the matter? Let's talk about it now. It's really a kind lorry. After such a little time, I turned my face and didn't recognize people, and I was no longer the little cutie who liked to ask me for a stick to eat." Poof, before Ryota finished speaking, he was punched directly in front of the door. "I don't remember when you became so sloppy." Retracting her fist, Lin Ling said with some shame, "Dare to talk nonsense about this kind of private matter. Blame herself for being robbed of her mind by happiness and being led away by the nose. Girls are really more powerful than boys. This is Lin Ling's personal experience. Okay, this matter doesn't really have much to do with you, but it also has something to do with you, so it's a long story, so be patient and let me start from the beginning." Taking a sip of boiling water, Ryota began to tell Lin Ling about what happened many years ago. Really? At the school gate, Liangtai said pitifully. "No, and it's the bitter fruit you planted yourself. Who is to blame?" Lin Ling said with a smile, "I still want to have a shot when it's over. I think it's beautiful. This academy has a monitor, plus a moonlit night that can listen to sounds from a long distance. Lin Ling doesn't want to make things happen in the academy. It will be very embarrassing to be discovered. At least face, Lin Ling still wants it. Huh. Then I'm leaving." With a disappointed expression, Liangtai regretted recommending this college to Lin Ling. It was better to go to an ordinary school. It was rare to see each other once, and I couldn't eat something fishy, so now I can only go home and masturbate myself. And sure enough, in the end, only Xiaozhou and Xiaowright can always accompany me. After watching Liangtai go away, Lin Ling returned to the academy. At this time, all the 540 TV pictures in the academy were live streaming the picture of Huaju and his subordinates wearing crotch cloths. It seems that the third Wujian was also defeated. It is really not decent. Let them make trouble. Compared to messing around in the academy now, what makes Lin Ling more interested is the news brought by Liangtai, and the most surprising thing is that his family background is not ordinary. It is really getting more and more interesting, but before that, let's do something interesting first. Time flies, with the end of the farce, the class of the class, the activity of the activity. The next morning, Lin Ling got up early today, looked at the moonlit night that seemed to be still sleeping. Lin Ling entered the bathroom, took off her clothes and began to take a shower. A cold shower in the summer is a very cool thing. 10 minutes to get out. The moonlit night is almost up, and now it is close to 7 o'clock in the morning. Hey, it's really rare. Lin Ling, you got up so early. Moonlit Knight quite unexpectedly said. Well, because there's something to do today. Drying her hair, Lin Ling picked up a toothbrush and towel and began to wash. After cleaning up, putting on the uniform of the academy, Lin Ling went out in good spirits, and when she passed by the bulletin board, she saw a few photos that seemed to be taken candidly, but after processing, it looked a little blurry, and the important position was strengthened and blurred. It was one of the 5 swords, and the indecent photos of the 2 people, Satoru and Namura Budeo, one of the 5 swords, were a little surprised. Satoru did it so quickly, but it doesn't matter. The back starts to play a big one. This academy needs to be reformed. Come in. Excuse me? After knocking on the door and getting permission, he immediately pushed open the door of the chairman's room. Lin Ling walked in and came to Chairman Xiangnai. Lin Ling put an application on the other party's table and waited for Xiangnai to deal with it. Martial arts application? And the trial application? What's wrong? Suddenly, Xiangnai looked at Lin Ling in surprise and said, I thought that Lin Ling should not be interested in these, but I didn't expect such a play to come suddenly. Chairman Fixiang, according to the school rules, students who are in the top 3 grades in their grade and think they are passable can apply to hold a martial arts meeting once a month to compete for the 5 swords throne, right? And for those who violate the rules of the college, no matter who submits an application for adjudication and gets approved, they can get the power to sanction once, although these 2 seem to be a bit of a chicken rib, but since they have been added to the school rules, then there must be a reason to join. It's interesting. It's been a few years. No, it should be. These 2 applications appeared at the same time. This is the second time for you. Your martial arts club has applied for my approval. As for this ruling reform proposal, speaking of this, Xiangnai hesitated, and was about to put it away first, when a female voice sounded in the room. It's all approved. I'd love to see what happens next. Yes? Miss Xiangnai was stunned and immediately reacted. Thanks, then take your leave. Lin Ling took the stamped paper, glanced vaguely at the position of the screen in the corner, and left the chairman's room. Not long after, from behind the screen, a girl who seemed to be not much different from Lin Ling walked out. The scarlet pupils were the same as the Moonlit Knight, the eldest lady in the mouth of the chairman, the Naraka Tiger Spring of the Ghost Sword Clan, the real person of this beloved Symbiosis Academy. What an accident! This is the demon you mentioned to me on the phone. It's really strong. I'm afraid you'll notice my presence when you come in. Miss, pay more attention to this Lin Ling. If I feel good, I'm afraid her strength is no less than mine. It's really interesting. It's worth coming back this time. Yes. In the classroom, classes have begun. Lin Ling walked in from the back door, came to her seat and sat down. The teacher continued to talk about herself, and the other students just glanced at Lin Ling and continued to listen to the class. Didn't go back to the dormitory. Lin Ling walked towards the broadcast room. It was almost time to serve the main course, but when passing by the lobby, Lin Ling heard a sound of stone breaking, and looked at the situation in the lobby. It's really rare for a person to sulk, Tianyu. Since it was discovered, Lin Ling didn't bother to hide and walked out directly. Did you come to see my jokes? Frowned. I don't have that spare time compared to this. Your beloved is going to be snatched away. Will marry you plus Satoru. 4 of the 5 swords have fallen. It's a big harem. It's really interesting. Lin Ling smiled, looked at the almost exploding slasher, shrugged her shoulders and continued. It's really pitiful, Empress. Ignoring Lin Ling's ridicule, she was surprisingly silent, and walked out with a gloomy face. It seems that she is going to become more and more lively. I don't know why. 2.0, Lin Ling feels that she likes this kind of villain more and more, and there is an inexplicable sense of pleasure that makes people unable to extricate themselves. I really can't stop it. A few minutes later, in the radio room, Lin Ling turned on the radio and issued a notice to the whole school. Next, a notice will be issued. Everyone of the 5 swords, please pay attention to listen. The martial arts will be held again, and it will be specially approved and approved by the principal. Please gather in the conference room tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Martial arts meeting. It turned out to be a special approval from the principal? What's going on? It's really disappointing. Things are getting messy. Ignoring the completely boiling college, Lin Ling went back to the dormitory after the notice. Tomorrow is estimated to be a good day. I don't know how much benefit and fun this time can bring to me. I really have some little expectations. It's all here. It's really on time, guys. Unceremoniously occupying the main position, Lin Ling looked at the 5 swords sitting in 2 rows. Martial arts meeting. Did you initiate it? Lin Ling, why do you want to do this? Ghost Walun looked at Lin Ling in puzzlement. For the Symbiosis Academy, the martial arts will be the largest festival of the year, and it is also the only rule for the replacement of the 5 swords. The strong will be on the top, and the weak will be down, but everyone in the 5 swords present has been re-elected for at least 2 or 3 years, as of now, except for the Empress. Everyone does not think that anyone in the academy can pose a threat to their status. As for Nakan Budeo, because it is a male student, he cannot participate. And it is estimated that Budeo has no interest in it, so it is very incomprehensible for Lin Ling to apply for a martial arts meeting in advance. Although it seems quite interesting to hold it in advance, looking at Lin Ling's situation, it seems that the person who came is not good. Huaju reminded that this situation has never happened for so many years, and it would be a fool to say that he didn't have any purpose. Well, isn't the visitor good? It's okay to say that. The 5 people here are the administrators selected by the Academy, the 5 Swords of King's Landing Academy, but so far, except for the night of the 27th month, the other 4 have all been defeated by a transfer student, so I think that a change is needed now, so I applied to the chairman, and of course, this ruling was also brought down together. After Lin Ling finished speaking, she strung the stamped 3-point documents over and asked everyone to take a good look. I see, it's a good show, but I don't think Lin Ling you can become a 5 swordsman. Haven't you also been defeated in the hands of Nakan Badeo? Mary scoffed. If you're really clumsy, don't come out and be embarrassed, you shaky. Lin Ling said with contempt. Huh? Who do you say is a shaking M? Whoever should be who. I didn't name anyone. What are you anxious about? You. Enough. Looking at the 2 who quarreled, Yuya spoke, although the ghost tile wheel is the chief of the 5 swords, but this so-called ranking is only arranged in order of grade, and it does not represent strength. Everyone knows that the strongest monster is the last seat of the Moon Knight, even if the Empress who easily broke the wheel and Mary joined forces, she did not dare to underestimate the Moon Knight. It is conceivable that the strength of the Moon Knight is enough to serve as the strongest. Name of the 5 swords. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the Moonlit Knight was direct. Since the martial arts meeting is going to be held, there is no way, it must be carried out according to the rules, and everything must be held in the traditional way of the academy. Well, you've read the document, and you've almost understood it, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow's martial arts meeting, everyone. Lin Ling didn't stay long, got up and left. Really, is it because of a certain guy's fault that the deterrent power of our 5 swords has become less, or what's wrong? No matter what, after all, if you lose, and it's not so easy to snatch the position of the 5 swords. Let me give you a word of advice, Lin Ling's strength is very strong, she is the real monster. Listening to the dissatisfied complaints, Yui sighed and said, ignoring the 4 people with stunned faces, got up and walked away, and said that, what will happen in the end, it still depends on what kind of result the martial arts will be tomorrow. If there is no accident, I am afraid that the academy is really going to change. Once Lin Ling succeeds, if the reform begins, the 5-sword system will be rewritten. With the departure of the Moonlit Knight, the atmosphere in the conference room has completely become heavy. The Moonlit Knight has said so Lin Ling's strength is definitely more than what they see. Being called a monster by a monster is really hard to think that Lin Ling will be strong to that extent. I'm afraid the Empress can't get such a high evaluation of the Moonlit Knight. It makes people feel pressure to think about it, but the matter has come to this point, and it can only go with the flow. Even if you can't fight, you must show your sword and fight. This is the dignity of a warrior and the arrogance of the 5 swords. Because of the martial arts competition, the school was on vacation on this day, and all the students were discussing the affairs of the martial arts meeting, which was a grand ceremony for ordinary students, but the meaning was completely different for those who wanted to participate in the competition. This was an opportunity to attack the throne of the 5 swords, and it was also the only way for King's Landing Academy, and it was necessary to work hard in the whole battle, as the 5 swords have the privileges and benefits that ordinary students do not have, and the status and reputation will also be at your fingertips. For most people, the temptation is still very strong. The Empress seems to have gone out of the room, and since the other day she has been desperately trying to control her carbohydrate intake, which means that she has carried out glycogen loading, and she has acted in full preparation, and I will convey the situation to you. In the chairman's room, the Moonlit Knight got up and left after reporting the situation on the Empress's side. Thank you. Turning around, he sighed. Xiang Nai felt a little messy. The original plan that Lin Ling made was quite a headache, and now the Empress has also started to do things. This chairman is really difficult to do, no matter what. Let's make a report first. After thinking about it, Xiang Nai pressed the phone on the table and dialed out. Walking in the corridor, the martial arts club, the Empress disappeared, and now there is also a loss of things in the girls' dormitory. A bunch of troubles are gathered together. 540 Moon Knight also feels a little tired. The originally stable college is becoming more and more lively and more chaotic, although it is a sunny and bright sky, but it always feels like people have a sense of uneasy foreboding. On the other side, Lin Ling in the dormitory was a little helpless, and he still took action to kill that guy. It was really enough to do his own thing, and the martial arts meeting he planned would have been greatly discounted if there was no 5 swords to support the field. What a stupid woman who was fascinated by the male protagonist and became stupid, or was she deliberately raising the bar with herself by the way? It's really an unpleasant situation. The rhythm is completely disrupted. Sure enough, I'm not suitable for this kind of plan or anything like that. It's more suitable for yourself to be simple, rough, and straightforward. Take the knife. Lin Ling walked out of the dormitory. To hell with any plan, since it's going to make trouble. It's even crazier. Anyway, it's just a game event. For some people, they are goo poisons, and the strongest one will become a new chip and chess piece after devouring each other. It's really a bit angry to think about, and when it's over, after the exam is over, Lin Ling is not ready to stay for a long time. This grand farce will be played as his last carnival in this academy. If you have to make a choice, it's better to choose to be loved by people than to be afraid of everyone. But you, Sleepy Eyes Satori, you are a monster who has both. On the roof of the school building, Chop walked towards the 2 Satora sisters. People often say that about me. You are not social, you are looking for a place to be around ordinary people, and then you are using your color to infect the people around you. Chop said this, and took out a photo, which was an indecent photo of Satoru and Budeo in the last scandal incident, and it was this photo that became the final straw, detonating the anger accumulated in Chop's heart. Since you don't want to meet people, it's fun for you to dominate them, so you'll have to make enemies and defeat them often, but you're provoking the wrong person this time. With a knife blow, the photo became scattered as if it had been cut off by a sharp blade. It's true that the wrong person was provoked, but it's unpleasant, and my plan for a rare event has been disrupted by you. Lin Ling interjected, and found this side as soon as she knew the news that the Empress had left the room. Lin Ling, are you trying to hinder me? Chop frowned. It can be said that among the students in the entire academy, the most feared one is undoubtedly Lin Ling. Originally Chop didn't think that Lin Ling would meddle in these things, but it doesn't seem to be so simple depending on the situation. Hindering or something, you can't say that, it's really disappointing. My great plans have been disrupted by you, and you should be in my way, Lin Ling said with a helpless expression. In the corridor opposite the rooftop on the other side, Huazhu and his party gathered together. The situation here has been seen. There is no doubt that things have gotten worse. In the face of the Empress, Huazhu doesn't think that Satoru and Lin Ling can deal with it. The first time, sit on the violent bear and rush to the opposite side, although reluctantly, but if you can join forces with Satoru to meet the enemy, you should still have a few chances of winning against the Empress. I said, can I go? Looking at Chop and Lin Ling, who seemed to be starting to hold on, Satoru suddenly shouted. For Satoru's words, Slash directly let go of his body, revealing the door not far behind him, but in the next second, Satoru had already drawn his knife and slashed at Slash, without the slightest murderous leakage. It was indeed a beautiful sneak attack, but it was ineffective for Slash, and the automatic counterattack injured Satoru's abdomen in an instant, and the victory and defeat were divided. It's so amazing that I can't even notice it, but it didn't work for me. Looking at Satoru who was kneeling down, when Saki raised his hand to give him the final blow again, Satoru's sister pounced and kept Satoru or the contract that was originally his sister, but for Saki, it was useless, it just delayed for a while. This taste, is it sisters? It's funny. Licking the bloodstains on his fingers, when the slash was about to be completely finished, a sewing pierced straight in, and the side blocked the fingers that fell again. It was Lin Ling who made a move, and the weapon was relatively long and useful. Bang! The door was knocked open, and the bear arrived, but looking at the scene in front of him, he was a little stunned for a while. Satoru held the deed and cried there non-stop. The most strange thing was that the Empress and Lin Ling were in confrontation, and what was more surprising than Satoru's gaffe was the Empress's expression, serious and jealous. It seems that I have not come to time. No matter what, the Empress couldn't be allowed to continue. Huazhu came to Lin Ling's side with the violent bear and drew his sword. This battle is a battle between me and Chop, can you please take them to deal with their injuries first? Lin Ling said politely, but there was a taste of tolerance and doubt in her tone. But, just as he was about to say something, Huazhu looked at the eyes that came for a moment, and his heart was shocked, and the whole person couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if he had seen some terrifying scene like a wild beast, and a voice in his heart was telling him to be obedient, otherwise he would really die. Well, you're within my goal anyway, so it's okay to make it difficult first and then easy. Chop smiled, as long as Lin Ling is eliminated, no one in the academy will be able to continue to hinder himself. I don't know where you have the confidence you came from, but you will fall here today. Watching Huazhu take the Satoru sisters to the violent bear and retreat, Lin Ling slashed the knife horizontally, and slashed at the slashed neck as fast as a thunderbolt, because there was no attack, so Lin Ling didn't expect to be able to break through the slashing defense, but after all, the neck is a relatively fragile area of the human body, and there will be discomfort when it is hit hard, and it may even be directly knocked unconscious. Click, grabbed the blade with one hand, and slashed violently, but he couldn't break the blade, so he immediately changed his strategy, and grabbed the blade so that Lin Ling couldn't take it back. I don't remember when you should be a swordsman. Are you serious about this kind of rough swordsmanship and unsharpened blades? Just have fun. Lin Ling directly let go of the hilt of the sword. His own crude swordsmanship is okay to use against ordinary people, but it will not play a role in strong hands like slashing. Throw the knife in her hand on the ground, slash and slash out of the defensive posture. Her kung fu is to play defensive counterattack as a long, active attack is relatively small. The whole person is a sharp blade. A touch is injured but rarely damaged. In comparison, Lin Ling is known for speed, hidden killing short blade, weird, not to mention other aspects. Speed Lin Ling is completely restrained slashing, even if the counterattack launched under the slash condition may not be able to hit. Lin Ling, of course, the corresponding Lin Ling's own defense is weak, the body is not as tough as others, and even the slash is so strong. Once injured, the impact will be greater than that of other martial artists, and if Lin Ling is hit by the slash 3 or 4 times, he will also be defeated. The two of them fought for consumption, whether they first withstood Lin Ling's accumulated attack and couldn't hold it down, or Lin Ling was hit and fell first. In the past, it was better to fight than to fight, but this time the two can be said to be fighting to the death. Lin Ling didn't dare to be careless, even if the realm is already a half-step transformation strength. But after all, it is not a transformation strength, it belongs to the dark energy level, and the level of slashing is only 2 small steps lower than himself at the point of the dark energy high level. The difference is not very large, and the combat experience Lin Ling is not so rich in slashing. Desperately get up, Lin Ling was really a little weak. It's about to start. The location of the garden. The moonlit knight looked up, turned his face to the position of the rooftop, and turned around along the moonlit night curiously, but he didn't see anything special, but it was a little noisy from just now. What started the altar? Ah, it's the Empress and Lin Ling who are fighting against each other. The Empress. I also heard the name of the magic bullet from the Empress, and she seems to know you. What did you say? His eyes widened, and without hesitation, he ran away directly, leaving the ignored moonlit knight still talking to himself. Let the horses come. The two were already old rivals, and they hooked their fingers. Really, it's still so arrogant, it's really unpleasant. As soon as the words fell, Lin Ling's figure disappeared in place in an instant, and in the next second, he had already come to the stunned face in front of the Slash who had not yet reacted, and a push palm was placed behind the Slash's waist for a moment, disappearing again, appearing in the position behind the Slash. It's so fast. Because the speed is too fast, the naked eye can't keep up. What a veritable monster. Huaju, who hadn't left yet, said in surprise, and what was even more surprising was that the corners of his mouth had spilled blood, and the defense had been broken? No, but the internal injuries caused by the direct attack on the body. It seems that your strength is not static, it has improved. Lin Ling praised it. A piece of the clothes on her abdomen was torn off, but she was not injured, although the speed of the counterattack became a little faster, but the most important thing was that the chopping was predicted. If she didn't hide quickly, she would definitely have a piece of meat. What's wrong? Scared? It's a dead duck with a hard mouth. Too lazy to continue talking nonsense, Lin Ling began to launch a continuous attack around the Slash, every time it was a touch to stop and immediately open the distance, mainly because the automatic counterattack of the Slash was a bit buggy, not controlled by his own will, it was completely handed over to the body's instinct to execute. No matter Lin Ling approached the 540 attack from that side, he would definitely face a slashing counterattack, and hit 5 or 6 forces in a row. Lin Ling calmed down and stopped breathing. Why don't you continue? Ha 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 ha. Isn't that going to work? Looking at Lin Ling, who stopped, she laughed wildly, and then she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her legs were weak and almost fell, but she stood up straight. This willpower is really strong, is it an obsession? Licking a bloody wound that was cut out on her arm, Lin Ling said a little helplessly, if you fight again, your current body will definitely not be able to bear it, and if you want to fall, it is very likely that you will lose your life like this, kill someone or something. Lin Ling really doesn't want to do it. Ordinary people can't eat their own palms, and Siang Chop has nothing to do with the load of the body after eating so many times, but is holding on with willpower. Obsession? Perhaps. Erasing the bloodstains, Slash took the initiative to rush over, and Bai Zhe's hand was like an extremely sharp knife slashing at Lin Ling. It's too slow. Lin Ling dodged sideways, reached out, and pressed the position of the Slash's heart to control the strength and release the strength. It was time to end. You're being careless. The words of slashing and mocking sounded, and at the same time as the shot, a beautiful leg moved at the same time, smashing heavily on Lin Ling's waist, accompanied by Lin Ling's mournful roar. The whole person was smashed and flew several meters, fell to the ground, the clothes behind him were cut a big hole, and a blood stain appeared white. Ahem, coughing up blood again, slashing and kneeling down with a smile, Lin Ling, who had seen her get up, smiled very happily, even if she understood that she was beyond the limit now and couldn't hold on, but her heart for no reason seemed to be depressed in her heart and relieved a lot. What a guy who can't be careless. Touched his waist and back, looking at the bloodstains on his hands. Fortunately it was only a skin injury, and it didn't hurt the vertebrae, otherwise it would be possible for this kick to fall off. This guy definitely really wanted to kill himself. It was a big loss, and now it has become a lose-lose situation. Sky Feather. At this moment, Budeo came to the rooftop, and followed the knight, and the two looked at the situation in front of them and were slightly stunned, but then Lun and Mary also rushed over with the movement, and the form can be said to be very unfavorable to the chopping. Nakan. Looking at Budeo, I don't know where I got the power. Chop stood up again, and walked towards Budeo with amazing momentum. The woman's obsession, CHCA, and madness, it is really a terrifying power. Empathy. If Lin Ling is injured like chopping, she may not be able to get up, and it is difficult to say if she moves. I'm sorry, I'm going to be serious. You all fall for me, this farce should be over. Lin Ling's injuries can only be regarded as minor injuries, and the impact is not great, directly blocking the way of the slash, not afraid of the slash that has been completely blackened, and quickly slaps the key to slashing the limbs. I don't kill you, but I can abolish you. The strength was vigorous, accompanied by the screams of slashing. The whole person fell down completely, the muscles and bones of the limbs were injured by the strength, and they were unable to move, and without the limbs, they naturally couldn't use the trick of automatic counterattack. But the matter was not over. For Lin Ling's sideways existence, Budeo immediately turned red and rushed towards Lin Ling, but he was stopped by the Moonlit Knight. You are not her opponent, the Empress has been defeated, and you are just sending you to death. Calm me down. But just take care of the wounded, and I'll take care of this battle. Sighing, the Moonlit Knight came to Lin Ling with his sword in his arms. Are you going to do it with me on a Moonlit Night? Lin Ling had a sad expression, and she liked the Moonlit Knight very much, and treated her as a friend. I'm sorry, I can't let you continue to do nonsense. As a 5 swords, I have the responsibility of travel correction. Stop it as soon as possible. The Moonlit Knight slowly pinned the sword into his waist, put on an attack posture, his blood-colored eyes opened, and a powerful momentum emerged, which was a few points stronger than the slash. If it weren't for the weapon, the Moonlit Knight in the original book should not necessarily lose to the slash. Indeed, it's almost the same, but there must be a perfect ending. Let me see your sword moves on a Moonlit Knight, the so-called invisible magic sword. Lin Ling said with a smile. Compared to slashing, the Moonlit Knight made Lin Ling pay more attention. They are all martial artists who are good at speed, and they are known as the attacks of invisible magic swords. Lin Ling wants to try whether she can keep up with her own speed. In that case, then I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, in Lin Ling's vigilant gaze, the Moonlit Knight had already appeared in front of Lin Ling, and he didn't see when he drew his sword, but he saw 3 sword lights disappear in a flash, and the person had already come to the position behind him. A mouthful of blood and the clothes in front of him burst. 3 blood marks appeared from the shoulder along the heart to the abdomen. Lin Ling understood that he had lost, and the strength of the Moonlit Knight was not as good as his own, but he was able to defeat himself with this bug-level sword move, and there was really a sense of grievance that made people unwilling and unconvinced. Although this injury was not serious because of the weapon and the control of the strength, it was not unreasonable that the world's martial arts were only fast and unbroken. It's over. Put the sword back into its sheath, and turned around on a Moonlit Knight, but the next aftermath work is a bit troublesome, and I have to take it back to the infirmary, and I have to report this matter. Applying for graduation? Are you serious? Lin Ling looking at the application on the table, Xiangnai had a surprised expression. It has been a semester since the last incident. The Empress transferred to the new Symbiosis Academy. The 5 swords are still the original 5 swords, and Na-kun Budeo also lived the free and stable life he wanted, but because he became a disciple of the Moonlit Knight, he took time to learn martial arts every day, and the other 4 swords also began to circle around the road, completely becoming a scene of a college love comedy. Yes, for some personal reasons, after graduation, I will transfer to other high schools. Lin Ling nodded and said, although this Symbiosis Academy can be directly promoted to the high school, Lin Ling still has other things to complete, and the title of martial arts is already there, and the ranking of the 1st grade has also been won. The task has been completed, and if you want to do a new task, you have to leave this academy. Okay, I'll arrange the assessment. Presumably we'll meet again in the future. Lin Ling. Shano nodded in agreement. A few days later, Lin Ling graduated, because it was a personal application, so before the assessment passed, it was not passed out, and after Lin Ling got the junior high school graduation certificate issued by Xiangnai, this matter was notified by the college, and the luggage of the dormitory was sorted out. Lin Ling walked out of the gate of the college, without a trace of surprise, led by Budeo. All the 5 swords gathered here, and it seemed that they were specially coming to see off themselves. Is this leaving? Lin Ling, although I don't know what your plans are, but I wish you a happy and free life in the future. Not to say grinning, it's still his usual style. Thank you, everyone. Faced with this scene, Lin Ling was slightly moved. Let's exchange numbers. No matter how often you contact in the future, you can find us if you have difficulties. Everyone is friends. Huaju directly suggested. At this time, everyone found out that after getting along together for so long, they have established contact information. After all, they are all in the same academy. They meet every day, and they don't seem to use mobile phones and email contact information much. I'll cherish it. A few minutes later, I got the number of 6 people. Lin Ling left with her luggage. Her new life is about to begin. This year 14, dance fighting has reached the realm of master perfection. Initially entered the primary level of chemical strength. Swordsmanship proficiency has also been upgraded to swordsmanship master primary. Nearly a year's savings have all been emptied. Fortunately, after the swordsmanship is upgraded, the system gives away a free sword move, which is the most basic but also the fastest move, commonly known as drawing the sword, but there are also many differences between the drawing and slashing, which varies from person to person, and also from genre to genre. Lin Ling's move has no name, and according to the system, it is a degraded version of a famous Celestial Dynasty sword divine sword move. Lin Ling has only tried this sword move once, gathering all the essence and spirit to reach a realm of unity between man and sword. The power under one blow is amazing, and the iron pillars used for the test are cut into 2 sections like tofu, and this move Lin Ling can only use it once, so it is Lin Ling's biggest hole card now. It is also a life fighting move that can only be used in times of crisis, and the speed is definitely not slower than Yun Yao and the power is stronger than Bai Yun Yao. This is Lin Ling's own feeling. Back at home after a long absence, Lin Ling still looked at the old environment. It seems that Liang Tai often has to clean it, so she still keeps it tidy, puts down her luggage, and goes to Vihao to take a shower. After Lin Ling comes out, Liang Tai is already sitting in the hall, and what makes Lin Ling's face black is that Liang Tai's goods are rummaging through the box, and the fat times and underwear have been taken out, and they are sniffing and masturbating secretly. Looking at his immersion and inextricable appearance, he didn't notice where he was standing, how focused this TM was, and in the next second, Lin Ling directly picked up the broom in the corner of the wall and slapped it directly at the head of the good man. Lin Ling? I didn't mean to, don't hit it, the most embarrassing. It hurts. More than 10 minutes later, ignoring the blue-nosed and swollen Liangtai, Lin Ling picked up the fat time and looked at the slimy appearance above, sighed helplessly, and was going to clean it again. Understanding is understanding, but when it comes to herself, Lin Ling understands why girls hate boys doing this kind of thing to their clothes so much. That feeling is very disgusting. Looking at Lin Ling, who was sighing, Liangtai smiled and said, Lin Ling, I have already submitted your admission application for you, and this is the address of that place. I have also talked to the elders. You can move in as a registered disciple. Oh. Casually taking the note handed over by Liangtai, Lin Ling threw the fat into the basket, and was idle, just to see the martial arts field known as the strongest gathering of talents. Asking for flowers 0. That's. Lin Ling, you see that I have endured so hard for more than a year, do you want to give me some rewards? Liangtai hugged him, and the weapon that had not been confiscated slid directly into Lin Ling's legs and was pushed against it. Stupid, Lin Ling didn't refuse, and she hadn't done it for a long time, so she wanted to be teased like this, and she couldn't help it if she had physiological needs. Great. With permission, Liangtai immediately picked up Lin Ling and rushed upstairs. Lin Ling, who was already 14, could be called a girl. Everything that should have developed has developed, and her appearance has become more and more pretty. The delicate appearance with a red face and a posture of letting you pick it can instantly turn a man into a beast. 0. More than an hour later, Lin Ling looked at Liangtai, who had become a person lying where she was resting, did the cleaning work, and walked out of the room refreshed. Because it was too rude, her original clothes were scrapped, and she told Liangtai to wash her clothes and send them to her new place of residence, and she changed into a new set of civilian clothes. Lin Ling went out according to the route on the address. Because it was a little far, Lin Ling did not treat herself badly, and called a taxi directly. 10 minutes away, the taxi driver, according to the address provided by Lin Ling, quickly arrived at the destination, paid the fare. Lin Ling got out of the car, came to the front of the gate. In front of him, a Liang Shanbo plaque hung on the door. The majestic 3 big characters give people a strong sense of impact. This plaque alone gives people an extraordinary feeling. Stretched out his hand on the door, Lin Ling pushed, and the seemingly heavy jack door was slowly opened. Walking inside, what came into my eyes was a big courtyard, and I didn't see anyone, but Lin Ling could feel that several strong breaths were like lights in the darkness, dazzling, although she was mentally prepared, but Lin Ling was still shocked. I thought that she should not be bad in Liang Shanbo when she reached Huajin, but she didn't expect that these breaths were all in the realm of Huajin, and they were obviously much higher than herself, and the strongest breath gave herself an irresistible sense of impact, and restrained her arrogance. Lin Ling clenched the knife in her hand, and walked towards the lobby step by step. Ding. Successfully join Liang Shanbo and get a reward of 100 points. Ding! The follow-up quest of the 4th ring is opened, and the name of the strongest is obtained, and the additional main quest, the condition is not triggered, to complete a gold pack. Ding! Open the special skill bundle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Heart Eye. Looking at the surrounding somewhat dilapidated rooms, Lin Ling began to sort out the luggage sent by Liangtai. From today onwards, he will move in here. Of course, there is a set of high school uniforms. Lin Ling hung on the wall. Tomorrow is the day when he transferred in. Unexpectedly, the masters here are very kind to themselves, because they are already in the realm of the Grand Master of Huajin. Lin Ling has also been respected by everyone. The original so-called registered disciples have been rewritten, and the elders have decided that Lin Ling will become the new hero of Liang Shanbo on an equal footing with them, and everyone has no objection to this. Lin Ling is also happy to be like this 540. But thinking about Lin Ling, it feels really amazing. I originally wanted to be the kind of white rich beauty winner in life, but she embarked on the road of martial arts, but this is also another so-called life winner. As a boy, well, most of the former boys have had martial arts dreams, and Lin Ling is no exception. With systematic help, Lin Ling is confident that she can definitely reach the apex that others can't reach. The current girls are really well developed. Are they really only 14? In the conference room, Ma Jianxing, who was proficient in the martial arts of the Celestial Empire, looked at the Tao with this HG. Compared to this, 14 has reached the strength of the power to call it horror. The so-called genius is nothing more than that. What do you think, old man? The little girl didn't seem to be learning living martial arts. The rebellious ghosts Higzo, who is known as the 100th section of karate, poured 2 sips of wine. Well, let's go the old way. Nodding, the elder said solemnly. Is that really still the case? The boat to the bridgehead is naturally straight. Well, since she has joined us, no matter what, she must be corrected before she enters the evil path. It can be seen that the little girl is still a very kind person. Don't worry too much about this. Let's break up. On the other hand, Lin Ling, who didn't know that the experts were in a meeting by herself, fell asleep with peace of mind, and spent the night unconsciously. Lin Ling got up early in the morning, sorted out the floor and put her folded weapon into a bag, changed into a uniform, and then lifted her school bag and walked out of the room, and came to the hall. The granddaughter of the elder Miyo had already prepared breakfast, full of married woman attributes. If she was a boy, she would also want to marry a girl like Miyo. How's it going to be last night? Lin Ling said hello with a smile. It's a good rest. When I came to the last seat and sat down, Lin said I started and began to enjoy breakfast. By the way, Meiyu is also in Desolate High School. Lin Ling, let's go out together. The elder reminded that after all, Lin Ling was transferring to another school on the first day, and it was estimated that he didn't know the way. For the elder's good Ling, he naturally will not shirk. Had breakfast, except for the elders, no one else had. Got on the uniform, Meiyu took Lin Ling out together, but when she was halfway there, Meiyu suddenly moved, stretched out her hands and feet to a boy behind her, and directly mixed the other party with a big horse. Looking at this familiar scene, Lin Ling had an urge to stroke her forehead. Although Meiyu's conditional launch is very useful in the competition, but it will cause trouble to others in life. Meiyu, who only discovered her behavior after the fight, immediately began to apologize. The first encounter between the male and female protagonists, Lin Ling looked at it and felt pain for Kaneki, but the back of his head touched the ground. Kanye was fine. This physique is also durable enough. No wonder he can still hold on to it under the devilish training of several masters, and he has made progress so fast, which is also because of his good foundation. As for talent, Lin Ling feels that it should not be as bad as people say. After all, martial arts, if you don't have talent, no matter how hard you work, you can't progress so fast, and the bottleneck that reaches a certain level cannot be broken through by hard work. So in addition to this good foundation, the talent should also be very good. Looking at the two people who chatted, Lin Ling was too lazy to continue staying. The time was not early. Being late on the first day was not the quality that a school bully should have, and after saying hello, Lin Ling directly sped up and ran to school. Anyway, he knew the address where Desolate High School was located, and there were students in the same uniform on the road, and he could reach his destination by following these students, and it was the same with or without Meiyu leading the way. However, after arriving at high school, Lin Ling was naturally warmly welcomed. After all, Lin Ling is a genius student who jumped a grade, and no school will refuse such a genius top student to join. But Lin Ling was not assigned to a class with Meiyu, but was assigned to the first grade D class, and Meiyu is in class E, just next door. Everyone, this is Lin Ling, who transferred to the school today. Don't look at her young age, but she is a genius who jumped a grade, so you have to get along with your new classmates. The head teacher introduced to everyone. Oh. A group of boys instantly turned into wolves. After all, Lin Ling's figure and appearance are all leveraged, and she is a genius scholar. There is no doubt that she immediately became the ideal object of pursuit and the lover of dreams of boys. For this situation, Lin Ling had already expected everything, but she didn't care, and what made Lin Ling curious was the one-on-one friend in the corner, Haru Naijima, known as the alien. The appearance of the alien really made Lin Ling a little curious about whether this guy's face was real. It was really weird. It was the only one who looked like this. He had been getting something since he came in. If he was not mistaken, this guy was probably updating his intelligence information. Lin Ling remembered that the intelligence ability of this product had reached max, and basically he knew many unknown things in and out of the academy. The first day of the course has passed. For Lin Ling, the high school curriculum is also very simple. The unforgettable skills are 2.0. Everything is so simple. The only thing that annoys people is the entanglement of the boys. A group of people revolve around themselves like spring is coming. They are still minors. This group of animals is not afraid of being punished by the law like this. 3 years to start. The highest death penalty is bastard. In the end, annoyed, Lin Ling directly put away the 3 faces, coupled with the cold momentum, directly let these animals dare not approach at will, and this achievement also led to Lin Ling having a new name, the Iceberg Beauty, and finally got out of school. Lin Ling packed her school bag as soon as possible and went to the next class to find Meiyu to go back together. I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a long time, Lin Ling. Meiyu walked out with her bag and said to Lin Ling at the door, "It's okay, let's go." Lin Ling shook her head and said, and the two walked out of the classroom together and headed back towards Liang Shanbo. Yo, stop. At the school gate, a few bad people intercepted Lin Ling and Meiyu's way. This is the new school girl? It's really cute. It's only 14 years old. Are you sure? Staring at Lin Ling's rather hot body, a head stretched out his claws. Meiyu, you go first. I'll follow me soon. Taking a step back and avoiding the claws, Lin Ling said with a helpless expression. Well, good. Pity glanced at a few bad people. Meiyu walked past them. For Meiyu, the bad people did not stop them. After all, Meiyu wore glasses and bangs to cover up, except for the fact that Bai Lin Ling was still hot. She looked relatively ordinary. Don't worry, we're not bad people. It's just Lin Ling. Just let you go if you have fun with us, and we will protect you in the academy in the future. The leader smiled badly. There's too much scum, and this academy needs to be cleaned up. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Ling threw the school bag into the air, and in an instant, the person had already come to the other party, slapped the opponent's chin with a push palm, and flew it out, and at the same time raised his leg and kicked the other two bad abdomen who had not yet reacted, completely knocking him down. Dealing with these 3 ordinary people, Lin Ling naturally won't move the real thing, otherwise it will be fatal. It will be very troublesome. Just give a lesson is enough. The whole scene was completed in 2 seconds. Ignoring a leader who fell to the ground and passed out and 2 followers who couldn't get up while holding their stomachs, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed the dropped school bag and walked in the direction where Meiyu left. A few minutes later, when Lin Ling found Meiyu, there were already several vicious uncles lying on the ground, talking and laughing with Meiyu on the side, and it seemed that they were getting along very well, and the protagonist was the real winner in life, but it was not bad to let this trajectory continue, teaching disciples or something. In fact, it was still a very interesting thing. Looking at Meiyu and Kaneki who walked together and left, Lin Ling didn't bother them anymore, and returned to Liangshanbo first by herself. It's still the same, the masters are doing their own work, obviously the economy is already tight, and it's so leisurely, the extra money earned occasionally is not enough at all, so they rely on Meiyu's careful maintenance of the budget. Except for martial arts, these masters are all abandoned houses, of course, Qian Linling has, but for some reason, Lin Ling doesn't want to give. This is also a part of life, and give it to others whether to pay it back. Back in his room, Lin Ling began to meditate. Every day when he has time, he has to insist on the breathing method, and after advancing to the internal strength of the dance fighting technique, the master here is a monster who cultivates both inside and outside. No matter what genre it is, the elder who is known as the invincible Superman can reach the level of the great perfection of the transformation. It can be said that there are only a handful of top people in the world, and everyone else is at the top of the advanced level. Peak level characters, casually pulling out a person is a nuclear bomb level terrifying existence, but Lin Ling is the weakest, and he is only at the elementary level. And the level division between the masters is somewhat general, just simply divided into 3 stages: disciples, wonderful hands, and masters, and the strength of the masters is replaced by letters, and the specifics are not very clear, because the original book does not elaborate on them, and the strong people in the advanced stage of the anti-ghost are called special A-level masters, and the degree of Lin Ling is at most A-level or even less. Anyway, Meiyu hasn't come back yet. I'm hungry. Ask Lin Ling, shouldn't she come back with Meiyu? By the time Lin Ling finished meditating, it was already night, and when she came to the hall, she heard a group of experts gathering together to make a fuss, and it had been almost 2 hours since she came back, and Meiyu had been with Jianyi for too long. Is it okay to be hungry myself? And the first time I saw Lin Ling, a group of people gathered around and asked about Meiyu's whereabouts, and it was easy to explain clearly. These guys were idle and began to worry about whether Meiyu would be deceived or something. But I didn't let everyone continue to wait too long. A few minutes later, Meiyu came back, and immediately went to cook. What a representative of a good wife and good mother, and seeing that Meiyu was safe and sound, everyone continued to be busy with their own this way of getting along. Lin Ling was a little difficult to understand, not to say, and really had some difficult feelings to adapt. What a loss, and after one came in, he could still hold on. This mentality is also awesome. Enough, I feel that this group of people should not accept disciples, but toys. After a simple dinner, everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms. Housework is naturally still done by Meiyu alone. This has become a routine, although Lin Ling is not qualified to say anything. Go back to the room and get toiletries. Lin Ling went to the backyard to soak in the hot spring. The only good place in Liangshanbo is the hot spring that comes with it. Take a bath after eating, sleep comfortably, but it is a rare enjoyment. Took off her clothes and sat down in the pool, and in the next moment, Lin Ling felt a cold current emerge from her back, as if something was staring at her, but after carefully checking the surroundings, she didn't find anything wrong, but her heart and eye skills were really telling herself that someone was stealing. Peep, the first time, Lin Ling thought of a certain lascivious old man, grabbed the basin and threw it at the grass opposite. In an instant, a black shadow flashed and disappeared, and quickly left the hot spring pool. Although the speed was fast enough, but Lin Ling herself was known for her speed. There was no doubt that the black shadow just now was the old man of Ma Jianxing, and he also had a camera in his hand. Thinking that his body was photographed, Lin Ling immediately became angry, wrapped himself in a bath towel, picked up the guy and chased after him. Really, I originally wanted to shoot Shiyu, but I didn't expect to meet a little girl, but now girls are really developing fast enough, unexpectedly expected. Holding the camera, Ma Jianxing had returned to his room in the blink of an eye, closed the door and prepared to wash out the photos. After all, you can't waste your own efforts, and it's not bad to leave a souvenir. Bang! In the next second, the door was broken. Lin Ling broke in, and looked at Ma Jianxing, who was pretending to be innocent, with a sneer, and said, "Old man, hand over the camera, just stole it in the hot spring. You're the one who took the shot, right? What to steal? Clap? What a faux pas. How can you doubt that an old man would do such a thing?" Ma Jianxing said confidently, if people who don't know still think that Lin Ling has really wronged people. Oh, in that case, there is no way around it. Sighing, Lin Ling had a very helpless expression, and just when Ma Jianxing thought that he had been confused, a silver light tied the thread, and it slashed at him like thunder. "Hey, are you going to kill me?" 2.0 clamped the blade between his feet, and Ma Jianxing exclaimed. "Don't worry, if you don't open the front, you can't die, at most half of you will die." With a grin, Lin Ling put away the knife and slashed again. The small room simply did not have enough space to dodge, and soon Ma Jianxing was forced into a corner by Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling, who was looking at him with a demonic smile, Ma Jianxing wiped a cold sweat and said, "Stop, stop. I surrender, to you?" Throwing something at herself, Lin Ling grabbed it in her hand for the first time, and what caught her eye was not a camera, but a plastic toy frog, and at this time, there was also the figure of the old man Ma Jianxing. Angry, Lin Ling, who was shaking, directly pinched and exploded the plastic frog, closed her eyes and used her heart to perceive and observe the breath around her, and in the next second, she captured the breath of Ma Jianxing, who was moving quickly underground, and today she was on a par with Ma Jianxing. Lin Ling immediately followed the direction of Ma Jianxing's movement and chased after her. In the corridor, Kaneki is following behind the elder, visiting Liang Shanbo, because he listened to Mayu's advice. Kaneki is going to study karate here, but along the way, the situation he sees can be regarded as subverting Kaneki's normal 3 views, whereas the martial arts hall here, part-time is the concentration of monsters, that powerful destructive power, part-time work will die and be injured when you rub it. Kaneki doesn't think that his body can be harder than those stones and stakes. There's a lovely girl. Although Mayu-sans is also cute, this girl is also cute. Passing by Shiu's room, Kaneki suddenly had hope, accompanied by a beautiful and cute girl. It seemed that this harsh dojo didn't seem so scary, but soon, Kaneki's mind immediately changed. Instantly drew the knife and cut off the blades erected around him. Shiu seemed to say to himself, "Is there anything to find me? Then show up?" Ma Jianxing? The blade in his hand pierced directly into the floor, and in the next second, Ma Jianxing's sturdy figure rushed out, and landed dexterously not far away. Ma Jianxing smiled and replied with the camera, "I just passed below a little, Shiyu, I have nothing to look for you. What did you shoot with that weird camera? Fat times. No, it's a view, fuck off, get out of the way." On the other side, Lin Ling had already chased after her, knocked away the one who was in the way, rushed into Shiyu's room, glared at Ma Jianxing and said, "Hand over the camera immediately, old man. Be careful, it's dangerous to look around." The elder held on to Kaneki and grabbed the shurikendo that flew out with his hand. Isn't that Lin Ling? On the first day of school, she was a very famous genius girl and the new Lori school flower. Kaneki was quite surprised, but he didn't expect to live in this hall. At this time, in the room, Shiyu and Lin Ling formed a situation of encirclement. Without too many words, the two women tacitly attacked Ma Jianxing. Shiyu used a hidden weapon to block Ma Jianxing's evasion route. Lin Ling waved a knife at Ma Jianxing and slashed directly. This is completely a rhythm to kill people, but in the face of this dangerous place, Ma Jianxing's figure still cleverly found the gap and avoided it one by one. But after all, it was not a desperate battle. Plus Ma Jianxing blindly dodged, although he was fine, but the camera in his hand was found by Lin Ling to find an opportunity. A knife pierced the hole. That's it. Wiped a sweat, but to be able to force Ma Jianxing's camera to be destroyed by himself, this result is still very gratifying. Although he has not hit this old man, looking at his gloomy appearance of holding the camera without love, Lin Ling feels extremely happy. This kind of psychological blow is much heavier than the body. "Let's go, your karate master is still there," facing the stunned Kaneki, the elder reminded with a smile, and walked towards the room of the rebel ghost, and the head of Kaneki hurriedly followed. Now his thoughts are very tangled. There are 2 beautiful women and it seems to be very good, but these people are very dangerous, which really makes Kaneki entangled. An hour later, Lin Ling took the beautiful feather bubble, and the guy still entered the pit, signed his name and wrote down the address, and then paid 5,000 tuition, after everyone's unanimous discussion, and then he didn't have time to speak. He was slapped down to become the master of the one. According to the elders, if others teach, it is likely that one will be trained to death, and Lin Ling should be gentler, plus the grade is similar and the same school can get along with some. And the teaching should be smoother. The most important thing is that Lin Ling is mainly based on swordsmanship and dance fighting. These 2 kung fu pay the most attention to the foundation, and let the gradual contact with the one without any martial arts skills is the most suitable starting point. But Lin Ling always felt that the original intention of their words should be to train themselves well and then almost adapt to their devil education, and then play well with this rare toy that took the initiative to send to the door, and looked at the willing one with pity. Lin Ling did not refuse, because the unknown task of the system was triggered, but what made Lin Ling speechless was that a new branch line also appeared. Ding! Additional main quest trigger, train and integrate, so that they can become a master above the dark energy level. Within 1 year, the higher the strength of the disciple within the time limit, the richer the reward the host will get. Ding! Side quests, teacher-student love, break the taboo ethics strategy disciple, complete the conditions, the favorability reaches more than 80, at least once XXOO, complete the second layer of the reward mall to unlock, the secret sword method, Yanhui, failure punishment, none, the time limit is within 1 year. Looking at the task given by the system, Lin Ling didn't know why. She actually had a feeling of getting used to it, and her heart was calm and unwavering. If it weren't for Lin Ling sure that she was in a normal state now, she would have thought that she was not delirious or psychologically wrong, and she would not have a big reaction to such a task. Then since it's decided, Kobayashi Ling, Ichi will leave it to you to carry out the basic training first, and the meeting will be dismissed. The elder smiled, and then all the experts present ran away in an instant, leaving Lin Ling and Meiyu and Kaneki looking at Lin Ling with a smirk with a blank expression. Lin Ling, then I'll also go to tidy up the housework, and I'll trouble you to use more snacks. Meiyu got up and said, turned around and slipped away, and suddenly, the hall was left with the 2 new masters and apprentices staring at each other with wide eyes. Sighing, Lin Ling took the sword and said to Jian Yi, come with me, start with the simplest. Yes, division. Master? Jianyi followed with an expression of his own earnings, although he understood that Lin Ling was not simple, but he could learn martial arts to become strong and be accompanied by beautiful women, and he felt that his trip was really worth it, but soon, he couldn't laugh. In the courtyard, Lin Ling commanded Jianyi to pose as a horse step. Lin Ling's martial arts are all quickly formed by the system at one time. To be honest, Lin Ling is really inexperienced, but it is still a relatively simple thing to lay the foundation. Looking at the Jianyi who has a good face, Lin Ling showed a beautiful smile, and in the time when the other party was stunned, he picked up 4 stones in the courtyard of about 20 or 30 caddies and gave them to Jianyi's arm and big. The legs were tied, and then a stick of incense was placed under him in the position of the chrysanthemum, and this action must be kept unmoved before the incense burned out. And all this was done, Lin Ling sat aside and played with his mobile phone, leaving a hard support that wanted to cry without tears. This is not a joke. If you are not careful, it will be the end of the chrysanthemum. The incense used by Lin Ling is much thicker than that used in the original Kaguya, and this incense will take at least an hour to burn. That's it for today. After all, it's not early. This is a warm-up for you. Have a good rest. Remember to come over on time tomorrow to continue training. Looking at the immature Kaneki who was already tired, Lin Ling turned off the mobile phone and said, after playing for a long time, there was no power, so hurry back to the room to recharge. The new record is about to be broken. It's teacher, shaking all over, barely getting up, and with an expression that was about to return to the world. Apache, my hand is unlucky, but I still made this for you to use. Looking at the Kaneki who came to the gate after the end, Apache handed it over with a stick, so that Kaneki could walk, and Miwa also cheered up Kaneki, and under Mayu's smile and Apache's kindness, Kaneki Nianyu left with a smile on his face, and he originally planned to give up or not, and he had the idea of holding on a little longer. The next afternoon, after school, Kaneki followed Lin Ling and Mayu to Liangshanbo. For Kaneki's training today, Lin Ling has made a simple exercise plan. According to the basic pace of dance fighting, Lin Ling stepped on 9 footprints in the open space, and placed the iron thistle borrowed from Shiyu around, and then let Kaneki grab 2 20-pound jars and walk according to his own pace, which must be completed within 10 seconds, which is considered a preliminary 540 grids, and then let Kaneki train by himself. It's okay to be supervised by yourself, and this is mainly to exercise both wrist and arm strength, and also to learn to use the pace to move and dodge. Teacher, when will you call me really good? After more than an hour, he barely reached the passing line, and Kaneki was given a 5-minute break. If you can't walk the road, you want to learn to fly? When you can do this in 3 seconds, I'll consider calling you something else. Lin Ling gave Jian a certain goal. Pull down the face. Kaneki suddenly felt that the future was not bright. 10 seconds are barely completed. It's an impossible task in 3 seconds in 5 days. It's time to face off with the seniors in the karate department. It feels like it's really a rhythm to death. I suddenly regretted that I reached a dual agreement with the other party on impulse at that time. 5 days of time is fleeting, and Kanye comes over on time every day to exercise, which is a good thing. After all, no matter what you do, you must have perseverance, otherwise you will achieve nothing, and the martial arts are even more so. And after this week's practice, Kanye's physique has been enhanced a lot, and the basic quality in all aspects has also improved a lot. For Lin Ling, it's as simple as a child fighting, but it's an exciting situation for Kaneki. This is the first victory in his life. That is, it's a bit strange to win, because of the opponent's attack. Kanye is mostly dodging, and in the end, the opponent was tripped by himself and accidentally fell to the back of his head and fainted, which made Lin Ling a little disappointed, and decided to go back to practice for Kaneki. To know that this week's workout is down, and one of yourself is not. But Lin Ling understands very well that in addition to this set of paces, Jianyi's physical quality is not much worse than that of ordinary professional boxers. In order to limit the potential of Jianyi to improve his foundation and physical fitness, in addition to Lin Ling, several of his talents also secretly made a lot of hidden good things for Jianyi, especially Ma Jiangxing's old man. The unknown soul rejuvenation pill is prepared for Jianyi, and when he is in a coma, he can quickly recover from fatigue with a bowl when he is in a coma, and he is a man who is alive and well. According to the current strength of Kanye, it is not a problem to fight 4 or 5 of the gangsters, and the opponent is full of flaws in the duel just now. After Kaneki avoids the attack, as long as he puffs up the opponent to punch him, he can definitely decide the winner immediately, instead of winning in this funny way. After school, Kaneki was in a good mood and was very happy, but after arriving at Liangshanbo, Kaneki found that the atmosphere had changed a little. I don't know why, I felt that there was an ominous premonition emerging from my heart. Lin Ling, who came back for the first time, specially prepared a big meal for Kanye, and the foundation has been laid for a week, and there is no doubt about CHCA, it is the turn of others to teach, and the heart of being able to stick to the surface has been initially recognized by everyone, and he can almost start teaching him some skills. So today Lin Ling doesn't have to teach Kaneki. The others seem to be hungry and thirsty, silently mourn for 3 seconds in Kanye's heart. Lin Ling happily pulled Mio to go to the hot spring together. This hot day, it's uncomfortable not to take a bath every day, not to mention that soaking in the hot spring is still a very enjoyable thing. Another week has passed, and the progress of the one is very fast, thanks to the careful education of the masters. Looking at the system panel, Lin Ling sighed. The favorability of the one has been fixed at 60 has not changed. To be honest, let yourself attack the disciples or something. Lin Ling has a feeling that she can't do it. The most headache is that she has not made progress in martial arts, although the strength is obtained by the system, but according to the system, through your own practice and exercise, you can actually improve your strength independently. This is a good thing that can save a lot of exchange points, but after reaching the realm of Huajin, it is difficult to improve every step, and there has been no progress in these years, which makes Lin Ling feel very irritable. Lin Ling, are you worrying about something? On the roof of the night, the elder appeared here at some point, which really frightened Lin Ling, silently worthy of being called an invincible Superman, and his passive eyes didn't even notice it. Well, it's just a little lost. Lin Ling sighed and said, haha. I see, tomorrow is the weekend, the school is on vacation, how about I entrust you with something to do? Maybe it will bring you some good gains, and by the way, it will be a distraction. The elder smiled. After all, she is still a 14-year-old girl. No matter how high her strength is, no matter how mature her ideas are, she will inevitably fall into trouble and can't extricate herself. What's the matter? Glancing at the elder in surprise, Lin Ling was a little surprised. Liang Shanbo's main income is in addition to the osteopathic hospital and acupuncture hospital opened by Old Man Ma and Chiu Yu. The main source of income is to accept some entrusted tasks from the outside world, and do some small work to earn extra money. But as a martial artist, the expenses in all aspects are very large, so Liang Shanbo's economy has always been in a state of poverty. Well, it's very simple. It's just to help the police catch a prisoner. You can go directly to the police station tomorrow. I've already talked to the director of the other party. By the way, don't tell anyone else about this. The elder smiled and touched his beard and said, of course, the reward has been received in advance, although it is not much, but it is enough to buy new bird and beast drama paintings for himself, and he is a little excited to think about it. Okay, I see. Nodding, Lin Ling got up and prepared to go back to sleep. Since she had something to do, she had to keep her best state to deal with all kinds of emergencies no matter what. Another thing, by the way, bring Kaneki with him, so that he can increase some knowledge and learn some skills and ways to deal with the enemy with you. The elder mentioned again. What's wrong? It feels like you're having a good time. Walking on the road, Lin Ling casually found a topic and said, well, I'm looking forward to it. Kaneki replied with a smile, this is true, it is really curious to see the master go out for the first time to carry out the entrusted task, but the truest idea in my heart is actually to finally get rid of the devil training of the masters, although it is only such a day, but it is also a rare vacation. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the nearby police station. For the situation of Liang Shanbo, it seems that they have been notified. The two of them got the warm reception of the police for the first time, and then met with the director. The other party did not doubt the ability of Lin Ling and Jian Yi. Liang Shanbo's signboard, in the eyes of those who understand, is an absolute golden signboard. Everyone is a monster-like existence, not just by appearance to judge. Isn't it bad? Master Lin Ling, this is a vicious serial murderer. Looking at the information in Lin Ling's hand, Jian Yi was a little scared and said, although he has been practicing martial arts for many days, his mentality has not been completely corrected, and he is still an ordinary person's small citizen mentality. If it's just an ordinary prisoner, the police can solve it themselves. Will they still ask for Liang Shanbo? Anyway, when the time comes, you can just watch it, and you don't need to participate. Lin Ling said with a blank eye, this criminal has committed more than 10 crimes in a row so far, and the police have rounded up the other party twice, but each time he was easily escaped. Not to mention, he also lost several police officers. This is a very bad incident. The most helpless thing for the police is that in addition to not being able to catch the other party, the most important thing is that the other party dares to continue to be arrogant in the face of the police's wanted pursuit is the most annoying. This kind of person is either a madman or has something to rely on to dare to do this. According to Lin Ling's thoughts, it is estimated that there are both. No matter what, since you have accepted the commission, what should be done still has to be done, although there is no law for the other party to kill, but most of the locations of the crimes are gathered in the surrounding areas of this area, so tonight, Lin Ling is going to take Kaneki to patrol the night. An arrogant prisoner like this will definitely not stop his crazy behavior so easily, and will definitely continue to come out to commit crimes. With this range, the next thing is to see if Lin Ling has the good luck to meet the other party. If it is fast, there will be a result tonight, and if it is slow, it is estimated that it will drag on for several days. Master, where are you going? Out of the police station, Kaneki couldn't help but ask, isn't this direction the route back to Liang Shanbo? The other party will come out to commit crimes at night. Of course, he will go back to recuperate. Anyway, there is still time, your training continues. Lin Ling said as a matter of course. In an instant, Jian Yi's face turned into a bitter gourd face. I thought that I could finally relax, but I didn't expect that it would be difficult to escape the rhythm of death. In the courtyard of Liang Shanbo, Lin Ling drank a sip of tea brewed by Mio. It was really a peaceful day. Looking at the one who was trained as a dog, it was still the same, but gradually, he adapted to all kinds of devil exercises. Although he was lost half of his life every day, but he could recover immediately after a night's rest, and the old man's secret was really powerful. Lin Ling, didn't you say you had something to do? Why is it back? Yu sat down on the side and said, I don't know why I always feel a little weird. It stands to reason that Lin Ling doesn't need to take one with her, although it is for the reason of going out to sea for a long time, but there is still something wrong. Because it's done. The simple answer is that the next thing is the night work, so I won't talk about it, and when I finish training, the moment I go home is just the time to start acting. By the way, Lin Ling, I'm a little curious, you have always carried a sword, why have I never seen you practice with a sword? Mei Yu changed the topic and asked, and immediately the attention of other people was also attracted. Indeed, at first, everyone thought that Lin Ling was a master of swordsmanship, but they didn't expect that he was actually a martial artist specializing in the art of fists and feet, and he usually didn't use a sword much, and when he used it, he mostly used it to beat people, and he couldn't see the slightest shadow of the swordsmanship school, but the foundation of swordsmanship was very solid and proficient. Because I can only use one swordsmanship, I basically can't use it. Lin Ling replied truthfully. Huh? Can you show me? Mei Yu had an expectant expression on her face, and the others also tacitly stopped abusing Jian Yi and turned to look at Lin Ling. Asking for flowers 0. In the face of everyone's expectations, Lin Ling thought about it, nodded and agreed, although this sword is his own whole card, basically with his current strength. He can only make one sword at most, and if he continues to use it forcibly, it will overdraw his body and leave hidden dangers, but if it is just a performance, the problem is not big, and everyone in Liangshanbo is a trustworthy partner, and it doesn't hurt to be exposed, and Lin Ling is confident that his sword is absolutely no one can resist except for the elders of the Great Perfection Realm. This style of sword move has been out of the category of ordinary swordsmanship, and it is a sword technique that has been exposed to the realm of the Tao and can turn decay into magic. The moment Lin Ling agreed, Apache immediately moved the wooden stakes he used for training for the first time, and the others lined up to appreciate Lin Ling's swordsmanship as if they were watching the play, and the Kaneki who was already about to be finished was also relieved. Tofu didn't have to faint anymore today, and immediately joined the army of onlookers. 0. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling concentrated his energy, stood in front of the wooden stake, and in less than a second, he turned around and returned to the corridor, picked up his teacup and drank it leisurely. Mei Yu and Kaneki looked confused and couldn't understand what was going on, but several other masters were left in a cold sweat. Just a moment, they just barely saw Lin Ling pull out the knife, but they didn't see the knife closed. If the stake was replaced by themselves, they compared the current situation. If there is no perfect defense, even if you are prepared, you can't resist the attack of the opponent's sword, and this sword is almost to the extreme. I was suddenly a little glad that I wasn't slashed by Lin Ling with this sword at that time. Ma Jianxing said with a somewhat frightened expression, and the three of Apache, the rebel ghost and Chu Yu nodded with deep sympathy. And just when Kaneki and Mei Yu were confused and wanted to ask what was going on, the wind rose, and the original intact wooden stakes instantly became more than a dozen. Just that moment of effort, Lin Ling drew his sword and slashed at the wooden stake 5 times in a row. This is Lin Ling's highest record so far. As an expert in the autumn rain, they can only see the trajectory for a moment. If the others face Lin Ling's attack, I am afraid they will not know what is going on and be killed. On the spot. Where am I? When Lin Ling woke up, she subconsciously muttered, and the familiar ceiling came into view, and Chu Yu and Mei Yu sat on the side, as if they were taking care of themselves during the time they were unconscious. You're awake, Lin Ling, it's just that you've been drugged, it's no big deal, don't worry. Chu Yu said. How did I get back? Lin Ling sat up and said, her clothes had been changed into pajamas, probably by Miyu. I sent you back, saying that I happened to meet you over there. Miyu replied. I see, thank you. Lin Ling felt the condition of her body. Everything was fine, there was no problem. This was a lesson for herself. She really couldn't relax carelessly at any time. Maybe the next time there was such a situation, she would really capsize in the gutter. Okay, Lin Ling, although you're fine, but let's rest again. Today's training is almost about to start. Chu Yu got up and said, today they helped Lin Ling ask for leave 27 days in advance. It's okay, but this point is almost out of school, and Jian Yi should also come over. Soon, Mei Yu and Chu Yu left. Lin Ling was left alone in the room, opened the system panel. After all, there are still too few things. The second layer of the mall must be opened, and the exchange value must also earn more savings. Get up and open the wardrobe. Change into a set of civilian clothes. Lin Ling walked out of the room. The familiar sound in the courtyard appeared again. You don't need to look at it to know. It must be the devil training started. But unexpectedly, Kaneki seems to be in a good mood, very happy, and the most unexpected thing is that the arrogant guy of the reverse ghost is actually guiding Kanyi, obviously not accepting discipleship. It seems that he was finally captured by Kanyi. At dinner time, Kaneki will stay in Liangshanbo today, and now Kaneki has a lot of fame in the school, and at the same time it has attracted the attention of stronger people, especially Ragnarok, who rules the surrounding area, has completely targeted him, and the beginning of Kaneki's battle path has begun, from a weak and powerless ordinary person to gradually move towards the path of a martial arts master. A stable day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Ling went to school with Meiyu and Jianyi, opened the cabinet, and there was a pile of love letters. Lin Ling didn't understand why there was such a tradition in Neon, and she was happy to be entangled endlessly. She had this mind but didn't have the courage, but relied on letters to express it. There was a bird to use. Let Jianyi and Meiyu go first. Lin Ling began to clean up her shoe cabinet. A few minutes later, Lin Ling finally got it. Lin Ling helplessly found that the shoes she was going to change were missing, and at this moment, a voice came from the side. Hey, you're a friend of Kaneki Shirahama, right? Friend? Lin Ling replied truthfully. She is a master and a disciple. Although I understand your feelings for protecting friends, if you don't say it, your pretty little face will suffer. The blue hair at the head was slightly short, and his bandaged hand slapped towards Lin Ling's face. Wait, Takeda, such a cute girl should be gentle. The young man with a red bag tied to the back of his head interjected. It's a nuisance. Looking at the trio in front of him, Lin Ling is not a trick or a supporting role for Kaneki to send experience points. Since they are bullied, there is naturally nothing to say. At the moment when the three of them had not reacted, Lin Ling had already jumped into the air, and within a second, 3 consecutive feet were touched and closed, easily falling behind the three of them, carrying the bag and not bothering to change their shoes, walking towards the classroom. Anyway, they were used to it, and there were also cases during which the shoes were bitten by someone or disappeared mysteriously, and there were really enough metamorphoses. As the class bell rang, the 3 people who were looking for fault were still standing motionless, and they were finally discovered by the teacher, and only after being sent to the infirmary did they understand that the 3 of them had fallen into a coma. In the class, the first period was the class teacher's class, and when Lin Ling was about to lie down to sleep, the head teacher took the lead in saying, "Everyone, there is a transfer student entering our class today. Everyone has to get along well. Come in, Yamada-kun." The door of the classroom was opened, and then a handsome-looking teenager walked in with a bag, greeted everyone very formulaically, and then was arranged by the head teacher to the empty position behind Lin Ling. Looking at the gentle face of the other party, Lin Ling felt very annoying for some reason, but it gave people a very familiar feeling, as if he had met such a person, but he couldn't remember who it was. "Hello, I'm Somasa Yamada, please take care of me." Coming to Lin Ling, Yamada took the initiative to greet him. Lin Ling, hello. Didn't care about the other party's hand in front of her, Lin Ling replied indifferently and looked at the scenery outside the window. Seeing this, Yamada was not embarrassed, and naturally sat down behind Lin Ling, sorted out his school bag, and began to listen to the class teacher's lecture, looking like a good student. But Lin Ling always felt that the family was not at ease, but he didn't feel that this person had any signs of practice or a dangerous atmosphere. But there was a point. Lin Ling was very similar to Old Man Ma, lustful, and he didn't look like it on the outside, but Lin Ling just had such a feeling. Probably a hypocrite who was inconsistent from the outside. After a morning class, Yamada quickly got acquainted with everyone in the class, especially the girls, who seem to get along very well and are very popular. But after all, it's just an ordinary person. Lin Ling is too lazy to care so much. Take out her lunchbox, go upstairs, and enjoy the lunch break. Miyu's cooking skills are getting better and better. Plus I don't know if it's the relationship between the economy and the improvement. The meals are also a lot richer, and the most rare thing is that Miyu can still remember everyone's tastes and 540 preferences, and the meals they cook are their favorite ones. Desolate High School, the first school flower of 14, my conquest will start with you first. In the dark corner, Yamada spent some money to get the information about the beautiful women in the academy from an alien, and took his lunchbox to find a hidden place and began to check the information on the booklet he bought. Since he was a child, he has had a wish, that is, to become a human being, to control power and wealth, and he has been implementing his own plan since junior high school. Opened the harem, raid a large number of beauties, let them conceive their own children, and then gather wealth from them, and then further rely on the connections of the richer girlfriend to form their own forces, and further use the wealth and beauty in hand to carry out money and power transactions. 3 years, let him live a rich and beautiful life, according to his ideas, continue to attack. It is not a fantasy to control the political world in the future, and even to become the master of a country or even conquer the world is not impossible. This is his unique talent, so that the women who are attacked are willing to give everything for him. Yamada believes that he is the son of destiny chosen by God to dominate the world. So far, the number of his girlfriends has reached hundreds of people. The wealth and power of the construction have spread to many cities. Various industries have his girlfriends involved in management. The prototype of the underground kingdom has been initially established. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, his ideas are crazy and unrealistic, but according to this trend, there is still the possibility of everything he wants to achieve. Hey, isn't this scream a both? The sound is from the orthopedic hospital. Is there finally a business in the deserted store door of Chiuyu? Standing in the courtyard, listening to the tragic screams coming from behind, Lin Ling was aroused. Looks like that guy is fine. Sitting on the stone and sipping a little wine, the ghost smiled and said, every bit of the disciple's growth is undoubtedly the most happy thing for the master to see. Abcha, I'm so happy. It was Shiyu who taught me the prayer method that worked. Holding a hammer, Apache said. A small scarecrow wearing a uniform on the trunk of the tree was nailed to the top by several nails. This way of praying is simply amazing. It's a curse method at all, right? But based on the abnormal thinking of Apache and Shiyu, it doesn't look strange. In short, the idea is good. Having said that, Lin Ling, as a master, you don't care about your disciples' progress at all. This is not good. The rebel ghost actually began to preach to Lin Ling. You have the face to say that an arrogant uncle has the face to say me, said to the other party with white eyes, looking at the rebel ghost who was directly deflated. Lin Ling didn't have that curiosity anymore. In this case, it seemed that the first friend of Connie appeared. Out of Liang Shanbo, these days, Lin Ling has regained her confidence, although it is very small, but it is true that she has begun to improve again. Little by little accumulation, the amount of accumulation to a point will always cause qualitative changes. In addition to the usual practice, Lin Ling has been talking to the ghost in the past few days to inquire about the city's special black boxing stadium. Although there are not many powerful guys, but you can increase your actual combat experience, and learn a lot of application methods from the actual combat, find all your deficiencies, and improve, but you have benefited a lot. This breath, turning around the nearby park, Lin Ling suddenly stopped, looked up at the open space not far away. Two figures, one large and one small, were standing together and talking, as if they noticed Lin Ling's sight, and the tall figure suddenly looked over. The eyes were very sharp, and it felt like two sharp blades stabbing straight over. It is definitely a monster at the level of a master, and it is higher than his own realm, at least the realm above the middle level of Huajin, and unlike the master of Liang Shanbo, the breath on the other party's body is very violent, giving people a murderous and cold feeling. For a moment, Lin Ling's heart appeared with fear, and the next moment, the other party came to him with the boy next to him. Master, what's wrong? Seeing that the tall man seemed to be very interested in the girl in front of him, the young man asked in surprise. Since becoming a disciple of the man, the young man rarely saw his master show such an expression. Liang Shanbo's new master, Lin Ling, I know you, although you were unknown before, but since you have joined Liang Shanbo, you will naturally control the first-hand information. It is really surprising. You already have the level of a talent at a young age. It is a pity to join Liang Shanbo, the man said in a tone full of exclamation. The Fist Saint. I didn't expect to see you here, but the range of Liang Shanbo. Lin Ling directly untied the strip of cloth wrapped around the Taidao and put on a posture. Facing this kind of monster level. Go all out. There is absolutely no hope of winning. It's nothing, it's just that my disciple organized it and inspected it by the way. After all, there are still 1 or 2 good teenagers to cultivate. The boxer said with a smile. It was not surprising that Lin Ling knew him. Liang Shanbo could fully understand this aspect. After all, the darkness where he was and Liang Shanbo were completely opposites, just like light and darkness were incompatible with each other but coexisted to maintain a balance point. Looking at Lin Ling, who had been nervous without words, the fist was a little boring, but Lin Ling, a master with extraordinary talent and human strength, the boxing saint still attached great importance to it, so he turned his hand to Lin Ling and said again, join the dark, you will get everything you want. Liang Shanbo's outdated concept has long been out of keeping up with the times, and staying in Liang Shanbo is not good for you at all. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the dark, I'm quite comfortable in Liang Shanbo, and I don't want to move the place. Lin Ling bluntly refused. I see, it's really stubborn, like those old men. Although it's not the time to start a complete war with Liang Shanbo, then it's not bad to teach a lesson first. Let's abolish your hand as a warning first. The Fist Saint grinned, and at this moment, Lin Ling felt that the cold hairs on her whole body stood up, and she could feel a strong aura of danger. Immediately calmed down and returned to calm. Lin Ling directly sacrificed the whole card, and the attack of the Fist Saint had already fallen, and the speed of the two was staggered with a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Lin Ling's mouth, and a big opening was made in the position of the waist, and the tip of the knife that was linked together was broken. I'm really surprised, this swordsmanship is really powerful. The boxer turned around and said excitedly, although he knew that Lin Ling used the sword as a weapon, but the main kung fu was in the fists and feet. I didn't expect the swordsmanship to be so amazing and gorgeous, and the 3 blood marks on the open part of the chest appeared very conspicuously. Just that fight, in the face of the 5 slashes that came in an instant, the boxer only had time to block the first 2 blows. If it weren't for Lin Ling's strength was not enough, plus the lack of stamina and the relationship between the sword and the blade, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Not just a little skin trauma now. I'm not your match yet, but it's not that easy to defeat me. Lin Ling put the knife back into its sheath, with a fierce expression that could fight again at any time. That's a nice expression, you should join us secretly, that's all for today. Smiling, the Fist Saint shouted to the disciples who were watching the battle in a daze, let's go, dragon fight. Yes, master. Looking at the departing master who did not stay, the young man hurriedly followed. Watching the two leave, Lin Ling relaxed after not feeling the breath of the other party at all. He was just bluffing. If the other party insisted on fighting, he could only fight hard, and it was estimated that he would really be abolished or even killed at that time. The wound on his waist seemed to be serious, but it was not a big deal. The main thing was that the position of the ribs seemed to be broken. Fortunately, he didn't hurt his internal organs. He was really a terrifying man. This strength is estimated to be high level. However, his weapon does need to be a real sword with a blade, and the other party also saw this and his own shortcomings, so he dared to completely abandon his defense and hurt himself with 3 swords. Otherwise, the outcome is still unknown, and now I can only go back first, no matter how to report it to the elders first, and my own injury seems to need a period of time to recuperate. Thinking about it is really a little unlucky. Although this injury is not serious, it should be cultivated for more than 10 days, be careful not to get wet, and simply wipe it with water in the bath. After checking the injury, Qiu Yu advised, "That fist saint, if I run into him, I'm going to kill him." Uchiha is very angry. The guy who hurt Lin Ling, Uchiha, wants to teach him a lesson. Not to mention the rest, it's already very good that Lin Ling can retreat under the other party's hands. Don't disturb Lin Ling's rest, let's go out. Looking at the noisy crowd, the elder spoke, pulling a hair and moving the whole body. From Lin Ling's narration, the other party was just passing by, but looking at Lin Ling, who was injured like this, the elder also felt very angry. Everyone in Liangshanbo is the same as the family, the relatives are hurt, naturally they can't sit idly by, but the entanglements are a little complicated, and they can't mess around at will. Subsequently, a group of experts went to the conference room. I don't know what to say. The night passed. Because of the injury, the school, the elder asked Lin Ling for half a month off. The reason was that he accidentally broke a bone in a car accident when he went out, and he needed to recuperate. And when school was out in the afternoon, Kaneki took Mio and hurriedly ran to see Lin Ling 540. "Master Lin Ling, I heard that you are injured. Are you okay?" Recklessly rushed to Lin Ling's room, directly pushed open the door, and in the next second, Jian Yi was blasted out by Shi Yu's shuriken rain. "Knock on the door before you come in," threw out the chain and closed the door. Shi Yu put away the towel that wiped Lin Ling's body, and then helped Lin Ling put on her clothes. "Jian Yi, the time for cultivation has come, hurry up and go." Lin Ling's words are fine. The rebel ghost brought up Cha, Ma Jianxing, and Qiu Yu to surround him, and now most of the time the 4 of them are training against Kaneki. Ma Jianxing looked at Jian Yi curiously. "Anyway, let's go to training first." Impatiently, the ghost grabbed Kaneki's back collar and dragged it away. It's still a strict daily practice, until the end of the evening, and then Kaneki has time to visit Lin Ling again, and after getting permission to enter the room, Kaneki knelt down and sat down to apologize to Lin Ling, who was wearing a relatively thin dress, and what made Kaneki very curious was who injured Lin Ling. After all, with Lin Ling's strength, Kaneki didn't know much, but he also understood that it was a strong man who had a fight with his own monster masters, and there should be very few people who could hurt Lin Ling. "I don't have anything to do, I just need some time to recuperate." Waving his hand, Lin Ling said indifferently, "Compared to this, I don't know if it's because of the injury or what. I feel a little groggy in my head, as if I have a fever, my body is uncomfortably tight, my physique is undoubtedly stronger than ordinary people, and I can't compare with the group of monsters of the elders." "Master Lin Ling, you're really fine, you look a little weird." Looking at Lin Ling, who was absent-minded and blushing, he said with concern. No, just as she wanted to answer, Lin Ling felt that her consciousness began to blur and leaned forward. Master Lin Ling hurriedly stretched out his hand to support Lin Ling, and Jian Yi immediately felt that Lin Ling's body was abnormal. His hands were hot and tight. This was a high fever. "What are you doing?" Miyu walked in with a basin at the door, shouting in shock as she watched the scene in front of her. "Huh." At this time, Kaneki realized that he was in the wrong posture, grabbing a soft bun with one hand and pulling the collar with the other. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the disciple is plotting against the master. Heavenly punishment. It's not. Miyu, you misunderstood. After a while, Kanei walked out of Liangshanbo with a blue nose and swollen face, although the misunderstanding was solved, but Miyu seemed to be still angry. As for Lin Ling, she took the traditional Chinese medicine made by the old man Ma Jianxing and let Miyu take care of it and fell asleep. Compared to these problems, Kaneki was thinking about how to ask for Miyu's forgiveness tomorrow, but what surprised Kaneki was Lin Ling's unexpected material, obviously only 14, and already had a good figure no less than that of adults. If you want to describe it, it is an angel face, a devil figure, and quickly shook his head to put this evil thought aside. This is a blasphemy against the master. There can be no such bad thoughts, and the main problem is what to do on Miyu's side when I go back tonight. I have to think about it. When Lin Ling woke up, the sky outside was already bright. Shi Yu happened to come in with breakfast. The fever had subsided. Lin Ling felt that she was in good condition, and her injury recovery was also very good. She could already get up and walk around, and her recovery was still very strong, which Lin Ling was still very satisfied with, but she couldn't make drastic movements yet. Otherwise the wound would crack open. "Lin Ling, let's gather in the conference room later. There is a meeting to start." Seeing Lin Ling finish eating, Shi Yu spoke. "Meeting?" Nodding, Lin Ling felt that it would be good for the elders of the meeting in Liangshanbo to make a few decisions, but since it was notified, Lin Ling would also participate. This is mutual respect, and everyone's kindness cannot be discarded. When it was close to noon, everyone gathered in the hall as usual, and Qiu Yu, as the host, took the lead in speaking. "Then, the Liangshanbo summit begins? If our disciples are half-hung like this, it will definitely be a shame for us. I think we have always been too spoiled and a king, so I think we should carry out the battle that has been planned for a long time, and name it, Death is Not a Pity to Live a Fighting Battle. Chiuyu's proposal immediately attracted everyone's applause and cheers. Only Linling sat in the corner helplessly, first mourned for Jianyi, and then began to prepare his own training plan. Since he was injured and idle, it is not bad to train disciples to pass the time to recuperate, otherwise he will die of boredom. In this regard, Linling understands a little why these monsters like training and Yi so much, because it is so interesting, and they can pass the free time, killing two birds with one stone. So, what exactly is that battle going to do? The elder asked. First of all, let him live in Liangshanbo, and everything in life must be related to martial arts. The fatigue caused by martial arts should be eliminated with martial arts, and let him realize that only with martial arts can he have himself. He lives for martial arts, he should only be able to choose one of the two, martial arts or die. Chiuyu replied seriously. In other words, do you want to accept one as Liangshanbo's inner disciple? Standing up, the elder's eyes were already starting to glow, and the others had almost the same expression. Even Linling felt trembling in the face of everyone's black side. Looking at the posture of this meeting, the situation of becoming an inner disciple should be a certainty, and the life of a life that is worse than death is about to begin. Well, it seems that the effect is not bad. Linling, do you have any good suggestions? While watching Kanye receive more severe training, while recording it in the notebook, Chiuyu asked Linling, who was watching from the sidelines, since he has become an inner disciple, then basically except for the elders, everyone will take turns to guide Kaneki, and most of the training items and plans are arranged by Chiuyu. Well, how about adding some weights? Training with weights would be better. Linling stood and said without backache, anyway, it wasn't herself who died. Nodding, Chiuyu said very happily, good way, this opinion is good, you can join it, but there is no ready-made weight, let's hurry up in the evening. In order to facilitate action, just create 2 wrist pads and knee pads and add a belt. The weight will be cast in the ratio of 22,223. The total weight will be set at 200 caddies first, and then increase it depending on the situation in the future. Looking at Chiuyu, who quickly waved his pen and wrote and painted in his notebook, Linling felt that he seemed to have put a handful of Ji. Although he said that he would add a little weight, but Linling wanted to add a dozen or 20 caddies or so. Chiuyu's weight was directly expanded to 10 times. I hope that Ji can hold on and don't die. If you really can't bear it, just look for Chiuyu to take revenge. I just proposed. The culprit is Chiuyu's black uncle. After a day's training, under the arrangement of Chiuyu, all the masters took turns to train Kaneki. According to Chiuyu's words, the first day was relatively easy. It was to give Kanye time to adapt, and his schedule had not been fully formulated. The real exercise was still to come. When it was Linling's turn, it was already close to the evening time. Looking at the tired dog who was about to hang up and stood in front of him with a loveless expression, Linling glanced at Chiuyu, who was hiding behind, and signaled that he could start. Linling felt that it was better to relax a little. Master Linling, what are we going to do? Looking at Linling, who brought himself to the backyard, he was a little numb, but there was still a little hope in his eyes. After all, since he joined Liangshanbo, among all the masters, Linling was the only one who was the most lenient to him. Although Linling's training was also very strict for ordinary people, but compared to the methods of several other masters, it was much gentler. Don't worry, my training is very simple, although the training arranged by Chiuyu for you is a little harder, but it is aimed at your body's hand and foot muscles and other force points, flexibility, and patience and other all-round exercises, and I want to teach you, although it is also a little difficult, but it can also be said to be relatively simple, that is, balance. After Linling explained, she had already taken Kaneki to the hot spring in the backyard, which was dug up by a Pacha for 3 days, and sometimes a Pacha who seemed to have nothing to do and messed around also had a burst of luck. Hot springs. Before Kaneki could sigh at the vastness of the backyard of Liangshanbo, he was a little surprised when he looked at the hot spring in front of him. Don't think too much about it, your training is on the hot springs, it's over there. Linling pointed to the open space not far from the hot spring. Is this a tightrope? Looked at the steel that was less than half a meter above the ground, and the threads at both ends were wrapped around the 2 big trees, and Kaneki breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time it was very simple, and it would be nothing if he fell down at this height. Go up. Looking at Kaneki with a relaxed face, Linling commanded. Yes, easily jumped and stood on the finger wire rope, and the distance back and forth was only more than 10 meters, which was not very difficult. By the way, I forgot to mention that there is a trap in the place below you, and if you are not careful, you may die. Linling grinned, picked up a stone under his feet and threw it at the ground under the wire, and in an instant, the ground that originally looked normal collapsed directly, revealing a large crater covered with sharpened bamboo. Why didn't you say it earlier? Die, die, die. Looking at this trap, Kaneki was so frightened that he hugged the wire rope directly. Whether there is a trap or not is simply 2 concepts. Because by the way, exercise your courage, so the trap is necessary, show perseverance, and both. Linling said calmly. Compared to others, Linling's training is already the lowest level, and Kanye has accepted so much practice, and his sense of balance is beyond ordinary people. As long as he overcomes his fear and practices well, generally speaking, nothing will happen, and he takes care of it. Even if he falls, Linling can save Kanye as soon as possible, and his safety is guaranteed. Asking for flowers 0. Master Lin Ling, don't want this trap. With a sad face, and an expression that the concubine couldn't do, he looked at Lin Ling pitifully, hoping that Lin Ling could be extrajudicially gracious. No, I'm doing it for your own good, and if you don't want to double your training, you'd better do it. Lin Ling reminded helplessly, but Chu Yu's eyes behind him have been staring at this side. Until nightfall, the first day of the inner disciple training finally ushered in the end after eating, and the first disciple came to his own independent room. The door hung a first disciple's door number looking at the room in front of him, and the first one fell into despair originally. Ma Jianxing had no trace of the beautiful scene. He narrated Mei Yu lives in the main house. He's the location of the partial room, not to mention being in the same room. It's impossible to meet, and those corner meetings in YY I accidentally bumped into each other in the bath scenes like the rain when you get up early to wash and meet in rags. It's completely shattered. 0. Without hesitation, Kaneki decided to run. The first day was so hard to die, not to mention, even the only expectation was gone. How could he stay still? He would go crazy if he didn't die like this. But Kaneki's room was already surrounded by Chuyu and others, and it was completely impossible to escape. But then after turning out a letter left by his father in his bag, Kaneki cheered up again and decided to continue trying to persevere. Then when Lin Ling was about to rest, he saw two sneaky figures walking towards the hot spring in the backyard through the window. It was Ma Jianxing's old man and Kanyi, because of the hot spring, for the convenience of everyone. So the time of the hot spring was customized, but today's time was reversed by the elders. At this point in time, it was the elders who were taking a bath. It was originally Lin Ling, Mei Yu, Shiyu's bathing time. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling could imagine what kind of surprise the master and apprentice would have at that time. Is it really okay to give me such a good knife? Pleasantly surprised with the new knife, Lin Ling looked at Shiyu and asked, the length and weight of this knife are shorter and lighter than their original one. The quality in all aspects is very good, better than their original one. After all, it has been tested by the system. These aspects should not pit themselves. The most important thing is that this knife has been opened. Pull out one of his own hair on the blade and let it fall on its own, and it was immediately cut into 2 petals. Without hindrance, it is really a very good knife. It's okay, I have a lot of them. Shaking her head, Shiyu said indifferently, in the collection of weapons, how many collections Shiyu has, it is estimated that no one knows except herself. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey your fate. Thank you, Sister Shiyu. Lin Ling cherished the knife very much. After these times, her injuries have recovered almost 540. I originally wanted to build one by myself or directly click on the system to change it, but I didn't expect Shiyu to send one to himself in such a timely manner. Happy is certain, more moved. You're welcome, your injuries are all right. Shiyu cared. It's okay, then again, I feel exceptionally quiet today. Don't they have training? Lin Ling said curiously. Listening to the screams of Jianyi every day is almost becoming Liang Shanbo's daily life. Coupled with the happy laughter of the various masters, it can be described as a rhythm like a ghost crying wolf howl, and today it is surprisingly quiet and really uncomfortable. And it was only when Lin Ling first came to Liang Shanbo that this was the case. After all, Jianyi had not joined at that time. If it's one of you, I'll go shopping with Miyu. Anyway, there are only 2 of us and 3 of Apache left in the house. Shiyu replied. At this moment, Shiyu's pet rat didn't know where it came from, and he was still holding a bag of things that seemed to be sausages in his hand, and at the window, Apcha's head suddenly popped out, and there was a lorry girl riding around her neck, staring at the 2 of them. Opay to scan. Who are you? Shiyu asked curiously. Soon Apache briefly explained the situation, or Lori introduced herself and then added a description for Apcha. Kaneki's sister Huixiang brought something to her brother. Because she was a guest, Shiyu took the initiative to entertain, and then took Apache to make tea for others, because she was afraid that Huixiang would be bored when she waited, so she asked Lin Ling to talk to her, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling was left sitting opposite Huixiang in the room but didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. That, big sister, are you okay? Because Lin Ling was wearing relatively thin clothes. Huixiang had been guessing Lin Ling's age in her heart. She seemed to be about the same age as herself, but her body was very well developed, and the reason why she cared about Lin Ling was because of the bandages wrapped around her waist and the smell of medicine that came out of it meant that she was injured. It's almost recovered. It's okay, thank you. Lin Ling replied with a smile, but the atmosphere was immersed again, because she didn't know what topic to find. But soon, Shiyu came back and put it in front of Huixiang with a fish tank of water that I don't know what it was. No accident. Huixiang went crazy. Ling is used to everyone's improper behavior and limited common sense in the head, and then, Huixiang came out by herself, and the guests instead asked the guests to make their own tea. I'm afraid this is also the only one, but the 3 of them seem to have a good relationship, and they soon got acquainted, and they became good friends, and before the others came back, the 4 of them played poker together. Not long after, Kaneki and Miyo came back together, carrying a lot of small bags, but to Lin Ling's surprise, there was also a person next to the 2. Although they hadn't been to school for more than a week, they still recognized it at a glance. This guy was a new transfer student Yamada, and he actually found this side, which was really unexpected. Walking out of the hall, Lin Ling sat down in the corridor, looked at Yamada with a smile on his face, and said, "Is there something wrong?" That's right, you haven't been to class for a week, so I brought my notes for this week. After all, there is still a month left for you to take the high school entrance examination. Yamada took out 2 notebooks and said to Linling, he was completely a gentleman who thought about his classmates, coupled with a handsome appearance and a gentle smile. This lethality was indeed quite big for a little girl. Thank you, if there is nothing else, Yamada-san, you can go back, don't delay your studies. Linling took the notebook and said coldly, no matter how well this guy behaves, it is useless to Linling. The nature in this person's bones has long been seen through by Linling. It seems that he didn't expect Linling to be so indifferent, and he started to drive people away. Yamada was stunned for a few seconds and said again, Linling, there is actually one more thing I want to say to you. What's the matter? Boring to open the notes, Linling browsed through them. The content was very simple, not to mention that she remembered them after browsing, and these 2 notes were useless. The only useful thing was that she had some time left to read the book. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. I felt this way when I first saw you. I know it's a bit abrupt, but I hope Linling, can you give me a chance to pursue you? With the shy expression of an innocent boy, Yamada looked like he had the courage to go out, and after saying it in one breath, he lowered his head nervously and waited for Linling's reply. I'll think about it, you can go back first. Linling replied without any mood fluctuations. Her acting skills were good, but she was still too tender. That's right, after all, this thing is a little bit sudden. I'll wait for your reply, so I'll go first. With a forced smile on his face, Yamada didn't stalk him, nodded and left. Seeing the other party go away, Linling said helplessly, after reading it, can you come out? I'm sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I really didn't expect that Linling was chased by a boy, but that teenager doesn't look very reliable. Linling, don't fall into it. The rebel came over with a bottle 2.0. Indeed, I knew this man wasn't a good thing when I looked at him. Ma Jianxing slipped out of the floor, and the camera in his hand reflexively pressed the shutter on the bottom of Linling's skirt, and was stepped on by Shiyu in the next second. You're not a good thing, are you? Thank you for your concern, it's time to train. Linling pointed to Jianyi, who was chatting with her sister on the side. These guys are also very troublesome, and they have to change the target. Indeed, let's go, everybody. Yu opened his mouth and urged everyone to continue today's exercise schedule, but reminded Linling before leaving, that boy probably won't give up, although he is an ordinary person, but it feels a little tricky. In short, Linling, it's better for you to pay a little attention. Yesterday, no wonder I felt so noisy when I slept, and I thought it was those guys who were doing that together. After moving her body and fully recovering, Linling stood in the courtyard and began to warm up. After resting for so long, she felt that her body was going to rust if she didn't move. Then I'm going to do the housework. Seeing that Linling was indeed completely fine, Meiyu got up and said, by the way, Meiyu, didn't Kaneki train today? After warming up, Linling walked over and asked, if you say it. Because I encountered a little trouble, I guess I'm thinking about it now. Meiyu said a little embarrassed, today is Ma Jianxing's turn to guide Kaneki. She is responsible for fighting with Kaneki, but halfway because of deliberate concessions, it was exposed, as if it hurt Kaneki's self-esteem, and then Kanye ran away. In this regard, Ma Jianxing didn't stop him, but he also ran out to have fun, and when he was idle, Meiyu could only be busy with housework. Nodding clearly, Linling continued to practice for an hour, then went to the bathroom to take a good shower, changed into a cool summer dress and walked out. The knife sent by Shiyu was also always on his body, but because it was not a weapon produced by the system, it had to be maintained every day. No. Oh no. In the direction of the gate, Kaneki ran in a panic, and happened to bump into Linling, and when he was about to collide with him, Linling tripped Kaneki's footsteps, grabbed Kanye's collar with his hand, and knocked him directly to the ground lightly. What to do in a panic? It's too unseemly. 1. Linling took out the teacher's majesty and reprimanded. Master Linling, there is someone from outside who has come to play in the dojo? That person looks very strong from the outside, and he has brought a large group of people over. Although he calmed down a little, Kaneki was still a little flustered, and explained the situation with his hands and dances. I know, take people to the dojo to entertain, and then go to inform Miyu that business is coming to the door. Linling nodded and smiled. It just so happened that the dojo economy had been sluggish recently, and the tuition fee for this disciple was 5,000, which would not take 2 days at all, and Linling originally wanted to secretly get some money for the dojo, but it was much easier now. After a while, Linling came to the door of the dojo, and saw a large group of tall men. The guy led by him has strength, but it is only a little stronger than the current one, but it is also limited, not to mention the level of master, not even the second level master, but for Pu is already a big master. Liang Shanbo kicks the hall, it is simply a free money. Uncle Rebel Ghost, what are you doing? Seeing that the rebel ghost hiding in the corner suddenly grabbed herself, Linling raised her eyebrows and said, don't go yet, this is an opportunity, let Kaneki. The ghost lowered his voice. Because of his concerns and lack of self-confidence, he couldn't make a decisive judgment in the face of the enemy's flaws. This is the biggest obstacle to the one, and it must be overcome. But for now, it seems that Miyu is going to go up. Linling said and pointed to the kicker who had become angry because the rest of the family was not there, and Miyu was angry about going to war. Don't worry, Kaneki shouldn't let us down. The rebel ghost opened the beer in his hand and took a sip, although his temperament seemed cowardly and timid, but he could still be relied on at the critical moment, as the rebel ghost expected, just when the other party was annoyed and angry and directly shot at Miyo, who was going to go down to prepare. Kaneki stood up directly, blocked in front of Miyo, and took over this challenge in the name of Liang Shanbo's chief disciple. But although everything is as expected by the reverse ghost, he himself is obviously a little entangled and worried. Standing aside, Lin Ling just looks at the face of the reverse ghost and feels very interesting. Looking at the start of the battle, and the dangerous situation, the reverse ghost is more anxious than anyone else, but he can't help but not rush out at the first time. If you say who is the first master of Liang Shanbo's most spoiled disciple, it is estimated that it must be the reverse ghost. This fighting master uncle is very arrogant. Uncle, what's wrong with the altar? Ichiki hemorrhaged. So what? Just take a good look. This level of attack is completely withstandable for Kaneki. I was beaten again, and this time I flew straight away, and it hurt so much. Between questions and answers, Lin Ling looked at the face of the rebel ghost changing back and forth, and felt particularly interesting. The beer that had been drunk in his hand for a few sips had already been pinched and exploded, and now the hand holding the doorknob was still shaking, and it seemed that it was about to be scrapped, and after a while, when the rebel ghost was impatient to let Lin Ling calm down, the rebel suddenly rushed out and broke into the dojo. What a good harvest! Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Ling was ready to notify the two experts who opened the hospital to pick up customers, and the one successfully overcame the bottleneck, and the challenger was also dealt with in one fell swoop, not to mention the large amount of challenge fees, and the medical expenses were estimated. Li's can earn a lot. Just now, this time to kick the gym, it is estimated that Liang Shanbo can earn more than 5 or 600,000, enough for Liang Shanbo for 2 months. If someone often comes to kick the gym, Liang Shanbo is not a problem to make a fortune, but on the other hand, it is really dark enough, absolutely sure to make no loss, but this is also one of the main sources of income for the poor Liang Shanbo, and there are still too few fools who dare to come to the gym. Night got everything. Meiyu, who has earned a lot of money, is very happy. There is no doubt that for Meiyu, who runs the house, such a sum of money has greatly alleviated Liang Shanbo's economic crisis. It can reduce a lot of her burden. The dinner is also a lot richer. Looking at the noisy and laughing people, it's exactly the same as the family, it's just that one is still the most bullied one. It's rare to add a good meal even if you try your best to protect it. It's inevitable that a lot of old naughty children will be snatched away. Time flies so fast, it's already summer vacation. Looking out the window, Lin Ling also realized after receiving the teacher's notice that she had been recuperating for a month and had already reached the summer vacation. Originally, because of the injury, Lin Ling needed to go to school to make up for the exam, but it took a little time. Lin Ling did the test paper again and passed the test with a full score, and was exempted from the makeup class. After all, the school mainly speaks by grades, and the high school course is still too simple. For Lin Ling, it is all in the textbook. Even if you don't understand it, you can easily write the answer through memory ability. And quite unexpectedly, this period of time has been very stable, although the progress in strength is still so small, but now Lin Ling has saved enough exchange points for the next stage, although the dependence system is not very good, but since there is a golden finger, why not use it? Now I can protect myself, but if I encounter the metamorphosis of the boxer again, it will be troublesome. Click to redeem. One step in place. Don't have to work so hard for others to practice. This is what makes people feel happy. Feeling that the strength has suddenly improved a lot, Lin Ling has an urge to find someone to practice, but at this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and he ran in a hurry, with a happy 540 expression, as if there was something good. Master Lin Ling, we're going to the beach. Master Kaguya asked me to inform everyone, and ran to inform the next person after saying with a smile. Looking at the state of Kaneki, Lin Ling also understands better. As an inner disciple in Liang Shanbo for 3 weeks, every day is a very harsh training, in addition to sleeping and eating, and solving physiological problems and some other necessary trivial matters. There is basically no time to rest, and now suddenly going to the beach for a holiday. There is no doubt that it is great news for Kaneki, but in Lin Ling's opinion, this is the beginning of Kaneki's bad luck, with Kaguya's black-bellied character. May it make Kaneki so comfortable to go to the beach for a vacation? Unless the sun hits the west and comes out. Ready. At noon, everyone set sail and set off, and the sister of the one, Huixiang, also brought it together, and sat on the red rabbit horse number 2 named by the elder, and everyone set off towards an island that the elder himself discovered and did not have on the map, and the island named Fenglincy Island. Of course, as the economically impoverished Liang Shanbo, this sea ship was hand-built by everyone, and the power source was the one who was desperately stepping on the pedal, in order to be able to see Miyu's swimsuit. The one was 3 times harder than usual, but after all, the strength was limited, and the speed was like that. According to the position of the island, according to the elder, it was estimated that it would be difficult to reach it in a day at this speed. Looking at the Kanyi, who was almost to the limit, the ghost and the autumn rain went directly into battle, and immediately, the sea ship that was originally sailing smoothly began to soar on the sea surface like a jet engine, and in less than 2 hours, everyone arrived at the destination safely. Near the coast, there is already a villa that has been built. After placing the luggage, it is time for leisure. Of course, Kanyi was still caught and exercised, but in a different way. After changing into a swimsuit, Lin Ling lay directly on the folding beach chair that came with her, basking in the sun and leisurely starting her vacation, staying on this island for 3 days, just relaxing. It's already a bad performance for ordinary people, but it's far from enough for Yamada. His goal is to attack all the remaining goals in a semester, and the list of girls in the record book, as many as 50, these must first have some appearance, and then have all kinds of background or connections, can help his career, according to Yamada's plan. 50 girls minus the 3 that have been omitted, then he will have to attack at least 3 more per week on average in the new semester to achieve the goal. More than half an hour later, separated from his girlfriend, Yamada took out the roster, and fell into deep thought about the name of Lin Ling in the first place. During this time he was collecting the top 3, CHCA, in addition to rating other girls. Lin Ling bore the brunt of the various information of the target girl, but unexpectedly, Lin Ling's situation made Yamada feel tricky. In the past few years, he relied on the background and connections of each girlfriend and the wealth of the bracelet, and knew much more than ordinary people, and understood that there is a group of special groups in the world that are difficult for ordinary people to reach, that is, the warriors who have survived since ancient times, and the strong people who are as strong as the master level. Even guns may not be able to pose any threat to them, and Liangshanbo, where Lin Ling is behind, is the gathering place of the heroes. For Lin Ling's positioning, Yamada has to rethink it, and if the soft way can't be won, if it's hard, then you have to think carefully about whether you can withstand the anger of a group of experts. Of course, if you can successfully attack it, you can also have an extra trump card in your hand. The benefits and risks are proportional. If you can take Lin Ling down, other goals can be put aside and not tightened. Yamada is confident that as long as he gets serious, there are no girls who can't get down. There is still half of the time before the summer vacation passes. Yamada is looking forward to the coming of the new semester. So far, there are really few girls who can make him serious, but it's more fun when it's difficult. 3 days of island life passed quickly, back to Liangshanbo, and the daily training of Kanyi continued, but Kaneki, who had adapted to it, had long been accustomed to it. In contrast, Lin Ling took advantage of this time to go to the black market to box. After all, the power has increased, and naturally there are some itchy hands, but there are few powerful guys in the black market after all, and they can't have fun at all. And finally Lin Ling directly found Shiyu to learn. A little boring, but the effect is very significant, and the application and actual combat experience in all aspects are much richer, compared to the vague situation that couldn't see through everyone at the beginning. Now Lin Ling can vaguely touch some of everyone's real feelings. I think it's almost time to learn real martial arts for Kaneki-kun. What do you think? Sitting at the door, Chu-Yu looked at the book and proposed to everyone. Yes, it's going to be a hard practice, but it's almost time. Looking at Ma-jian-sing agreed. Hey, Kaneki is not a natural martial arts training material, just a little ghost. If he is too anxious to start practicing, he will die. As long as you teach him slowly, Apache thinks that Kaneki should be able to survive, and every time Kaneki is rectified to die or live, it's because you guys are too messy. You're the least qualified to say. Looking at everyone who was discussing, and then looking at Kanyi who was holding Shiyu to do push UPS, Lin Ling was a little surprised that it had come to this time. But even if Kanyi joined Liangshanbo to now, it has been almost 5 months, and after seeing Liangshanbo's training techniques, Lin Ling really admires Jianyi's perseverance. Can last so long, and the effect is undoubtedly very significant. Jianyi's current physical fitness is no worse than those martial artists who have been training for several years, and the foundation is already solid, so it is logical to learn martial arts next, and the next thing that Jianyi will face is more difficult days. _AHH There are comments. Pulling down the mobile phone page, Lin Ling glanced at the 2 new comments, both of which are messages in support of cheering. It looks pretty good. The summer vacation passes too fast, and it's the day of school. So bored Lin Ling can only play with her mobile phone, because the situation in neon novels is different from that in the mainland. So Lin Ling gave up the idea of continuing to write, and changed to drawing comics. Of course, it is still a self-entertaining type, even in neon is also a niche transformation type. Soon, the time spent playing with the mobile phone, looking at the power of half of the battery, it is enough to play until school. But what makes Lin Ling a little curious is that the situation of Yamada's guy, not to mention his popularity at school, and he has made several girlfriends. That's it. The most important thing is that a few girls can get along harmoniously together, so that Yamada can enjoy the blessings of all people. This girl's skills are simply max master level. In addition to the 540 envy, the boy also played very well with Yamada, which is simply unscientific. However, what makes Lin Ling happy is that Yamada even has to start with Meiyu, but in the hands of Meiyu, who is more natural and reserved. In addition to martial arts, Yamada eats deflated and eats very miserably, which can be described as very happy, especially Yamada's expression of holding back his anger and having nowhere to vent after eating deflated, which really makes Lin Ling feel very happy. For this kind of male and female public enemy, it is necessary to make him suffer a little more. Of course, Lin Ling also knows that she is jealous. If she had such a strong ability as Yamada in her previous life, it would not be cool and crooked, and she will play rebirth with the system there, so to speak. Yamada is the template for her ideal life winner when she was a boy, but now, for this kind of template, Lin Ling naturally has a disgusting mentality. That is to say, she can't get it and she doesn't want to see the jealousy mentality that others get. Let's go, Lin Ling, let's go eat a bento. Meiyu shouted at Lin Ling with Kaneki. The three of them in the school are used to eating together. Of course, because Kaneki is now famous in school, he is often found to be found and fought, so every time he gets out of class or during his lunch break, he has to find a hidden and safe place to eat, otherwise he will have to face endless challengers. Especially the new boxer Ji Saluo of Ragnarok has been eyeing Kaneki, which makes more people want to win Kaneki and get Ji Saro's appreciation so as to join Ragnarok to be promoted. It can be said that the current Kaneki is like Tang Monk. Meat for the bad people in this area. Hey, why do the top two schoolgirls look at that kind of poor sour boy? Watching the three of them leave, Yamada thought hatefully, although he learned from the collected information that Kaneki was a disciple of Liang Shanbo, but after all, he was just a disciple, although he understood that there seemed to be no relationship between the three of them beyond friendship, but Yamada knew very well that under the long-term contact, it was still very likely that there would be some super friendship relationship, even if it didn't, looking at his target and getting close to other boys. Yamada was also very unhappy. As early as when he formulated the list of raiders, Yamada had already determined that the girls on the list were his own property. Although for Lin Ling and Meiyu, Shin didn't dare to do it, but it's still completely okay to teach Jianyi this kid a lesson, let him know his position, what he shouldn't touch, and stay away from things he shouldn't touch. I didn't know that I was worried about it again, and I said that I was eating a black pot for Lin Ling and Meiyu, and I was feasting. For Ji, I can only eat well at school, and I must be vigilant at all times in Shanbo, and if I am not careful, the food will be snatched away by my own unscrupulous masters, and it is good to be able to eat 6 or 7 points. Sometimes it is good to be able to eat 3 points. This is still the result of a long time of exercising and getting used to it. Like in the first few days, he is often hungry and Meiyu deliberately leaves food to come down, otherwise let alone training, it is good not to starve to death. After school, Meiyu went back with Kaneki as usual, and didn't find an excuse to stay. Lin Ling was going to buy more equipment, and was ready to make her room a perfect studio. The bottom line of the neon market was relatively open. Lin Ling could draw everything she wanted, and many works in this world that were not in the previous life could be used by herself. Fame and fortune. Lin Ling, last time, shouldn't you give me a reply? Just when Lin Ling was about to leave, Yamada this guy came out and blocked Lin Ling's way. It has been a summer vacation since the last confession. Yamada is also very patient, and he has been on a friendly side these days after the start of school, waiting for Lin Ling to take the initiative to reply. If he can't bear it anymore, Yamada will definitely not take the initiative to ask like this. This is the next step for Yamada, but there is no way to do it. Oh, I refuse, and now that you've got an answer, then I've got something to do. Bye-bye. Glancing at Yamada, Lin Ling said bluntly, to be honest, everything in Yamada is very good, and he behaves perfectly in front of girls, and he makes himself a decent gentleman everywhere, and his eloquence is also very good, and he can speak very pleasing words, but it doesn't work for Lin Ling. With this kind of hypocrite, Lin Ling might as well go back to find Liangtai, at least it's simple and not pretentious. Watching Lin Ling go away, Yamada's teeth creaked. It can be said that he has been smooth sailing in his life, and he is also cautiously moving towards his goal, and all aspects of interpersonal relationships are handled perfectly, but now he is deflated by 2 girls. The first is Lin Ling, the second is Mio. Mio is okay, and her performance is more natural. Is a little conservative and doesn't hate himself, but Lin Ling really shows his disgust and disregard for himself, no matter how he behaves. In Lin Ling's eyes, he is like a clown jumping off the beam, which makes Yamada the most popular, but he is helpless, because the other party is a genius monster with the strength of a talent. But after being patient for so long, Yamada is not ready to continue to adopt this gentle strategy. Since the soft one can't be used, you can only use the hard one. There is no girl who is not obedient after her own education 2.0. Yamada is confident that after Lin Ling falls into his hands, he will definitely completely crush her arrogant appearance and tough attitude and let her completely degenerate. Even the slightest self-esteem will crush it, and make her become a who obeys her words. Yamada-sama, do you want someone to do it? In the shadow of the alley, a man in a suit walked out and asked Yamada, who had calmed down his anger. Call over, let him make a move, 30 million compensation, pay a deposit of 3 million first, pay the full amount after the matter is completed, and let him try to bring me people intact to me. Yamada grinned and said. As for Liang Shanbo's anger, Yamada was confident that everything would not be a problem after taking Lin Ling. For this situation, he spent a high price to invite a master-level master to come over, and then Yamada had to wait for him to see Lin Ling in his room tonight. This breath. A master at the master level. Looking at the tall figure leaning against the pillar not far away, Lin Ling frowned, and when she arrived at the realm of a master, there was an inexplicable feeling between each other. Of course, if the other party deliberately hid it, it would not be so easy to find, but now it is obvious that the other party has no intention of hiding, and this strong fighting spirit and hostility are definitely aimed at themselves. Originally, it was rumored that there was a girl who was only 14 years old and cultivated martial arts to the top, and I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect that there was a demon like you. If you were given a few more years to grow, it would be terrible, and I should charge more for the reward this time. Walking towards Lin Ling, the other party quickly stood at a distance of about 3 meters in front of Lin Ling, looked at Lin Ling condescendingly and said, lying on the ground 27 Li Tianmen, entrusted by someone, wants to take you back. It seems that it is impossible to take you away intact. I see. Liang Shanbo Lin Ling, since it is useless to say more, let's see the real chapter under my hands. Looking at each other, Lin Ling was not surprised. Li Tianmen is also a master at the expert level. I remember that he also has a daughter. The father and daughter seem to have joined the dark, in order to earn remuneration to improve their lives, although it seems to be snobbish, but it is not bad to be a person. It is normal for someone to entrust him to make a move, not to mention that they also have such a commission to accept the ghosts, but everyone in Liang Shanbo is to pick it up. Depending on the situation. I don't know what my employer is going to take you back for, but I don't want to do anything to you if I can. Having said that, Li Tianmen also understood that his words were nonsense. After all, the masters all have their own arrogance, and it is impossible to be caught with their hands tied. But looking at Lin Ling, who is the same age as his daughter, Li Tianmen still couldn't help but persuade him. After all, once the masters fight between them, there will be an injury or even pay the price of their lives. Li Tianmen will definitely not be able to take Lin Ling away intact, so it will inevitably be bloody. Each has its own position. I can understand it. Come on. Without using weapons, Lin Ling put on an offensive posture. After advancing, Lin Ling really wanted to see how far his strength had reached. Li Tianmen's realm should be almost at the level of reaching the middle level of a person, but he is a newcomer. The other party must be stronger than himself. But for Lin Ling is a very good opponent. Who wins and who loses between the same realm, the most important thing is to see their understanding and skills of martial arts. So in the face of Li Tianmen, Lin Ling is not without a chance of winning. It's up. With an angry shout, Li Tianmen instantly rushed over with a strong and incomparable momentum, and even a powerful airflow formed around his body, sweeping through like a humanoid tornado. Dance of butterflies. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling jumped directly into the air. Dance fighting skills are known for their speed and agility. For Li Tianmen's attack, naturally they will not be stupid to carry out in place. That is not a strong point. Not to mention that girls are weaker than boys in terms of strength after all, plus the other party is an adult man. Lin Ling is still a minor. Hard fight is a fool. You have nowhere to relay in midair, you can't hide. Looking at the air, Li Tianmen smiled. Although he already had such a high martial arts realm at a young age, he was finally a little girl, and she made a meaningless evasion in a panic. I forgot to mention something, Lin Ling, your attack doesn't work for me. Like a dancing butterfly, under the attack of Li Tianmen's storm, Lin Ling almost unscientifically moved up in a small area in midair. Facing Li Tianmen's fist attack, he couldn't avoid opening his palm by unloading. It's not just the realm, even the martial arts have been practiced so well. Look at you. Looking at Lin Ling's relaxed performance, Li Tianmen immediately changed his way of attacking, turned around, and suddenly jumped into the air. The whole person was like a big bow that was open to the extreme, and his back was facing Lin Ling downwards and crushed it in the way of 1,000 caddies. Although the speed was fast, he couldn't help Lin Ling, and was easily avoided by Lin Ling. It's too slow. Lin Ling was about to taunt the other party, but she was hit in the abdomen with a punch, and the whole person flew out and hit the wall behind her, and a mouthful of blood spit out of her mouth. Lack of practical experience. Little girl, you can't be careless at any time. Lying straight on the ground, his fingers in the shape of a wine glass, Li Tianmen didn't give Lin Ling a chance to breathe. The whole person suddenly rolled up, and rushed towards Lin Ling again with the momentum of crushing everything. I forgot that lying on the ground and drunken boxing are the same kind of kung fu. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, directly turned sideways to avoid the punch that came to the door again. Looking at the broken wall, Lin Ling slid down like a snake, and her slender legs kicked at Li Tianmen's one-legged independent calf. It's too tender, jumped directly on the spot, avoiding Lin Ling's kick. Li Tianmen once again pressed a jack drop against Lin Ling, who happened to be under him. If he was hit this time, Lin Ling's small body would definitely be knocked out directly. Didn't care about any face, quickly rolled a donkey and dodged the attack. Looking at the small humanoid pit that was smashed out of the ground, Lin Ling wiped a cold sweat. Dealing with these old monsters who have been in 100 battles and practiced martial arts for decades, he is indeed too tender. He can't beat Lin Ling with his fists and feet, and he will not be stupid to continue to resist. Without hesitation, he pulled out his own knife, and looked at Li Tianmen, who got up easily. Seriously. Sure enough, you can also do swordsmanship. Little girl, you should understand the truth that you can't chew too much. Your fist and foot attainments are already very good, and then you can put the cart before the horse if you learn swordsmanship. Li Tianmen shook his head in a preachy tone. After all, no matter how demonic the qualifications are, ordinary people have to spend their lives learning a subject. Even if they are more than 540 people who learn too much, they will become a burden and cannot reach the extreme. But unfortunately Lin Ling is an exception. With the system bonus, what kind of genre can be immediately proficient and even become a grandmaster level master? But the use of combat experience and moves still needs to be sharpened by themselves. I'm not your opponent, so I have no choice but to take out my whole cards. After all, I don't want to be captured by you. Lin Ling grinned and said, after this scene, Li Tianmen is no longer hostile to himself, but admires his own appearance, for this compatriot old master, although Lin Ling also admires the other party's strength and kung fu attainments, but he can't lose this battle. Is your whole card swordsmanship? Okay, let me see your so-called swordsmanship, if I can go with me honestly. Li Tianmen put on a defensive posture and proposed. After all, Li Tianmen didn't want to go too far, and if he continued to fight, he might beat Lin Ling to death, so he couldn't make a difference, and Li Tianmen didn't want to be too ruthless with Lin Ling, but if he wasn't ruthless, he couldn't take Lin Ling, so he proposed it like this. I agreed, so be careful, smiled. Lin Ling naturally understood Li Tianmen's kindness, but this trick was used. If the other party could take it down, he would not be able to resist at that time. It was all the same, but this sword, Lin Ling was still very confident that Li Tianmen would not be able to take it. Unlike that time to deal with the fist saint, this time it was a real knife that was opened, and if you were not careful, you would die. Poof. Could this be the secret swordsmanship of the Sword Ghost clan? The invisible magic sword Yunyeo didn't even have time to react. Looking at the wound on his body from his shoulder to his abdomen in shock, Li Tianmen turned around and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Generally speaking, this kind of secret swordsmanship is not something that the Sword Ghost clan cannot learn, and even if it is the Sword Ghost clan, there are only a handful of people who can learn this sword technique, and all of them are peerless geniuses with extraordinary talents. No, it's not Yunyao of the Sword Ghost clan, it's just a degraded version of the most basic killing sword from a certain sword god. Lin Ling replied with a smile, because of the improvement of his strength, this swordsmanship has also improved a lot, especially the speed has increased a lot. If it is the first level, Li Tianmen can at least react, although he can't take it either, but he will not be as passive as he is now. I see, this time I lost, although I didn't notice it, but I can feel it. Your subordinates are merciful, the strength has been reduced a lot when slashing, and there is no attack on my vital point, otherwise it wouldn't be just this level of injury. Li Tianmen sighed and said, there is a feeling that the waves in front of the Yangtze River are pushing the back waves, this kind of secret sword that is extremely fast, unless it is resisted with absolute defensive power or has extreme reaction power and speed, it will definitely not be able to take it down. The victory and defeat have been divided, so don't pass it away, and next time you have the opportunity, ask your seniors for advice. Lin Ling said politely. It was precisely because Li Tianmen was not a bad person that Lin Ling showed mercy. What a funny little girl. But it's a little early for you to go. Li Tianmen ordered a few acupuncture points, stopped the wound, grabbed Lin Ling, and was about to leave. What? Do you regret it? Looking at Li Tianmen in surprise, Lin Ling frowned and said, he looks okay now, but his foundation is very weak. Li Tianmen's injuries are not serious, at least he still has the strength to fight again. If he continues to fight, he will definitely lose. Humph, who are you to be an old man? Because of the kindness of the sword just now, I will return it to you now. Li Tianmen said with a smile, and turned to look at a group of bad people with various weapons who gradually emerged from the surroundings. These garbage are still simple, and the main thing that makes Li Tianmen jealous is another master who has been hiding and observing since just now. There was an ambush. Who the hell is staring at me? Lin Ling said helplessly. Although her body is very weak now, she can still deal with these minions, standing with her sword and leaning back to back with Li Tianmen. Instead of thinking about this, you better think about how to run out. I'm not the only one who came this time. Li Tianmen said that he shouted to the surroundings. It's all this time. You don't need to continue to hide. Shindo Simon. At the front of the crowd, a man dressed in a ninja costume walked out, because he couldn't see his face because he was masked, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed at the level of a human being. Little girl, I'll block the Simon gate, and I'll run away when the war starts later. Now you're in a bad state, don't force it. Li Tianmen opened his posture and said to Lin Ling, who is this guy? There are still ninjas in this era. Looking at Simon who was pretending to be forced, Lin Ling said subconsciously, but soon thought that he was asking very stupidly. There are all martial artists, not to mention ninjas. It is not surprising that there will be genres to inherit the future. This guy belongs to IGA Shinobi now. It's dedicated to serving the rich. Milk is the type of mother, but once you accept the commission, you're absolutely loyal until the mission is completed. Give your own life because the ninja's way of fighting is too weird and cunning. Even I don't want to deal with ninjas. Li Tian said for a moment. Oh, I'm a little embarrassed to be praised like that. Simon touched his head, and then said with a cold smile, but it's just right, Li Tianmen, you are injured, but it also saves me a lot of effort. My commission is to kill you after you successfully win the target. To be honest, I am ready to take my life with this commission, now, hehe. I see, for the sake of secrecy. Li Tianmen was a little surprised, but he was not very surprised. It was normal for black to eat black, and once again gathered momentum, Li Tianmen rushed directly towards Xiuemen. Seeing this, like a fuse that completely detonated the battle, Lin Ling immediately began to break through in the opposite direction. Li Tianmen's kindness could not be disappointed, and now he couldn't help Li Tianmen at all. Fortunately he didn't kill just now, otherwise he would really be taken down by the second wave of ambush. You dragged that girl for me? No matter what the price, when I free my hand, you are all meritorious people, and you know how generous the employer is, and the money will definitely be indispensable to you at that time. Simon shouted at the bad guys, concentrating on dealing with Li Tianmen. Head-on combat is not the style and strength of ninjas. In the face of Li Tianmen's strong attack, he does not directly meet him head-on, but adopts the way of fighting. It will definitely not end for a while, and Simon can only hope that these minions can hold Lin Ling's footsteps for a while, at least until he solves Li Tianmen. Get out of the way. Gather the remaining strength. Lin Ling broke through to the outside, and these minions were cut with the back of a knife, and no one could die, but these bad things were like beating chicken blood. No matter how he beat them down, as long as he could still move, he would rush up one after another, which was annoying, and for a while Lin Ling was really dragged by this group of rabble. Stupid. At this time, don't stick to Liang Shanbo's so-called living fist concept, just cut it with a blade. Looking at Lin Ling's situation, Li Tianmen was suddenly angry. Do you still have the kung fu to care about others at this time? Appeared behind Li Tianmen, Simon sneered, and the small knife in his hand stabbed Li Tianmen in the back of the heart. Don't think, reacted immediately, and directly used his hand to block the stab. Li Tianmen ignored the pierced arm, and the other hand hammered Simon in the abdomen, sending it flying out. It's really a difficult guy, he's injured and still so alive. Rubbing his abdomen, Simon looked at Li Tianmen, who gritted his teeth and pulled out the small knife, and continued to lock himself, and jumped on the roof of the side without hesitation. What's the matter? Are you scared? Simon, you despicable villain. Li Tianmen laughed and said, his current state is not very good, he just holds on to a breath. Once he is discharged, he can't hold it. The most important thing is the poison on the little knife. It is definitely poisonous, although he used internal force to carry it. He couldn't hold it for too long, he just hoped that it would take more time for Lin Ling to escape. Li Tianmen, you don't need me to make a move anymore. Wait for the poison to die. With your current state, you will fall in 10 minutes at most, and I won't do the stupid thing of being counterattacked when you are dying. Simon sneered, and turned towards Lin Ling's side. Well, the phone doesn't work. Meiyu frowned and put down the phone. It was almost time to finish eating, and it had been more than an hour since she came back from school. Although Lin Ling sometimes often played missing, but the call would always be answered, and I originally wanted to ask Lin Ling if she would come back for dinner. Will something happen again? Jianyi walked over and said, after all, there had been a situation last time, and it had to be worried, not to mention that the phone was connected but no one answered, except for encountering any dangerous situation. Jianyi really couldn't think of any other situation that would make Lin Ling not answer the phone. Just in case, let's go out and look for it. Hearing Kaneki say this, Miyu was also worried. Leave this to me. After Lin Ling met the boxer last time, the old man deliberately installed a locator on her hair accessories. Ma Jianxing smiled and touched his mustache and walked over. After all, it is better to take precautions, not to mention that Lin Ling is so talented. The dark side will definitely be interested in Lin Ling, and there is always no harm in guarding against it. Great. Worthy of Master Ma, said Kanyi flatteringly. Smiling at himself, Ma Jianxing immediately took out his 540 mobile phone and began to locate and track Lin Ling, and at this time, Lin Ling's side has entered the end. More than an hour has passed since the beginning of the duel with Li Tianmen, and the battle with Li Tianmen has already made Lin Ling a little exhausted, and finally managed to get rid of this group of rabble, but Xiuemen has gotten rid of Li Tianmen's entanglement and intercepted Lin Ling's way. It's a bunch of crap, but it's more or less working. Looking at the bad guys lying on the ground with disdain, Simon looked at Lin Ling who was barely standing against the wall. Li Tianmen not far away had already sat down, suppressing the poison in his body. There was no way to help Lin Ling, and now the only ones who could still stand were Lin Ling and Simon. Can I ask, who is your employer? Seeing the other party approaching, Lin Ling gulped her breath. The consumption was too great, and it was already at the limit. I'm sorry, it's a secret, but you'll find out soon. After all, my employer's order is for me to take you back. Simon directly stretched out a hand and grabbed Lin Ling. Wow, chka. In an instant, Lin Ling moved, and threw a handful of sand that had just been grabbed from the ground directly at Simon. Although he knew that it was useless, but he always wanted to struggle again. Maybe a miracle would happen, but in the next second, Lin Ling was knocked unconscious, and there was no miracle. What a hot girl, it's a pity. Holding Lin Ling on his shoulder, remembering the temperament of his employer, Simon shook his head and jumped onto the roof, and quickly walked into the distance. Just a few minutes after Simon left, Ma Jianxing brought Kaneki and Mia here, and immediately found Li Tianmen, who was highly poisonous. After all, there is a human life, and judging from the situation, what should be known? Ma Jianxing simply helped Li Tianmen deal with the injuries and poison in his body, and asked Mio to take Li Tianmen back to Kaguya for treatment first, and then took Kaneki to continue to pursue according to the route of positioning. A master chased after him, was followed, and said, "It's really careless." After a while, Simon felt a powerful aura coming from behind. After all, he had one on his body. Lin Ling was not heavy, but it also increased the burden of Simon, dragging down the speed. Without hesitation, Simon shot a number 1 bullet into the air, and then quickly checked the items that Lin Ling was carrying, turned out the locator in the hair ornament and crushed it, and in more than 10 seconds, a relatively ordinary ninja not far away ran over and joined Simon. Lord Shindo? Shima Shinobi Inaino came to listen to the order. Help me take this girl to the Yamada house in District XX, place it in the master bedroom, and then use this and it's none of your business. Handing Lin Ling over to his subordinates, Simon took out a small medicine bottle and commanded, yes. After taking Lin Ling and the medicine bottle, Inano immediately left the place. Watching his subordinates leave, Simon turned around and pulled out the 2 other small knives he wore at his waist, and looked solemnly at Ma Jianxing, who was chasing and landed on the eaves not far from him, and the Kenichi or 2 who barely lost them. Of course, Simon stayed to intercept just to delay the time. According to the rest of the distance, with the speed of his subordinates, the task can be completed in 10 minutes at most, so he can retire as long as he drags on for 10 minutes. It's tricky, I didn't expect it to be a ninja, and you guys are the most annoying guys. Ma Jianxing said with an unhappy face. After all, a profession like a ninja is not to be seen, and the fighting style is also very disgraceful, so it can be said that as long as the task can be achieved, any means will be used. Master of all Heavenly Dynasty boxing techniques, Ma Jianxing? Simon didn't care about Ma Jianxing's disgusted attitude, but said hello very calmly. Kaneki, you chase after it immediately. Lin Ling must have been taken away by another ninja, and I will follow as soon as I solve it. Ignoring Simon's words, Ma Jianxing instructed Kaneki. The locator stopped here. Either Lin Ling was hidden or the locator was destroyed, and from the time the locator stopped, the other party definitely didn't have time to hide Lin Ling, so there is only the second possibility. The locator was discovered, and Lin Ling was taken away by others. Don't think about it. Seeing that Kenichi was about to chase him out, Simon naturally wouldn't let him get his way, and immediately threw out several shuriken towards Kaneki, but the next second he was caught by Ma Jianxing, who suddenly appeared in front of Kenichi, and quickly caught it with his hand. Without saying much, Kaneki immediately sped up and rushed out, and Xiuemin wanted to intercept but was directly locked by Ma Jianxing, and in desperation, he could only concentrate on dealing with Ma Jianxing's attack, and watched Kaneki chase in the direction of his subordinates like this. In this regard, Xiuemin is not very worried. For his subordinates, Xiuemin is still quite confident, and as a ninja, the ability to anti-track is not weak, and a rookie like a disciple will soon be detected and thrown off by the maze that has been arranged. If nothing else, this mission is a success, and now he only needs to drag the strong enemy in front of him for a few minutes. P.S. The old decay is going to be poisoned. Hey, _oh, it's almost time. It's time for me to retreat. It's worthy of Ma Jianxing. The strength is really strong and terrifying. I don't want to be here so early. Finally got rid of Ma Jianxing's attack, Simon did not hesitate to drop 3 smoke bombs, hid his breath and ran away. If he didn't run, he really couldn't run away. He was hit several times in the head-to-head confrontation for so many minutes, and the injury was not light. If it weren't for the ninja's harsh training in endurance and torture and other aspects, I'm afraid he would have fallen by now. Looking at the disappearing Simon gate, Ma Jianxing did not have the intention of entanglement. The top priority was to catch up with Jianyi Lin Ling first, and quickly rushed towards the direction of Jianyi. Because he was delayed for a few minutes, he could no longer see Jianyi's figure. Ma Jianxing had already been prepared, took out his mobile phone and clicked skillfully, and called up the position of Jianyi. No way, this is also just in case. I am afraid that when this disciple of Jianyi can't bear the devil's training and wants to escape, he can catch it back in time. After all, Jianyi has several previous convictions. Stop. On the other side, Kaneki had already seen the dog running on the roof carrying Lin Ling in the distance, and suddenly his spirits lifted and he sped up his speed, but the other party also accelerated immediately after discovering Kaneki, and the speed is a strength for ninjas, although carrying people, but it is not a disciple like Kaneki who can easily catch up, and it is very good to be able to barely keep up with him. What a tough little ghost. After going around several times to see that he didn't get rid of the one, Inano is also in a hurry. The employer's task is to bring the person before he goes back to the room to rest tonight. Once the specified time limit is exceeded, even if the person is successfully brought back, it is a task failure for the ninja, and it is inevitable that he will be punished by the top when the time comes. For the ninja who makes a mistake, the punishment in the organization is very heavy, and Inano does not want to experience it again. As soon as he thought of the scene where he had made a small mistake and was punished, Inano shuddered and decisively jumped off the roof and entered the dark alley. Facing the miscellaneous alley road, Inano skillfully ran towards the inner path. This area has long been figured out by them. All kinds of routes and entrances and exits are clearly remembered. For the first time to enter it is like a maze. To get rid of the tracking enemy is the best terrain. In a few seconds, Kaneki finally chased after him, jumped into the alley without hesitation, but was immediately dumbfounded. There were 3 forks in the road in front of him, and which way the enemy went, he didn't know at all. One of the 3, a 1/3 probability to choose which way the other party escaped. For a while, Kanyi had some planning. Once he chose the wrong one, he would be completely lost, and in the few seconds that Kanyi hesitated, Ma Jianxing arrived, and the strength of the senior level of the master broke out faster than the car moving at full speed. Master Ma, I'm sorry I lost it. Looking at Ma Jianxing, who fell beside him, Jianyi said a little depressed. Well, the other party is really doing a good job. This kind of alley road is the same as a maze. If you are not familiar with it, you will really get lost, but the traces are still there. It should be because there is no time to erase it. Canon, follow me. Ma Jianxing looked around and said with a smile, because of the inaccessibility, the alley naturally looks dirty. By the moonlight, Ma Jianxing took Kaneki to chase towards the fork on the left, and there are some traces of people walking on the dirty ground, but this fork in the road has left a little sharp mark, which is formed by the ninja hurrying on tiptoe, plus carrying Lin Ling's body as light as a swallow to cover up the mark will be left. For these simple tracking knowledge, Ma Jianxing did not forget to solve it while chasing. After all, these things will be in contact with one in the future. A few minutes later, the two stopped in the residential area of one, and there were no traces and figures left by each other here. Just when Jian Yi was looking forward to looking at the horse, Ma Jianxing directly grabbed Jian Yi and jumped on the eaves, because the terrain is relatively low, so the easiest way is to go to a high place. Jian Yi's current strength is still too low, different, occupying the top of the highest building. Ma Jianxing directly glanced around, and soon found that this area had been left in the distance, entering another villa area known as the rich area, and then stopped in a mansion with the largest area, and jumped into the department with Lin Ling on his shoulder. Found it, Kanyi, follow me. It seems that there is the destination. Ma Jianxing grabbed Kanyi and rushed out with a flying stride. The speed of Kanyi is too slow. There is no way, the master can only run away. After all, time is pressing. If you are slower, something may happen. Asking for flowers 0. At this time, in the master bedroom of the mansion, Inanno put down Lin Ling and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately there was no time out, and it seemed that he had already got rid of the difficult imp, and then according to the instructions of Lord Xintang, he gave the medicine to people, and he could go back to the business after completing this task. Thinking of this, Inanno took out the medicine bottle given by Simon from his arms, opened the stopper, poured out a black pill, pinched Lin Ling's chin and opened his teeth, put the pill in, and after doing all this, Inanno walked out of the door and went back to his life with complete confidence. 0. Bell bell bell. It's me, how's it going? Said Yamada, who was eating with 2 beautiful girls, taking the phone from a maid. The task has been completed, and the rest of the reward is directly transferred to my account, and the deal ends here. A gloomy voice came. Very well, the pay is not a problem, I'll have someone call you right away. Hanging up the phone, Yamada showed an evil smile excitedly, looking at the sumptuous dinner and didn't bother to continue eating. Anyway, it was almost the same. Quickly let someone go to pay and then walked towards the master bedroom. On the other side, the IGA branch, a classical Japanese-style compound. After listening to the report of his subordinates that he had received the final payment, Simon hurriedly went back to his secret room to heal, and it was better to take less of this kind of work in the future, although the rich is the uncle, but it also depends on the object of the task. Liang Shanbo must not be easy to mess with. After all, where is the strongest name for so many years, even if there are related tasks in the future, the price must be increased. This time it is a little less. Yamada? I don't think I've heard this last name before. Looking at the door number, Kaneki frowned. Don't think about it so much. 1 and 1, let's go first. Ma Jianxing grabbed Jian Yi again and climbed over the wall, although he did not find the aura of a master in this mansion, but he must be cautious. Maybe there will be any unexpected dangers. If he is too careless, he will overturn. In short, there is no harm in being careful. Ding, because the host enters the XXOO condition, the thin illusion is turned on by default. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, teacher-student love, get the reward, the secret sword, Yanhui. Ding. And the friendship of the one successfully reached 80, the love for the host, the opening of the strategy route, the complete strategy of the one, so that its friendship reached 100, the completion of the reward is a broken pill, failure penalty, none. Ding. Open trial mission 1, give IGA a lesson, pick out at least 3 of IGA's headquarters scattered throughout the country and hidden in the mountains and forests, and complete the second trial mission, failure punishment, none. Got up early in the morning. Lin Ling listened to the prompts of the system, stretched comfortably, and looked at her bare body. Lin Ling realized something. She only remembered being knocked unconscious, and then woke up, that's it, and quickly looked at the surrounding environment. It was in Liang Shanbo, so he should be saved, but why is it sticky? And this afterglow in the body is so familiar. He immediately opened his legs. Lin Ling touched it directly, found no abnormality, and then pulled it away, stretched out a finger, and then a puddle of nutrition express line flowed out of it. A scream resounded throughout Liang Shanbo. A figure flashed. Shi Yu appeared in Lin Ling's room, and then quickly kicked at the door, blocking the other people who came out of the door. Lin Ling is still naked. If they are come in by old man Ma, they will be seen. After a while, sat down in the conference room, all the experts of Liang Shanbo gathered here, because this kind of thing is more troublesome, so the elder took the lead and briefly explained it to Lin Ling, and then asked the 2 medical authorities, Ma Jianxing and Qiu Yu, to explain the reason to Lin Ling, and after knowing what happened, Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the task was reached so quickly. It turned out to be done by both, and I thought it was because Yamada got it, which can be regarded as a coincidence. Lin Ling, after all, the one is to save you, and there is no way to do it if time is pressing. For our sake, let's open the net. Looking at the silent Lin Ling, Ma Jianxing took the lead in speaking. After all, no matter what the reason for this kind of thing, it is very harmful to girls, and it is rare for Jianyi to be a good disciple that they recognize. It would be a pity if he was abolished by Lin Ling. Yes, and this is also forced by us. There is no way, if you want to make amends, as long as we can. Lin Ling, you can command. The rebel ghost also began to speak. A group of people chattered endlessly. They were all talking to Kaneki, and as for the meeting, it was also for Meiyu and Kaneki to avoid Lin Ling. After all, everyone understood the relationship between the three, and the most important thing was that Lin Ling was afraid that Lin Ling would cut Kanei in anger. I understand, you don't need to say more. It's good that this didn't happen. Lin Ling opened her mouth with a forced smile on her face. No matter what, acting always has to play a full set. This self-retreat can get the greatest benefit. Not only will it make the experts feel guilty and owe themselves favors, but it can also make Kaneki feel sorry for himself. It's really a strong child, but I can't be sorry for Lin Ling. I have to let Jianyi be responsible. Anyway, the age difference between the two is only 1 year old. As for Lin Ling's side, let Lin Ling choose it herself. After Lin Ling, who looked like she was fine, left the conference room, the elder clapped at the others. As for the elder's proposal, everyone didn't think that this was already the best result. As for the idea of oneness, was directly ignored by everyone, and in everyone's opinion, Lin Ling's appearance or figure, as well as martial arts and wisdom are the best choice, and only 14. There is still a lot of potential and room for development, and in the future, she will definitely be a martial arts master with a national color and fragrance, so a goddess-level girl gives Jianyi they still feel ruined. Generally speaking, it feels like a good cabbage was arched by a pig, although it was instigated by them, but in that case, there is no suitable candidate except for Jianyi. How old are several old men, and they will be punished by God if they eat tender grass, and they will not be able to pass morally and conscience. By the way, everyone, before the meeting ends, there is one more thing, that is, after 12 o'clock tonight, come to the hall to gather, and the account on IGA's side must be settled. As everyone got up, the elder suddenly spoke again. It's very good to kill chickens and monkeys, elder. IGA's group of guys have indeed become more and more arrogant over the years, and they have to kill their arrogance. Qiu Yu touched his chin and smiled. Indeed, this time it was too much. According to IGA's intelligence, it should be clear that Lin Ling is our Liang Shanbo person, and he dares to make a move, and he must not let them go easily. Ma Jianxing also agreed and said, and the others also had the same expression. They didn't care much about Liang Shanbo's strongest name, but if they wanted to move their family, then they would have crossed the line. If it wasn't for the secret relationship with the boxing saint last time, they would have gone to find the boxing saint for education work, but everyone has this account in mind, and if they don't move now, it doesn't mean that they won't move in the future. In the courtyard, Kaneki is practicing independently, probably because of the consumption of too much last night plus lack of sleep. The practice is weak, plus there is no master present. Kaneki is about to doze off. There's no energy at all. Meiyu, who was drying clothes on the side, looked very worried. It's just that Meiyu didn't know the situation last night. For this situation of Ji subconsciously thought it was caused by the group of masters who practiced too much when preparing lunch. I had to talk to those training maniacs. Lin Ling, are you okay? Meiyu just put down the basket where the clothes were put. Lise looked at Lin Ling, who appeared in the aisle, and greeted with a smile, although she didn't know the situation last night, but Meiyu knew that Lin Ling was attacked again. It's okay, I'll take a look at Kenichi. Lin Ling smiled and walked towards Kaneki, who was suddenly in high spirits and was in full swing of cultivation. Well, you're almost done, let's go around the city 3 times. A cold sweat broke out involuntarily, and he was full of nervousness and said to himself, as if he was deliberately saying it to others, he was about to pull the tire and escape, but Lin Ling intercepted the way first. Master Linear. Morning. The weather is nice. Don't give me sloppy eyes, come with me, I have something to say. Grabbing Kaneki's collar, Lin Ling directly dragged and pulled the bitter gourd face, and then walked towards his room with a deadly expression. Master, looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Kaneki felt that his whole brain had turned into mush, but he originally thought that he would be questioned by Xingxi and then be punished by various kitchen knives. But what surprised Kanyi was that Lin Ling didn't mean to be angry, but instead pulled himself to play a wave of kiss in the corner, because he was too surprised and didn't have an aftertaste, although Kaneki wanted to taste it again, but he didn't dare to say it, mainly because he didn't have the guts. Okay, it's okay, you can continue exercising. Lin Ling waved her hand and received the reward for the follow-up task. Lin Ling went back to the room, and the main thing to find Jianyi was to give a kiss, and then complete the task, and it was naturally useless when it was over. Yes, I don't know why Kaneki always feels like he's been abandoned. Obviously, there's already a substantial development, but now that I think about it, I seem to have done something illegal, molestation lorry or something. I really feel a little panicked when I think of it. A few days passed in a flash, and the matter between the two seemed to have passed like this. Lin Ling was still the same as usual, and Kanyi also returned to his original life, and others did not mean to revisit this matter. And today, when Kanyi finished his training and went back to his room to rest, the elders gathered the experts in the conference room. Is it going to begin? Qiu Yu was the first to ask. Well, it's okay to teach each other a little lesson, and everyone can stop at 540. Touching his beard, the elder said with a smile. Then, according to the plan, it will be divided into 3 groups, and the elder will have no problem alone, right? Qiuyu nodded and took out a plan that had already been made. Without further ado, let's go. With a wave of his hand, the elder stood up and said directly. The elder acts alone, and the others are divided into 2 groups to act. The goal is very simple, that is, to first pull out IGA's several branches in this city. As for the headquarters, the elders will personally come to the door to chat with IGA's Shang Ninja. No need Lin Ling and them to worry. The top monsters in the whole world that can match the elders can be counted with one palm, which does not include IGA's ninjas. To the realm of elders, the number has no effect, unless it is the country's army or an unimaginable number of consumption. Otherwise there is nothing that can threaten the elders. This time, Lin Ling doesn't need to think about it much. Qiuyu has already done everything. Just follow along. Lin Ling and Qiuyu are in a group, and the other group is the Reverse Ghost, Apache, and Majian. Everyone only has one time in the evening. After all, they can't delay the training of the next day. The elder is fine. There are always several days a month when he is not at home, so the IGA headquarters will have an elder personally go over. Originally, Lin Ling thought that it would be quite difficult, but unexpectedly, all the surrounding branches were uprooted and no powerful guys were found. All of them were minions-level shinobi stationed. It seemed that IGA had guessed Liang Shanbo's revenge, and almost no resistance was encountered all the way to the past. This situation really made people feel a sense of powerlessness to punch the cotton, and a good revenge action was not interesting at all. Really, it's still so ghostly. The elders over there at the headquarters should bring a lot of surprises to IGA. Cross the map, the last branch is done. Qiuyudeo, their task has been completed, and the next thing is to wait for the elders' news. Back to Liang Shanbo, the department has completed more than a dozen branches of IGA in this city all night. Lin Ling went back to the room for the first time, checked the next task. The number of branches has reached the standard, just the headquarters, and when the elders get it, their tasks should be completed at the same time. There is a group of god teammates. Is this good? Everything will be much easier. What's going on? After returning to the room, Lin Ling felt a little dizzy in her head, and she fell directly to the ground unsteadily. Colorless and tasteless ecstasy incense. It's really a little less. The materials are difficult to collect now. Really, that old monster really dares to mess around. On the ceiling, a figure fell silently, directly carrying Lin Ling and jumping out of the window, quickly leaving the range of Liang Shanbo. Qiuyu, do you feel anything wrong? Ma Jianxing, who was studying the newly bought H magazine, suddenly looked up. What, do you feel something? Qiuyu turned and said, because there has been a lot of progress in Kaneki recently, and the Tao, CHCA, tools also need to be remade, and now Qiuyu is carving a new Jizo Bodhisattva. Well, it's probably a delusion. Shaking his head, he didn't feel anything wrong, and Ma Jianxing also said with some uncertainty, it's almost time, rebel, go and wake up Kaneki. Nodding, Qiuyu shouted to the rebel who started drinking as soon as he came back. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was time for the exercise to start. Of course, in order to ensure that Jianyi had enough rest time, he would still give Jianyi a full 6 hours of sleep. For Jianyi's daily arrangement, Qiuyu was very properly arranged, and every minute and second was strictly controlled. Good. Put down the wine bottle, go upstairs against the ghost, and wake up the sleeping Kaneki every day, which is also a good entertainment for them. At this time, in the hidden basement in the suburbs, Lin Ling was put down, and the 3 ninjas greeted him, and they all knelt down and said to the ninjas who had kidnapped Lin Ling, Lord Tianma, you are back. Well, has the headquarters been transferred? Nodding, Tianma asked his subordinates. It's all been transferred, and the old monster will probably have to pounce on it. The ninja on the left replied. That's good. The most troublesome thing is to deal with that guy. Because of that old guy, we have moved the headquarters twice. If it weren't for the collection room where the secret tome and scrolls are designed to be mobile, it really won't be too late to transfer quickly. Relieved, Tianma sat down directly, looked at the floor, opened a dark box, and took out a package from it to urge it back. Lord Tianma, didn't that girl get more and more angry with Liang Shanbo when she was taken over? After all, Tianma is the current leader of IGA, Shangnan. As a ninja, the orders and tasks are absolute, but when I think of the consequences of stumbling with Liang Shanbo, it makes people shudder. Don't look at Liang Shanbo, there are so many masters, but all of them are monster-level masters. In addition to this, each of them has their own connections and forces, not just as simple as it seems on the surface. For example, Ma Jianxing has disciples and sects all over the country. As long as he is willing, he can casually pull out a team of tens of thousands of warriors, not to mention others. This group of people is very likely to work together even if there is a change of dynasty. Because of these various reasons, Liang Shanbo's strongest name can no one shake it. Even as the only one who can match the darkness, he doesn't dare to be tough with Liang Shanbo at will. It's okay, there has been news from the Steel Bone. Dark has reached an alliance with our IGA. Don't be afraid of Liang Shanbo. We are all hidden during this time. Don't let Liang Shanbo catch the tail. As for this girl, it is a meeting gift for Dark. Tianma smiled and waved his hand. I see, my lord is wise. Hearing Tianma's answer, the 3 of them had no worries. As for the next thing, naturally there were high-level decisions, and they could honestly obey orders from their subordinates. _U3, are you doing something for me again? As soon as he entered the basement, Tianma frowned, although the basement looked the same as when he left, but the smell that still remained in the air had not completely dissipated, not to mention the strange expressions on the faces of the two guys, and as Tianma expected, for Tianma's interrogation, the two wanted to hide it at first, but soon revealed it all. Looking at the two helplessly, Gastrodaya entered the room to visit the Black Wolf who was still unconscious. Since he did something wrong, he should still be punished, but in view of the current situation of the Black Wolf, the punishment will be pressed first and then executed. Now the day is going to take Linling out to do something. In order to avoid Linling's resistance, Gastrodaya continued to use drugs to make Linling lose the ability to resist, and he could have simply unloaded Ling's limbs, but it was more troublesome to do that, and it was more sincere to hand it over to the dark treatment intact. Anyway, when the time came, the person handed it over. His goal was achieved, and he didn't do anything about himself later. Still tied, but this time it was a normal binding, and then the eyes were blindfolded with a black cloth. Linling was carried out of the basement directly by Gastrodaya, and moved quickly. Because the eyes were blindfolded, Linling couldn't know the route, so she could only honestly wait for Gastrodaya to stop, but it was unexpectedly fast. More than 10 minutes later, Gastrodaya stopped. Linling was also put down, and then a voice of Linling's somewhat familiar words sounded in her ears. Linling, how do you feel about meeting for the second time? The blindfolded black cloth was removed. Linling slightly adapted to the somewhat dazzling light, and turned to look at the figure in front of him. It was the boxing saint who had not been seen for a long time, and there seemed to be no one else present other than that. Lord Boxing, Linling of Liangshanbo has been brought to you in good condition as promised, so is it time to fulfill the promise you secretly promised to us, IGA? Tianma interjected directly and said, no matter whether the two knew each other or had anything to say, the purpose of his visit this time must be answered first. Well, you IGA can join us in the dark. As for trivial matters such as the covenant, you go find that little ghost. This part is not my responsibility. The Fist Saint shrugged his shoulders and said, with a nonchalant attitude. For the appearance of the boxer, Tianma is not angry. Everything is focused on the overall situation, no matter what. First, according to what the boxer said, talk to that little ghost. It stands to reason that the dark should not play them IGA, whether it is power or intelligence, etc. IGA can bring great benefits and advantages to the dark, and no one with a little brain should refuse IGA's surrender. Then I'll take my leave, Lord Fist. Bowing slightly, Tianma said hello and left. Since there was nothing to do, he didn't bother to stay here longer. All I secretly want is a hungry wolf with a loyal dog in the pie. Sneered at the distant Gastrodaya, IGA's surrender, the dark will naturally not refuse, but Gastrodaya, this IGA is a little uninteresting. If there is not enough strength and power that people pay attention to, the morning will be completely swallowed up by the darkness. The boxer saint only needs to be good. Anyway, this time he took the initiative to come out for Linling. No matter what. 14 The master is too surprised if he can be included in the command to exercise and control. The boxer believes that in less than 20 years, he will definitely be able to cultivate a monster that is more terrifying than the old monster in Liangshanbo. Let's go, little one. It may seem uncomfortable to see how you are now, but it will soon put you at ease. The boxer looked at Linling, who was silent and expressionless, grabbed Linling with one hand and clamped it under his armpit, jumped into the air with a swift footstep, landed on the top of a big tree, and stopped walking towards the seaside not far away. Not long after, as the Fist Saint took Linling to a remote reef area on the coast, a huge ship was already moored here, and with Linling jumping again, the Fist Saint came to the deck and walked towards the inside of the ship with Linling. This ship is the base camp of the Fist Saint's transfer. After locking Linling in a cabin, the Fist Saint left directly, and before leaving, Linling untied Linling's body quite untiringly. Moved the lower body, although it was still very weak because of the drug, but it was still okay to walk around, looking out the window as if it was starting to set sail. Linling had no intention of escaping. Let it be safe if it came. First cultivate the body to recover the physical strength. It was very uncomfortable to be tied up these days, and the body felt rusty. Time flies. For several days, there is no problem with Linling's diet and daily life. There will be someone to send it, and if you are bored, you can ask someone to send some books or other things to solve it. But the main owner of the boxing saint has not appeared for a long time. In this regard, Linling is still very calm to live her own life. In comparison, Liangshanbo on the other side is all dispatched these days. Because the exercise of the one can't be left behind, so everyone went out to search in batches, and launched their respective forces to find Linling's news, but unfortunately there was no good news. The only clue is to know that it was Linling who was robbed by IGA leader Tianma, but now IGA is all hidden, and Tianma itself is wandering everywhere in an uncertain manner, and it is really difficult to find each other. Because of Linling, it has also caused the atmosphere of Liangshanbo to become a little quiet, and there is no such limited and lively feeling as in the past. In the afternoon of half a month, when Linling looked at the island not far away outside the window, there was a sound of the door being opened behind him, and the Fist Saint finally appeared again. It seems that you are doing well, Lin Ling. I won't say much else. Give you two choices. First, join the dark and become my disciple. The first, please. Second, I don't need to say more. Although it is easier to kill you, but I will control you. Then you will become a puppet in my hands. If you can, I hope you can choose the first one. After all, if you become a puppet, it will waste your talent. Okay, now give you 10 minutes to think about it. Tell me your choice. Looking at the boxer who sat down and waited for his reply, Lin Ling fell into thought. Although the weapon on his body was taken away, but his fist and foot kung fu is the most important means. No weapon is just no whole card. Not to mention that his current strength is not weaker than that of the boxing saint. Plus the pampered and excellent in the past half a month. He has fully recovered. If he wants to run, Lin Ling still has a lot of certainty. But what makes Lin Ling worry is that the place where he is now is there, in addition to the boxing saint, whether there are other masters in it. Once he fails, he has no choice. Is there no third way to choose? Rubbing his forehead, Lin Ling had a headache. In fact, Dark and Liang Shanbo just had different positions, and there were two different forces because of their respective beliefs. But compared to Liang Shanbo, who was indifferent to fame and fortune, he secretly valued fame and fortune, and he also wanted to rule the world, and he did not taboo killing. And Lin Ling didn't say much about the concept and other aspects. Each had his own ideas, and who was right and who was wrong could not be determined. It's just that Lin Ling feels a little speechless about the extreme ambition of the middle two. This group of dark people who have obviously controlled half of the martial arts, and countless big forces with countless masters will have the ambition to rule the world, regardless of whether the dark can do it or not. Even if it is done, how to manage it is also a big problem. All factors must be taken into account. It is very troublesome to govern a country alone, not to mention the whole world. I want to think about it, but Lin Ling is too lazy to say it. Anyway, it will be a matter of the future. When the time comes, tell me your 540 reply. Leaning against the wall, he stood up straight, and the fist saint came to Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling condescendingly and urging. Then I choose the first one. Lin Ling said, no way, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. In short, let's make a mistake first, and when we figure out the other party's routine, it's good to find a chance to slip away. Very good, those who know the times are Genja. Nodding, the boxer smiled, but it was not so easy to believe Lin Ling's words. At the signal of the boxing saint, a man who was tied and wearing a black hood was brought in by two subordinates, pointing to the unknown man who was pressed and kneeling on the ground. The boxing saint continued to Lin Ling, no matter how there will always be some guys who eat inside and out. As proof of Lin Ling's determination to join, this traitor will be killed by you. Although he knew that the boxer would not believe his words so simply, Lin Ling was still quite surprised that the boxer would use this way to prove that Lin Ling didn't have a trace of disgust and discomfort for killing someone or something. But if he really killed the man, I am afraid that he would really not be able to go back. This is a difficult choice question. Just when Lin Ling hesitated, the system's long-lost prompt sounded again. Ding! The camp is reselected, whether to kill the man in front of you to join the dark camp. Listening to the prompts of the system, Lin Ling immediately didn't dare to make a decision. Not to mention the rest, Lin Ling knows very well that it is the system that can decide everything, and now once the choice is made, it is difficult to predict what the system will give itself. Don't you still make a choice, Lin Ling, or is what you just said fake? The fist saint frowned and urged Kui to Lin Ling. Can you give me a little time to think about it? Lin Ling asked weakly, but looking at the impatient face of the fist saint, Lin Ling understood that it was impossible, unless there was. Lin Ling could only come out of a choice now, either life or death. It was as simple as that. It had nothing to do with forces or anything else. It was currently his own life. Stretching out his hand, Lin Ling walked up to the man, looked at Lin Ling's actions, smiled, took a small dagger from his subordinates and handed it to Lin Ling, then took 2 steps back, waiting for Lin Ling to execute the rebel, and looking at the man in front of him, Lin Ling sighed, could only say sorry silently in his heart, picked up the dagger in his hand and slashed at the man's throat. No matter what, his life is the first place. And at the moment when Lin Ling cut the man's throat, the picture in front of her suddenly changed. Lin Ling felt that the sky was spinning, and then the system's crazy alarm sounded. Ding! Confusion occurred. The route was forcibly changed. The plot went wrong. Mission collapse. Reloading. What's going on? AHH. Ding! Immediately transfer. Punishment mission change. System reload. Panel remodeling. With the system's hurried words, Lin Ling's body quickly turned into a point of light and dissipated, and in the next second, Lin Ling's people had already appeared in a gloomy primeval forest. Ding! The host memory is unsealed, the ability returns, the system is patched and upgraded, and all functions and pages are temporarily closed. Ding! 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 The world is a chaotic world, and the only collection task is released. Materials: 10 copies of the essence of ghosts, 10 copies of the essence of gods, 10 copies of the essence of people, and a special gift package of the system is successfully obtained. And the penalty for failure? None. Time limit? None. As the system's words ended, she soon fell into a complete silence, and Lin Ling, who was in a coma, opened her eyes for a while, feeling her original strength and memory. Lin Ling smiled happily. Is this a blessing in disguise? As for what essence tasks are released by the system, Lin Ling is too lazy to get them. And what essence, I always feel that it is not something easy to get, and my current strength is completely enough to be free in the world. But now let's check what kind of world this world is. It is best to be a modern world, otherwise it will be too boring. Of course, if it is a magical or fantasy world, it seems to be good. Touching his long silver-white hair, Lin Ling put away his beast ears and tail, and flew directly into the sky, looking at a forest area with a face from below, but not far from the edge. Lin Ling saw the building of a human village, and what made Lin Ling depressed was that there was a holy aura in the village, although the breath felt that the strength of the other party was not very good, and it could even be said to be low, but for some reason, Lin Ling actually felt a trace of threat, and it seemed that the other party was not suitable for a simple character. I'll go, isn't this guy milky? This shame is a great shame in reality, and I can only understand how majestic it is. On the big tree more than 10 miles away from the other party's team, Lin Ling is here to investigate the enemy's situation this time, and in less than 3 days, the other party has sent a team to crusade against Jutan. If it is an ordinary civilian who is missing, it is estimated that the other party is too lazy to care about Jutan here. This is an era of aristocratic supremacy. Lin Ling, who feels that the history is a little crooked, is most concerned about the man dressed as an onmyoji in the team. The strength of Yuan Leiguang and his party is not strong. Lin Ling has already felt it. At most, it is a human powerhouse, not as powerful as the general spiritual ability. Not to be afraid, the strength of the onmyoji man is very strong, but it is still worse than the wine swallow. For example, the strength of the wine swallow is already at the top of the mortal pyramid. Then this Yin and Yang 540, the division is in the position of the second layer, and this group of people will be wiped out by the wine swallowing group in minutes with the wine swallow, but the main means of the onmyoji division is still to restrain the spells and style gods of the monsters, before the other party does not show the means. It is better to be careful. The province overturned in the gutter and cried, and there is a sacred breath in the team that makes me feel a sense of crisis. It is estimated that it is something like an artifact. Looking at the speed of the other party, it will take a day or two to reach the castle where Jutan is. When Lin Ling was about to leave, a ghost claw suddenly extended from behind, stabbing at the back of his heart. The moment the other party revealed his breath, Lin Ling felt it, and deftly jumped to avoid the attack, and turned around in the air to look. A very heroic and tall ghost god was staring at him. Shikami. Feeling the wonderful aura carried by the other party, although it was the same ghost species as the wine swallow, but there was also a mysterious smell of the onmyoji. Lin Ling immediately understood the other party's current identity, a ghost god who was subdued by the onmyoji, which is what people commonly call the Shikami. Fox monsters? The old man's senses are still so keen, but depending on the situation, it will be a tough battle. After looking at Lin Ling, the other party said with a solemn expression, although he is very confident in his own strength, he is not a brainless fool. He understands that the monster in front of him is not a simple commodity. I am afraid that it is the most powerful one he has encountered among the ghosts he has eliminated in his life, so powerful that he is not sure that he can win, but when he thinks of his master's ability, he has a little more confidence in his heart. It's really familiar to you. Report your name, nameless ghost, and god. Lin Ling looked at the other party and said with a smile, the other party seems to have seen this image somewhere, but he can't remember it. The ghost is Uncle Ben, the former ghost. What about you, Fox? Said the former ghost with a proud face. If I don't tell you, let's go. Lin Ling grinned, turned around and ran directly. It was better not to mess around. As soon as she heard the other party call herself a former ghost, Lin Ling knew the identity of the onmyoji, the old man of the two ghosts and gods before and after the ghost. It is rumored that he is as famous as Qingming the big onmyoji. It feels a little confused. It stands to reason that this point in time is a little wrong, but when I think of the world is mixed, Lin Ling is also relieved. Maybe there will be some familiar characters in the future. Lord Xiaojiao, what's wrong? Asked the man, looking at the onmyoji who had stopped. I've encountered a powerful enemy. Judging from the information fed back by Shishin, it's the right-hand man of the wine swallow, and the fox demon is undoubtedly there. You guys go first, and you can enter according to the plan. With a wave of his hand, Xiaojiao played a spell again, and the whole person also rose into the air, heading towards Lin Ling. Lord Minamoto Yorimitsu, what should I do? Go on, we have the east given by the gods, and we will definitely be able to subdue that evil spirit. Go. Yes. At this time, in midair, Lin Ling was intercepted by an enchantment. A ghost who looked relatively young and weak, but had the same breath as the previous ghost, was floating in the air, and the surrounding area was directly blocked by the open enchantment. And then, the former ghost also caught up, and directly encircled Lin Ling's way one after the other. Really, it looks like I've only done one time. Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at the two ghosts and gods, although the strength is good, but it is not in his eyes. But maybe the old man of the onmyoji who flew in the distance still has any whole cards that have not come out, and he must fight quickly, and Yuan Leiguang has continued to go towards the castle of Jutan. If he doesn't hurry, I'm afraid Jutan will follow the old road of legend. This breath is so strong. And I didn't feel the evil demonic aura. Could it be that you, the fox demon, had already stepped into the immortal gate? Just as Lin Ling was about to make a move, Xiaojiao suddenly accelerated into the battlefield. What's the matter? What's the matter? If you want to fight, hurry up, I don't have the time to accompany you to grind foreign workers. Lin Ling sneered. No matter what, Jutun is a ghost that she recognizes, even if she does something hurtful or heinous, she doesn't do anything for herself, she only recognizes her as a ghost. It seems that it is useless to say more. In this case, for the sake of you who have entered the Immortal Gate, as a punishment for aiding and abetting, the old man will seal you for 1,000 years to set an example. In an instant, with the completion of the seal of the small horn, the breath of the two ghosts and gods skyrocketed a lot, although it was not as good as the strength of the wine swallow, but it was not too much different. It was estimated that it was a secret method to temporarily improve the ghosts and gods, but it was still not enough for Lin Ling. 9 fox tails emerged from behind, and a large number of elemental attacks bombarded directly at the enchantment like a map cannon. Rear ghost, remove the enchantment, you can't stop it. Looking at this scene, Xiao Jiao was shocked, originally thought that it was just a 2.0 fox demon who had taken half a step of good luck to advance to the fairy gate, but he didn't expect it to be a 9-tailed white fox. This kind of monster has appeared once or twice since ancient times, and no one can kill it at all, so he can only choose to seal, and the neon killing stone is the evil thing that appeared after the Yuzeo was divided and sealed. However, the words of the service Xiao Jiao were slow after all, and a large number of attacks broke the enchantment in less than a second, and then poured directly on the back ghost, and the castration fell to the ground unabated, and the lush forest was directly opened out of a vacuum, and the service Xiao Jiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which was the backlash suffered by the shishin after it was broken, but it was not serious, and what made the service Xiao Jiao distressed was the condition of the rear ghost, which was already close to death, and it was only after such a while, his trump card was played like this, and the service Xiao Jiao regretted agreeing to King Ming's request to come over. There's no way, that's the only way to do it. With his hands folded, Gong Xiao Jiao directly emitted an incomprehensible timbre, and Lin Ling, who originally wanted to take advantage of the victory to chase and directly wipe out the 3 guys who were in the way, suddenly couldn't help but be shocked, and his whole body paused for a second, and in just such a second, the back ghost in the pit and the front ghost in the air turned into 2 streamers, one blue and one red, and flew directly towards Ji Xiao Jiao. The 2 powerful forces quickly fused together, and then connected perfectly with the servant Xiao Jiao, and the powerful energy that erupted at this moment directly made Lin Ling also feel a trace of threat. This ability has gone beyond the boundaries of mortals, and has stepped into the level of immortals, but this kind of trick will definitely not last, and Lin Ling is confident that his strength is not worse than the other party's current state, who wins and who loses, but the only worry is that if the time is delayed for a long time, it will lead to an accident on the side of Ju Swallow. Fighting ghosts and gods. The 2 ghosts fused into a ghost god with the image of a former ghost, and it didn't look like much changed, but the overflowing energy was extremely strong. If this strength was a quick battle, it would probably not be a problem to suppress the wine swallow head-on, but it was still a little short to win Lin Ling. 9-colored red lotus. Stretching out 9 tails 27 bar, as Lin Ling drank lightly, the 9 elements fused and transformed into colorful lotus flowers in front of him, although they are all basic elements, but they can be combined in a kaleidoscopic way. After all, everything in the world is composed of the most basic elements. In Lin Ling's view, this basic talent set may be the most valuable ability in the system. If you are obsessed with those more advanced talents, you may lose the possibility of innovation and discovering the mystery of this basic element, which is also thanks to these years of learning from time to time with Jutun, so that Lin Ling has developed a lot of new tricks, and the fusion of various combination elements is not much worse than those advanced tricks. This kind of 9-element fusion is Lin Ling's most powerful move, which is to quickly eliminate the enemy in front of him in one fell swoop, so as to save Ju Swallow. You're going to go all out? Got it, old man Little Horn, this is no joke. If you're not careful, you'll die here. It's coming. Fight. It's going to go. Red Lotus. Angrily, the powerful light directly enveloped the body of the ghost god, and the strong destructive energy condensed together, attached to the surroundings, like a bright meteor, directly towards the colorful lotus flower shrouded in the head, and sprinted fiercely, accompanied by a huge roar. The huge energy field centered on the 2 sides swept around, a large number of trees were swept away, and the mountains were also flattened by the impact of energy. A few minutes later, when the energy dissipated, a radius of 100 miles had completely turned into a piece of scorched earth, and in the air, Lin Ling floated in the air unscathed. Feeling the breath of the other party without finding it, Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It should have been a move that was destroyed by himself, and looking at the aftermath of an attack of this scale, although ordinary people were willing to die in waves, but Yuan Lei Guang's group had an artifact to protect the body. Maybe they were still alive. In short, they would return to Jutun's side first. Protect Phelan. In the middle of the land, an old word sounded, and in Ling's surprised gaze, only half of his body was left, and the next second, at the moment when Lin Ling was caught off guard, Bai Zhe's ankle was covered with a golden wheel inlaid with rubies. Dead old man? You guy. Feeling the breath coming from the golden wheel on his ankle, Lin Ling suddenly glared angrily at the service Xiao Jiao, who had come to the end of his life. This thing is definitely not a magic weapon. You can feel the pure Taoist breath. This is a Taoist treasure. This kind of thing should only be available in the mainland. I really didn't expect to use this in the end. This is the treasure I got after flying across the sea to the Celestial Empire to communicate and then being subdued by a certain senior. It was originally for the future to bind the ghosts before and after, but it is not disgraceful to be able to capture your fox demon. The servant laughed loudly, and then died completely silent. Damn. Is this TM a tightening spell? I can't take it off. Tried to untie the golden wheel strongly, but Lin Ling found that she had failed, and whether it was a knife chopping fire or directly cutting off her ankle, this golden wheel would return to her regrown ankle on its own, and it looked like she had fixed herself. The damn little horned old man actually took the fox to protect Phelan. There was a muffled sound, and the former ghost came out of the geography with the back ghost, because the cast was a small horn, so all the damage was borne by the small horn, and the two of them did not suffer any injuries except for the consumption of a little more, and the injuries of the rear ghost were also transferred, so to speak. It was a dead service small horn, and the two of them were safe. Alright, ex-ghost, it's time to meet the new master. Sighing, the back ghost is used to it, and pulls the front ghost to Lin Ling and says in unison, the back ghost, front ghost, meets the master. Huh? What the hell? Lin Ling looked at the two ghosts in surprise, but the next second she was even more surprised. The golden wheel on Lin Ling's ankle emitted a strong golden light, and then Lin Ling felt that her strength was being compressed rapidly, until she became the realm of a junior big monster. The 9 tails were still there, and the ability had not changed, but the strength had become lower, and the original appearance of the royal sister had become a white fox lorry. And the peculiar thing is that not only Lin Ling has this kind of change, but also this change has occurred on the ghosts before and after. The two tall men directly became Jingtai, and their strength is different from Lin Ling, and they were directly suppressed to the point that even ordinary people are inferior. Falling to the ground, staring at each other with big eyes, Lin Ling rubbed her head with a headache, and always felt that something was going to happen. In short, go to 540 to find wine to swallow first. As for the 2 oil bottles, Lin Ling also brought them together. No matter what, these 2 guys are already their own people. Anyway, Jinlun has already told himself to unlock the spell of the 2 ghosts and gods, but his own is not, which makes Lin Ling a little discouraged. Even the realm of the junior big monster is also a big monster. Under Lin Ling's full acceleration, he returned to the castle where the wine swallow was located in less than a few minutes, but in the air, Lin Ling smelled a strong aroma of wine, and immediately frowned. It stands to reason that Yuan Lei Guang's group of guys should not be so fast. When Lin Ling entered the interior, he was relieved. He didn't seem to come too late, but the wine swallow guy has been complimented by Yuan Lei Guang's group, happily drank the poisonous wine that exuded a rich aroma of wine in the bowl, and then fell directly to the ground without accident. As for the other ghost minions who were directly intoxicated by the fragrance of wine, it was really useless. Just as a handsome blonde young man in the team was about to cut off the head of Jutan, Lin Ling accelerated and knocked it out, helped Jutan and took his 2 ghosts and gods Zhengtai away from Daejiang Mountain, and after a few minutes, away from the range of Daejiang Mountain, Lin Ling slowed down and looked at the rotten flesh and blood on his palm. The residual divine breath should be an artifact, there is no doubt about it, and sure enough, the strength has become low, and the artifact of this degree has been injured, which is really unpleasant. Really, I slept like a dead pig, so let's find a place to settle down. Holding the wine and swallowing, looking at the 2 Zhengtai ghosts and gods who were speechless to each other, Lin Ling walked towards the direction guided by the golden wheel. No matter what, this golden wheel must be dismantled, but this magic weapon has been refined by the service Xiaojiao. If you want to contact this golden wheel, you must let the descendants of the service Xiaojiao solve it through blood refining, although I don't know what the reason is. In short, the information given by the golden wheel is like this. Not long after, a town in the shape of a pentagram from the air appeared in Lin Ling's field of vision. This is a deliberately arranged feng shui array, and the shrine of the small corner is located at the highest place. Compared to those scattered houses, there is no doubt that this shrine is still very magnificent, and there are many people in and out of the shrine, with Lin Ling with the wine swallow and the 2 Zhengtai fall, although it caused some commotion, but no one is afraid of anything. It seems that the status and popularity of this shrine is not small here. The former ghost, the second ghost, you are back. A female guard recognized the 2 ghosts behind Lin Ling at a glance, and immediately ran over to salute. Guli, where is that girl? Asked the former ghost with a big grin. The words of the eldest lady are in the shrine, and these 2 are. Guli looked at Lin Ling and Jutong, who was still sleeping. Anyway, it's a long story, you don't have to worry about it, I'll explain the reason to Xiaoling. The former ghost waved his hand and walked inside with Lin Ling. I don't know if it's because of the formation or something else, Lin Ling can feel that this land is full of aura, especially the shrine is the most intense, but the same position in the 5 corners, it seems that there is still some kind of evil energy suppressed. In short, it is not a good thing. If Lin Ling was in his heyday, he could simply pull it out, but now that his strength is too strong, he can't help it. After a while, after learning the news of the return of the former ghost, the daughter of the current head of the family, Xiaoling personally came out to greet the former ghost and his party. Looking at the little girl in her early teens in front of her, Lin Ling felt a little funny. Obviously she was still a little girl, but she pretended to be full of majesty and noble appearance. It felt too deliberate. It is estimated that it was the influence of education and the father of the service. Xiaojiao that caused her daughter to mature quickly, but the only advantage of the service Xiaojiao is here, obviously not good, but the daughter born is very cute. It seems that in the future, this shrine has always been a female single. Subsequently, in the hall of the backyard, the former ghost told Xiaoling all about what happened, and to Linling's surprise, Xiaoling, who thought that he was the other party's father-killing enemy, did not have the slightest resentment against himself, but worshipped his dead ghost father more and more. According to the other party's statement, the service Xiaojiao was sacrificed for the sake of the living soul. It was great and noble, and Linling was going to atone for his sins as the new guardian of the shrine with the expectation of the service Xiaojiao. I don't know why, Linling feels that this little Lori is very middle to at this time. It is estimated that in the other party's heart, his father is omnipotent, he can understand, but it seems that he thinks a little too simple. He came to relieve the Phelan, but he didn't come to atone for his sins as a guardian saint. Just when Linling wanted to take off the Phelan from the Lori in front of him, the Phelan on his ankle automatically emitted a light, and in Linling's surprised gaze, the front ghost and the back ghost turned into two stone pillars, and the latter remnant soul that others could not see but Linling could see rushed out from the Phelan with a golden light, integrated into the little spirit in front of him who had not yet reacted from the change. Damn, I would rather have my soul scattered than put me along. Feeling the connection established with Lori in front of her, Linling's face turned completely dark, but she didn't expect that there was a remnant soul of the servant Xiaojiao hidden in the Phelan, and it was estimated that the breath of the magic weapon covered up the existence of the servant Xiaojiao, so he didn't notice it, and it was for this moment that he deliberately guided himself to this shrine. Stretching out her hand, when Linling wanted to kill Lori in front of her, an inexplicable inhibition directly stuck her body, making Linling stunned that she couldn't do anything to Xiaoling, and she tried several times in a row to be like this, and then, Xiaoling actually took the initiative to hug her, as if she wanted to influence herself, saying that she didn't blame herself for killing her father or something, and help her protect this land together in the future. Pushing Xiaoling away, Linling felt a little tired. She actually planted on this little falloon. It really felt like a dog. Let Xiaoling arrange a room for herself. Linling left with Juling. No matter what, live down first. Jutun, this guy has to wake her up first. Regardless of this wine is really powerful enough. It is the first time in so many years that Linling has seen Juling get drunk, and he has been drunk for so long and has not woken up. Night fell. Looking at the wine swallow that had not yet woken up, Linling studied the Phelan on his ankle for a while. This thing is definitely not an ordinary magic weapon, and the servant Xiaojiao can get such a powerful treasure. Linling is a little suspicious that it was not given by the predecessors of the mainland, but by what means was used by the servant Xiaojiao to get it. Such a treasure can be comparable to an immortal weapon. It is not necessarily the top in the mortal world, but it is definitely not bad. This kind of good thing that fool will give to the monk of Fanbang? Time flies. More than a month has passed. In this shrine, Linling was completely treated as a new guardian saint, and the stone pillars of the ghosts before and after were also enshrined and placed in the shrine, and Juling finally woke up after sleeping for more than half a month. But what made Linling speechless was that Linling originally wanted to ask Jutun to help him get rid of Phelan, but this guy was simply bought, and in turn persuaded himself to be this patron saint or something. In addition, now Linling's strength is not comparable to that of wine swallowing, and suddenly the original attack was converted, plus there is a supply of good wine every day, and it is respected and worshipped by the people as a god, and the days of wine swallowing are more chic than in the big rivers and mountains. Of course, Linling has always been here to be a coolie. Every time he is to eliminate some miscellaneous monsters, Linling is too lazy to move, and directly taught Xiaoling a trick earth element spell to deal with those garbage monsters, and only moved when he encountered the tricky himself, and the rest of the time he fooled around with the wine swallow. No way, Linling can only admit it at this point. Maybe the awakening system will definitely be able to lift the protection of Phelan, but to be controlled by the pit of the system again, Linling would rather live like this. Hey, Linling, humans are really fragile and short-lived creatures. Sipping a little wine, the wine swallowed and sat in the corridor with her feet crossed. Linling beside her looked at the sky silently. Today is not a day such as a shrine event or a festival, but the day of the death of the little spirit in charge. For human beings is a long 100 years, but for ghosts and monsters, it is an incomparably short time. However, Xiaoling's death was made very grand, and the whole town saw off Xiaoling, and even the surrounding nobles, lords and other big people also came to worship Xiaoling. In just 100 years, Linling has seen Xiaoling's growth in this life, grew up and became stronger, and then subdued demons, and then married and had children with his beloved, and then both grew old, and her husband took the first step because he was immortal, and although Xiaoling was a monk, he couldn't withstand the devastation of the years because of his limited strength and came to the end of his life. Looking at the current head girl who was already slim and the same as Xiaoling when she was young, Linling sighed and said, I want to go out for a walk, and I'm a little tired of staying in the shrine all the time. Are you okay with that? I'm going to be jealous. Looking at Lin 540 Ling in surprise, Jutun teased, and looked at Linling's abdomen meaningfully. It will definitely have a seizure once a month. Jutun is very concerned that if Linling can't control it halfway, it will be bad to find someone to do it. Other people or demons are fine. I am afraid that when the time comes, even the beast will not let go, then it will be a big fun. Swallowing the wine, Lin Ling smiled and said, "You also have to go with me, don't think too much." Huh. What? If you don't come with you, do you really want me to go out and mess around? You've had enough fun here in the past 100 years, what's wrong with me going out for a walk? Ignoring Jutun's reluctant face, Lin Ling directly pulled Jutun and left. As for the shrine, there is no need for Lin Ling to worry about anything. The prestige and terror accumulated over the past 100 years have long made it clear to the surroundings that this shrine hides a terrifying guardian saint, and the strength of the girl who is in charge is not something that ordinary monsters can match. Lin Ling does not have to be afraid of anything that will happen when she leaves with Jutun for a while. Even if there is something that cannot be done, the girl can also call Lin Ling back through the Phelan protector. Flying in the air, although she ran out, but for a while Lin Ling really didn't know where to play. After all, it was a whim, and she didn't think about the destination at all, and looked at the wine swallow that was leisurely drinking a small wine in front of her wine gourd. Lin Ling poked the waist of the wine swallow and said, "Hey, wine swallow, do you know what is fun there? You ran out and asked me by yourself." Looked at Lin Ling in amazement. Jutun had a confused expression. Looked at Lin Ling, who turned her head with a red face and didn't say a word. Jutun smiled and said, "Go find the girl Ibaraki. I haven't seen her for a long time. I remember that I had a lot of fun when I went back to her last time, and I almost didn't want to come back. It's really completely different from the legend." Lin Ling directly asked Jutun to say where the other party is. Not far away, just near Jutun's original nest Daejeong Mountain. The two ghosts are neighbors, and they are also friends. Not as the legend says, the so-called upper and lower systems, but how the history is written. The real situation still has to be witnessed by yourself to understand. For example, Jutun's lorry ghost is completely inconsistent with the legend. "What are you talking about?" With a wine burp, Jutun looked at Lin Ling and said, "Nothing. But last time, there was such a big trouble, and the Ibaraki boy should have also discovered the changes in the Great River. Will it still be on the side of Atago?" Lin Ling said with some doubts. "Generally speaking, we ghosts don't move places easily, just go and see it." Jutun is also a little uneasy, with her understanding of the Ibaraki boy. Found out the situation of the Great River, Ibaraki boy, CHCA, will definitely take action, although the strength of the Ibaraki boy is not weak, but I am afraid that she will fall into the trap of human beings. This is one of his few eye-catching friends. Jutun does not want the other party to have an accident. After more than 10 minutes, the original scorched earth has been restored to green space, but there are only fewer lush trees, and there are several more villages in this area. The world changes so quickly. Stay a few seconds. Just as Lin Ling took the wine to continue to move towards Atago, Lin Ling landed silently. In Jutong's puzzled gaze, after a while, Lin Ling came back with a white hairball, or a white fox Zhengtai who had been transformed but was still a little child, although the body was dirty, but the red fluttering little face and delicate face looked particularly cute. Presumably she would definitely be a big beauty when she grew up, but none of the Fox clan seemed to be ugly after transformation. "Lin Ling, is this your illegitimate child?" said Jutun with a smile. "Don't be stupid, okay." Lin Ling found that this little guy had a fever, and he didn't feel the breath of other fox demons. It is estimated that he became alone for some reason. For the sake of the same clan, it seems that it is quite good to adopt. "It's really boring. Give him some to drink. My wine gourd is no worse than ordinary elixirs." As he spoke, he poured out a small glass of liquor from the gourd and handed it over. Feed the wine to the little fox. Lin Ling continued to hurry with the wine swallow. The wine swallowed by the wine effect is very good. Not long after drinking, the fever on the little fox's body subsided. The whole person's face became calm and comfortable, shrunk in Lin Ling's arms and fell asleep. When Lin Ling arrived at Atago, under the guidance of the wine swallow, at the top of the back peak of the mountain, Lin Ling found the palace where the Ibaraki boy was, saying that it is a palace rather than a fortress made of simple stones, which is more suitable, giving people a shoddy feeling, and it is not as gorgeous and meticulous as the castle built by the wine swallow. And there is not much breath in the palace, except for a few lowly demonic spirits. There is only one existence that exudes a strong momentum. It should be the Ibaraki boy, that Jutun said, and no one came out to stop him when he walked in directly, and soon arrived at the innermost position of the palace. Lin Ling saw at a glance the ghost Lori, who was sitting on a throne made of stone and sleeping soundly, with a large number of empty wine jars at her feet, and she was also a drunken ghost girl. No wonder she was able to swallow wine and become a good friend with a similar smell. But what made Lin Ling care was that the right hand of the Ibaraki boy seemed to be a little wrong, and the connection with his own breath was a little unstable. But at this time, the guy who swallowed the wine had already rushed out and flew directly towards the Ibaraki boy, who was still sleeping. I see. A lot of things have happened, and I'm a victim of this. Ibaraki. Taking a sip of the wine in the bowl, the wine swallowed and touched Ibaraki's head and said, Ibaraki still did not avoid the original disaster, and his arm was cut off, although the hand was taken back, but it seemed that something unknown had happened, and I don't know if it was good or bad. It's mainly because of the relationship between the crusade 100 years ago. Jutun was taken away by Lin Ling. Ibaraki happened to come to check what was going on. I ran into the source of the light, who hadn't left yet. No accident to fight, it's just that the source of the light and the group have an artifact in hand, although its own strength is not good. But Ibaraki couldn't help the other party in the end. He was cut off a hand and fled. It's okay, I'm relieved to see that you're safe. Ibaraka's mood is very good. It can be said that she has actually drunk such a friend in her life. After the accident on the wine swallow side, Ibaraka has lived a very lonely life for 100 years. Of course, for Linling, who abducted his friend, Ibaraka is also with a feeling of resentment and hatred, but this is also understandable. With Ibaraka's heart quickly, I forgot about it. Looking at the two Lori who were drinking and began to drink heavily, Linling was thinking about what to name the cute fox in her arms. Even if it was a pet, it should have a name, not to mention that it was still a little white fox who had only transformed into a shape, although it was not entirely in shape, but the talent and potential were quite good. Presumably the parents were not ordinary monsters. After all, for monsters, the most important thing is to look at the bloodline. The better the bloodline, the more powerful it will definitely be, and there are only a few people who can turn over with poor bloodline. But just when Linling was thinking about choosing a name, a chain around the neck of the little fox caught Linling's attention. Looking at the cute sleeping face of Zhengtai, who was still sleeping, Linling gently hooked the chain from the collar, and hung a small iron plaque on it, engraved with the word Ba Wei in ancient Chinese characters. Probably this is the name that his parents gave him in advance, right? Put the chain back, since it is already famous, just call this name. The parents take it as very precious, but it also saves their own brains. Early the next morning, Linling returned to the shrine with the wine swallow and the waking up Ba Wei and the cheeky Ibaraka boy who came over. The land of the back mountain is about to become a ghost nest. The two big ghosts stay together, and the good fairy land on earth is about to become a gloomy ghost domain. Of course, mortals can't see the ghost aura that spreads from the two ghosts. As for Ba Wei, he is at Sundara Fox, but the surprisingly sticky Linling, probably because Linling is of the same clan, and for this Sundara boy, Linling directly recognized him as a godson, a beautiful boy or something, and he hasn't played yet. What's more, Ba Wei, this kid, can be used as an emoji every day, but it's a pity that there is no mobile phone in this era, and Jutan and Ibaraka don't know which tendon is wrong, and then they recognized Ba Wei as their son, so a certain Sundara Fox is too many three godmothers, and as the days go by, the people at the shrine all know about it. The days in the shrine are still so much. Ba Wei has brought a lot of fun to everyone. As time goes by year after year, Ba Wei is also slowly growing up. The right teaching. Linling is an elite model, personally teaching him all kinds of knowledge, but also specifically for Ba Wei to practice the magic of the Fox clan, as well as the development and control. If there were no two ghost girls who had no reason for Ba Wei to become more and more arrogant, and the three guys were together and liked to cause trouble, Linling would feel much easier, but seeing that everyone was happy, work harder, who would let himself be a hard worker, and the little ghost he collected himself would have to put him right with tears. What's wrong, mother? At lunch, Ba Wei, who was like a perfect beautiful boy, smiled at Linling who was staring at him and asked. His every move and the expression on his face did not reveal a noble and elegant temperament, giving people a sunny and gentle atmosphere, and everything looked so impeccable. Nothing. Bow your head to eat. Linling always feels that her education is a little off track. Don't look at Ba Wei now seems to be very perfect by himself, but Linling knows very well that this guy is definitely black after cutting, and the black one can't be black. It can be said that most of the responsibility Ibaraka and Jutan have to bear most of it. A lunch was simply used. As for Ibaraka and Jutan, the two guys don't care at all. It doesn't matter if they eat or not, it is enough to have wine, and they are still in a hangover today. Linling is used to it. Ba Wei now has the strength of an intermediate monster, and he still eats in addition to part of his appetite because these meals are made of spiritual materials specially planted by Linling, which are beneficial to the body and cultivation. Asking for flowers 0. Mother, there's something I want to tell you. Looking at Linling, who was sitting and drinking tea after cleaning up everything, Ba Wei suddenly said seriously. Looking at Ba Wei's attitude, Linling didn't have to think about it to know that there was absolutely nothing good, or that the idea of any trouble came to her head. Every time she was wiping Ba Wei's buttocks, which two ghost girls would be good if they didn't make trouble. Seeing that Linling didn't mean to react, Ba Wei was not surprised. This kind of thing had happened over the years I don't know how many times. Ba Wei continued to himself, I want to leave the shrine and go to the outside world to have a look. 0. Although over the years, the monsters outside are not as good as the generation, but with your current strength, it's too early to go out. No. Linling raised her eyebrows and dismissed it directly. Adolescence has arrived, and it is normal to be a little rebellious, but Ba Wei's strength is not strong enough in Linling's opinion, at least to the level of a high-level monster with enough self-protection power. It is almost the same. Mother-sama, I think my strength is enough, and I only have one bottleneck left to reach the high-level Yukai, and as far as I know, I haven't met an opponent around the shrine in the past few decades who can make me go all out. Ignorance? Frog at the bottom of the well? There's nothing to talk about. Let's wait until you really reach the advanced strength, or as long as you can survive 3 moves in my hands, I can also agree to let you leave immediately. Interrupting forcefully, Linling ignored Ba Wei, who looked uncomfortable, and said bluntly, I know. Looking at Linling, Ba Wei lowered his head and said, with an unwilling expression. He ran to the aisle and sat down. His 3 mothers are monster-level monsters. Although Ba Wei is arrogant, he is not really stupid. Let alone 3 moves, Ba Wei is not sure that he can survive 1 move. Looking at Bawei's emotional appearance, Lin Ling sighed. The rebellious period really makes people wonder what the child thinks. Is there a modern ditch problem? For this situation, Lin Ling really doesn't know how to do a good job. Usually Jutan and Ibaraka will go to comfort. Now let Bawei calm down alone for a while. Lin Ling, everyone is gone, why are you still stupid looking? If you don't feel at ease, just intercept it. Wine swallows the heartless road. It's not because of you that the kid made up his mind. Since his heart has flown out, why bother to stay? Sighing, Lin Ling already knew that there would be such a day, but with Bawei's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to protect himself, plus the cooking skills and various survival knowledge that he specially gave him, he can live a very nourishing life by himself when he goes out alone. I just hope that Bawei is not that Bawei, just don't go down that painful old road. It's boring, it's a long time. Ibaraka boy shouted at the proposal. After following Lin Ling, Jutan, and Ibaraka no longer play cannibalism, but have become much better for human senses. Although they will not be close to and will not be regarded as grass mustard as before, the feeling of being worshipped and respected is still very good. Plus Lin Ling's one-handed 540 pure cooking skills made of food to raise the mouth. Can the human flesh thing be eaten? At least the two ghosts felt that they used to eat pig food fed to pigs, and they couldn't eat it at all. Let's have a banquet. Smiling, Lin Ling agreed to this proposal, although it is already open every day, but at this time, it is better to indulge it, and I don't know how long it will take for Bawei to come back. There is no time in the mountain, or Lin Ling deliberately arranged a fantasy in this area of the back mountain. As time goes by, the back mountain has gradually become a sacred place forbidden to outsiders of the shrine, because of the spell passed down by Lin Ling and the inheritance of the service Xiaojiao itself. The shrine has changed but can still maintain the prosperity of the incense, and it is another 100 years, and the deeds of the guardian ghosts have gradually become legends. Under the passage of time, and the world has changed, but only this town has not changed much. The main hall of the main hall still enshrines the stone pillar depicting the ghosts before and after, and on the altar built at the top, there is a vague depiction of Lin Ling, the stone carving of the three people of Jutan and Ibaraka boy. The incense is prosperous. The power of this incense is a good thing for ghosts and gods, and it is one of the reasons why Jutan and Ibaraka boy are willing to take refuge when humans are in trouble. But for Lin Ling, incense is not very useful, but it is better than nothing. The most important thing is that Lin Ling found that he could use the power of this incense to quench the golden wheel of the ankle, and after 100 years of grinding, Lin Ling found that he was erasing the traces left by the little horn in the golden wheel little by little, and gradually established a new connection with the golden wheel. At this rate, Lin Ling estimated that he would give himself another 100 years at most. You can completely become the new master of the golden wheel. At that time, not only can you recover your strength but also get a powerful magic weapon, and make a lot of money. Of course, if it is not for the fact that it is restricted now, the original strength Lin Ling can simply refine and subdue it instead of using time to grind. Ibaraki, Jutan, what are you two doing? Coming out of the room, Lin Ling shouted to the two ghost girls in the courtyard. It happened to be Lin Ling. Ibaraki is very powerful. He used the power of incense to practice and successfully practiced his severed hand into a magic weapon. Seikutsu pointed to Ibaraki, who was looking excited in the Cholera Mountain forest. Well, compared to this, there are guests visiting, don't continue to make trouble. Lin Ling sighed and admonished, both of them are old ghosts who have lived for thousands of years, and they are childish and willful. Got it, Lin Ling is really like an ant. Ignoring the complaints of the wine swallow, Lin Ling went, and at this time, at the gate of the shrine that was built up by the back mountain, two girls, one tall and one short, came here, and today is this shrine on the day of the succession of the new head of the mantra hall. Although the guardian ghost of the shrine has become a legend, there are many doubts about whether it still exists, but only the person in charge will not doubt it, because this is already one of the ancestral teachings of the family and one of the lessons to listen to as an heir, remembering the greatness of the ancestors and the great power of the ghosts, shouldering the responsibility of the family and the shrine to carry forward more and more. Shihaya-sama, the shrine can only be entered by the head of the house, and the subordinates are waiting for your return. The tall girl with a wooden stick in her hand took a step back with a heroic face. Time, I went. Nodding, Shihaya was a little nervous, but this was a necessary procedure, and after the second generation of the head of the family made reforms, this became a process that the successor had to go through in the future, although I don't know why, but the rules set must be followed to fulfill. Pushing open the gate of the shrine that has not been opened for decades in front of him, it stands to reason that in 100 years, no matter what the building is, it should be aged and unattended, it will become very dirty, but the entire shrine that occupies a small area is still as good as new, and it is surprisingly spotless and clean when entering the shrine, and this is just a simple magic circle left by Lin Ling, a small spell for reinforcement and automatic cleaning. As long as there is the aura of heaven and earth, this magic circle can run autonomously, and it will not change with the passage of time. Looking at the scene in the empty shrine, Shihaya was a little puzzled. She had already imagined many scenes, but she never thought that there would be such a scene in the shrine, not to mention the so-called ghosts and gods, not even with Mao. Would the ancestors deceive future generations for no reason? Although there was a moment of suspicion, Shihaya still strengthened her belief and said, the current Lord Shihaya asks to see Lord Fairy Fox, Lord Jew Swallow, and Lord Ibaraki. As Kinzeo finished speaking, a burst of ripples appeared in the air, and then an illusory passage gradually formed. This is the entrance and exit left after Lin Ling's illusion. After all, taking other people's hands is short, eating other people's mouths is soft, and it is normal to give people a little sweetness. And looking at the passage in front of him, Chihaya walked in with a solemn expression, and soon, as Kinzeo entered the passage automatically disappeared. When Kinzeo came back to his senses, he had entered a Daowin township that was difficult to describe in words like a fairyland, and walked 100 meters along the Bluestone Road, and saw a guide, the puppet maid made by Lin Ling in his spare time. Under the leadership of the maid, Chihaya entered the quaint mansion not far away, and was brought to Lin Ling in the front hall. Surprised? Sit down. Brewing tea, Lin Ling showed a smile and looked at Kinze's surprised face. It really looks similar in every generation, but every time I see a girl's face, it's always quite interesting. It's rude. Her face turned red. Chihaya calmed down. Under the habits and education she had cultivated since childhood, Chihaya behaved very well, and took 2 steps forward and knelt down on the futon opposite Lin Ling. This is the cultivation codex left by Xiaoling's girl. 2.0 You can copy a copy back, and there are 9 spells here that you can sense with your heart, and take away the one that fits you best. After Lin Ling poured the tea, she went directly to the topic, and she had become a place of inheritance, but who let herself pretend to be what she couldn't agree to. She always had to perform, and it wasn't a trouble anyway. Thank you. Chihaya couldn't wait to start flipping through the codex and spell books, and by the time Chihaya finished copying the codex and left with a spell book, it was already the next day. In the leisurely afternoon, sitting with Jutong to taste wine and enjoy the flowers, looking at Ibaraka happily holding a bunch of glutinous rice dumplings and eating non-stop, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. Just at that moment, there was a powerful power fluctuation, which was the power of time and space that Lin Ling was most familiar with, and the most important thing was that Lin Ling felt the familiar breath of the dragon, which was the real breath of the dragon, and it seemed that something interesting had happened. Lin Ling, don't you go out. Jutong looked at Lin Ling, who was getting more and more lazy day by day, and couldn't help asking, I've seen lazy. I've never seen such lazy. Lin Ling is about to take the word lazy to the extreme. If she can't move, she can't move away. She doesn't have to do much of her usual meals, and she can't stay idle for 3 days and 2 ends to get food from humans to eat, and she often runs out, and it takes longer and longer each time. According to Ibaraka's words, the outside world is very interesting, and human beings are getting more and more interesting. I'm too lazy to move now, just play with yours. How long are you going to be lazy? I'm too lazy until I'm tired of it. Looked at Lin Ling embarrassedly. Ju Swallow was convinced. Looking at this peach source where he had lived for hundreds of years, Jutong was also a little tired. Lin Ling became a lazy worm again. Jutong realized something helpless, left a sentence of going out to play. Jutong also left, and Lin Ling was left alone in the whole illusion. 27 Feeling the empty room, Lin Ling sat up boringly. Time was survived by herself for nearly 100 years. Looking at the golden wheel on her ankle, she was almost completely controlled by herself. For a while Lin Ling was also a little confused, and it was really a feeling of loneliness and emptiness if she didn't find something to do for a long time, but the world outside felt uninteresting, and it was really tangled. This feeling. Ba Wei. A spirit suddenly got up. Lin Ling turned into a streamer and flew out, leaving the shrine in the blink of an eye and throwing herself into the sky, heading towards the direction where Ba Wei was. At that moment, Lin Ling felt that the protective band set on Ba Wei was triggered. If it was not to the point of absolute danger, it would never be triggered. Ba Wei, this kid has encountered a desperate situation. According to Ba Wei's talent, it stands to reason that he should have entered the stage of high-level monsters in the past 100 years since he left. Even if he encounters those monster-level enemies, he should be able to run away. But since the ban has been triggered, it means that Ba Wei's current situation is very dangerous, no matter how it is his own cub. Lin Ling does not allow anyone to touch his family. In less than a few minutes, Lin Ling found the location of Ba Wei. In a forest near the village, Lin Ling found Ba Wei, unceremoniously pushed the door directly. Ba Wei, who already looked completely like a mature young man, was holding a human woman. The scene looked very warm, but did not find any danger. Mother, looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Ba Wei subconsciously wanted to hide the girl in his arms. After all, the love affair between a human and a demon is not tolerated by the world, and falling in love with a human woman or something is also a big taboo for the demon. You stinky boy, I won't say much after running out and mixing around for hundreds of years, and you dare to mess with me. Since there is not a strong enemy, then there must be something wrong with the body. So he rushed up directly, grabbed Ba Wei's hand and forcibly began to check Ba Wei's physical condition, and soon found the crux of the problem. It was the fermentation of the contract, and it was eating away at Ba Wei's vitality little by little, and this contract was related to the woman in Ba Wei's arms. I'm sorry, mother, but I'm in love with women, and I want to become human. Lowering his head, Ba Wei was like a child who was caught by his parents for doing bad things, but looking at the lover in his arms, Ba Wei did not regret his choice. This woman can't hold out for long. Glancing at the woman in Ba Wei's arms, Lin Ling directly made a judgment. Although there are spiritual objects in the body that forcibly maintain the last bit of vitality, but the body is already very weak, just to survive, at most for a year or two. No, I've already made her take the eyes of the Dragon King. That's something that can cure all diseases. Ba Wei shook his head and said, in fact, he knew that he was just escaping from reality. For love, he gave up a lot, offended a lot of gods, ghosts, demons, and even turned against a friend who was better with him, just hoping that he could finally become a human and stay with the person he loved and then grow old together. Looking at Ba Wei, who embarked on the old road, Lin Ling was a little entangled, whether she should take action to forcibly reverse Ba Wei back, although in the end Ba Wei was able to get the happiness he wanted, but it was a little unacceptable to let it go like this, and set up a layer of protection for the position of Ba Wei's heart, although it could not offset the power brought by the contract, but it could also delay some time. What should be done was done, and Ba Wei's own choice of path could only be let go. Mother, you have no way to cure the snow road. Ba Wei naturally knew what Lin Ling had done to him, but if his beloved died, he would be bored to live, so he could only look at Lin Ling with a pleading look. After all, in Ba Wei's impression, Lin Ling was very powerful, and he was still a big monster who had lived for a long time, and he should know some secrets that he didn't know. Maybe there would be a way to help Xuelu. No way, just give up. Lin Ling said bluntly, if the system is in Lin Ling, there is a way to save this woman, but without the system, Lin Ling has no other ability except for her existing skills, not to mention that compared to this, the most troublesome thing is that the evil guest has come to the door, and many powerful breaths in the sky outside are converging. How could it be? Ba Wei looked disappointed. Take her away, and cherish this last bit of time for yourself. At this time, the golden clouds invisible to ordinary people in the sky are overwhelmingly appearing in the sky, and a large group of gods loom out of the clouds. This breath, big monster. Lin Ling thought, well, the 8 million gods gathered were the ones who crusaded against Ba Wei after the divine discussion, but they didn't expect Ba Wei to come out, but only Lori came out, but no god dared to underestimate Lin Ling, who was alone, and the huge demonic aura that rose to the sky made the gods tremble. Although there are 8 million gods, each of them is an orthodox god, but these gods are also strong and weak, among which the most famous lord of the country, the 7 gods of good fortune. The gods of this kind of god are the strongest, but they are also strong, and the weakest of the other gods is just a little more powerful than humans. Most of the 8 million gods of Neon are not as powerful as those middle and high-level monsters. In the face of the monster-like existence of big monsters, even gods have to be afraid of 3 points, which is also the reason why Lin Ling dares to come forward. If it is in the Celestial Empire, Lin Ling does not dare to come out like this. Even in the heyday, he does not dare to mess around. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling is bullying these neon gods weak. Who are you, and what is the relationship with that wild fox? The leader of the big country took the lead and asked Lin Ling below. After all, Lin Ling is not their target, and the realm of the big demon is not easy to provoke. If you can, you really don't want to have a grudge with the other party, but the majesty of being a god does not allow him to put down his body. Not to mention that at this moment when 8 million gods gather, there can only be advance and no retreat. First, that little ghost is not a wild fox. His name is Ba Wei, and second, I am his elder. You can call me Lin Ling. If you are here to crusade against Ba Wei, I'm sorry, pass me first. Lin Ling grinned. After listening to Lin Ling's words, the gods were in an uproar. After all, since Ba Wei's debut, everyone only knew that Ba Wei was a powerful demon fox, but they really didn't expect that there would be elders. But even so, it was impossible for the gods to retreat like this, and the dignity and face of the gods couldn't get by, and Lin Ling said this. It was also obvious that there was no room for maneuver between the two parties, and they had to do a fight. In that case, it's useless to say more. Let's see the truth under your hands. Sighing, the Great Lord waved his hand and motioned to the gods to move. 8 million gods, even in the face of the top big monsters, they can compete with it. Not to mention that Lin Ling's aura is only a preliminary stage, and it is not enough to make the gods awe. And with the order of the great power, the gods tacitly launched an attack on Lin Ling. Countless streamers erupted from the hands of the gods, and in an instant, a pillar of light was formed towards Lin Ling, shaking the sky and the earth, and in the face of the attack of the gods, Lin Ling was not afraid, and directly unfolded the 9 tails, and a huge colored lotus unfolded with itself as the center, and forcibly withstood the huge pillar of light that shrouded it. Suppress this demon? You increase your output. Looking at Lin Ling, who was able to join forces with the gods to launch an attack, the big lord said angrily. With the loud shouts in unison, the gods directly increased their divine power, and suddenly the entire pillar of light became much more condensed, like a golden pillar that quickly turned into substance, suppressing the colorful lotus below little by little. On the other hand, Ba Wei looked at the situation outside and was also anxious, but he was not relieved to be weak and snowy. Stupid, don't leave quickly. If you stay here, it will drag down the old lady, and I have my own way to leave if you leave. Looking at Ba Wei, who was still stupid and didn't run, Lin Ling said angrily. He didn't run over in such a hurry for him. A stupid boy, when did he not take anyone away? You must know that he has not recovered yet. Staring at the attack of the 8 million gods has already used up all the strength of milk, and when he can't support it at all, if he doesn't leave, he will have to stay. I'm sorry, mother. Nodding, Ba Wei also knew that it would not be time, so he decisively picked up Xuelu and ran out of the back door of the house. The big lord, the fox demon has run away, said a god who noticed the situation on Ba Wei's side. Don't worry, it's not too late for everyone to suppress the eye demon with all their might, said the big lord who presided over the audience, and seeing that he still couldn't take down Lin Ling for a while, the gods used all their strength very silently, and the effect was also very obvious. Lin Ling just used the colorful lotus to defend with all his strength began to fall apart little by little, and the ground sank. Withdraw. At the bottom, Lin Ling naturally would not be stupid to continue to resist, and a dodge came out of Kalian, and without Lin Ling's blessing, Kalian was instantly shattered by the golden pillar, and the ground was also hit into a huge pit. Oh no, this demon fox is going to run. Trap her. Seeing their own gains in one fell swoop, the morale of the gods was greatly boosted, and they all took action to use their own housekeeping skills, wanting to leave Lin Ling behind. After all, the big monster is not ordinary. This time the gods are there. It's okay to take it down. If it is run away, this feud is settled. No one wants to guard against the prying eyes of a big monster all day long. One-on-one, none of them dare to say that they can continue to be free under the plot of a big monster. Since everything has been done to this point, it must be killed. The gods listen to my command? Don't mess around. Looking at the situation in front of him, the big lord naturally understands the thoughts of the gods, but it is useless to mess around like this. Only the condensed forces can pose enough threats to the other party, like the gods fighting indiscriminately, resulting in the dispersion of power. Many attacks are missed, not to mention, even if they hit, they can't cause any damage. Having said that, it was still too late after all. Lin Ling would not give the other party the slightest chance to reorganize, and took advantage of this time to escape directly into the forest and quickly disappeared without a trace, chasing after Ba Wei's breath. Great lord, what should I do? What else can I do? The other party has completely hidden his breath, so let's withdraw. After thinking about it, the lord of the big country said helplessly, you can't keep chasing it, not to mention that their respective shrines still need their gods to be stationed, and the 8 million gods are out to eliminate the demon fox in one fell swoop. If the time drags on for a long time, maybe something will happen. Please, on the other side, Lin Ling, who quickly caught up with Ba Wei, looked at the scene of feeding the woman water by the stream, and felt a sense of powerlessness. Maybe this is Ba Wei's fate. Sometimes this kind of fate is really unclear. Take out a bottle of pill and give it to Ba Wei. This thing is Lin Ling's leisure and boring refining. It is useless, but it can still enhance the physique to treat injuries for people. It is a panacea for ordinary people. Of course, it cannot work for the woman's lifespan, but at least it will not make her body too weak, and she needs to take care of Ba Wei himself from time to time, and let the two of them deal with it in the last bit of time. I'm going back, I'm tired, just come back, that's your home. Looking at Ba Wei, who was like ashes, Lin Ling had the urge to give this kid a slap, but she didn't bother to care. She didn't say anything more, and turned to leave. Ding. The system has been patched and the upgrade has been successful. Ding. Because the host did not complete the task, the only task judgment failed this time, and the data was reloaded. Ding. The character has been corrected. Due to an unexpected change in the previous world, the punishment mission has been interrupted, and the punishment mode has been restarted. Accompanied by the system prompt that made people palpitate, Lin Ling was completely stunned. This voice had not been heard again for 500 years, but this time it appeared again. Without waiting for Lin Ling to react, the extremely familiar system space came into view again, and before the words came out, the power of time and space of the system was turned on again, and in the next second, when Lin Ling came back to his senses, the person had appeared in a room that seemed to be a palace. Ding. After evaluation, the host did not actively complete the only task, and re-education is needed to correct the personality. All abilities are blocked, the mall is blocked, and all other functions 540 are disabled. The basic ability is retained, the physique is changed, and the masochistic physique, charm physique, and physique are attached, and part of the immortal power effect is retained. This time, the world view adopts the different world version of the King of the Undead, and the only corrective task is opened, Atonement. Achieve more than 100 people and completely attack the protagonist can leave the world, otherwise he will stay in the world until the task is completed. Ding. Memory implantation. Character generation complete. Sighed and came to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. Looking at the people in the mirror, Lin Ling touched her sharp ears. Her current identity is the Elf Clan, and she is the youngest and most beautiful princess of the royal family. Her name is still Lin Ling. She has an extra surname Bialides. She just turned 80 years old this year, which is equivalent to the age of 16 years old for human beings. A carefree and innocent and romantic little girl. For the fine issued by the system, Lin Ling can only admit it. The ghost knows that the system can still rely on its own strength to wake up, and even if she resists, it seems useless. Even if she is now the princess of the Elf Clan, is it impossible to live in peace with the urine of the system? It is impossible to think about it. CHCA, in this case, it is better to find a chance to see the scenery of this different world. Your Highness Princess, are you up? His Majesty the Elven King is looking for you. Outside, an elven maid knocked on the door. Get up. Subconsciously, Hui Ling put on the dress hanging on the green rattan, and then reached out and generated a water balloon out of thin air to wash it, and then left the room. Everything is very natural and familiar. Lin Ling went to think about something, followed the maid who had been waiting for a long time, and came to the hall outside. today is the day for Lin Ling to participate in the training, or the coming-of-age ceremony belonging to the elves. It is very simple to go to the unicorn territory in the depths of the forest to bring back a unicorn even if it is completed. Generally speaking, it is just a formality. It is good if it succeeds, and it will not be anything if it is not successful. As an elf, the talent of the race is the affinity of natural magic and the unique beauty, and after the ceremony is completed, Lin Ling will be considered independent. Unless you want to choose a new king, the elves are also the same as other ordinary elves to work, to contribute their own strength to the construction of the elf kingdom. It can be said that the elves are the most united race, but also the so-called high and low concepts are the most indifferent, as long as you are not the elf king or the oracle, sacrifice, the positions of wise man and elder are generally equal to ordinary elves, and your compatriots will not look down on you or despise you. Bylades, go to the sacrifice to receive the blessings of the goddess, and then start your rite of passage. After today, you will be independent, choose your favorite profession and contribute to the kingdom. In the main hall, Lin Ling, who was half kneeling, was full of majesty, and a beautiful girl with a childish face and huge breasts signaled to Lin Ling to leave. Yes? Respectfully responded, Lin Ling retreated. After today, Lin Ling means that she has become an adult and can be independent, and she will not be able to continue to live in the palace at that time, and will build a small cabin of her own around the ancient tree of life as a place to live, and then choose a career to start her own work and support herself. The strength of this world is very simple to divide with 1 to 9, but basically above the 7th level is no longer the strength that mortals can have, beyond the 9th level is already the realm of God. Lin Ling's natural magic talent is very high, in the stage of the 3rd level, plus the basic ability attached to it is probably comparable to the strength of the 4th level. It can be called a genius level little master. For its own planning, Lin Ling already has an idea, that is, to become an adventurer, to see more of the outside world, but because of the elves themselves and other races' greed for the elves, there are very few elves who can become adventurers and go out at the very least. It is necessary to have the strength of level 4 or above, so that you can have enough capital to protect yourself when you travel abroad. After all, it is a coming-of-age ceremony. It is the tradition of the elf clan. In addition to Lin Ling, there are several elf compatriots who embarked on the road of ritual with Lin Ling. Of course, in order to ensure the safety of the ceremony, there will be a small team of elf guards to protect it, so as not to have an accident. After following everyone to the territory of the unicorn, the guards will not continue to follow, and the next thing is to let the elves who carried out the ritual enter to find the unicorn and bring it back. The time is within 1 day, and if the time is exceeded, it will be considered a failure. Not with other elves, Lin Ling walked alone, and the other elves who came to participate in the ceremony were only the 2nd level with the highest strength. Not to mention that to find the unicorn and bring the unicorn back in addition to part of the strength, it mainly depends on luck. For the creature of the unicorn, Lin Ling is still very curious, and left the team and did not immediately continue to go deeper, but used natural magic to communicate flowers and trees to explore the traces of the unicorn. But a few minutes later, the unicorn has not been found. What surprised Lin Ling was that he found the traces of human beings first, and at the first time Lin Ling thought of those greedy slave hunting groups, those human traffickers who came specifically to capture the elves. After all within a radius of 100 miles belong to the scope of the elf kingdom. Generally speaking, human adventurers will not enter the range of the elves at will without the permission of the elves, and there are countless greedy people who die in the hands of the elves every year, but they still can't reduce the greed of the human heart. This situation must be reported. Without hesitation, Lin Ling gave up looking for the unicorn for the time being, but immediately returned to the edge area where the escort team rested. Trap, hurriedly didn't pay attention. Lin Ling was hung up by a rope, and was caught by this simple trap, and she really felt embarrassed. Sure enough, the head of the regiment is right. The coming-of-age ceremony of the elf clan, the protection is really weak enough, and the 3rd one was caught. A man dressed as a thief came out from behind a tree. Idiot. Lin Ling directly pulled out the thin sword she was wearing at her waist and slashed at the rope at her ankle, but unexpectedly, the sword did not cut down, but instead made a sound of gold and iron clashing. It's useless. This is a special rope, made of vines grown in Uru wood as the material. The hardness is not weaker than steel, but it is also flexible, and you can suffer less if you stay obediently. The thief laughed proudly, took out a blow arrow from his hand, and shot a poisonous needle at Lin Ling, quenching the poison of the demon scorpion on it, and the toxin contained in it could directly numb 10 ordinary people, but it would not endanger lives. Turning his head sideways, the poisonous needle flew past his neck, and he was not shot. Lin Ling didn't bother to work on the rope for the time being, and it was the main problem to solve the thief in front of him first, and he stretched out his palm directly to the thief who wanted to continue blowing the arrow below, and drank softly, and in an instant, the weeds under the thief's feet grew wildly, quickly wrapped around the thief's calf and then continued to climb up, and tied the thief into a zongzi in the blink of an eye. Level 3 Natural Magic Plant Manipulation, looked at his current situation in surprise. The thief didn't expect that he would be taken down so easily. Generally speaking, the participants in the ceremony are basically below the 2nd level, most of them are just 1st level elves, and it is really unexpected that a 3rd level elf master will emerge. Rook, you're too careless. I've told you several times that you have to be careful in our business, but you just won't listen. Not far away, a swordsman came over and reprimanded, blood dripping from the blade of the sword, and I don't know whose it was. Regiment commander. Looking at the people who came, the thieves were overjoyed. Their regiment commander was a 4th level great swordsman, and there was no problem when the regiment commander came, and the thieves were relieved. Inform it. Let everyone gather immediately. It's time to leave. The elven guards have already discovered the abnormality, and it is not appropriate to stay here for a long time. A sword untied the thief, and the swordsman commanded the thief. Okay, commander. Nodding, the thief left without stopping, and suddenly only Lin Ling and the swordsman were left. Damn. Unable to figure out this rope, Lin Ling began to shake her body, wanting to get around the rope with the shaking amplitude and come down first. If you know, don't struggle, give me some goodness. Looking at Lin Ling's behavior, the head of the regiment didn't know Lin Ling's plans. He had seen a lot of this situation, so he jumped up unceremoniously and shot the poisonous needle in his finger into Lin Ling's abdomen at close range. Looking at Lin Ling, who was instantly turned down by the medicinal effect, the swordsman swung his sword and cut off the branches, put Lin Ling down, and then untied the rope on his feet, rudely made Lin Ling kneel face down on the ground, and used the rope to bind Lin Ling's joints, neck, and waist, and after skillfully doing it, he put Lin Ling on his shoulder and walked towards the position where the thief left. This toxin is really powerful. Lin Ling was completely speechless at this time. It was difficult to even move, and after a while, the swordsman who was called the head of the regiment joined his team members. This slave hunting group has a total of 10 people. It is a small group. Everyone is carrying a captured elf. They are all elves who participated in the ceremony at the same time by Lin Ling, and 2 of them seem to be members of the elf guards. Depending on the situation, the elf guards who escorted Lin Ling and them over were also solved by this group. Follow the secret route and leave. Move fast. Looking at the people, the swordsman directly ordered, "This is the territory of the elves, and you can't hesitate or delay doing this kind of thing. If you are not careful, you will leave your life behind." A group of people did not respond tacitly, but followed the footsteps of the swordsman, quickly left the area, sneaked towards the periphery of the forest. I don't know how the other party found out. All the way down easily avoided the elves' patrol routes and hidden posts. More than half an hour, they successfully came to a trail outside the range of the elves, and on the path, 2 specially modified prison cars were already waiting. Lin Ling and the elves were directly divided into 2 batches and locked in, and then gagged their mouths with cloth heads. Let's go. Without the slightest superfluous words, the swordsman ordered. Everyone immediately drove away, towards the avenue outside. The prison car was covered with a black cloth, and the wealth was not exposed. After all, the value of an elf is immeasurable, and it is inevitable to be seen by others. It can be said that before the goods are completely handed over to the customer, this road cannot be relaxed in the slightest, which is also the reason why the swordsman can lead his team to do this line of work for so many years without incident. At this time, not long after the slave hunting group left, the bodies of several killed elf guards were also discovered by the patrol team of the Elf Kingdom, and the matter was immediately reported. Although this kind of thing always happens once or twice a year, but at most 2 or 3 elves were captured. But this time the matter is very serious. In the traditional ceremony, the slave group captured more than a dozen elves like this. It is a great shame for the Elf Kingdom, not to mention that there is an elf princess who was arrested. It is definitely a major event that has caused a sensation in the entire kingdom, and it has to be taken seriously. Leaning on the wooden pillars of the carriage, Lin Ling did not shed tears or have a desperate face like other captured compatriots. It was better to think of a way to get out than to feel sorry for herself. However, for 2 days, Lin Ling did not find any good opportunities. These people were very vigilant, and they fed the elves by themselves, and they also strictly controlled the water and food, so that the elves maintained a minimum of physical strength. Even if someone wanted to relieve them, there would be more than 2 people to take care of them. Until they entered the human city, this group of people did not relax in the slightest, and finally, under Lin Ling's somewhat helpless gaze, the prison car finally arrived at its destination and stopped in the backyard of an auction house, and then the carriage containing the elves was taken down by others, and the elves were all locked up in a room that looked gorgeous. Didn't let everyone wait for a long time, and soon 2 women with blank faces came in to check on everyone, and then everyone was forcibly put on an iron collar, and bled on a piece of parchment that seemed to be a magic contract and pressed a handprint. The matter has come to this, although Lin Ling doesn't know much, but also understands that after this series of procedures, everyone has no possibility of escaping. In this regard, Lin Ling herself doesn't care, just look at her compatriots, and inevitably have some sympathy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.